Ming Ming was once the peerless holy master of the Eastern Wasteland's premier sect, yet he was publicly stripped of his position in the Grand Hall of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, losing all his cultivation. The elders unanimously declared his expulsion from the sect with such swift pace and ruthless reversal that it caught everyone off guard. In the center of the hall, the young man Qin Mo in fine brocade robes sat in the high seat, his gaze contemptuous and tone sharp. As he surveyed the crowd, he saw unanimous expressions disgust, disdain, and indifference, with not a single person speaking up for Chu Xian. Even the stewards who had maintained close relations with him now kept their heads down, avoiding confrontation. Some pressed him with cold voices, others urged him with sarcastic remarks, and some used the sect's righteousness to pressure him. Sect master, what are you waiting for? Must this old man personally escort you out? The sect has supported you for 3 years, you should be content. For future development, please leave immediately. Our Cloud Heaven sect is a prestigious holy land. How can the sect master be a cripple? If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite. The voices pressed like owls, step by step cornering him. Chu Xian raised his eyes, surveyed the circle, and finally just smiled a faint smile, cold yet carefree. He spoke unhurriedly, yet each word was sharp as a blade. 3 years ago, I had no desire to inherit my father's position, but you insisted on pushing me onto the throne. Now that you find me useless, you discard me like worn shoes. This Holy Land sect master position you value so highly is nothing but dirt to me. He neither argued nor raged, but simply made a clean declaration. From today forth, I, Chu Xian, have no connection whatsoever with the Cloud Heaven sect. With those words, he turned and left, his retreating figure clean and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. Outside the Great Hall, all the Cloud Heaven sect disciples watched, though reluctance showed in their eyes. None dared speak out. During his 3 years in power, he had devoted himself to providing cultivation resources, and the disciples had benefited greatly. Who would have thought such a benevolent person would be swept out by the sect with a single decree? But disciples were merely disciples after all, fearful in heart and cautious in body. Ultimately, none stepped forward. After a brief moment, Chu Xian stepped out of the sect gates where he had lived since childhood, accompanied only by a young man and a yellow dog. Standing outside the gates, he turned back to look at the Cloud Heaven sect plaque above the entrance, his thoughts churning like the cold wind stirring memories of the past. He was a transmigrator, born at the pinnacle of the Cloud Heaven Holy Land, the Eastern Wasteland's premier sect. His father was the Cloud Heaven sect's master, and he had possessed heaven-defying talent since childhood. Under the Holy Land's cultivation, he had swept through all opposition, cutting down enemies like vegetables, defeating all the geniuses of various families, and thoroughly brightening the reputation of the Eastern Wasteland's first sect. In those days, flattery was everywhere, admiration filled the halls, and submission followed in his wake. Until 3 years ago, when the Spirit Beast clan suddenly erupted in rebellion, he was trapped in the beast tide, and his parents sacrificed their lives to repel the tide and preserve his broken body. His cultivation was completely destroyed in that battle, and despite countless attempts, it could not be restored. Only because he had once been apprenticed to a great power from the central region of the Xuanxiao Continent did the Cloud Heaven sect elders allow him to remain in the Holy Master position. But just a few days ago, messengers came from the central region announcing that the great power had expelled Chu Xian from his tutelage. With his mentorship severed and reputation shattered, his Holy Master position immediately became a joke. Chu Xian looked at the Holy Land and laughed coldly. In his heart. They had elevated him to power merely to borrow his master's reputation. Now that the connection was severed, he could be discarded at will. The heartbreak was evident, but resentment could not be allowed to linger. He suppressed old feelings, leaving only one vow in his heart: his father's Cloud Heaven sect would not be taken so easily. Finally, he glanced once more at the plaque and said quietly but firmly, "Cloud Heaven sect, until we meet again." He turned and left without attachment, the young man and dog silently following. Just then, a light screen silently rose, and a cold mechanical voice suddenly entered his ears. Host's lack of attachment to Cloud Heaven sect detected. Activating the Eternal Strongest Sect System. Please proceed to designated coordinates to establish a sect and achieve the strongest sect accomplishment. Newbie gift package has been distributed. Do you wish to open it? Chu Xian stopped, staring intently at the ethereal light, his eyebrows slightly raised. He smiled without warmth, yet with sharp determination. System, the Eternal Strongest Sect? Perfect timing. You drive me from the sect, so I'll answer by founding my own sect and establishing my own school. He pressed his emotions into his chest, his tone steady but his vow resounding. What I lose today, I'll reclaim 100-fold tomorrow. He commanded, "Open the newbie gift package." The system responded immediately, displaying the inventory item by item: 1 Great Grade Celestial Body Activation Card, usable only on the host's direct disciples. 1 Great Grade Celestial Manual. 1 Sect Construction Card. 1 Sect NPC Grand Elder Assignment, with Great Emperor Realm cultivation, restricted to sect grounds. Note: all items can only be used within the sect. Sect coordinates: Xuanxiao Continent, Eastern Wasteland, Great Xia Empire, Eastern Coastal Region. After reviewing the inventory, Chu Xian fell silent for a moment. He cursed quietly in his heart, but showed nothing on his face. Good grief. This system really knows how to calculate, gives the host no benefits at all, piles everything onto the disciples. Thinking of direct disciples, he turned to look at the young man, his voice softening. Jinner, you could have stayed at the Holy Land. The young man named Jian clenched his fists, straightened his shoulders, his voice suppressing excitement. Master gave me my life, and I'll follow Master for this lifetime. Don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. This disciple's talent is ordinary, but ensuring we three, you, me, and Big Yellow, have food to eat is no problem. The yellow dog beside them barked once, wagging its tail vigorously. Chu Xian reached out to ruffle Jian's hair, his tone warm and steady. Jinner, we're going to Great Xia. Jian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'll follow Master's lead. 3 years ago, Chu Xian had fallen into the beast tide precisely because he was rescuing Jian, who became his disciple after the disaster and now followed his master in leaving the sect. As for the yellow dog, it was merely a common dog Jian kept loyal but clumsy. At this time in the Cloud Heaven Sect's Great Hall, there was another scene of commotion. The elders chorused congratulations as former Grand Elder Qin Mo ascended to the sect master position. Before the ceremonial music could begin, an old man appeared at the entrance, his aura turbulent and words direct. Qin Mo, you forced out the sect master, aren't you afraid of retribution? Qin Mo glanced sideways with a smile, sneering disdainfully. This holy master spared his life out of respect for his father. Since he's a cripple, keeping him would only waste resources. Old fool, you must be confused. The old man wanted to argue further, but the high-ranking members in the hall had already begun to act, spiritual light flickering chaotically. Qin Mo snorted coldly and pointed. Throw this old thing into the cloud prison for later judgment. The old man continued cursing. Qin, you old dog. May you die horribly. Have you forgotten how the old sect master granted you the path of cultivation? Someday, the sect master will return to take your dog life. His voice was suppressed as he was dragged from the hall. After the commotion died down, Qin Mo felt as if a stone was lodged in his chest, heavy and uncomfortable. He waved his hand. Bring the 10,000 Li Mountain viewing mirror. Soon, an ancient bronze mirror was presented. He channeled spiritual power into it, and the mirror's surface rippled like water, revealing the figures of Chu Xian, his disciple, and the yellow dog. Unexpectedly, the person in the mirror seemed to sense something, and Chu Xian suddenly turned back, his sharp gaze piercing through the mirror. Qin Mo's heart jolted, his fingers tightened, and the mirror's surface cracked with several crack sounds. Not good. He hastily withdrew his spiritual power, his heart leaping to his throat. Just one glance, and the 10,000 Li Mountain viewing mirror had cracked. Could the mandate of heaven still rest with Chu Xian? But his cultivation was destroyed. How could he still have heaven's favor? Qin Mo remained silent for a long time before finally giving a ruthless order. Third son, eliminate him in secret. A crisp response came from the corner. Yes, father. At this time on the road outside the city, Jian looked sideways and asked, Master? What's wrong? Chu Xian suppressed his displeasure, speaking tersely. Nothing. Let's hurry to Cloud Heaven City and take a Dao boat to Great Xia. He didn't want to elaborate on that feeling of being spied upon just now, only quickening his pace. He leaped onto the dog, sitting steadily on the yellow dog's back as they rushed toward the distant great city. The yellow dog barked continuously, and Jian exclaimed, Master, Big Yellow is still small, you can't ride him. The yellow dog barked twice more, ears forward, seeming somewhat aggrieved. He turned his face slightly, his voice not heavy but brooking no argument. You two stop your nonsense. Don't you think I'd rather not ride a dog if I still had my cultivation? 5 days later, in the eastern wasteland, within the territory of the Great Xia Empire, 100 miles further east lay the boundless Eastern Sea. Chu Xian stood on a barren patch of land spanning dozens of zhang in radius, gazing up at the vast sky as the lingering worry in his heart finally dissipated. Use the sect construction card. As soon as the system notification sounded, he declared in a deep voice, name the sect Lingxiao. Successfully used. Lingxiao Sect under construction. Rumble. A deep roar echoed from the depths of the earth's veins as the rocky layers beneath his feet instantly cracked open, releasing surging white mist like a tide. Immediately after, mountains rose from the ground, peaks climbing higher and higher, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Behind the mountains, spiritual springs burst through the rock layers, their waters refracting brilliant light under the sunlight. In just a few breaths, a magnificent and imposing sect complex rose from the ground, standing majestically before the 2 humans and 1 dog. Holy crap! Jian gaped. Master. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't get the rest of the sentence out. The big yellow dog's eyes widened like saucers, its 4 legs trembling like sieves, Woof. Having seen grand spectacles before, Chu Xian quickly composed himself and waved his hand in explanation. This is something your grandmaster prepared in advance. No need to make such a fuss. He stepped into the sect's barrier. At that moment, a graceful figure silently appeared. Lingxiao Sect's Chi Yu greets the sect master. The newcomer had flamered hair that burned like fire, skin whiter than snow, and wore a crimson battle dress that wrapped around her exquisite curves. Her bare feet hovered in the air, untouched by dust. The moment she appeared, Chu Xian's heart settled. This was the grand elder provided by the system, undoubtedly an emperor-tier powerhouse. The system had warned him earlier. NPCs cannot leave the sect grounds by even half a step. With this in mind, he politely nodded. Grand Elder, thank you for your hard work in protecting the sect. Though respectful on the surface, he quickly inquired of the system in his mind. System, will she kick me out someday too? Host, rest assured. System products are guaranteed quality. NPCs are absolutely loyal. The system panel immediately popped up. 1. Main quest activated, recruit 10 disciples for the sect. Progress, 110. Reward. Host cultivation advances to peak spiritual spring realm. 2. Side quest activated, for every breakthrough a sect disciple makes, the host receives 1 lottery draw. Current lottery draws, 0. Regarding the cultivation system, Chu Xian knew it well. For tiers, 10 realms. Mortal tier, Qi condensation, meridian opening, spiritual spring. Spirit tier, mystic core, divine sea, Tao inquiry. Saint tier, Tao fusion, sub-saint, great saint. Emperor tier, great emperor. In his past life, he had been a little saint at the Tao fusion realm, which would have made him invincible in the Eastern Great Xia. Now, the system's reward of peak spiritual spring realm would be sufficient for self-protection. After clarifying the situation, he had Chi Yu lead the way as he brought Yu Jian and Big Yellow, their group of 3 people and 1 dog, heading toward the main peak. Along the way, medicinal fields and spiritual plants were everywhere, with spiritual mist swirling about. Yu Jian suddenly pointed ahead at crystalline vines and exclaimed, "Holy crap! Big Yellow, have you ever seen grapes that emit blue flames?" Woof! Chi Yu calmly explained. Ice flame crystal grapes, a saint-grade medicine. Consuming them can nurture a wisp of sacred fire within the body. Chu Xian's pupils contracted. In his previous life, he had massacred 58 sects to seize a wisp of sacred fire for the pill saint of Xuanxiao Sect. Yet now one only needed to eat a grape? How absurd. Hey, Big Yellow, you son of a bitch. That's a saint-grade medicine. Yu Jian shouted angrily at the top of his lungs. Before his words had finished, Big Yellow was already spewing several wisps of ghostly blue flames from his mouth. The next moment, with a gulp, he swallowed the entire bunch of grapes whole. Yu Jian panicked and immediately scooped Da Huang into his arms, his fists raining down on the dog's belly like hailstones. Bang, bang, bang. As he frantically pounded away, his voice cracked with desperation. Da Huang, Euthes is a sacred pill. You're just a mutt, you'll explode. Spit it out right now. The moment he finished speaking, brilliant blue flames erupted from within Da Huang's body, tongues of fire bursting outward and nearly engulfing everyone. Chu Xian reacted swiftly, grabbing Yu Jian by the collar and dragging him out of the ring of fire. Chu Xian rubbed his forehead and gestured helplessly to Chi Yu. Understanding immediately, Chi Yu raised her delicate hand, sending a strand of rosy light into the dog's body. In the next moment, everyone watched as the yellow mongrel was reborn within the blue flame's yellow fur and blue fire, creating a bizarre color combination that nonetheless radiated astonishing power. Woof! A thunderous bark created tangible sound waves that forced Chu Xian and Yu Jian to stagger backward. Yu Jian found himself locked in place by an invisible pressure. Being only at the 5th level of Qi condensation, he couldn't break free immediately and could only roar in frustration. What the hell are you barking about? He grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it. Thunk! The stone struck the dog's head, and Da Huang whimpered before slinking away with his tail between his legs. The group continued deeper into the sect's inner grounds, where the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense. Chu Xian, having lost all his cultivation, felt nothing, but Yu Jian was the first to notice something unusual. Master, why do I feel like the spiritual energy here is even denser than at the Cloud Heaven sacred ground? Before he could finish speaking, the aura around Yu Jian began to surge. He quickly sat cross-legged and focused on breaking through. Within mere breaths, a muffled sound echoed from within his body as the turbid energy dispersed with his exhale. Yu Jian was overjoyed. Master, I've reached the 6th level of Qi condensation. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. Excellent. At the same time, his system panel quietly added another lottery chance. The group of 3 people and 1 dog finally reached the main peak of Lingxiao Sect. While Chi Yu led Yu Jian to select living quarters, Chu Xian opened his system inventory. Items: Supreme Celestial Body Activation Card 1, Supreme Celestial Arts 1. Without hesitation, he used the Supreme Celestial Body Activation card. The system prompted, select target Yu Jian only option available, confirm? Chu Xian confirmed decisively. In an instant, Yu Jian, who had been following behind Qiyu, erupted with golden light, his robes billowing dramatically. Mystical symbols coursed beneath his skin, resonating with the energy of heaven and earth as golden radiance nearly tore through the sky. Ah! Heart-wrenching pain caused Yu Jian to scream, as if he were being reborn through fire. The excruciating pain that felt like countless blades cutting through his entire body immediately caused Yu Jian to faint. The golden light emanating from Yu Jian's body shot straight into the sky, instantly terrifying everyone along the entire East Sea coast. What? Are the sea beasts about to riot? Wah, mommy, save me. The sea beasts are coming again. While ordinary people panicked in chaos, a black-robed figure stood in the wind, his face filled with disbelief. This aura. Why is it so similar to that waste Yu Jian? A worthless disciple of a worthless master. Could that trash have actually stumbled upon some fortune? With those words, he transformed into a shadow and headed straight for the Lingxiao Sect. Soon, the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect came into view. The black-robed man looked up at the three characters Lingxiao Sect and snorted coldly. Lingxiao? What audacity, daring to dream of rising above my Yunxiao holy land. That bastard Chu Xian truly deserves death. Today, I'll eliminate him for my father. This person was named Qin Shuyang. The moment he landed, Lingxiao Sect's protective formation was triggered. Qiyu immediately transmitted a message. Sectmaster, someone has arrived at our gate. The next moment, a cluster of spiritual energy condensed into an image before Chu Xian. Seeing who it was, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Qin Shuyang? Huh. So Qin Imo really did send someone to kill me. Bring him here. Qin Shuyang, who had been cursing loudly at the mountain gate, felt his vision blur and found himself dizzy as he was forcibly transported to the main peak. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back at the cliff's edge, quietly observing. After Qin Shuyang steadied himself and sensed that Chu Xian was still in a mortal body, his confidence soared, and he called out mockingly. Hee, how have you been, you worthless sect master? You ran quite fast. This holy sun chased you all the way from the Holy Land to this godforsaken place. Chu Xian, when did you become such a coward? Chu Xian was young, originally of the same generation as Qin Shuyang. In the past, his talent was exceptional, while Qin Shuyang had long lived in his shadow. Now that Chu Xian's dantian was shattered and Qin Shuyang had been ordered to kill him, he naturally wanted to humiliate him thoroughly. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, killing you would be as easy as turning my hand. As he spoke, the spiritual energy within him surged powerfully, and his divine sea realm pressure sent sand and stones flying. Chu Xian finally spoke. I advise you not to make a move, you'll die miserably. Haha, you're just a waste. What can you do to me? Someone at the divine sea realm? Qin Shuyang pressed forward step by step, his spiritual pressure like a mountain, slowly enveloping Chu Xian. He was in no hurry to deliver the killing blow, instead enjoying the process of tormenting his opponent. Chu Xian endured with his mortal body, his bones creaking under the strain. In this tense atmosphere, De Huang came running from the distance, baring his teeth and roaring. Woof! 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 The yellow dog leaped up and spat out a ball of spiritual light aimed at Qin Shuyang. This mud actually has spiritual power? Interesting. Qin Shuyang extended his palm in a grasping motion, transforming spiritual energy into chains. De Huang yelped as he was forcibly pulled before him. Enough! Chu Xian commanded calmly. Qiyu, cripple his cultivation and throw him back to Yunxiao Sect. I've been waiting for the sect master to say exactly that. Qiyu's voice was still echoing in the air when several sprays of blood exploded from Qin Shuyang's body. Puff, 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 puff. Qin Shuyang lay on the ground like a torn sack, blood gurgling from various acupoints across his body. Inside him was deathly silence. Not a trace of spiritual energy remained. Who are you exactly? What kind of demonic sorcery is this? Impossible. I will never become a cripple. Impossible. His voice trembled as he clawed at the ground, lacking even the strength to stand. Qiyu crushed the fallen leaves underfoot, approaching with measured steps, her robes billowing without wind. Sectmaster, shall I throw him back to the Yunxiao Sect? The overwhelming aura of a saint-level expert washed over him, causing tumultuous waves in Qin Shuyang's heart. How could there be a saint-level expert here? He looked up as Qiyu glanced back with a smile, her voice like clear bells. Saint-level? Those below saint-level who see me are like frogs at the bottom of a well gazing up at the bright moon. Saint-level experts who see me realize they are but mayflies looking up at the vast sky. As her words settled, Qin Shuyang's expression changed drastically. If saint-level experts were like mayflies before her, then she had already reached the legendary emperor level. A great emperor, unseen on the Xuanxiao Continent for countless years, was respectfully addressing Chu Xian as sect master. Absurd. Yet he had completely lost even the courage to question it. Chu Xian then approached, and with Qiyu's assistance, carved a message into a palm-sized gray stone tablet before stuffing it into Qin Shuyang's chest. All right, now he can be thrown back to the Yunxiao Sect. As you command. Qiyu raised her jade hand gracefully. Her red sleeves swept out, and Qin Shuyang transformed into a streak of light hurled toward the heavens, disappearing into the firmament in an instant. At the Yunxiao sacred ground, the protective barrier suddenly rippled as a broken figure forcibly broke through. Thud! A corpse crashed heavily onto the sect's plaza, cracking the stone slabs. Surrounding disciples cried out in shock. Is this the third sacred son? The third sacred son is dead. The news spread throughout the sacred ground in an instant. Everyone whispered among themselves. The third sacred son died horribly, his cultivation destroyed before being killed. The sacred lord just ascended to power and already lost his son. Difficult days lie ahead. Who is the killer, daring to throw the corpse right into our plaza? Amid the discussions, Qin Mo appeared. Third son. He murmured in a wooden voice, like a walking corpse as he approached the body and lifted Qin Shuyang into his arms. Cold blood soaked through his robes, and suddenly he felt something hard pressing against his chest. Looking down, he reached in and retrieved the stone tablet from his son's chest. 6 characters were clearly carved on the tablet. The killer is Chu Xian. Bang! Stone dust scattered everywhere. Qin Mo raised his head and howled, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. Chu Xian, I will devour your flesh and sleep on your hide. The main peak of Lingxiao Sect. Holy crap! What's that awful smell? Did someone shit their pants? Yu Jian jolted awake as a pungent, putrid stench assaulted his senses. Looking down, he found himself encased in a thick layer of black sludge and wailed, Did I shit myself? The mighty 7-foot man nearly burst into tears at his pitiful state. The next instant, he transformed into a black lightning bolt, racing frantically toward the spiritual spring behind the mountain. Beside the stone chair on the main peak, Chu Xian reclined leisurely, sipping tea when a black blur flashed past, bringing with it a wave of foul-smelling wind. What was that? He glanced up. Qiyu, gracefully preparing tea with her head lowered, waved her delicate hand to disperse the lingering stench and replied casually, No idea. Looked like a giant black rat. De Huang, sprawled at their feet, frantically scratched at his drenched nose, his enhanced sense of smell overwhelming him. Finally, the dog rolled onto his back and Bleg vomited. As a spirit beast at the meridian opening realm, De Huang's keen sense of smell made Yu Jian's odor feel like torture in a sewage pit. At the spiritual spring, Yu Jian plunged into the crystal-clear water with a splash. Black sludge instantly exploded across the surface, creating ripples of filth. As he scrubbed furiously, his exposed skin revealed a subtle luminescence. Strange. My whole body was killing me earlier, and now I wake up covered in this disgusting stuff? He muttered. Boom. A muffled sound suddenly resonated from within his body. Huh? What was that? His heart skipped a beat. Before he could process it, 2 more explosive sounds followed. Boom. Boom. Is there something nasty in this spring? Fear crept into his mind. Boom. Another one. Then realization struck breakthrough. He'd shattered through 4 levels from the peak of qi condensation. When did I become this badass? While still in shock, Chu Xian's voice seemed to whisper in his ear, Focus. Sit still. Yu Jian quickly steadied his emotions, sitting cross-legged in the spring to regulate his surging spiritual energy. His meridians felt like snake skins swollen with rushing air currents. Gritting his teeth, he groaned, Master, I'm not going to explode, am I? Chu Xian's voice came again through Qi Yu's transmission. Don't panic. Control the spiritual energy. This is the crucial moment for opening your meridians. He took a deep breath, recalling his master's teachings. The meridian opening realm required thoroughly clearing and expanding all meridians. With renewed confidence, he concentrated on circulating his cultivation technique. Boom. An even louder explosion erupted within mortal stage, 2nd realm, meridian opening. Continue stabilizing your cultivation. Chu Xian's voice remained calm and concise. But then things went awry. Boom. Boom. The more Yu Jian tried to suppress it, the wilder the spiritual energy surged. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, he'd rocketed to the 5th level of meridian opening. Master. He wasn't dizzy from the sudden power surge. Chu Xian had warned that explosive advancement would weaken one's foundation. Qi Yu raised her jade hand, releasing a ray of rosy light that lifted Yu Jian from the spring and deposited him beside the stone chair on the main peak. His cultivation finally stabilized at the 5th level of meridian opening. Master, what just? The moment he landed, he discovered with shock that the surrounding spiritual energy was actively flowing into his body through his pores. He wasn't even trying to draw it in. Why was this spiritual energy rushing into him on its own? Chu Xian rose from the stone chair and patted Yu Jian's shoulder with admiration. What an incredible great immortal physique. Breaking through 10 realms as easily as drinking water. Yu Jian, Wait, master. Immortal physique? Who? Yu Jian looked completely bewildered. Chu Xian smiled and raised his hand, pointing his fingertip at Yu Jian's nose. I'm talking about you. Me? Immortal physique? Hick. Confusion mixed with excitement overwhelmed Yu Jian. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot, giving Chu Xian a perfect demonstration of what fainting from shock looked like. Chu Xian shook his head with amusement. This kid certainly sleeps soundly. He gestured to Chi Yu nearby. Go wake him up. Chi Yu stepped forward and gently touched Yu Jian's forehead. As spiritual energy surged, Yu Jian instantly sat up with a flushed face. Chu Xian pulled a pale golden ancient manual from his system inventory and tossed it to him. The Great Immortal Cultivation Manual. You already possess the Great Immortal Physique, and now that it's awakened, combined with this manual, advancing by leaps and bounds won't be a problem. Yu Jian's hands trembled as he held the book, unable to speak for a long time. The leap from waste to genius was simply too absurd. 3 years ago, he had become Chu Xian's disciple and struggled for 3 years just to barely reach the 4th level of qi condensation. Today, upon entering the new sect, he first borrowed the rich spiritual energy to break through 1 level, then awakened his immortal physique in an instant, directly crossing an entire major realm to reach the 5th level of meridian opening. Heights that would normally take 20 or even 50 years to reach, he had achieved in less than an hour, saving decades of struggle. Who wouldn't faint from such shock? Watching Yu Jian rush back to his cave dwelling, Chu Xian's gaze fell on Chi Yu. Her stunning beauty paired with that sweet smile only deepened his confusion. Elder Chi Yu, I have a few questions for you. Please speak, Sect Master. Chu Xian took a deep breath. Are you a robot created by the system? System? Robot? Chi Yu was clearly stunned. What do I have to do with them? I'm naturally of the human race. Sect Master, you haven't suffered soul damage, have you? Should I examine you? She moved to reach out and check. Chu Xian dodged to the side. No need, this Sect Master is fine. He thought to himself. Since she claims to be human, that means she can indeed cultivate. He asked again, what would happen if you left the sect's territory? He had seen NPCs cannot leave the sect on the light screen earlier and needed confirmation. I would die. Chi Yu answered without hesitation. Chu Xian's pupil's contractita mighty Emperor Realm cultivator would die just from stepping outside the sect? Who could kill her? After a moment of silence, he pressed for the reason. Chi Yu sipped her tea thoughtfully. It's like a contract burned into the depths of my soul. As for the contract's origin, I don't know. Chu Xian nodded silently. It seemed the contract was the system's shackle on NPCs. He continued firing questions like a machine gun, but unfortunately couldn't extract any useful information, so he gave up, no longer dwelling on it. He turned his attention to the sect grand lottery in the system interface. Lottery attempts, 10. Note. First 10 draw guaranteed to produce an immortal grade item. Immortal grade. In Chu Xian's original understanding, all things in heaven and earth were only divided into 4 grades: mortal, spirit, saint, and emperor. Yet the system told him there was an immortal grade above emperor. This system was reliable. It really did give good stuff. Draw, give me everything you've got. The temple gacha is in progress. The system's light screen flickered wildly before Chu Xian, accompanied by the crisp and rapid spinning sounds that seemed ready to shatter one's eardrums. In the next second, a dazzling golden beam shot skyward, coating the entire screen in pure gold. Wow, golden legend. The system's notification remained as cold as ever. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an immortal tier reward, the Bloodline Immortal Pool. Following this, an explanation appeared on the screen. The Bloodline Immortal Pool has manifested within the sect. Disciples who cultivate in the pool can enhance their bloodline power, constitution, and talent. Note, with daily soaks in the Immortal Pool, even a dog could devour the sun. Chu Xian's eyelid twitched as he instinctively glanced at De Huang beside him. Good grief. Why does this reward feel like it was made just for you? De Huang, I'll take you somewhere fun. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed the dog's head and rushed toward the back mountain of the sect, where the newly appeared Bloodline Immortal Pool awaited. Awoo, De Huang yelped in pain as he was dragged along, his cries echoing all the way. After a few moments, the man and dog stood frozen at the pool's edge. The water was blood red, resembling churning fresh blood with a sickeningly sweet metallic scent. Is this even a legitimate system? It's not trying to make me build a demonic cultivation sect, is it? Chu Xian muttered as he directly pressed De Huang's head into the pool water. De Huang, I hope you don't turn into a demon hound. Woof. Don't woof, it may not be human, but you're definitely a dog. The moment De Huang entered the water, blood-colored halos appeared around his body. His blood surged, and golden specks flickered within it. Boom. His aura surged dramatically. Though his cultivation realm remained unchanged, he gained an air of divine majesty and spirituality. Good dog. Chu Xian lifted De Huang out of the pool with satisfaction, then dove headfirst into the water himself. Several minutes passed with no reaction from him. System, come out. Why isn't there any response? The system screen replied. The host is already a waste. Just go recruit disciples obediently. What the hell? Chu Xian cursed furiously. The screen scrolled again. 10 pull rewards have been distributed. 1. Common grade medicinal herbs 50. 2. Sect uniforms 100 sets. 3. Spirit beast feed 10 pounds. 4. Spirit Grade Medicinal Herbs 20. 5. Spirit Grade Weapons 10. 6. Spirit Grade Cultivation Techniques 13. 7. Saint Grade Cultivation Technique 1. 8. Saint Grade Medicinal Herb 1. 9. Supreme Emperor Weapon Fragment Collect 30 to exchange 1. All rewards have been automatically stored in the sect's facilities. Looking at the long list, Chu Xian felt like crying. This is how you're playing it? Not a single thing that can restore my cultivation. To cultivate again, he could only complete the system's main quest: recruit disciples. Without delay, he packed simple belongings and left Lingxiao Sect with De Huang. Yu Jian had an immortal body paired with immortal techniques, plus the red feather Great Emperor watching over him, so there was no need for concern. On the road, Chu Xian pulled out 2 spirit beast feed pellets and tossed them to De Huang. The rich aroma instantly made the dog's eyes light up. Woof woof. Chu Xian ruffled his fur with a bitter smile. Once the greatest prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland, now I need a mutt as my bodyguard when traveling. Sigh. Under the setting sun, man and dog gradually disappeared into the distance. On the East Sea coast, in Biluo Town, at the Tang family estate, Tang Lu, a disciple of the Tang family, stole the clan's secret techniques and by law should be thrown into the death cell. In the Tang family's council hall, Patriarch Tang Qingshan sat high on his throne, his voice ice-cold and imposing. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Tang Lu's right arm. It was a full size larger than his left, muscles bulging and strikingly conspicuous. Tang Lu raised his head defiantly, showing no sign of retreat, and responded with a cold laugh. Huh. You can always find an excuse to condemn someone. My father died saving over 10 clan members just days ago, and now you want my life too. Tang Qingshan narrowed his eyes, and his voice rang out again. Guards, throw him in the death cell. 2 clansmen immediately stepped forward, seizing Tang Lu's arms from both sides. The thin, sharp-faced one sneered. Lu, everyone knows you stole the secret techniques. Not executing you on the spot is already merciful. The other, a burly man with greedy eyes, added. I heard your father left you a spirit-grade harpoon? Since you're going to the death cell anyway, I'll take that harpoon. Tang Lu merely cast a cold glance at both men. Slap. The thin clansman struck him across the face. How dare you glare? Believe it or not, I'll cripple you right now. From the throne, Tang Qingshan gave a subtle look. The 2 men immediately restrained themselves and dragged Tang Lu away quickly. Passing through the corridor to the Tang family's main gate, Tang Lu suddenly erupted. Veins bulged on his right arm as the 3-pronged harpoon materialized in his palm. Cold light flashed as he thrust it mercilessly toward the burly man's throat. Splurt. Blood splattered across the doorframe. Bang. Tang Lu crashed through the vermilion lacquered gate, rolled several times, and sprang to his feet, racing toward the outskirts of town. From deep within the hall came Tang Qingshan's furious roar. Tang Lu, the traitorous son of the Tang family, has murdered his own clansmen and is hereby expelled. Any Tang family disciple may kill him on sight. The next moment, over 10 cultivators shot out of the Tang family gate like arrows from a bow, giving chase. Tang Lu had already burst out of Biluo Town, his figure growing distant. Several days earlier, that day, Tang Lu had accompanied his father leading Tang family disciples to hunt spirit beasts at sea, when they unexpectedly encountered an attack by a spiritual spring realm sea beast. Tang Lu's father, as the leader, immediately burned his life essence and fought the beast with his meridian opening 6th stage cultivation, ultimately perishing together with it. When everyone dragged back his body and the sea beast's corpse, they discovered a spirit-grade harpoon embedded in the beast, the very weapon Tang Lu now wielded. By rights, Tang Lu's father had protected the clan members and brought back both a spiritual spring realm sea beast corpse and a spirit weapon. This merit should have ensured Tang Lu's comfortable life. Yet Tang Qingshan condemned him to death under the pretext of stealing secret techniques. Tang Lu had accidentally overheard the real reason: his strangely swollen right arm. The clan elders suspected the harpoon's strange power had invaded his body and feared future loss of control, so they seized this opportunity to eliminate him. With his heart dead as ash, Tang Lu secretly planned his escape and finally acted today. At the same time, along the East Sea coast, Chu Xian and Big Yellow walked side by side on the rocky shore, the sea breeze carrying a fishy smell straight to their faces. Chu Xian's steps were unsteady as he gasped for breath. Big Yellow, how many villages have we visited? Big Yellow scratched a line in the ground with his paw and barked once. What? Already the 11th? Chu Xian was dumbfounded. And we haven't recruited a single person? Initially, he had wanted to recruit some exceptionally talented young prodigies. But after repeated failures, his standards for accepting disciples had dropped to just one criterion: as long as they were human. The reason was simple: the Lingxiao Sect was unknown, and everyone assumed it was just a minor sect. Moreover, with frequent sea beast attacks, and sea beasts preferring to eat cultivators, disciples of small sects had extremely high mortality rates. In comparison, local small families had their own survival methods, and ordinary people could hide in underground tunnels, actually living longer than cultivators. Thus, no one was willing to join. As the man and dog continued their dejected journey, Chu Xian suddenly heard Chi Yu's voice transmission, reporting to the sect master, "A young lady has arrived outside the sect, claiming she wishes to join our sect. Does the sect master permit this?" "Yes, of course." Chu Xian was overjoyed and replied repeatedly, "Accept her as a direct disciple immediately. Give her all the best resources in the sect." He glanced at the setting sun in the west, leaped onto Big Yellow's back, and raised his arms in triumph. "Big Yellow, back to the sect to see our disciple." After tossing a few dog treats into his mouth, Big Yellow immediately became energized and howled joyfully. Man and dog became a streak of dust racing toward the Lingxiao Sect. At the gates of the Lingxiao Sect, a young girl in blue robes tilted her head back, gazing up at those three ancient characters carved in stone. Her fingertips traced gentle circles in her palm as emotions churned within her heart. She had once been Lin Xian, a semi-emperor from another realm, but was betrayed by her Dao companion and best friend working together. In her moment of utter despair, she had been reborn on the Xuanxiao Continent. "Huh, that bastard and that bitch, you'd better stay alive and wait for me to grind your bones to dust with my own hands. The spiritual energy here is so dense. 20 years of secluded cultivation, and I'll emerge invincible." Lin Xian swore silently to herself, her gaze lingering on the mountain gate for a moment before looking away. As she pondered, a figure in red robes suddenly appeared without a sound, crimson hair flowing like feathers as she landed before the mountain gate. The woman nodded slightly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze caressing one's face. "Come in." Though just a simple phrase, it carried an inexplicable warmth that made Lin Xian's heartstrings tremble. This bearing was no less impressive than her own in her previous life. This person was definitely no ordinary mortal. She responded respectfully, "Yes." Yu turned to lead the way. Lin Xian stepped through the mountain gate. Buzz. Overwhelming spiritual energy crashed over her like ocean waves in an instant. The laws of heaven and earth manifested themselves before her eyes, with several elusive streams of light swirling around her body. If she could have cultivated here in her previous life, she would have already achieved the Emperor realm. This place, could it be the legendary immortal realm? Lin Xian stood frozen in place, her semi-emperor composure rarely so shaken. "Don't just stand there gawking. Follow this elder," Yu said softly, her vermilion lips barely moving. "The sect master has ordered that you be accepted as a personal disciple. All the sect's resources are at your disposal." "Yes." "Wait, what?" Lin Xian almost thought she had misheard. Reaching the peak immediately upon entry, with unlimited access to resources? Was this the cheat-like life that came after rebirth? If she had known it would be like this, why did this emperor need to die once? She followed closely behind Yu, growing more amazed the deeper they went. Along both sides of the path, saint-level fruit trees and sacred medicines could be seen everywhere, wreathed in spiritual radiance. Even more outrageous was that the surfaces of the sect buildings were covered with intricate runes as fine as hair, all interconnected to form deadly formations. Lin Xian estimated silently. With her previous semi-emperor cultivation, she probably wouldn't last more than an incense stick's worth of time trying to break through these arrays. However, the most terrifying thing wasn't the formations and precious medicines here, but rather, aside from the elder before her, she could only sense the aura of one cultivator at the meridian opening realm. With such profound foundations, there must be countless powerful experts here, yet she couldn't sense them, which could only mean their levels were so high they exceeded her current perception. The woman before her was at least a great saint. Though she was currently only at the second level of chi condensation, with her semi-emperor experience, nothing below the saint realm should escape her detection. Lin Xian's heart was in turmoil, but she finally spoke up. "Elder, this disciple has a question I'd like to ask." Yu stopped and turned her head slightly, her voice still calm. "What question?" "Disciple has walked for so long. Why haven't I seen any other people in the sect?" Yu clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze serene. "Our Lingxiao sect now has only 4 people in total, including you." "Oh, and there's also a stray dog." 3 enormous question marks instantly popped up in Lin Xian's mind. Such a renowned sect that shook the region could barely gather a handful of people, even counting the dog? Where were all the countless masters he had just fantasized about? How strange. How very strange. Lost in thought, he and Yu had already stepped onto the stone stairs of the main peak. Clouds churned and mountain winds howled as their robes billowed in the breeze. After just a few steps, a figure approached carrying a thick cultivation manual jade slip titled Great Supreme Immortal Formula. It was Yu Jian. Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "Yu Jian, perfect timing. This will be your junior sister from now on. The sect master has decreed that she be specially granted the status of his personal disciple." After speaking, as if suddenly remembering a trivial matter, she turned back to Lin Xian. "By the way, what's your name?" Lin Xian grimaced inwardly. Not even asking the disciple's name before directly appointing her as a personal disciple, this sect was far too casual. "This disciple is called Lin Xian." Yu nodded slightly. This is your senior brother Yu Jian. You two must get along well in the future. Yu Jian, show your junior sister to her quarters. This disciple obeys, Yu Jian replied, putting away the great supreme immortal formula and bowing respectfully. Walking down the stone steps with Yu Jian beside her, Lingxiao couldn't help but probe. Senior brother, how many years have you been in the sect? Joining Lingxiao Sect, about half a day? Yu Jian scratched the back of his head. But I've been under master's tutelage for 3 years. Half a day? What do you mean? Lingxiao was completely confused. So Yu Jian explained everything about the sect's origins and their master Chu Xian's predicament. After hearing it all, Lingxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. So the master was a waste, the senior brother was simple-minded, and only that grand elder was hard to read. Such a setup was perfect for her grand ambitions. She secretly assessed this convenient senior brother. 3 years of cultivation, only at the 6th level of meridian opening decent talent, but in this emperor's eyes. Senior brother, you still need more practice. When choosing her residence, Lingxiao specifically picked a quiet courtyard at the very edge of the main peak far from others, perfect for focused cultivation. After settling in, she sat cross-legged and had just begun circulating her spiritual energy when a blazing aura suddenly erupted from the other side of the main peak. Senior brother broke through to the 7th level of meridian opening? Seems he was stuck at the 6th level for quite some time. Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. Before the thought had fully formed, a second surge of energy rushed toward her. 8th level of meridian opening? Senior brother's aptitude isn't bad after all. But here, this emperor can reach the peak of meridian opening in just 10 days. You're still far behind. Bang! A third wave of energy rippled outward. Lingxiao smiled slightly. 9th level of meridian opening. Not bad, not bad. If it were this emperor, breaking through 3 levels in succession would also be. Before she could finish speaking, another rumble echoed from the mountain peak. Boom. Her smile froze instantly. Yu Jian had not only broken through 3 minor realms consecutively, but had also crossed an entire major realm. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of the first level of spiritual spring swept over like a tide, causing even Lingxiao's forehead to break out in a cold sweat. Lingxiao stood there dumbfounded, screaming internally. I could accept you breaking through 5 minor realms. But you actually broke through an entire major realm. Even this emperor in her previous life wasn't as monstrous as you. I've already been reborn, you can't play like this. Chu Xian rode to Huang in a mad dash toward the Lingxiao sect when the system's notification suddenly rang in his ears. Sect disciple has achieved a cultivation breakthrough. Reward, 10 lottery chances. His heart skipped a beat as he immediately thought of his direct disciple Yu Jian. As expected from someone with an immortal physique, the breakthrough speed never disappointed him. Lottery. Another 10 draw. Chu Xian commanded without hesitation. The light screen unfolded, and the 10-draw progress bar quickly filled up. Chu Xian had no idea that 4 of those chances actually came from the newly admitted Lingxiao. This kid had soared from the 2nd level of qi condensation all the way to the 6th level in just a few hours. 10 draw in progress this round guarantees an Emperor-level reward. Congratulations, host has obtained. Emperor-level reward. Great Emperor Realm NPC Elder 1. Congratulations, host has obtained. Saint-level life healing pill 1. Saint-level cultivation techniques 2. Spirit-level medicinal materials 20. Sect disciple tokens 100. As the rewards flashed by, the excitement on Chu Xian's face gradually faded. Sigh, nothing I can use directly again. He shrugged and helplessly closed the light screen. A great Emperor-level elder is nice, but they can't leave the sect. What's the point of having so many? Just as he felt dejected, a heavy thud suddenly echoed from ahead. Da Huang, let's go take a look. Under the night sky, a young man lay sprawled in the grass, covered in blood like a bloody gourd. His youthful face was smeared with bloody mud. His ribcage severely collapsed, his right arm mangled with flesh and blood, multiple blood vessels ruptured, and fresh blood still seeping out. Chu Xian looked up at the towering cliff that pierced the clouds ahead and gasped. He fell from up there? What incredible luck to survive. Then his eyes lit up. A disciple delivering himself to my doorstep? Without hesitation, he opened his system inventory, took out the saint-level life-healing pill he'd just drawn, pried open the young man's jaw, and stuffed it in. The medicinal power exploded within the young man's body as gentle radiance, automatically repositioning shattered bones and regenerating flesh at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, all wounds across his body healed completely, leaving only tattered clothes as evidence of his previous severe injuries. System products never disappoint. The young man remained unconscious, so Chu Xian simply lifted him onto Da Huang's back and continued the journey. In the depths of night, the main peak blazed with lights like daylight, crystal-embedded stone steps illuminating the courtyard. After settling the young man, Chu Xian sent word for his 2 direct disciples to come. Yu Jian arrived with quick steps, bowing respectfully. Disciple pays respects to master. Lingxiao, however, stared at Chu Xian, looking him up and down. Under the lamplight, Lingxiao had eyebrows like verdant peaks and eyes containing autumn waters, with a hint of coldness hidden in her gaze. Her long hair was simply bound with a plain cord, a few loose strands brushing against her temples. Her well-fitted blue robes swayed gently, moving like spring breeze through willows. The surrounding crystals reflected light, making the young woman appear even more noble. In Lin Xian's eyes, Chu Xian had only one assessment. Handsome. Impeccably handsome. Yu Jian quietly nudged her and whispered, "What's wrong? Stunned by Master's good looks? Say something." Only then did Lin Xian snap back to reality, quickly bowing. Disciple Lin Xian pays respects to Master. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Very good. From now on, you two should help each other. If you have any doubts about cultivation, feel free to ask me anytime. Lin Xian inwardly scoffed. I'm a semi-emperor, do I really need to ask you? But outwardly she obediently responded, yes. Watching his two disciples' retreating figures, Chu Xian pondered over the newly acquired young man. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was internally complaining. Master, you should just go cool off somewhere else. Perfect timing, everyone's here. Let me introduce someone to you. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the void beside Chu Xian, and a middle-aged man materialized out of thin air. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply. That was clearly the law of space. She instinctively assumed the newcomer was a terrifying existence at the great saint level, unaware that this person, like Qi Yu, was a genuine emperor realm powerhouse. For Lin Xian, great emperor, was already the ultimate limit she could imagine in both her past and present lives. So whether it was Qi Yu or this man before her, she would never associate them with those two words. This is someone I encountered during my outing today. He wants to join Lingxiao Sect to make a living. Chu Xian smiled and patted the man's shoulder. From now on, he shall be the second elder of our Lingxiao Sect, Elder Xuanxiao. Please greet everyone. The middle-aged man maintained a gentle smile, cupping his hands in greeting. Greetings, everyone. I am Xuanxiao, and I'm grateful for the sect master's favor. Should you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. After finishing the introductions, Chu Xian retrieved 2 sets of sect robes and 2 personal disciple tokens from his system space, handing them to Yu Jian and his companion, instructing them to settle in on their own. Then, glancing at the young man still unconscious in the corner, he could no longer hold on and collapsed into sleep. Having stayed up all night in his mortal body, Chu Xian felt his limbs aching and his dark circles so pronounced they could house 2 pandas. The next morning, hey, stop right there. Your arm's swollen like a pig's trotter, and you're still running. On the main peak, Yu Jian carried a wooden basin of medicinal liquid, chasing frantically in exasperation. Ahead, the young man who had been unconscious the night before fled awkwardly, clutching his right arm that was as thick as a thigh. Yu Jian's shouting woke Lin Xian, who emerged from her room and glared at him irritably before casually kicking a stone stool in front of her. Whoosh thud. The sound of cutting through air rang out as the stone stool struck the young man squarely in the face. With his attention focused entirely on Yu Jian behind him, he didn't even have time to scream before being knocked into a spinning daze, seeing stars. There, problem solved. What a hassle. Lin Xian muttered and returned to her room to continue cultivating. No one noticed that her cultivation had now firmly reached the peak of qi condensation in just one day and night. This reborn semi-emperor had surged from the second level of qi condensation all the way to the peak, a terrifyingly fast pace. Chu Xian, his dark circles even deeper, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? Why all the noise so early in the morning? Yu Jian helped the young man up, pointing to his own face with grievance. Master, I saw his arm was badly swollen and wanted to apply some medicinal liquid, but this kid slapped me and ran. Look, the handprint is still there. Chu Xian glanced over and saw a bright red handprint on Yu Jian's already unremarkable face. Couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. TSK. This kid hits pretty hard. He instructed Yu Jian to seal the young man's cultivation, and the 3 of them went to the main hall. Chu Xian sat solemnly in the high seat and spoke seriously. Young man, you fell from the cliff, and I saved you. Are you willing to join our Lingxiao sect? In Chu Xian's eyes, nothing was more important than recruiting disciples. As for the young man's background, there was no need to care. Lingxiao sect had 2 great emperors presiding over it. Who would dare cause trouble? This question left Tang Lu, who had betrayed his family, completely bewildered. Lingxiao sect? Never heard of it. Even more absurd was that this sect recruited disciples without asking about names, talents, or character. They just recruited on the spot. He had never seen such a casual sect. This young man was none other than Tang Lu, who was being hunted by the Tang family. After being unconscious for a long time, he opened his eyes to see Yu Jian leaning over him, examining his right arm with cold fingertips that brought a slight stinging sensation. Thinking the Tang family's pursuers had caught up to him, Tang Lu was terrified and instinctively slapped Yu Jian in his struggle, causing this whole misunderstanding. Now that he understood the 2 people before him meant no harm, the taut string in his heart finally relaxed a little. The Tang family had mobilized everyone to hunt him down mercilessly, even forcing him to jump off a cliff yesterday. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned him, was rescued at the bottom of the cliff by Chu Xian, the sect master of Lingxiao Sect. Otherwise, he would have been nothing but bones by now. At this moment, with Lingxiao Sect openly offering him sanctuary, joining the sect was his only path to survival. You lucky survivor, speak up. Are you willing to join my Lingxiao Sect and become my personal disciple? Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in an unhurried tone. Standing nearby, Yu Jian remembered the slap he had received for nothing, and seeing Tang Lu hesitate over their master's question, his anger flared. He directly slapped Tang Lu's back. Kid, the master is asking you a question, what are you standing there for? The crisp thud echoed through the hall, making Tang Lu grimace in pain as he glared fiercely at Yu Jian. Taking a deep breath, he cupped his hands and knelt down. Disciple Tang Lu pays respects to master. Good. Chu Xian's gaze was steady. From now on, you are my personal disciple. This person beside you is Yu Jian, your senior brother. There's also a senior sister named Lingxiao, whose talent is somewhat lacking currently in secluded cultivation. Chu Xian had repeatedly observed Lingxiao and had Qiyu confirm that she merely had a slightly stronger soul, with no special constitution otherwise, leading him to conclude that her talent was insufficient. With that, Chu Xian handed Tang Lu a set of sect robes and a token. Put these on. From today, you are a disciple of Lingxiao Sect. Jinner, Chu Xian instructed, show your junior brother around the sect while I go to the scripture pavilion to select cultivation methods for your junior brother and sister. Yes, master. Yu Jian respectfully accepted the order and without another word, grabbed Tang Lu by the collar and dragged him toward the hall entrance. Ah, senior brother, be gentle. Tang Lu's pig-like squealing came from outside the hall doors. Chu Xian shook his head with amusement, paid no more attention to the two, and headed toward Lingxiao Sect's scripture pavilion. The system had previously explained that all sect buildings came with basic supplies in their initial stage. The pill pavilion was stocked with 1,000 pills, and the scripture pavilion contained 1,000 cultivation methods and martial techniques. The scripture pavilion towered into the clouds, with jade steps leading straight to the 9th floor. Chu Xian climbed to the top with practiced ease. Though Lin Xian had ordinary constitution, she had voluntarily sought out the sect, so he needed to show her respect. Tang Lu's arm faintly emanated bloodline energy. Perhaps his family had once produced great cultivators. Drawing on his past experience, after careful selection, he finally found 2 emperor-grade cultivation methods from the 1,000 volumes that were most suitable for the 2 disciples. At the main peak of Lingxiao Sect, mountain winds howled. Yu Jian had returned to his quarters to meditate, while Lin Xian stood before Chu Xian with an expression of reluctant resignation. Tang Lu, however, could barely contain his excitement just from casually wandering around the sect. The spiritual energy within his body was stirring restlessly, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Chu Xian handed the 2 cultivation manuals with aged covers that flickered with spiritual light to his disciples. These are methods I personally selected for you. Return and cultivate diligently. As long as your cultivation advances, I will prepare rewards accordingly. His gaze swept over the 2 young faces, and his tone paused as he withdrew his hands. I won't tell you the grade of these cultivation methods, you just need to know that they are extremely powerful. Lin Xian forcefully suppressed the anger burning in his chest and took a deep breath. Thank you, master. Before his words had even faded, he snatched the jade slip Chu Xian offered and turned to leave with quick strides, his robes sweeping an arc past the corridor's eaves. Chu Xian watched his disciple's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Xianer's personality might make him reluctant to interact with others. He'll be fine once he gets familiar with everyone. Turning to Tang Lu, he saw the boy's hands trembling slightly, cradling the cultivation manual as if it were a priceless treasure. Tang Lu said joyfully, "Thank you, master. This disciple will not disappoint you." Chu Xian was delighted inside. Look at that. Lunar's attitude is perfect. Unlike that, Xianer not only is his personality lacking, but his talent is mediocre too. Seems I'll need to pay more attention to Xianer. Back in his own courtyard, Lin Xian slammed the door shut behind him. With a flick of his sleeve, the jade slip slid across the bed with a sharp smack before he kicked it underneath. Oomph. Worthless master, interrupting this emperor's cultivation just to give me some trash manual. This emperor has already memorized over 100 saint-level techniques. What could you possibly offer me? Unless it's an emperor-level technique? Bah. He glanced at the dust-covered emperor-level manual on his desk, snorted coldly, and put it back. Then he grabbed his most familiar saint-level technique, sat cross-legged, and channeled spiritual energy through his meridians like silk threads. Yu Jian has already reached the spirit spring realm. This emperor absolutely cannot lose to him. In Biluo City, the Tang family's main hall blazed with lamplight. Clan leader, Tang Lu fell off the cliff and his whereabouts are unknown. The Tang family members who pursued him have returned. Tang Qingshan sat in the main seat, his hawk-like gaze flickering. Tang Lu's bloodline power has begun to awaken. If left unchecked, he might threaten our Tang family in the future. He slammed his palm on the armrest and commanded coldly, "Deploy all the family's spirit hounds. I want him found alive or dead." At his command, the disciples in the hall responded in unison and quickly dispersed. As silence returned, Tang Qingshan pulled out a worn piece of beast hide from his robes. Stroking it gently with his fingertips, he thought to himself, "Little Lu, our ancestor left instructions that if any Tang descendant awakens their bloodline, other clan members can easily advance to emperor rank by consuming their flesh and blood. So for our Tang family's development, you must die. Then our Tang family will produce several great emperors. The entire Xuanxiao Continent will bow before our Tang family. Your life alone will bring eternal prosperity to our clan. Don't be ungrateful." Before he could finish his thoughts, a clan member stumbled in, voice trembling. "Report to the clan leader. Someone has come from the sea." Tang Qingshan shot to his feet. Someone from the sea again. They usually come once a year, but it's only been 3 months since the last visit. As soon as he spoke, a blue figure descended through the air, landing in the center of the hall with the salty stench of the sea. "Clan leader Tang, long time no see." Tang Qingshan's face turned green instantly, and he quickly lowered himself. "Crab envoy, what brings you here this time?" The visitor was wrapped in dark blue scales with crab shell patterns visible on the armor. Sharp crab claws occasionally extended from the sleeves. On both sides of his face, 2 bulging eye stalks twitched slightly, the black bead-like eyes rotating left and right, still retaining most of his crab characteristics. The crab envoy's voice was stiff and slow. "Food, decreasing, need 10. Human cultivators." Tang Qingshan's face turned ashen. 3 months ago, they had already taken 10 Tang family members, and now they wanted 10 more. Do they really think our Tang family is their granary? Tang Qingshan's face was dark with anger, yet he dared not lash out at the Crab Sea Envoy before him. "Crab Sea Envoy, our Tang family has recently faced a rebellion among our clan members. Most of our people are currently out hunting down the traitors, leaving no one available for tribute. Could you grant us a few days extension? Once we capture the traitor, the Tang family will offer 10 cultivators." Before he could finish speaking, fury blazed in the Crab Sea Envoy's eyes as his massive crab claws shot out with a sharp crack, like 2 cold blades clamping around Tang Qingshan's throat. "Impossible. Sea King needs them urgently." The Crab Sea Envoy's voice was hoarse, like crushed ice scraping through his throat. Tang Qingshan, a powerful 6th-level Spirit Spring Realm cultivator and a notable figure along the eastern sea coast, found himself completely restrained, his spiritual power utterly suppressed without even room to struggle. Nearly suffocating under the grip, he frantically patted the crab claws, pleading, "Sea Envoy, tomorrow I'll deliver our clan members to the shore." Only then did the Crab Sea Envoy release his grip, transforming into a blue streak of light that shot away through the air. As fierce winds swept through, most of the sandalwood incense in the hall was scattered. Tang Qingshan collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging as his fingertips unconsciously clawed fragments from the stone floor. "Those beasts dare to ride roughshod over my Tang family," he growled through gritted teeth. "Once I devour Tang Lu's flesh and drink his blood, I'll capture that Sea King and flay him alive." Before he could finish, a Tang family disciple rushed to the doorway, drenched in sweat. "Family head, we have a lead on Tang Lu." The suppressed rage instantly found an outlet as Tang Qingshan shot to his feet. "Humph. Where?" The spirit hounds followed Tang Lu's scent all the way to a place called Soaring Heaven Sect. It appears to be a newly established sect, so our people didn't dare act rashly. Soaring Heaven Sect? What kind of worthless sect is that? Tang Qingshan swept his sleeve, the force extinguishing the candles in the hall. "If they block the Tang family's path, we'll annihilate them all. Lead the way." At the main peak of Soaring Heaven Sect, clouds and mist swirled. Reporting to the sect master, dozens of people have arrived outside the sect with unclear intentions. Chi Yu's voice transmission reached Chu Xian's ears. Chu Xian had been meditating with closed eyes, contemplating how to recruit disciples. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "A group of people? Perhaps they wish to join the sect? That would be convenient." The second elder appeared, respectfully adding, "Sect master, those people appear to be relatives of our core disciple Tang Lu. They come with ill intent." Chu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Oh? Luer's family." Soon after, Tang Lu was summoned to the hall. "Luer, your clansmen are outside. How about accompanying your master to meet them?" Chu Xian's tone was gentle. Tang Lu's heart tightened. Is master going to hand me back to the Tang family? Sensing his disciple's fear, Chu Xian raised his hand reassuringly. "Don't panic. Since you've entered my tutelage, your affairs are my affairs. The strength of our Soaring Heaven Sect far exceeds your imagination. We would never abandon any disciple." Tang Lu's expression relaxed slightly. After long contemplation, he finally raised his right hand wrapped in black cloth. "Master, this hand, my father said it was a heaven-born supreme hand. After father's death, the clan elders wanted to sever my arm and transplant it to Tang Yi. the most talented member of our clan. So I killed the guards and escaped the Tang family, ultimately receiving Master's salvation. Chu Xian nodded inwardly, understanding why Tang Lu had fallen from the cliff. The true reason wasn't the so-called Supreme Hand, but rather a bloodline awakening fact he hadn't yet revealed to his disciple. So how do you wish to deal with the Tang family? Slaughter them all? Or simply ignore them? Tang Lu's face began to show signs of distress. After all, he was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy, and deep in his heart, he still harbored some attachment to the Tang family. I don't know, he replied in a low voice. Chu Xian sighed and gestured to his attendants on either side. Understanding his intent, they channeled their spiritual power into a green light that enveloped Tang Lu, instantly transporting him away from the main peak of the Lingxiao Sect. Master, what are you doing? Tang Lu cried out, his voice filled with panic. Chu Xian's voice drifted from afar, calm yet unquestionable. Naturally, I'm letting you make your decision. As the light faded, Tang Lu found himself standing before the mountain gate of the Lingxiao Sect. Outside the gate, dozens of Tang family members had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing him appear, their eyes flashed with sharp intent. Tang Lu has come out. Haha, the Lingxiao Sect is indeed sensible, knowing our Tang family is not to be trifled with, obediently handing him over. Tang Lu, why don't you surrender now? Shouts rose like a tide as the younger generation of the Tang family drew their weapons, attacking Tang Lu without hesitation. But Tang Lu was no longer the same clan-betraying youth from 2 days ago. After 2 days of practicing the emperor-level cultivation method, his bloodline had awakened, and his cultivation had surged from the 9th level of qi condensation to the 2nd level of meridian opening. Though his progress was slower than Yu Jian and Lin Xian, as his bloodline continued to awaken, his cultivation would only become more astonishing. The Tang family youngsters facing him had cultivation no higher than the peak of qi condensation. Between qi condensation and meridian opening lay a vast chasm. Once the elemental power from expanded meridians erupted, its might was beyond what the qi condensation realm could withstand. The moment both sides clashed, the disparity became evident. Blue markings flickered on Tang Lu's right arm as a 3-pronged trident materialized in his palm, gleaming with cold light. He swung his weapon fiercely and shouted, "Entangle!" In the next instant, blue light exploded around the 5 clansmen charging at the front. Numerous seaweed-like spiritual plants appeared from nowhere, carrying the briny scent of the tide as they tightly bound their limbs. Whoosh! The trident pierced through the air, its blade penetrating the leader's shoulder, blood splattering on the bluestone. Amid the screams, the remaining 4 were bound and unable to move. The watching Tang family members gasped in shock, but their surprise wasn't at the killing, it was at that move called entangle. This martial technique created by our ancestor? That's right. It's the ancestors' signature technique, green, silver entangle. Most of the ancestors' martial techniques have been lost. How does Tang Lu know this move? The discussions grew more intense, soon transforming into killing intent. He must have hidden this from the family. Capture him and search his soul to find out. Exactly, concealing the ancestors' martial techniques is a crime punishable by death. 6 powerful auras suddenly surged. 6 Tang family elders at the meridian opening realm attacked together. Wild winds arose at the gate as they forcibly drew in the surrounding spiritual power, making the air roar as if being torn apart. This is a matter for the meridian opening realm. Youngsters, retreat, one elder commanded. The young clansman turned pale and quickly stepped aside. Tang Lu looked at his fellow clansmen before him, tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart bitter. You forced me to this. He closed his eyes, his bloodline power and spiritual energy surging wildly as he silently chanted, "Domain." Blue light spread outward with him at the center, the ground rippling with vibrations as his aura rapidly soared with the radiance. In the next moment, he gripped his 3-pronged trident tightly. The blue stone beneath his feet shattered as his figure shot toward the 6 meridian opening realm elders like an arrow released from its bow. At this time, high atop the main peak, Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, the scene outside the sect projected before his eyes by his attendants. Luer's technique seems like the embryonic form of a domain. He observed the blue light thoughtfully. The ancient texts of the Xuanxiao sect do indeed contain such records. It appears that ancestor of the Tang family was quite remarkable. Tang Lu fought alone against 6 members of the Tang family who had reached the meridian opening realm, yet he showed no signs of being overwhelmed. His emperor-grade cultivation technique continuously channeled spiritual energy, his bloodline power boiled within his body, and the seemingly ordinary Tridenta spirit-grade weapon left behind when his father died in battle gleamed with an eerie blue radiance. These 3 trump cards gave him the courage to face 6 enemies alone. At the peak of Lingxiao Sect's main mountain, Chu Xian observed the battle through a viewing screen, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. He has the same style I had in my youth. Seeing that Tang Lu was fighting with great enthusiasm, Chu Xian instructed the gray-robed elder beside him. Second elder, notified Jinner and Shinner to go help their junior brother. One cannot become a true powerhouse through secluded cultivation alone. This subordinate obeys your command. Soon after, a young man and woman appeared on the bluestone path before the sect's mountain gate. After entering the spiritual spring realm, Yu hadn't continued his rapid advancement across multiple realms in one breath, but his cultivation still progressed swiftly now. At the third level of spiritual spring realm, he was considered among the elite along the eastern seacoast. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had been cultivating diligently for days and had finally barely touched the peak of the qi condensation stage. Chu Xian's distant gaze carried a hint of melancholy. Alas, Shinner's talent is ultimately weaker among the three. Her cultivation is the lowest. Before the mountain gate, Yu and Lin Xian stood side by side. Watching Tang Lu battle fiercely with 6 clan members, Yu fists itched with anticipation. I've been training for several days and still don't know what level I've actually reached. Junior brother, rest for a moment and let your senior brother give it a try. The blue light around Tang Lu had grown dim, desperately needed a breather. Hearing these words, he was overjoyed. Excellent. Before his words had finished echoing, Yu charged into the battle's circle with arrow-like steps. This first real combat experience made his blood race with excitement. Watch this. Fierce winds whipped his robes as visible spiritual energy vortexes manifested around his body. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This was clearly the heaven and earth spiritual energy that only spirit realm cultivators could manipulate. Mortal realm cultivators could only fight using their internal spiritual energy. Yu was merely at the spiritual spring realm. So how could he trigger such celestial phenomena? This young woman, who had once been a semi-emperor, was completely bewildered. Ever since arriving at Lingxiao Sect, each thing she witnessed was more outrageous than the last. Yu concentrated his power into his fist and struck at one of the Tang family members. Boom! The explosive sound was deafening. The Tang family member didn't even have time to scream before his entire body instantly turned to bloody water, the scalding, sweet-smelling liquid splashing across his companions behind him. The intense smell of blood filled the air as the battle circle fell into sudden silence. The remaining 5 Tang family members froze in place, their eyes filled with terror. What kind of monster is this? Why can someone at the spiritual spring realm manipulate heaven and earth spiritual energy? One punch turned a meridian opening realm cultivator into a blood mist? Is this even human? Yu scratched the back of his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Did I go a bit too hard? Junior brother, you don't mind that I killed your clan members, do you? Tang Lu remained stunned in place, only nodding mechanically. After a long while, someone finally managed to speak with great difficulty, their voice trembling. Spiritual spring realm. Tang Lu's senior brother is at the spiritual spring realm. As for his master, at this moment, the Tang family members finally began to consider retreat. Tang Lu, for the sake of our shared bloodline, please let me leave. Yes, Tang Lu, I've realized my mistakes. Please show mercy. The 2 clansmen begged desperately, their faces filled with terror. Before their words had even faded, a thunderous roar exploded. Insolence. How could the Tang family produce such cowardly wretches as you two? In the distance, a figure shot through the air, moving so fast it left only a shadow trailing across the ground. The family head. The family head has arrived, someone shouted with excitement. Tang Lu's senior brother is only at the 3rd level of Spirit Spring, but our family head has reached the 9th level. The advantage is ours, another added with renewed vigor. Yet some muttered quietly. Sigh. Don't forget, the Lingxiao Sect only sent out 3 disciples. If an elder suddenly appears, we might face total annihilation. Tang Lu looked up, and upon recognizing the figure, rage instantly ignited in his chest. It was Tang Qingshan, the Tang family head, and his own uncle. Years ago, his forced exile was orchestrated by this very man. Tang Qingshan landed, his palm strikes continuing without pause as he knocked the 2 fleeing clansmen unconscious. He then commanded sternly, bind these useless fools and throw them into the Tang family dungeon. Don't let them escape. Luer, why don't you come home with your uncle? Home? Tang Lu smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as ice. Uncle? Huh. The same uncle who fed clansmen to see beasts? The one who wanted to sever his nephew's arm for transplantation to advance his own son's prospects. His words struck like thunder, causing the Tang family members' faces to change dramatically. Feeding clansmen to see beasts? Impossible, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Lu, don't slander the family head. Everyone has witnessed how the family head has devoted himself to the Tang family. You ungrateful beast. How dare you spread such lies? Tang Lu seemed oblivious to their accusations and continued. Uncle, you thought your scheme was flawless, but no wall is impenetrable. Your so-called training expeditions under the Sea King were actually offerings to sea beasts in exchange for safety during their rampages, weren't they? You may think you're preserving the Tang family, but do you remember our ancestral teachings? Better to shatter Kunlun jade than bend Hans Han iron. Tang descendants stand in this world with heads that may hang from city gates, but knees that never touch enemy dust. Swords may break in hand, but never yield in court. Blood may splash 3 feet, but never kneel before 9 heavens. Tell me, dear uncle, have you violated our ancestral code? Tang Qingshan's heart trembled, his gaze darkening as he spoke slowly. Tang Lu, out of respect for your father's contributions to the Tang family, I've been reluctant to kill you. If you continue slandering me, I will end your life. Slander? Tang Lu chuckled coldly. 3 months ago, Tang Qi, Tang Chong, Tang Yang, and 7 others were devoured by a profound core realm sea beast. My father and I were hunting low-level sea beasts in those waters. Though we were far away, I would never mistake the aura of our clansmen. Tang Qingshan submitted to sea beasts, living in disgrace, using our people as food. My father and I witnessed this with our own eyes. At these words, the Tang family members could no longer contain themselves. A meridian opening realm elder approached Tang Qingshan with tears in his eyes, trembling. Family head, my son Shir, was he really killed by sea beasts? Splat. Before he could finish, Tang Qingshan's palm strike thundered down, directly crushing the man's skull. Blood splattered at everyone's feet, filling the air with a thick, metallic stench. An even more horrifying scene followed. Tang Qingshan reached into the corpse's chest cavity, his fingertips hooking something, and pulled out the still warm heart, placing it in his mouth and slowly chewing. Tang Qingshan had actually torn the heart from his clansman's corpse and begun devouring it. After devouring his clansman's heart, Tang Qingshan let out a sinister laugh. Since I can't hide it anymore, there's no point in pretending. Originally, Tang Lu had planned to make Tang Qingshan swear an oath on his Dao heart if he refused to confess, but unexpectedly, Tang Qingshan had dropped all pretense entirely. At the same time, the spiritual power within Tang Qingshan's body began to surge wildly. In just a few breaths, Tang Qingshan's aura had already reached the peak of the Spirit Spring realm, the highest level of the mortal tier, just one step away from the Spirit tier. Tang Qingshan's gaze grew profound as he stared at Tang Lu's entire right arm, slowly asking, Tang Lu, do you know how your father's corpse was disposed of? Upon hearing these words, after a brief moment of thought, Tang Lu's mind was immediately filled with endless rage. Seeing Tang Lu in such a state, Tang Qingshan continued with a smiling expression. Have you already figured it out? That's right, you guessed correctly. Your father was eaten by me. His heart, his arms, and his thighs. Tang Lu completely exploded. Tang Qingshan, damn you. He charged straight at Tang Qingshan with his trident. Tang Qingshan was overjoyed. Ha ha. Tang Lu, you're finally enraged. If you don't charge at me, how can I capture you? How can I eat your flesh and drink your blood? And how can I achieve the imperial throne? Tang Qingshan's robes fluttered as his aura surged again, as if he were about to break through to the profound pill realm. His palm suddenly shot out to grab Tang Lu. Lingxiao, seeing the situation turning dire, acted before Yu Jian could intervene. Lingxiao understood in his heart that although Yu Jian's combat power was strong, he might not necessarily be Tang Qingshan's match. Yu Jian had too little battle experience. Lingxiao wasn't familiar with Tang Lu, having only met him once, but Tang Lu was nominally his junior brother. Not saving his junior brother from death wasn't in this Half Emperor's character. Lingxiao pressed his index and middle fingers together, softly reciting an incantation, and immediately a female figure appeared behind him. The woman seemed like an emperor, casting a gaze that looked down upon the world as she surveyed everyone, finally fixing her eyes on Tang Qingshan. Immediately after, Tang Qingshan appeared to have been struck by some kind of attack and was sent flying backward. Puff! Tang Qingshan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood while airborne, clearly having suffered internal injuries. Tang Lu was forcibly dragged back to the entrance of the Lingxiao Sect by Yu Jian. As for Lingxiao, after releasing this attack, he immediately fainted. At the peak of qi condensation, he had directly caused internal injuries to someone at the peak of Spirit Spring. That spanned across the entire Meridian Opening Realm and Spirit Spring Realm. Which family's genius could cross-level fight by jumping 2 entire major realms? It was simply too outrageous. Not only did the surrounding people erupt in shock, even Chu Xian, who was sitting on the main peak of Lingxiao Sect observing the battle, was stunned. Good heavens! Isn't this girl supposed to have poor talent? This combat power is quite outrageous. Could I have misjudged her? Qiyu Xuanxiao, what do you two think? The 2 great emperors pondered for a long time, but both shook their heads. Qiyu said, Sect Master, Lingxiao has neither a special constitution nor bloodline power, yet can unleash such an attack. It's indeed strange. Xuanxiao shared the same feeling. This subordinate also cannot discern anything special about Lingxiao. However, the vast world is full of wonders, so Lingxiao should have his own secrets. Chu Xian very much agreed with this view. Exactly. Everyone has their own path to walk, and we shouldn't forcefully interfere. Alright, it's your turn to act. Quickly resolve this Tang family matter, and I should go out to recruit disciples for the sect. Qiyu nodded slightly with a smile, gesturing her acknowledgement. Outside the sect gates, Tang Qingshan stumbled to the ground. Though he managed to steady himself, he couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. A peak spirit spring cultivator had been injured by Lin Xian, a mere qi condensation practitioner. Even he found it hard to believe. Looking at the unconscious Lin Xian, he suppressed the churning blood in his chest and whispered with a cold smile, "Little girl, you've successfully caught my attention." Before his words faded, his figure flickered as he pounced toward the nearest Tang family member. Before the clansman could even cry out, a bloody heart had been ripped from his chest. With wet, squelching sounds, Tang Qingshan devoured it in just a few bites, and the intense smell of blood instantly permeated the air. Boom. As the spiritual power within him exploded, his previously stagnant cultivation soared wildly, condensing into a profound core in mere moments. Ha! The profound core is formed. I am now the supreme. A finger pierced through the air. It was Xuanxiao's casual strike. That seemingly ordinary point silently penetrated the newly formed profound core within Tang Qingshan's body. No, impossible. Suddenly losing the support of his profound core, he felt his power draining away rapidly. In his terror, he exhausted his remaining spiritual power and lunged at another clansman, brutally tearing out and stuffing the heart into his mouth. But this time, there was no spiritual power feedback within his body. The ancestor wouldn't deceive me. Impossible, Tang Qingshan roared. But his Dantian had become completely silent. He had been reduced to a mere mortal. At that moment, a majestic voice came from within Lingxiao Sect. By the sect master's decree, all members of the Tang family are to be handed over to Tang Lu for disposal. No one else shall interfere. Everyone suddenly understood Tang Qingshan's crippling was the work of a sect expert. Of the Tang family's original 20-odd members, some were now dead, others injured, and the survivors were pale-faced. Some had even lost control of their bladders in terror. The few remaining clansmen crawled before Tang Lu, weeping bitterly. Tang Lu, we were blind to honor Tang Qingshan, that beast, as our family head. Because of him, we don't know how many sins we've committed. Today, whether you wish to kill or torture us, we have no complaints. With corpses littering the ground and the stench of blood filling the air, Tang Lu gripped his fishing spear, his expression dark. He looked up at the sky and whispered to himself, "Father, if it were you, what would you do?" His father's gentle smile appeared in his mind. If it were his father, he would surely spare them. So be it. Tang Lu suppressed his killing intent and turned to the clansman. I'll let you go, to repay the Tang family's kindness in raising me. From today onward, I have nothing more to do with Tang family affairs. His tone shifted as his fishing spear shot out, piercing Tang Qingshan's chest with precision. But you must die? When you return, hang his head on Biluo City's walls. I want him barred from reincarnation for all eternity. His father once said that humans have 3 gates: body, mind, and soul. When a person dies, all 3 gates open. Body, the flesh returns to earth. If the head doesn't enter the soil, one loses reincarnation forever. The body decays into the earth while the soul falls through the soul gate into the cracks of space-time, suffering the torment of being trampled by all beings. Mind, if one dies with extreme obsession, this consciousness can linger in the world, while the soul still falls through the soul gate into the void. Soul, this represents the spirit. Powerful cultivators who reach certain realms have souls so strong they can close their soul gate at will, allowing their souls to remain in the world. The Tang family affair had finally come to an end. The Tang clan members carried Tang Qingshan's corpse back to their estate and hung his head from the gates of Biluo City. In just 2 short days, Chu Xian had used up all the lottery chances his system had accumulated, though unfortunately the prize pool held no surprises. He led De Huang straight out of the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gates. This time, his goal was crystal clear: go to Biluo City to recruit disciples. The Tang family had always ruled Biluo City with an iron fist, ranking among the top powers along the entire eastern seacoast. Now that the Tang family head had died right at the Lingxiao sect's doorstep, it was like placing a divine advertisement for this newly established sect. When he reached the city gates, Tang Qingshan's bloody head hung high above, still dripping fresh in the autumn wind, a truly horrifying sight. Chu Xian squinted as he observed it, thinking to himself, Luer is still too soft-hearted after all. The Tang family members all wanted you dead before, yet you let them off easy. Let your master clean up this mess for you. He bent down and patted De Huang's broad canine head, instructing, De Huang, this task is yours. Woof, De Huang responded with spirited enthusiasm. Over the past 2 days, it had soaked thoroughly in the bloodline immortal pool and gorged on system dog food to rapidly replenish its spiritual energy, breaking through 3 realms in succession to reach the 8th level of meridian opening. With this cultivation level, it could practically walk sideways through Biluo City. Watching De Huang bound into the city on all 4s, Chu Xian stepped onto the main street and looked around, nodding approvingly. The Tang family's governance of the city was indeed decent, with order still maintained. Strolling leisurely, he finally caught the rumors he wanted to hear at the busiest marketplace. Several citizens had gathered in a circle, deep in animated discussion. The Tang family has ruled Biluo City steadily for so many years. Who could have imagined that Patriarch Qingshan would actually die? You don't know the inside story, do you? Tang Qingshan's death was well-deserved. Oh, you know something? Tell us, tell us. Haha, all right. My third uncle's cousin's 13th aunt is sworn brothers with Tang Qingsong of the Tang family. This information is absolutely reliable. The storyteller-like figure, surrounded by the crowd, spoke with dramatic flair. That Tang Qingshan fellow actually ate people. And not just any one, ate his own clan members. Exactly. Thank goodness the Lingxiao Sect intervened, or all the Tang family members would have ended up in his belly. Lingxiao Sect. Never heard of them before. It's a new sect, but they seem quite formidable. Sigh. No matter how formidable, they can't stop the sea beasts. In the end, don't all cultivators get devoured by sea beasts? Right? Didn't all those great sects from before get wiped out completely? Chu Xian listened from the side with a slight frown. How had the conversation veered so far off track? These people had absolutely no intention of joining the Lingxiao sect. He immediately disguised himself as an ordinary hunter and mixed into the crowd, raising his voice. If you ask me, the Lingxiao sect could totally quell the sea beast uprising. A few days ago when I was hunting in the mountains, I accidentally wandered to the Lingxiao sect's mountain gates. Guess what I saw? Commoners were always curious about cultivation, and his provocation immediately ignited their passionate interest. Who wouldn't want to soar through the skies someday? But since sea beasts specifically targeted cultivators, everyone had been too afraid to take that step. The storytelling man from earlier also became excited and pressed closer to ask, "Brother, what's the Lingxiao sect like? Tell everyone about it." To blend in with the crowd, Chu Xian channeled his inner actor. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Hey, I'm just a simple guy, but I tell you, that sect is absolutely incredible." Clutching his bowl of wine and thumping his chest, he bellowed. The sect's gates stood wide open, shrouded in swirling mists. Inside, mountain peaks soared straight into the heavens, radiating divine light. I saw people flying through the sky with my own eyes. The crowd, already deep in animated conversation, perked up at the mention of flight. What? They can fly? Holy crap, that's amazing. Are they even human? They must be immortals. Exactly. My third uncle's cousin's 13th aunt always said that when you reach the pinnacle of cultivation, you can fly. Though the townspeople had encountered cultivators before, none had ever witnessed flying practitioners. This revelation instantly elevated the Lingxiao sect to the status of a celestial sect. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Chu Xian added fuel to the fire. Absolutely. Just as I was watching in fascination, the immortal must have sensed my presence because mist suddenly rose around him. When it cleared, guess what happened? Did they bring you inside? What's it like in the Lingxiao sect? Chu Xian shook his head with a rueful smile. As if they'd let me in. When the mist cleared, I found myself back here in Biluo City. I had walked for 2 whole days to reach their gates, but in less than 15 minutes, I was teleported back. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. 2 days' journey, and they sent you back to the city in 15 minutes? Is this immortal magic? If I could learn that, my monthly trips to the prefecture to sell goods would take half a day instead of going back and forth. Brother, you'd learn magic just to sell goods? How narrow-minded. If I learned it, I'd visit every pleasure house under heaven. Bah, you lecher. As everyone chattered excitedly, sharing their wild fantasies, Chu Xian leaned against a wooden post with his arms crossed, grinning as he listened to the commotion. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the peace of Biluo City. Ah, terrible news. The Tang family has been wiped out by a single dog. This earth-shattering news instantly ignited the crowd. One dog destroyed the Tang family? Let's go see. It must be a celestial hound from the Lingxiao sect. The crowd surged toward the Tang residence like a tide, with Chu Xian smirking as he blended in. At the Tang family's front gate, a golden-furred large dog sat perched on the door lintel, its tail swishing back and forth, eyes fierce and radiating murderous intent. Seizing the moment, Chu Xian shouted in feigned shock, "Damn, it really is the Lingxiao sect's celestial hound. I saw a yellow dog just like this when I was at the Lingxiao sect." His words pushed the crowd's emotions to a fever pitch. One dog wiped out an entire family? Incredible. If it's truly a celestial hound, I'd be willing to become a dog at the Lingxiao sect. Amid the boiling discussions, Big Yellow suddenly leaped down from the lintel and bounded toward the city outskirts in several swift movements. Chu Xian quietly retreated in the chaos. At the city gate, Big Yellow emerged from the shadows, wagging its tail and smugly baring its teeth at Chu Xian. Laughing, Chu Xian pulled out 2 dog treats and flicked them over. Big Yellow crunched them down in 2 bites. Just as the man and dog were about to leave the city, the ground suddenly shook violently. The entire city of Biluo trembled, tiles and bricks rattling. What's happening? An earthquake? Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat. In over 20 years since arriving in this world, he had never experienced an earthquake. Big Yellow's fur stood on end as it barked frantically toward the city outskirts. Woof, woof, woof. Residents near the city gate immediately scattered in terror, their panicked shouts echoing through the streets. Sea beasts are attacking the city. Take cover immediately. Chu Xian had no idea what was happening, but the residents of Biluo City certainly did. Violent tremors spread rapidly through the stone-paved streets, and the people throughout the city moved in unison as if pulled by invisible strings. Dozens of burly men clad in rough cloth armor ran, while frantically banging copper gongs with urgent clang, clang, clang sounds, shouting warnings at the top of their lungs. Sea beasts attacking the city. Take cover immediately. The gong sounds and shouts echoed between the city walls as shopkeepers hurriedly pulled down their iron shutters, porters grabbed their baskets and fled, and children were swept up into their mothers' arms. Though it appeared chaotic, there was order within the chaos. The evacuation routes posted at street corners, alleyways, and rooftops were all being followed to the letter. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the once bustling Biluo city became a ghost town. Dust swirled along the bluestone streets, and even the cooking smoke that had just begun to rise was hastily extinguished. Chu Xian stood at the street entrance, his eyebrows slightly raised, murmuring in a low voice. To achieve such practiced efficiency, Biluo City must have been attacked many times before. Sea beasts attacking the city. These 4 words reminded him of the beast tide from 3 years ago. That time, he had lost his cultivation and his parents as well. Today, he was determined to use this calamity to bring fame to the Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian raised his hand and withdrew a warm, lustrous green jade stone from his robes. His knuckles tightened as his gaze swept over the city walls toward the horizon where sea met sky. At the edge of his vision, towering waves carried densely packed scales rushing straight toward them. At the front, a massive red-shelled crab charged across the waves, followed by a dark mass of sea beasts surging forward like a tide. The waves crashed against the land, making the city walls hum and tremble as if doomsday were approaching. The large yellow dog that had been fierce just moments before now tucked its tail and hid behind its master. Chu Xian stroked the dog's head with his left hand while suddenly applying force with his right palm. Crack. The jade stone shattered into powder. Sectmaster, what are your orders? The voices of Qi Yu and Xuanxiao flooded into Chu Xian's mind simultaneously. Bad luck. We've run into a sea beast attack on the city. Deal with it quickly, and bring Yu Jian along while you're at it. Yes, sir. Understood. In an instant, a massive palm that blotted out the sky appeared above the city. Azure gold radiance tore through the void, with remnants of starlight coiling around its knuckles. The palm gently brushed downward, and howling winds arose. The towering sea waves were forcibly blown apart, creating a clear gap, and large swaths of the beast tide were swept away as well. The giant palm then clenched into a fist, and the red-shelled crab charging at the front was lifted invisibly into the air before exploding into a bloody mist with a bang. Salty droplets fell like rain, and the beast tide was actually stunned by this display, their advance grinding to a halt. Then, from the depths of the sea, a violent surge of spiritual energy shot forth, instantly merging with the raging waves, and the beast tide thundered forward once more. Fury swept through, and the giant palm pressed down hard. The waves immediately formed a massive palm print, and 100,000 sea beasts were crushed into bloody mist under the palm's pressure, instantly turning the sea into a sea of blood. Then the giant palm swept outward. The bloody waves reversed their flow, and all the seawater that had flooded the land retreated completely, not leaving even a single drop behind. The next moment, the giant palm hung high above the ocean and transformed into a golden light that dove downward. Splash. Waves churned and rolled. In the blink of an eye, the golden light emerged from the sea carrying 1,000 Zanglong azure dragon. The dragon spoke in human language, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Who dares to slaughter my subjects and obstruct my path to becoming a true dragon? The only response was the cold indifference of that golden giant palm. The azure dragon was gripped in the palm, struggling like a chick, but could only be dragged toward the sky, its form disappearing into the clouds in moments. Before the gates of Biluo City, Yu Jian's figure suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Master, you summoned me. Chu Xian nodded and briefed Yu Jian on the situation before instructing him. Go tell the people of Biluo City that our Lingxiao sect has resolved the sea beast problem. There will never be another sea beast attack on the city. While you're at it, let them know where our Lingxiao sect is located. With that, he set off on the return journey with De Huang, heading straight northwest to the Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian made his way alone to the center of Biluo City. Having now advanced to the spirit spring realm, spiritual energy surged powerfully within him. He took a deep breath, wrapped his vocal cords with spiritual power, and shouted loudly, "Hey hi! The sea beasts have been dealt with by our Lingxiao sect. Everyone can come out now. From this day forward, there will be no more sea beast attacks on the city. If anyone wishes to join the Lingxiao sect, travel 200 li northwest, and you'll reach us." His resonant voice, amplified by spiritual power, rolled across the entire sky above Biluo City, and even penetrated underground. At that moment, the vast underground tunnels beneath the city were brightly lit and crowded with people, yet not cramped evidence of proper maintenance over the years. Among the crowd, someone looked up suspiciously. The sea beasts are gone? It really does seem quiet now. Even the earthquakes have stopped. You all stay hidden, I'll go up and take a look. A man named Ergo shouldered his wooden spear and climbed out of the tunnel entrance. Before long, Ergo returned breathlessly, his face full of excitement. The sea beasts are gone. Everyone can come out now. With this confirmation, the residents left the underground passages in orderly fashion. When sunlight fell upon them again, everyone was stunned. The entire city was completely undamaged. Every time the sea beasts came, they'd destroy half the buildings. But this time, even the city walls aren't broken. Someone exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the nearby earthen wall that stood only as tall as two people. The eastern seacoast commonly used earthen walls for defense, which were inherently fragile. That they remained perfectly intact made the Lingxiao Sect's method seem all the more miraculous. Who was that person shouting earlier? Said the Lingxiao Sect dealt with the sea beasts? We need to find him quickly and thank him properly. However, Yu Jian had already caught up with Chu Xian and Huang to travel together. Despite searching every street and alley, the people couldn't find a trace of them. Though they couldn't find anyone, the conversation didn't stop. Several hunters who had spoken with Chu Xian earlier stepped forward, enthusiastically spreading the word. The Lingxiao Sect? I know all about it. It's 200 li northwest of Huria, newly established sect. This news exploded through Biluo City like a stone thrown into still water. All right, I need to go home and take my son to become a disciple. Brother, shall we travel together? I'm taking my boy too. Perfect, perfect. We'll set out right after lunch. Take me along. Me too. Just past noon, a sea of people gathered outside Biluo City, roughly 10,000 by count. The crowd consisted mainly of teenagers, young adults, and middle-aged folks, with parents leading their children and the occasional elderly person with a walking stick. The atmosphere was lively and spirited. Someone suddenly remembered. Who was that hunter from this morning? He's been to the Lingxiao Sect. We should have him lead the way. Haven't seen him, probably left early. Never mind. Everyone stick close to the group and don't fall behind. Just as the crowd was laughing and chatting, about to depart, a brilliant green beam of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, streaking toward them like an arrow. With a whooshing sound, the light column landed steadily in front of the group. The radiance faded, revealing a young cultivator standing on a jade-green leaf over 10 feet wide. His expression was stern and cold, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over the crowd. His voice commanded complete silence. Audacious commoners, who gave you permission for so many people to leave the city at once? Return to the city immediately. Otherwise, death awaits. The newcomer carried a long sword on his back and stood upon a massive green leaf, his eyes gleaming with cold light. His black robes billowed in the wind, and the large character Xia emblazoned on his chest revealed his identity as Zhenhai Guard from the eastern coastal regions of the Great Xia Empire. The eastern seas had been plagued by sea beast attacks for years. If the people migrated inland, it might draw the beast hordes deeper into the heartland. To prevent this, the imperial court had stationed guards to specifically monitor such movements. At the entrance to Biluo City, the residents immediately recognized him and felt their hearts sink with dread. An elderly white-haired man quickly stepped forward, bowing with cupped hands. Lord Guard, we are not fleeing as refugees, but rather taking our children to try their luck at the Lingxiao Sect. The Lingxiao Sect? The guard's brow furrowed slightly. The old man hastily added, it's a newly established sect. Just recently, they were the ones who repelled the beast tide from Biluo City. That's why the parents in the city want to send their children to join the sect for cultivation. Absolutely not migrating without permission. A newly established sect that could defeat a beast tide? The guard's heart shook violently. Such a sect couldn't have many members, yet possessed such power. And he, stationed here, had heard nothing of it. If his superiors learned of this oversight, it would truly be a matter of losing his head. Are you trying to deceive me? His gaze turned sharp. Repelling a beast tide is not something a mere new sect could accomplish. The old man's knees buckled as he dropped to the ground with a thud. How would this old fool dare deceive you? If you don't believe us, my lord, you can come with us to the Lingxiao Sect and see for yourself. Seeing people kneeling all around, the guard remained skeptical but dared not be careless. If the Lingxiao Sect truly possessed such capabilities, he must report it immediately. Thus, he said coldly, lead the way. With those words, he leaped lightly from the green leaf and with a wave of his hand, stored the massive leaf in his void ring. The watching residents of Biluo City, seeing that he hadn't pursued the matter further, collectively breathed sighs of relief. The few citizens who had first spoken with Chu Xian rushed forward, leading the crowd slowly toward the Lingxiao Sect. At the main peak of the Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian and Yu Jian had returned. Chi Yu held a flood dragon by 2 fingers of her left hand, swinging it back and forth. The originally 1,000 Zhenglong dragon body had been forcibly compressed by her Emperor realm power and now measured only half a meter. Its scales were trembling all over, and it was dizzy and disoriented. Aya, spare me, great ancestor. The flood dragon, dizzy and confused, struggled to speak human words, pleading pitifully. Seeing Chu Xian appear, Chi Yu lifted the small dragon and with a sweep of her sleeve, quickly approached. Sect Master, you've returned. How was the harvest? The flood dragon's pupils contracted sharply. An Emperor realm expert was actually calling this person Sect Master? Then wouldn't the Sect Master's cultivation be even more terrifying? Chu Xian took his seat as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He pressed his brow with his hand. This operation should be enough to attract quite a few people to join the Lingxiao Sect. He looked up at Chi Yu. Next, let's set up a sect entrance trial. Discuss it with you. A process can go like this. Chu Xian explained his ideas in detail, leaving the specific arrangements for the two of them to finalize. After giving his instructions, his gaze shifted to the miniaturized flood dragon. The flood dragon's body trembled. The redrobed woman was genuinely a great emperor who could easily toy with a great saint realm being like himself. Yet when facing the sect master, she adopted such a humble posture that this sect master had already transcended the emperor realm. With his dragon heart filled with panic and his tail fin slightly curled, he struggled to lift his head, his voice trembling. Senior, I know I am deeply sinful. Please, Senior, give me a chance to repent and start anew. I am willing to stay at the Lingxiao Sect, to serve as an ox or horse. Anything you wish. Just please show mercy and spare my life. Outside Biluo City, dark clouds pressed down upon the sea. Chu Xian sat with his eyes tightly closed, legs crossed in meditation as he floated in midair, his chest rising and falling weakly. His mortal body had reached its limits after days of travel, and now he could only rest with his eyes closed. But to the dragon, this scene appeared as a mighty being overlooking all living creatures too lofty to even spare it a glance. Since you know you are deeply sinful, give me a reason not to kill you. Chu Xian's voice was indifferent, like thunder pressing down from the heavens. The dragon's entire body shuddered violently, nearly bursting into tears. Senior, I've been wronged. Though I controlled sea beasts to attack the city, I never killed indiscriminately. In the surrounding towns, I only ate cultivators. Unless mortals were extremely unlucky, they never suffered casualties. Those cultivators were all wicked scoundrels. Take the Tang family of Biluo City. Tang Qingshan often used my subordinates to do evil deeds. A few days ago, when I came to demand his people, he agreed verbally, but secretly went back on his word. In my anger, I drove the sea beasts to attack the city to seek justice. Tang Qingshan. If I get the chance, I'll definitely devour him. Chu Xian still didn't open his eyes, only uttering 3 words. Tang Qingshan is dead. The dragon's eyes rolled around as it lowered its voice. Did you kill him, Senior? No, it was my disciple Tang Lu. The dragon immediately beamed with joy. Huh? Well killed. Brilliantly done. If your disciple hadn't acted, I would have done it myself. As Chu Xian's breathing stabilized, he slowly opened his eyes. I can spare your life. Regardless of whether you ate good or bad people in the past, I'll tentatively believe your explanation. But if you dare harbor evil intentions, you know the consequences. From today forward, stay at the Lingxiao Sect and serve as my mount. The dragon had been nodding repeatedly. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. But upon hearing the word mount, its mind went blank with a resounding buzz. Make me a mount. Did I hear that right? Even emperors must bow their heads before this person. To serve as mount to someone like this, such happiness comes too suddenly. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. What, unwilling? No, no, no. I'm more than willing. It's just am I worthy? The dragon asked cautiously. Chu Xian chuckled. Enough nonsense, establish the contract. The dragon hesitated no longer, condensing its divine soul to form a master-servant contract and presenting it before Chu Xian. Heh, to serve as mount to a mighty being above Emperor's Isle, be the most impressive dragon in the mount circle from now on. Chu Xian raised his palm and pressed lightly, causing the contract's light to instantly merge into his body. Immediately after, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for taming 1 mount. Reward, Mount Feed 100. Title obtained, Dragon Knight. Mount information, Dragon transformation progress 39.9. Name, Long Outyin, cultivation, Great Saint 5th level. Great Saint 5th level. Chu Xian was secretly pleased. Not bad. Now I won't need to run errands myself when recruiting disciples. Meanwhile, Long Outyin's mind also displayed a panel. Master's achievement descent even reached the Qi condensation realm. The sky is falling. Only Long Ao remains. Uft. A mouthful of dragon blood instantly sprayed from Long Outyin's mouth. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 days later, before the mist-shrouded mountain gate of the Lingxiao Sect, a crowd of over 10,000 had gathered. Citizens from Biluo City, carrying provisions and bundles, had trekked for 2 days and now stood at the foot of the stone steps, their faces weathered but spirits soaring with excitement. The sect disciples, upon learning of the commotion, immediately reported the grand spectacle outside to Chu Xian. Chu Xian stood on the high platform of the main hall, gazing down through the cloud-veiled windows at the sea of people below, his chest heaving violently. 3 years. Who could understand how I've endured these 3 years? He roared inwardly, then took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions. His voice became steady and clear. Chi, how are the preparations for the sect admission trials I assigned to you? Reporting to the sect master, everything is ready without exception. Chi replied, kneeling on one knee with unwavering conviction. Excellent. Chu Xian raised his hand and brought it down decisively, his command brief and powerful. Order Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu to oversee the disciple recruitment trials outside the sect. Long Outyin will maintain order at the scene. If anyone dares to cause trouble, cut them down. Shortly after, 3 personal disciples emerged through the doors. Yu Jian's eyes blazed with excitement, his entire being seeming to burn with fire. Even his steps carried the wind. Lin Xian, however, glanced around disdainfully, muttering incessantly. Humph, constantly disturbing this emperor's cultivation. Damn master, once this emperor recovers his cultivation, the first thing I'll do is tie you up. Tang Lu had become taciturn since the Tang family tragedy, now only lowering his eyes and standing expressionlessly before Chu Xian. Chu Xian explained the trial procedures one by one, and the 3 disciples acknowledged their orders in unison. The Lingxiao Sect's first official disciple recruitment was officially launched. Outside the mountain gate, the atmosphere gradually reached a boiling point. The crowd was anxiously watching when suddenly they saw 3 figures simultaneously step onto the stone steps. Young Master Tang Lu? How is he at the Lingxiao Sect? I understand now, someone whispered, yet unable to hide their excitement. Did you hear that Tang Qingshan was killed by the Lingxiao Sect? The Tang family hunted Tang Lu. Tang Lu sought refuge with the Lingxiao Sect, and as a result, Tang Qingshan died clean and quick. Impressive. To kill someone like Tang Qingshan without hesitation, we've come to the right place. As discussions rose and fell, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded like war drums. Silence. A handsome middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the mountain gate. He wore a golden robe adorned with a 5-clawed golden dragon that seemed to come alive, its scales appearing to shimmer realistically in the sunlight. This was none other than Long Outyin in human form. That golden radiance made a great Xia Empire guard in the crowd's pupils contract sharply. Such audacity. Someone actually dares to wear dragon robes. I'd like to see just how capable this Lingxiao sect really is. Long Outyin raised his arm and swept it forward, shooting dozens of circular discs from his sleeve. They cut through the air with swift winds, landing on the ground with sharp sounds and arranging themselves in a fan formation. Only then could everyone see clearly. Each disc had a pointer in the center, and the surface was divided into 5 colors: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. White, unqualified, occupied 90% of the space, while green, servant disciple, blue, outer disciple, and purple, inner disciple sections progressively shrank. As for the golden, personal disciple section, it was so thin it was barely a line. Just as people were puzzledly examining these strange, large spinning wheels, Yu Jian stepped to the front and announced loudly, "Everyone, my master is fully aware of your intentions. Today, the Lingxiao sect introduces a unique disciple recruitment method based purely on luck, not talent." He patted the disc beside him, his voice ringing with authority. "Behold the lucky wheel. All those participating in the recruitment, step forward and spin the pointer. Whatever color it stops on determines your status." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jian suddenly grabbed the pointer and gave it a forceful spin. Yu Jian spun the wheel with such tremendous force that it began rotating at breakneck speed. The wheel spun so fast that to the onlookers, only the most prominent white color remained visible. In the square, everyone maintained a facade of composure while their eyes remained glued to the pointer, their hearts racing with anticipation. This pure luck, talent blind, recruitment method was utterly unheard of, absolutely preposterous. The residents of Biluo City had originally planned to send their children for cultivation training, but seeing the Lingxiao sect's unconventional approach, many adults began secretly calculating. If talent doesn't matter, don't they have a chance to? Among the crowd, a guard from the Great Xia Empire was so frustrated his eyebrows nearly twisted off his face. What the hell? What kind of bizarre sect is this? Their recruitment method is way too trendy. Got too many resources to spare? If so, share some with me. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the wheel finally came to a stop, with the pointer landing squarely on that thin strip of golden area. Holy crap. Just one spin and he gets direct disciple qualification. This is absolutely insane. Brothers, charge. Today I must claim that direct disciple spot. Bullshit. The direct disciple position is mine. Get lost. A guy who gets food stuck in his teeth just drinking water thinks he can hit gold? Shouting erupted from all directions as everyone wanted to be the first will challenger, terrified of missing out on the golden legend. Yu Jian shouted loudly. Everyone, the wheel records each person's soul essence. You can only spin it once in your lifetime. It only records, it won't affect you. Please form orderly lines, one at a time. Before he finished speaking, Billuo City residents swarmed out, rushing toward the nearest wheels. Ha ha ha, golden legend, here I come. The direct disciple position is mine. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Long Outyin couldn't stand it anymore. His figure trembled as he roared. Everyone get down. Accompanied by the explosive release of Great Saint Realm aura, terrifying pressure descended like a tsunami, pinning everyone firmly to the ground, rendering them completely immobile. Oomph. Anyone else causing trouble gets destroyed. The intimidation worked, and orderly queues quickly formed. The guard at the back of the line felt his heart pounding wildly. That guy in dragon robes is incredibly powerful. I'm at the profound core realm, yet have absolutely no power to resist. The Lingxiao Sect's strength is unfathomable. I must report this immediately. If the higher-ups knew, they might actually be able to count on them to stop the beast tide. Meanwhile, the first batch of will results came in. Yu Jian, Qiyu, and Xuanxiao stood beside their respective wheels, announcing loudly. Witino qualification. White. Still white. 50 wheels, and not a single person met even the servant-disciple standard. The square erupted in uproar. In fact, this was Chu Xian's hidden scheme. When forging the wheels, he had instructed Qiyu and Xuanxiao to assign colors based on talent. The so-called luck-based element was merely a gimmick. He wasn't foolish enough to accept every mediocre candidate into the sect. The more people who tried, the wider the net, naturally filtering out truly qualified individuals. After all, the sect possessed the immortal grade facility, bloodline immortal pool. Even throwing a dog in there could transform it into a celestial hound. However, to prevent overcrowding at the bloodline immortal pool, entry standards still needed some threshold. Damn, is my luck really this terrible? I didn't even get selected as a servant? Outside Billuo City, the crowd of people waiting to draw for admission qualifications to the Lingxiao Sect surrounded the transmission stone so tightly that not even water could leak through. Many gazed at the massive copper disc that had been spinning for ages, their hearts growing bitter. They couldn't even secure the lowest servant positions. Sigh, me too, someone in the crowd chimed in, their voice full of dejection. Just now the pointer almost stopped on personal disciple, but it slipped right past. The crowd buzzed with anxious chatter until a sharp cry pierced the air. I made it. Ha ha. Father, I made it. Blew out her sect disciple. As his words fell, a snot-nosed boy leaped high into the air, his toes nearly a yard off the ground. The pointer before him had stopped firmly on outer sect disciple. Excellent. Ha ha. My son has the makings of a sage. A robust man with a booming voice strode to his son's side in one step, his eyes gleaming with pride. Onlookers sized up the father and son, noting that though the boy looked scruffy, his expression was resolute and showed a stubborn determination that made them instantly envious. Before the envious murmurs could fade, Yu Jian suddenly announced loudly. Purple. Intersect. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice as if struck by lightning. What? Someone actually got intersect qualification. That luck is absolutely heaven-defying. Damn it. Why wasn't it me? The discussions erupted. Only then did people notice that standing before Yu Jian was a raggedly dressed little girl with bright, watery eyes staring at the spinning disc with a bewildered expression. What? It's actually little dummy. Huh? There's no justice in heaven. Even that dim-witted little beggar got intersect. Someone just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Following protocol, Yu Jian led the girl called Little Dummy aside to wait. The spinning continued, but those who had already failed began scheming. Little Dummy, want some candied hawthorn? Someone bent down and asked with a smile. Little Dummy's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, Dummy wants candied hawthorn. Well, Big Brother here has one piece of candied hawthorn, and also a whole string. Which do you choose? Dummy wants one piece. She reached out without hesitation. The man handed over the candied hawthorn and watched Little Dummy eat it with relish, cursing inwardly. Damn, this fool always chooses just one piece. Being so stupid, why does she have such dog's-hit luck? I refuse to accept this. He pulled out a whole string of candied hawthorn and waved it around. Little Dummy, I have a whole string here. Do you want it? Dummy wants it, but Dummy won't take it. Hearing this, the man's face darkened, and he reached out to forcibly steal her qualification. How dare you? Trying to cheat and steal. A cold shout exploded, and before anyone could react, his limbs had turned to bloody mist. Oh, immortal, spare me. I'll never dare again. The piercing screams made everyone fall silent in terror. Amid the spreading blood, Little Dummy crouched beside the man and sighed softly. Big Brother, Dummy isn't actually stupid. If I chose the whole string of candied hawthorn, would you still give me candied hawthorn in the future? As her words fell, the man's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. The fool was me all along. Unable to swallow this bitter realization, He died on the spot from sheer anger. The onlookers felt chills down their spines and broke out in cold sweat. The father and son who had previously planned to scheme quickly restrained themselves, tightly guarding their newly acquired outer sect qualification. All of this was witnessed by Chu Xian, who stood outside the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate. He watched little dummy and nodded slightly, thinking to himself, she's quite promising material. The sect had already begun recruiting disciples, but the sect was severely lacking in elders. There are only 2 NPC elders right now, which is far from enough. Chu Xian glanced at the interface, his gaze locking firmly on remaining draws 20 times. Current sect power overview. 1. Yu Jian, Spirit Spring 5th stage, also the senior disciple. 2. Lin Xian, Vein Connection 7th stage. 3. Tang Lu, Vein Connection 7th stage. System. Attendra. Let's go big. The light screen flashed rapidly. Attendra in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired NPC Elder at Great Saint Realm 1, Spiriteer Pills 30, Spiriteer Martial Techniques 20, Sect Robes 100. Chu Xian grinned widely. Excellent. Great Saint Realm it settled. He'll serve as the inner sect elder. With 10 draws remaining, he waved his hand again. Another 10 draw. Continue. 10 draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired NPC Elder at Sub-Saint Realm 1, Saint-Tier Pills 5, Saint-Tier Cultivation Techniques 15, Pet Feed 200, Mount Feed 200. System. I love you. I was just short on elders, and now you've given me 2. Tonight, this sect master will graciously. System. Excuse me, host, where are your manners? Do you think you can flatter this system with just a wag of your tail? Though the system grumbled, the elder positions were finally filled. The Great Saint Realm Elder was assigned to the inner sect, and the Sub-Saint Realm Elder to the outer sect. As for the Chores Elder, Chu Xian decided to let Yu Jian temporarily take the position. He could replace him later if necessary. Turning his attention to the projected light screen, Chu Xian saw 2 figures already stepping onto the main peak. They were the 2 newly drawn NPC elders. Both bowed and spoke in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Well done, both of you. The Great Saint Realm Elder will serve as Inner Sect Elder, and the Sub-Saint Realm Elder as Outer Sect Elder. Head to the mountain gate and bring in the qualified disciples. As you command. The 2 elders accepted the orders and left. Excitement burned in Chu Xian's chest. The sect's disciples were about to exceed 10 in number, and he could use the system reward to recover some of his cultivation. Outside the mountain gate, 8 disciples who had passed the trials were waiting in line. 6 for menial positions, 1 for the outer sect, and 1 for the inner sect. Adding them to Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu brought the total to 11. The system had already mentioned that reaching 10 disciples would unlock a reward of Spirit Spring Peak cultivation. While still far from his former glory, it was leagues better than being a cripple. At Lingxiao Sect's outer gate, Long Outyan crouched in his guarding position, his sharp vertical pupils scanning the crowd. Suddenly, he sensed 2 immense presences approaching from behind. Who goes there? He spun around swiftly. What greeted his eyes were a man and a woman, both garbed in the robes of Lingxiao Sect elders. The man smiled and cupped his fists. Lord Long, we are the newly appointed inner and outer sect elders, here on the sect master's orders to escort the disciples into the sect. As NPCs, their loyalty to Chu Xian was absolute, which extended to Chu Xian's mount as well. Of course, their respect was limited to beings below the Emperor Realm. If the Crimson Feather or one of the 2 sovereign beasts were present, Long Outyan would be no more than a humble little lizard in their eyes. Long Outyan raised a brow. This dragon's been here for only 2 days, and Lingxiao Sect already has 2 new Saint Rank members? Is this sect that prestigious out there? Though secretly grumbling, he said nothing further and simply nodded. Since it's the sect master's decision, carry on. The 2 elders stepped through the gate, their voices ringing loud and clear. Those qualified to enter the sect, proceed now. Long Outyan clicked his tongue. TCH. Putting on airs, huh? Couldn't you walk over to the kids and tell them directly? What's the point of all this shouting? Soon after, the 8 disciples approached the mountain gate. The elders cupped their fists toward Long Outyan. Lord Long, thank you for your efforts. We shall report back to the sect master. Long Outyan shot them a sidelong glance, then ignored them completely. But just as the 8 disciples crossed the threshold, Long Outyan suddenly felt a strange ripple through the soul-deep connection of his mount contract, as if some unseen force had rewritten its very essence. What's going on? What's happening? The moment the 8 disciples were brought into the sect, a crisp system notification suddenly exploded in Chu Xian's ears. Main Quest 1. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect. Completed. Reward. Host cultivation directly ascends to the peak of Spirit Spring Realm. Main Quest 2 has been accepted. Sect disciple count reaches 1,000, with 10 disciples entering Spirit Spring Realm. Quest reward. Host cultivation advances to the peak of Dao Inquiry Realm. Before the voice faded, a blinding blue light erupted along Chu Xian's spine. Scorching spiritual power surged like a bursting dam, washing through his meridians that had been clogged with impurities for so long. Crisp sounds like shattering glass rang out continuously. The spirit spring that had been dormant for 3 years suddenly trembled violently, and the originally dried-up spring eye refilled with spiritual liquid within mere breaths. Chu Xian's entire body greedily devoured this power. His bones crackled and popped, his spine rose like a dragon lifting its head, connecting section by section. Boom! A dazzling golden light burst forth from his crown. The long-missed sensation of power instantly swept through his entire body. Instinctively, he formed his fingers into a sword, and a 10-foot-long sword chi whistled out, cleaving a distant boulder in half. As the dust settled, Chu Xian gazed at his palms, finally allowing a smile to grace his lips. I, Chu Xian, have returned. 500 miles north of Lingxiao Sect. Qin Imo stood in midair, accompanied by several elders from Yunxiao Sect. He suddenly sensed violent spiritual power fluctuations from the south and frowned. This aura, so familiar. An elder approached and whispered. Holy Master, this aura seems like Chu Xian's. Everyone began discussing among themselves. How is that possible? Chu Xian's cultivation was destroyed. Even the mighty ones of the central domain were helpless. Right, and this place is in the middle of nowhere. Where would such a miracle come from? I only sense fluctuations at the peak of Spirit Spring Realm. At most it's just a similar aura. But Qin Imo closed his eyes for a moment, and killing intent suddenly flashed in his gaze. It is Chu Xian. Less than 10 days after leaving the Holy Land, he's already returned from being a cripple to the peak of Spirit Spring Realm. It must be him. With a single command, 6 people including Qin Imo tore through the sky, heading straight for Lingxiao Sect. Outside Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate, the lucky wheel was still spinning when suddenly 6 figures streaked across the sky. Everyone looked up in amazement. Wow, they can fly? Are these the immortals of Lingxiao Sect? Indeed, Lingxiao Sect truly has immortals. Rising waves of excited discussion quickly spread. However, the great Xia Empire guard at the back of the line quietly tightened his grip on his spear. His heart was already in turmoil. 6 saint-level powerhouses. And the one at the mountain gate is also saint-level. Doesn't this mean Lingxiao Sect has a total of 7 saint-level cultivators? Our great Xia Empire only has 2 saint-level experts. In the Xuanxiao Continent, only saint-level cultivators could fly using their own cultivation. Those below saint level who wished to soar through the air had to either cultivate flying martial techniques, or like this guard, rely on flying spiritual artifacts or other spiritual creatures. The green giant leaf that the guard had put away was actually a flying spiritual artifact. That's precisely how he could tell at a glance that all 6 figures in the sky were saint-level powerhouses. After realizing the truth, the guard's heart pounded violently, and he dared not delay any longer, secretly exclaiming, I must report this to my superior immediately. The great Xia dynasty absolutely cannot provoke the Lingxiao sect, or we'll surely meet our doom. With this thought flashing through his mind, he decisively abandoned the queue and turned to run frantically. Long Outyin was stunned for half a second, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Does he have diarrhea? Running so fast, his gaze had already locked onto the 6 figures in the air, muttering under his breath. The sect master is quite famous indeed, another subsaint, and 5 Dao integration cultivators. Too bad they're standing so high up. This dragon can't be bothered to crane his neck. Yu Jian also looked up carefully, vaguely feeling that the 6 people's attire looked familiar, his heart sinking. People from the Holy Land? What are they here for? While he was pondering, the 6 figures in the sky were already looking down at the ground. The leader said coldly, Chu Xian is indeed here, and his worthless disciple Yu Jian is here too. Qin Mo's eyes were ice-cold, thinking of his son whose bones were barely cold, hatred surging within him, his voice hoarse. Attack. Kill all living beings along the East Sea coast. If you find Chu Xian, leave him alive for me. Yes, Holy Master. Except for Qin Mo, the other 5 unleashed their spiritual power. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed torn apart by giant hands. Wild winds howled, dark clouds churned, and thunder rolled. 5 streams of blazing spiritual power danced like mad dragons, sweeping toward the ground. Biluo City was filled with terror. Why are the immortals of Lingxiao sect killing us? Help! Cries and screams arose everywhere as people scattered and fled. Long Outyin immediately recognized something was wrong. Damn, these aren't people from Lingxiao sect at all. Thinking of Qi Yu and Xuanxiao's revealed emperor-level cultivation, he already regarded Lingxiao sect as an emperor-level sect, his anger flaring. A few saint-level cultivators dare to cause trouble at an emperor sect's doorstep? He formed hand seals and shouted, Great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo Dharma spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamahan. Golden light exploded as a golden giant dragon shot up into the sky from behind him. Roar! The dragon's cry shook the heavens as the golden dragon shadow collided with the 5 attackers' assault. Boom! The flame-like collision sound swept across heaven and earth. golden scales gleaming, multicolored spiritual power scattering in all directions. Each clash made the air wail, wild winds cut like blades, and churning dark clouds dared not release rain. The five from Yunxiao Sect unleashed martial techniques like a torrential downpour, yet they were shattered one by the golden dragon, spiritual power fragments creating brilliant cracks across the sky. Though it was a saint-level battle, the residents of Biluo City on the ground remained completely unharmed. At some unknown moment, Chu Xian had already arrived outside Lingxiao Sect, and Qi Yu and Xuanxiao were also standing at the entrance of Lingxiao Sect, watching everything unfold before them. Qin Mo, who hadn't joined the battle, was observing Long Outyin. The young man before him was single-handedly fighting five elders at the Unity Realm, forcing them to retreat step by step with every move. Qin Mo frowned and pondered. Which sacred land does this kid come from? Despite roaming the Eastern Wasteland for years, I've never heard his name. If I were to fight five opponents alone, I could barely hold my ground, but I'd never be as effortless as him. Could it be that his cultivation surpasses mine? He knew well that the Eastern Wasteland wasn't lacking in Great Saint Realm powerhouses, but those so-called Great Saints had been worn down by time, lying in coffins year-round, clinging to life. To make these old monsters emerge from seclusion, there were only two possibilities. Either their sect faced life-or-death crisis, or they discovered an opportunity to become emperor. This was his first time seeing an active great saint like Long Outyin, swaggering openly under the sun. With this thought, Qin Mo showed no fear. Though the celestial cloud sacred land had no great saint presiding over it, they possessed a complete set of methods targeting great saint realm cultivators. This was precisely the foundation that earned the celestial cloud sect the title of first sect of the Eastern Wasteland. His gaze moved downward, catching sight of the sect badge on Long Outyin's chest, Soaring Heaven Sect. Qin Mo sneered disdainfully, but before he could speak, his peripheral vision caught a figure at the main gate. Chu Xian. Chu Xian, I will kill you. Qin Mo's eyes turned blood red, spiritual energy surging around his body as he dove down like an arrow released from its bow, spiritual power condensing into a vortex in his palm. Chu Xian looked up with a calm expression, murmuring to himself, this revenge must be taken by my own hands to be satisfying. If I let Qi Yu kill him directly, it wouldn't be enough. He turned to Qi Yu beside him and instructed, suppress his cultivation to the peak of Spirit Spring Realm. I'll fight him personally. Chu Xian had already made his plan. She wouldn't kill Qin Mo now, only defeat him at the same realm. When his own cultivation fully recovered, he would lead the Soaring Heaven Sect disciples to destroy the celestial cloud sacred land. That would be Qin Mo's time to die. Qi Yu acknowledged the order, raising his hand and pointing. A wisp of dark blue spiritual energy shot through the air, instantly entering Qin Mo's body. Just as Qin Mo reached Chu Xian, his form suddenly staggered, his expression changing drastically. What? My cultivation has actually dropped to the peak of Spirit Spring Realm? Before he could think further, Chu Xian already had his sword in hand, charging forward like thunder. Qin Mo instinctively tried to raise his hand to strike him down, but his suppressed spiritual energy couldn't unleash its original power. In an instant, sword light flashed like lightning, the piercing blue radiance aimed straight at his throat. Qin Mo's battle instincts remained intact as he quickly dodged sideways, while his right palm struck out, with crimson energy, toward Chu Xian's left ribs. Clang! The sword blade spun to block the palm strike, sparks flying. Chu Xian used the momentum to pivot, his left leg sweeping horizontally like an iron whip toward Qin Mo's lower body. Qin Mo leaped into the air, three bone-piercing needles shooting from his sleeve with cold gleams, but they were shredded to powder by the fierce sword energy the moment they touched Chu Xian's robes. Old dog Qin, is this all you've got? Chu Xian sneered coldly, his sword technique suddenly changing, afterimages filling the sky. Qin Mo's pupils contracted as his hands rapidly formed seals, causing a thick earthen wall to rise from the ground with a thunderous roar, only to be pierced through by a single sword strike. Amid the flying debris, Chu Xian's sword tip had already pierced into Qin Mo's shoulder blade, blood instantly staining his purple gold robes. This sword is to seek justice for my father. Seizing my sect, you deserve death, Chu Xian growled. Chu Xian twisted his wrist, the blade grinding viciously through bone and flesh. Qin Mo grunted and staggered back, then suddenly let out a sinister laugh as he clawed at his own wound, using the blood to draw eerie runes in the air. The crimson symbols rose up, and the stench of blood instantly filled the entire plaza. Chu Xian's pupils contracted the blood fiend curse. He recognized it immediately as Qin Mo's signature technique. Years ago, when Qin Mo was still at the Spirit Realm's inquiry stage, he had used this very curse to brutally sever the head of a Saint Realm Unity stage cultivator. But now, with Qin Mo's cultivation suppressed to the Spirit Spring Realm, the blood fiend curse's power had plummeted, unable to recreate its former glory. The crimson light surged toward him, but Chu Xian merely snorted coldly, his form becoming a blur as he charged upstream against the current. The moment his blade struck the blood rune, a blinding white light exploded, plunging the entire plaza into blank whiteness. From within the brilliant radiance, Chu Xian's figure appeared like a phantom, his sharp sword tip aimed directly at Qin Mo's throat. This strike is for myself. Qin Mo hastily raised his hands, spiritual energy flooding toward his chest like a bursting dam, yet it still couldn't block that fierce sword momentum. With a wet puff, Qin Mo's chest was slashed open with a wound so deep it reached bone, blood splattering across the stone slabs. His face turned deathly pale as he stared at Chu Xian, his eyes filled with unwillingness and venomous hatred. In a battle of equal realms, you're nothing but trash. Chu Xian sheathed his sword and stood tall, his voice ice cold. Qin Mo struggled to rise, only to discover that his spiritual energy was completely chaotic. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, finally understanding that the Chu Xian he had once scorned had truly returned. Chu Xian looked down at him and said coldly, "Crawl back to the Cloud Heaven sect, and wash your neck clean while you wait. Next time, I'll personally take your life." Without another glance, Chu Xian looked up at the aerial battle and casually instructed Xuanxiao and Shi Yu, "Don't let Lingxiao get too cocky. Kill all 5 of them, and send this sect master back to his sacred land." Before his words had finished, Xuanxiao maintained his gentle smile, but simply raised his palm and waved lightly. The 5 minor saints from the Cloud Heaven sect in the sky froze as if under a binding spell, motionless in midair. Lingxiao, receiving the order, threw punch after punch. Bang, 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 bang. 5 dull explosions rang out as 5 heads burst apart in the air, blood mist filling the sky before 5 headless corpses plummeted down. Watching the bodies fall, Lingxiao was so excited that drool ran down the corner of his mouth. He quickly transmitted his voice to Chu Xian. "Master, can I eat these 5 minor saint corpses?" The response was just one word: scram. "Yes, sir. I'll scram right away." Lingxiao grinned as he dragged away the corpses, not daring to say more. Those 5 had once been trusted generals under Qin Mo's father, now reduced to cold corpses. Having met their end, they deserved final dignity. Xuanxiao waved his hand, sweeping up both the kneeling Qin Mo and the 5 headless bodies, instantly sending them back to the Cloud Heaven sect. The residents of Jade Conch City were completely stunned. The blood mist still lingered above the plaza, yet this battle between immortals had already concluded. If Chi Yu hadn't set up protective barriers beforehand, they would have been crushed to powder by the aftershocks. Though the crowd was still shaken, after their initial terror came an intense longing. "No matter what, we must join the Soaring Heaven sect. If I can't get in, I'll send my children. If my children can't get in, I'll send my grandchildren." All eyes turned to the towering mountain gate, where that great tree protecting the eastern wasteland had taken deep root in their hearts. In any case, they were determined to cling to this mighty tree that was the Soaring Heaven sect. The 3 core disciples continued their busy work, but Lin Xian's mind was in complete turmoil. Master has actually reached the peak of the Spirit Spring realm. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, replaying every scene from today's battle in his mind. Wasn't he long considered a waste? Judging by his skills just now, he's probably invincible within the Spirit Spring realm. The Lingxiao Sect, this seemingly peaceful sect on the surface, suddenly appeared unfathomably mysterious in Lin Xian's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. And there's Lingxiao, fighting 5 saint-level experts alone without falling behind at all. Though this emperor cannot see through his cultivation level, he must be at least a 7th-level sub-saint. At this thought, Lin Xian instinctively glanced at the first elder and second elder. These 2 are even more incomprehensible. That saint-level expert who fought Master was forcibly suppressed to the Spirit Spring Peak. What kind of forbidden technique is this? Lost in thought, he heard Yu Jian's loud shout beside him. "Junior sister, what are you thinking about? Focus." Lin Xian snapped back to attention, quickly stared at the spinning wheel, and blurted out, "Blue. Outer sect." At this moment, Lingxiao on the other side was equally puzzled. Having signed a master-servant contract with Chu Xian, Chu Xian's cultivation level was completely transparent to him. Originally just a mortal, how did he suddenly become a Spirit Spring Realm peak cultivator? Though he couldn't figure it out, joy soon filled his heart. The stronger the Lingxiao sect becomes, the broader my path will be. Within the Lingxiao sect, the 8 newly admitted disciples each went to their respective peaks. Chu Xian returned to the main peak, full of ambition. Since he had regained his cultivation, he must quickly catch up to his peak from 3 years ago. The main peak had the most abundant spiritual energy. He sat cross-legged on a wooden chair, sinking his consciousness into his inner spirit spring, drawing qi to refine his spirit. But no matter how he circulated his cultivation technique, his cultivation level remained completely motionless. "What's going on? I still can't cultivate." Chu Xian muttered angrily. "System, give me an explanation." A pale blue screen appeared. "Sorry, the host is fundamentally a waste. Don't even think about cultivating. Just focus on managing the sect, and completing main quest your cultivation will naturally increase. Chu Xian rubbed his forehead. So my waste nature can't be changed? The only way to improve my cultivation is through main quests. Since that was the case, he simply decided to slack off. While the Lingxiao Sect's disciple recruitment was in full swing, he handed over all the new disciples' training to the elders and leisurely sunbathed himself. Chu Xian, who had once been extremely hardworking, finally discovered slacking off feels good for a moment, but slacking off continuously feels good all the time. While his disciples trained hard daily, he leisurely sipped tea. Sect Disciple Breakthrough detected, lottery chances 1. Sect Disciple Breakthrough detected, lottery chances 2. Screen notifications kept popping up, and Chu Xian's mood soared accordingly. Though the prizes offered limited help to him personally, they included pills, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and spiritual artifacts, perfect rewards for his disciples to encourage further breakthroughs. With each disciple's breakthrough, the main quest progressed a step forward. However, the sect's influence still needed expansion. After several days of recruitment, suitable candidates in Biluo City were nearly exhausted. Yet the main quest's 1,000-person target was still short by 800. But the main quest's 1,000-person target was still short by a full 800 people. Over the past few days, nearly everyone in Biluo City had participated in the sect admission trials, yet only just over 200 people obtained qualification to join the sect, with more than 180 of them assigned as servants. Under the slanting warm sunlight, Chu Xian reclined in a bamboo lounge chair with his eyes closed, taking a brief rest. The stone pathway beneath his feet was gilded with a pale golden hue by the sunlight when Yu Jian approached briskly, carrying a large bowl of steaming thousand-year ginseng soup. Over the past few years, after Chu Xian's cultivation had been destroyed, Yu Jian had replaced the original cook, poring over ancient texts to research nourishing recipes for his master's recovery. Now that Chu Xian had regained his cultivation, Yu Jian maintained his habit of delivering meals punctually each day. The fragrant aroma wafted over, and Chu Xian opened his eyes, accepting the wooden spoon and taking a sip. His eyebrows raised as he smiled in praise. Jianer, your culinary skills have improved again. If you ever tire of cultivation, opening a restaurant would surely make you wealthy. With that, he simply lifted the large bowl and drained it in one gulp. After placing the bowl back on the tray, he teased half-jokingly. You cook so deliciously. If you take a Dao companion, won't your master lose out on such fine food? Yu Jian's face flushed slightly from the praise as he chuckled foolishly and scratched his head. Then this disciple simply won't marry. I'll focus on cooking for master. Chu Xian threw back his head and laughed heartily. Huh, that's quite unnecessary. I've recovered some of my cultivation. I can go without food in daily life. You must focus your attention on cultivation. Though he spoke thus, he treasured this sincere devotion in his heart. After laughing, Chu Xian suddenly remembered important matters. By the way, take a few servant disciples down the mountain these next 2 days and promote Lingxiao Sect more in the various towns and cities. The sect is just starting out. We need to recruit more fresh blood. Excellent. Yu Jian beamed with joy. Leave it to me. I'll bring back several hundred at least. Chu Xian raised his hand to stop him. Don't be reckless. Hee, just joking. Master didn't take it seriously. Go then. Yes. Yu Jian clasped his fists and departed. Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, rose from the lounge chair, dusted off his robes, and headed toward Lin Xian's residence. Since Lin Xian had joined the sect, unless he personally summoned her, it was difficult to see this child. Her temperament was too withdrawn, and she needed to be drawn out for some experience. As Chu Xian walked, he shook his head and hummed a little tune with great interest. The peach leaves are sharp at the tip. Your master comes to impart the Tao. Lin Xian's dwelling. The wooden door was tightly shut, with spiritual energy surging within. Finally, Lin Xian opened her eyes, her aura magnificent, the peak of Meridian opening realm. Just one step away from entering the spiritual spring realm. She wiped the fine perspiration from her forehead and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Phew, finally achieved it. 12 days, 2 days longer than expected, all because that annoying master insisted I organized the disciple recruitment. The impure qi expelled from her meridians after the breakthrough clung to her entire body. Lin Xian wrinkled her nose and quickly moved a wooden tub over, pouring in the prepared common-grade medicinal liquid as steam and herbal fragrance instantly filled the air. Her blue dress slipped away, revealing shoulders like white jade and slender legs. Her waterfall-like long hair cascaded down, concealing the graceful curves of her back. She stepped lightly onto the water's surface and sank in, the warm medicinal liquid flowing over her skin as thin mist rose, rendering the young woman's figure ethereal and indistinct, revealing gentleness within her cool demeanor. Just as she settled into the water, a boisterous voice rang out from outside. Xianer, your master has arrived. Creak. The next moment, the door was pushed open by Chu Xian's palm. Chu Xian. Outside Lin Xian's quarters, Chu Xian sat on a stone bench, yawning as he waited for Lin Xian to emerge. Inside the room, steam still lingered in the air, and water rippled gently in the wooden basin. Lin Xian wrapped himself in a thin robe, his face flushed as if he'd been steamed, cursing Chu Xian inwardly. Shameless master. How dare you peek at this emperor bathing? Once I recover my cultivation, I'll make you pay. But then he paused, puzzled why would he, a mighty half-emperor, feel such maiden-like embarrassment? Could it be that his divine soul hadn't fully merged with this young body? He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and efficiently tied his sash before pushing open the door. His face showed respect, but his heart remained vigilant. You'd better not try anything inappropriate. Don't think your peak spirit spring realm means anything. This emperor can suppress you with one hand, even at peak meridian opening realm. The courtyard blazed under the fierce sun, bleaching the bluestone slabs white. Hearing movement, Chu Xian rose and smiled warmly. Xianer, you always lock yourself in your room. As your master, I worry that you'll develop inner demons if this continues. Today I have some free time, so I came to check on your cultivation progress. Lin Xian smiled without warmth, inwardly cursing. Inner demons my ass. You just wanted to peep. Yet he responded mildly. Reporting to master, this disciple is dull-witted. After nearly half a month in the sect, I've barely reached peak meridian opening realm. I'm truly ashamed. But inside, he felt smug. Half a month from second stage chi condensation to peak meridian opening even in the profound sky continent. Such talent would be 1 in 10,000. Chu Xian frowned slightly. Peak meridian opening? He paused, stunned, thinking, this child's talent is truly terrible. Lin Xian caught that fleeting astonishment and snorted coldly in his heart. Shocked, aren't you? In my previous life, this emperor reached Saint Realm in 50 years and became a half-emperor at 100. You still have much to learn. But Chu Xian continued earnestly. You should indeed be ashamed. Your senior brother went from 5th stage chi condensation to spirit spring realm in just 2 days. Your junior brother entered the sect at 8th stage chi condensation and is now at 2nd stage spirit spring. Even I, when I first drew spiritual energy into my body, reached spirit spring realm in only 8 days. Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat stiff expression, he sighed helplessly. His first disciple who had actively joined Soaring Sky Sect couldn't be allowed to become a Shudan. Don't worry, you should come out for walks occasionally. As his words fell, white light flashed in his palm, and a cold iron longsword appeared in his grip. The blade reflected Lin Xian's profile. The youth's gaze calm and collected. Xianer, today your master will give you special instruction. I'll teach you a sword technique. If you can comprehend it, you'll benefit for life. With that, the sword moved with his intent. A clear ring sounded, and though the blade hadn't moved, the surrounding air seemed to subtly congeal. Chu Xian flicked his wrist lightly, the sword tip tracing bright arcs through the air before settling into what appeared to be a profound opening stance. Watch carefully. This sword technique is called the 9 Forms of Soaring Sky, our sect's most closely guarded secret. Yet in the eyes of Lin Xian, who had once been a half-emperor, this sword form was loose and full of openings, unable to even condense basic sword chi. His mouth twitched as he fought the urge to roll his eyes. This garbage dares to call itself a closely guarded secret? If you'd seen my previous sect's ultimate techniques, you'd know what it means to destroy heaven and earth. First form, clouds part to reveal the moon. Chu Xian shouted loudly, his whole body staggering as he nearly tripped over his own sword. The tip of his blade carved a shallow mark into the bluestone beneath his feet, yet he still couldn't resist showing off with his head held high. Watch carefully. This sword technique emphasizes defeating skill with clumsiness. A gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove in the courtyard, making the leaves rustle softly. Lin Xian stood nearby, watching her master's movements like someone watching a monkey show. What he called exquisite sword techniques appeared to her eyes as riddled with flaws like a honeycomb. Forget about a semi-emperor. She felt that any random meridian opening cultivator could point out 17 or 18 fatal weaknesses. This is it. She sneered inwardly. The basic sword manual I casually created in my past life was 100 times better than this. Chu Xian grew more enthusiastic as he continued, deliberately slowing his movements. Xianer, the second form, inverted galaxy, is particularly exquisite. You must watch carefully. Lin Xian nodded respectfully on the surface, while nearly laughing out loud inside. This limp sword momentum couldn't even cut through a leaf. It seemed this cheap master was not only lecherous, but also a complete fool. Unable to bear watching any longer, she cupped her fists and said, Master, why don't I spar with you? It would help me better understand the mysteries of this sword technique. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Excellent. Let's keep it to light contact. Lin Xian sneered inwardly and casually broke off a branch about half an arm's length. Please enlighten me, master. She had already decided to properly instruct this fool who didn't know his own limitations. Take this. Her figure moved like lightning, the branch transforming into a streak of green light aimed directly at Chu Xian's throat. Though the move appeared simple, it contained her past life's semi-emperor level understanding of swordsmanship. Heaven, a peak spiritual spring cultivator, would find it difficult to block. However, snap. The branch was gently deflected mid-strike by a strange force, instantly throwing off her sword momentum and causing Lin Xian to stumble forward. By the time she steadied herself, Chu Xian's long sword was already quietly pressed against her throat. First move, Chu Xian announced with a smile. Lin Xian's expression changed dramatically. With a flick of her wrist, the Thousand Illusion sword art bloomed instantly, branch shadows weaving together like countless silk threads forming a net. This was her signature technique created when she was a lesser saint. Chu Xian simply swung his sword in a crooked, awkward manner. Bang! The branch was shattered by a gentle force, sending Lin Xian stumbling back 7 or 8 steps until her back hit the courtyard wall. Second move. The sword tip was already touching her forehead. Impossible, she growled through gritted teeth, holding nothing back as she channeled all her spiritual power to unleash her strongest technique, heaven-breaking sword. Her sword intent shot straight into the clouds. Ding! Chu Xian lightly tapped her wrist with his sword tip, instantly causing her tremendous spiritual power to freeze as Lin Xian stood rigid, as if paralyzed. Third move. Chu Xian sheathed his sword and stood calmly, his tone gentle. Xianer, do you now understand the mysteries of this sword technique? Lin Xian stood dumbfounded, massive waves crashing through her heart. What kind of sword technique was this? Though it appeared full of flaws, why couldn't she block even a single move? The answer surfaced instantly: an emperor-level sword technique from the myriad scriptures pavilion of Lingxiao Sect. With those minor sword arts she had casually created in her past life, victory was simply impossible. Her knees went weak as she supported herself with her palms on the ground, silently lamenting. If only this emperor's current cultivation wasn't so low. While she was still wallowing in frustration, Chu Xian had already crouched down and patted her head. This master hasn't fought in many years and didn't control my strength properly. That's my fault. I'll teach you this sword technique right away. Lingxiao Sect gradually returned to normal operations. Thanks to the promotional efforts of Yu Jian and the sect's disciples, the sect experienced a small surge in recruitment. In just half a month, young people from 15 cities along the eastern seacoast were stirred by the news the Lingxiao Sect was the only sect in the area, so those eager to cultivate naturally flocked here. Outside the mountain gate, the previously vacant plaza was now packed to the brim. A rough estimate suggested a staggering crowd of 10,000 had gathered. With so many people, Chu Xian had no choice but to issue another order. Steward Qiyu was tasked with leading a team to work day and night, adding a total of 500 new entry registration stations. As for the sect's entrance trial protocols, they were now fully maintained by outer sect stewards and service staff, leaving the 3 direct disciples oddly idle. At this time, the senior inner disciple, little dazed, was completely transformed. She possessed exceptional talent, sensing spiritual energy within 3 days, reaching Qi condensation stage 1 within 3 days, advancing to stage 2 in 5 days, and breaking into stage 3 in just 10 days, a clear standout among the sect's disciples. If she were in the royal family of the Daxia dynasty, such aptitude would undoubtedly mark her as a candidate for succession. Yet in the Lingxiao sect, she was still considered just an inner disciple. The process of cultivation had refined her appearance. Her skin had become nearly translucent white. Dressed in a snowy white sect robe that reached just above her knees, her slender figure appeared vibrant and lively. Her jet-black short hair was styled into twin horn-like braids tied with red ribbons, while her large amber eyes sparkled like they held endless starlight. The most eye-catching detail was her footwear, black cloth tiger head shoes accented with vivid red paternsa, timeless children's design. Little dazed, look, it's chaotic over there again. Everyone, please form orderly lines. Don't rush. Standing atop a high platform, her youthful yet commanding voice rang out. Zhang San, keep an eye on the east side. San Peng, manage the west. Wang Teng, head back to the sect and gather more manpower. With just a few concise instructions, the previously noisy crowds seamlessly organized into multiple rows. The queues snaked around but maintained an orderly structure. While the area outside the mountain gate bustled with activity, the main peak remained calm and peaceful. Chu Xian reclined on a soft couch, humming a tune with his eyes closed, though his spiritual senses were constantly monitoring the disciples' movements. Ever since he gave Lin Xian special guidance during their last session, Lin seemed to have been spurred into action. Instead of focusing solely on cultivating spiritual energy, she began to swing her sword day and night. Chu Xian found himself at a loss for further advice and decided to leave her to adjust on her own. Time to draw some prizes. He focused his thoughts, and the system interface appeared. Sect Lottery. Available draws, 106. Lingxiao Sect currently had close to 200 disciples, though the majority were still at the stage of being unable to channel spiritual energy, which limited the number of lottery opportunities they contributed to the system. Some disciples spent 10 days without successfully channeling spiritual energy into their bodies, and for those who succeeded, advancing one stage every 10 days was already exceedingly rare. Chu Xian sighed. Not everyone could match the innate talent of Jianer, Xianer, or Luer. When the number of accumulated draws reached 100, a new 100 consecutive draws button appeared at the bottom of the interface. Chu Xian's spirits lifted, as if he could already envision the future disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands, each contributing lottery chances every time they broke through in cultivation. It was almost like striking gold. System, give me 100 consecutive draws. Go big or go home. Understood. Initiating 100 consecutive draws, please wait. Brilliant colors flashed rapidly, and the prize pool icon spun wildly across the interface. Chu Xian sat up straight, his eyes locked on the screen. Whoa, a golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a celestial tier Prisian entire spiritual stone mine, which has now materialized within the sect. The spirit stone mine produces 1 emperor grade spirit stone, 100 saint grade spirit stones, 10,000 spirit grade spirit stones, and 1 million mortal grade spirit stones every 10 days. As the number of Lingxiao Sect disciples continues to grow, the mine's output will increase accordingly. Chu Xian gasped sharply, his eyes flashing with intense light. Good heavens! A spirit stone mine. He immediately recalled the pot in the eastern wasteland. The Xuanxiao Sect had lost 8 Saint-Realm powerhouses fighting over a single spirit stone mine. The total yield from that mine was merely 500 Saint-grade spirit stones, 10,000 spirit-grade stones, and 200,000 mortal-grade stones. In the Xuanxiao Continent, spirit stones serve both as universal currency and essential resources for cultivators to replenish spiritual energy and accelerate their cultivation. The Xuanxiao Sect had risen to become the premier sect of the Eastern Wasteland precisely because of that mine, for a simple reason. Saint-grade spirit stones could rapidly elevate Dao-seeking realm cultivators to the Saint realm. Special professions like formation masters, alchemists, and weapon forgers also depended heavily on spirit stone support. With this thought, Chu Xian lost interest in the other rewards and immediately commanded Qiyu. Qiyu, take me to the sect's mine immediately. As a sect NPC, Qiyu was aware of everything happening within the sect. She respectfully replied, Yes, master. Her delicate hand grasped Chu Xian's arm. Her jade feet touched the ground lightly, and in the next breath, they stood at the entrance of the newly manifested mine. Into the mine, Chu Xian suppressed the fervor in his chest and stepped inside first. What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of pure emerald like countless pale, green mortal-grade spirit stones embedded in the rock walls, transforming the cavern into a dreamlike green ocean. Chu Xian looked up and surveyed the area, nodding silently. The outer area, mortal-grade spirit stones. Going deeper, the walls shifted from green to blue. Spirit-grade spirit stones emitted restrained light, yet waves of spiritual energy 100 times denser than that of mortal-grade stones surged forth like deep ocean tides. Continuing inward, purple halos gradually dominated, and the tunnel narrowed. Saint-grade spirit stones. Purple light flickered like lightning, causing one's spirit to tremble. Chu Xian's gaze reached the very end, where a brilliant golden radiance condensed like a small Sun Emperor-grade spirit stones. Legend had it that these stones contained imperial essence, with a single piece capable of helping a half-emperor powerhouse achieve imperial ascension. These supreme treasures, unseen for tens of thousands of years, were quietly radiating their brilliance within the Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian's breathing became rapid. If this news leaked out, the entire Xuanxiao Continent would be shaken instantly, and even the ancient monsters at the peak of the Great Saint Realm would probably overturn their coffin lids and emerge. Suddenly, he chuckled darkly. You know what? You really know what? If one day this sect master holds a massive auction open to the entire continent, Kakik, when that time comes, all the bidders will have to stand. Qiyu, who had been listening to his muttering, finally couldn't help but speak softly. Sect master, this servant has something she doesn't understand. Ask. Hosting an auction would indeed be easy, but why make everyone stand during the event? Chu Xian's eyes widened. Don't ask. If you must know, no seats. Chu Xian returned to the main peak from the spirit stone mine and turned his gaze once again to the system interface. With a gentle ding, the spectacular 100 draw session came to an end, and all rewards flooded into his system inventory. The inventory interface flickered with items. Supreme Imperial Weapons 2. Great Saint Realm NPC Elders 3. Sub-Saint Realm NPC Elders 6. Dao Integration Realm NPC Elders 9. Followed by a dazzling array of cultivation techniques, martial skills, spirit medicines, weapons, and other cultivation resources. Seeing this string of outrageous numbers, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. Especially those Supreme Imperial Weapons 2 nearly burned holes through the screen Emperor-grade weapons. The Xuanxiao Continent hadn't seen a great emperor in ages, let alone an Imperial-grade weaponsmith. Yet he had just snagged 2 in one go. Retrieve. As his words fell, his left palm suddenly felt heavy as an ancient, palm-sized cauldron materialized from thin air. The bronze-black vessel stood on 3 legs with 2 handles, 9 mysterious patterns coiling around it like swimming dragons. In his right hand appeared a miniature pagoda with 9 levels and 8 corners, topped with a crystalline pearl that spun gracefully. The interface immediately displayed the origins of both imperial weapons. 9 Origin Cauldron. Born from the 9-pole Xianhuang heaven in ancient times, forged by 9 ancient great emperors who each contributed a strand of their life essence, combined with primordial chaos chi and stellar origins. 9 and 8 Tao inscriptions are carved on the cauldron walls, corresponding to the 9 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Primordial Unity Pagoda. The enlightenment artifact of the primordial limitless heavenly venerable, crafted from chaos stones of the 33rd outer heaven and infused with fragments from the river of time. Tisk. Even the descriptions sound incredibly impressive. Chu Xian clicked his tongue and waved his hand casually. Chiyu. Xuanxiao. Space trembled lightly as 2 great emperor-level NPC elders instantly appeared on the main peak, their robes fluttering as they bowed in unison. Sect Master. Each of you take one. You're both Emperor Realm figures now, how can you not have proper weapons? Chu Xian generously tossed out the cauldron and pagoda. Chi Yu and Xuanxia initially wanted to decline, but the moment the imperial weapons touched their hands, they immediately sensed something unusual. The instant Chi Yu made contact with the 9 Origin Cauldron, her entire body shuddered, nearly dropping the vessel. Sect Master. This cauldron is biting me. The 9 patterns on the cauldron's surface lit up, transforming into 9 thumb-sized dragons that coiled around her slender fingers, alternately licking and nuzzling, as if acting cute and seeking favor. Chu Xian's eye twitched. This little cauldron can actually act adorable? Meanwhile, Xuanxiao's situation was even worse. The primordial Unity Pagoda hummed and suddenly expanded to over 10 feet tall, completely encasing him. Time inscriptions appeared on the pagoda walls, and continuous muffled sounds echoed from within, mixed with Xuanxiao's furious roars. Let this emperor out. This broken pagoda is showing me a slideshow. It's even broadcasting the time I wet the bed at age 3. How can this emperor maintain his dignity after this? Chu Xian's shoulders shook violently as he struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning red from the effort. How could he have known this was the recognition ceremony for the 2 supreme imperial weapons? After quite some time, the light finally faded. Chi Yu stood there with 9 little dragon ornaments hanging from her fingers, her pretty face flushed red, while Xuanxia had been blown into an explosive hairstyle by the temporal currents, looking utterly disheveled. Chi Yu's fingers trembled slightly as she held the 9 Origin Cauldron, taking a sharp breath. Sect Master. If this thing were to hit someone, it could probably scare their ancestors back to life from their graves. Though both were great emperors, they had never encountered weapons of such caliber. Ordinary imperial weapons were already legendary, let alone supreme, grade ones. Chu Xian suppressed his amusement and gestured for them to process this on their own, as he himself only had a superficial understanding of imperial weapons, having previously been merely at the Tao integration realm. He was still 100,000 miles away from the imperial level. Sigh? Looks like I'll need to study more in the future. Chu Xian sighed deeply. After meeting with several newly recruited NPCs, he instructed Chi Yu to arrange their work assignments, then headed toward the Wanjing Pavilion. The Wanjing Pavilion towered into the clouds, its vermilion gates carved with coiling dragons. Pushing through the doors, he found an entire wall of blue stone embedded with jade slips. Beyond cultivation techniques and martial arts, the pavilion housed an impressive collection of ancient texts covering astronomy, geography, rare phenomena, and treatises on alchemy and artifacts. Since Chu Xian had no need for cultivation, he planned to broaden his knowledge by browsing through these classics in the tranquil, scholarly atmosphere. A massive emerald leaf, over 10 feet wide with clearly defined veins, glided through the sky with a whooshing sound. At its center, an elderly eunuch bent over to support a young man, Xiajia, the first prince of the Great Xia Empire. After 10 days of arduous travel, the youth's excitement couldn't mask the worry in his eyes. How can I not be anxious? Xiaji whispered urgently, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. With my sister in such a state, Father Emperor's hair has already turned white with worry. If I cannot ease Father's burden, how can I face him again? I've heard that Lingxiao Sect has several saints. They may have already advanced to become a mid-tier holy land. Perhaps they can save Fifth Sister. GC. Faster. At the front of the leaf, a guard named GC channeled his spiritual energy to propel them forward. For 10 days, blood had seeped from his nose and mouth, staining his armor crimson, yet he gritted his teeth and dared not rest. The elderly eunuch moved to the leaf's edge to survey the distance, then returned to report. Your Highness, we'll reach Lingxiao Sect in half an incense stick's time. Shall this old servant go ahead to announce your arrival and have them prepare a proper reception? Xia Jia waved dismissively. How many times must I tell you Lingxiao Sect is unlike ordinary sections? We must not show disrespect or cause offense. Also, tidy up your appearance. Most sects dislike people of your kindred. Let them identify what you are. Yes. Though reluctant, The old eunuch complied. Within moments, he removed his golden silk crown, changed into plain blue cloth, and simply tied back his hair, instantly suppressing his effeminate aura. Inwardly, he cursed. His Highness must be bewitched. How could a mid-tier holy land appear from nowhere? If that's truly the case, I'll sew my own mouth shut. Half an incense stick later, Lingxiao Sect's majestic peaks rose abruptly from the clouds, their glazed mountain gates ancient and solemn. GC's mental fortitude finally collapsed, his eyelids drooped, and he plummeted straight down from the giant leaf. Xiajie watched the guards fall with calm detachment. Your mission is complete. You may rest in peace. With that, he stored the leaf in his spatial ring and descended alongside the old eunuch to land outside the sect gates. The mountain entrance was sparsely populated. The sect's entrance examinations had long concluded, leaving only a few menial disciples sweeping the stone steps with brooms. Xiajie stepped forward, cupped his fists in salute, and called out clearly, "Brother, please announce that Xiajie of the great Xia imperial family has come to pay respects to your sect master." At these words, the several menial disciples who had been sweeping immediately fixed their gazes upon Xiajie. The royal family. Did I hear that right? Really someone from the royal family? Could it be the Xia Emperor himself? The Xia Emperor is this young? Several servants cleaning along the East Sea coast exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. Having grown up in this area their entire lives, they had never heard the name Xiajie. Yet they all understood the weight behind the great Xia Emperor. How dare you to gossip about the royal family and offend imperial dignity? This crime deserves death. The sharp rebuke cracked like a whip. The wrinkled old eunuch suddenly lunged forward, his sleeves fluttering as he prepared to turn hostile. Xiajie stepped forward quickly, blocking the old eunuch's path, and cupped his fists in explanation. "Brothers, I am merely a prince of Great Xia. Could you please announce my presence?" The servants cast cold glances at the old eunuch and said nothing more. Seeing Xiajie's gentle demeanor, one of them handed his broom to a companion and hurried toward the sect. At this moment, Chu Xian was immersed in ancient texts. The scroll had reached the most intense chapter of the Primordial War, the birthplace of the Primordial Cauldron. 9 extremes profound yellow heaven had been blasted into nothingness. The voice of the servant elder came from outside the hall, reporting to the sect master, "2 visitors have arrived at our gates, claiming to be Prince Xiajie of Great Xia, requesting an audience. If they want to join the sect, tell them to spin the wheel. Why bother me with such trivial matters?" Chu Xian didn't even lift his eyes. The sect now had many more NPCs, and Yu Jian's title of servant elder had long been removed, replaced by a new NPC arranged by the system, though still a Dao integration realm expert. The servant elder pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Sect master, he doesn't seem to wish to join our sect, but rather to meet with you." "Meet me?" Chu Xian's hand paused mid-page turn. "I'm reading, I'm busy. You handle it and find out what he wants." He had originally intended to send them away directly, but quickly reconsidered. Lingxiao Sect was rooted in Great Xia and would eventually need to deal with the royal family. Although Great Xia's strength was negligible in his eyes, most disciples in the sect came from Great Xia, so they shared common origins. Outside the sect gates, Xiajie stood beneath the mountain entrance, pacing back and forth with barely concealed anxiety. Moments later, a middle-aged man in gray robes appeared, his gaze calmly sweeping over the two. "You two may enter." Xiajie's heart leaped with joy as he stepped forward quickly. The old eunuch's face turned ashen, fury boiling in his chest. How arrogant this Lingxiao sect was. A prince had come in person, yet they didn't even come out to greet him? Was this their idea of hospitality? In his view, they were simply barbarians who didn't know their place. However, His Highness had given prior orders, so he could only lower his head, forcibly suppressing his emotions, and follow closely behind. The moment they crossed the mountain gate, Xiajie felt the surrounding spiritual energy so dense it seemed ready to condense into pillars of mist. Hiss, he drew in a sharp breath. The spiritual essence here was dozens of times more concentrated than even the most powerful imperial spiritual vein beneath the palace. Behind him, the old eunuch's brow furrowed even tighter. Lingxiao sect had such audacity, daring to monopolize such a spiritual vein. In his mind, everything within Great Xia's territory, all resources, should belong to the royal family. If His Majesty knew of this, how could he tolerate it? Rage churned in his chest as he secretly vowed to report this upon returning to the palace, ensuring Lingxiao sect would be completely destroyed. Xiajie collected his amazement and bowed respectfully to the gray-robed middle-aged man. "May I ask if you are the holy master of Lingxiao's sacred ground?" Seeing Xiajie's respectful manner, the middle-aged man quickly replied, "Your Highness misunderstands. I am merely a servant elder of Lingxiao sect. The sect master is currently reading and has no time at the moment, so he asked me to receive you both." As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of displeasure crossed Xiajie's eyes, though he said nothing. The old eunuch Hong immediately lost his composure, his cold voice cutting through the air like a blade. What? You're just a menial elder? I see the Lingxiao sect has a death wish. With that, his sleeves billowed as he unleashed his intimidating aura, instantly revealing his divine sea realm cultivation and sending dust swirling in all directions. Hong, stand down, Xia Jie shouted urgently, spiritual energy surging within his sleeves. If you continue this insolence, I'll cripple you right here and now. Elder Duan of the menial division stood with his hands clasped behind his back, merely glancing at Hong with a slight smile playing at his lips. Inwardly, he scoffed. This castrated dog dares to posture before me? Dressed up like a proper man when he can't even fill out a real man's skin, and he still dares to make threats? Keep showing off, and I'll make you really fly. Murderous intent flickered in Hong's eyes, but under Xia Jie's suppression, he could only forcibly withdraw his aura, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Only then did Xia Jie bow again with sincere attitude. Elder, please forgive him. My subordinate lacks proper manners. I will ensure he receives strict discipline upon our return. Duan had no desire for further words and waved dismissively. Your Highness, please follow me into the sect. With that, he turned and led the way at an unhurried pace toward Menial Peak. Halfway there, Duan turned his head slightly. I wonder what brings your Highness to our Lingxiao sect. Upon hearing this, Xia Jie retrieved a palm-sized golden foil from his robes. The surface bore intricate runic patterns with faint spiritual light flowing between the characters. The Lingxiao sacred ground is newly established and may not yet know of this matter. Within our great Xia Empire, every 50 years a spatial cavern opens, called the Formless Spirit Ruins. It contains countless opportunities, but entry is limited. Since the entrance lies within the Empire's borders, quotas have traditionally been allocated by the royal family. Now that your sect has been established, you naturally deserve an allocation. I have come specifically to deliver this qualification. With these words, he respectfully presented the golden foil with both hands. Duan eyes lit up as he bowed. Your Highness is most thoughtful. I shall immediately report this to the sect master. Atop the main peak, Chu Xian was immersed in ancient texts when Duan voice transmission interrupted him. He was about to be annoyed when the three words, Formless Spirit Ruins, made his spirits soar. Formless Spirit Ruins. Even the name sounds promising. Jinner, Shinner, and Lure's breakthrough progress has been slow its time they ventured out. Those inner and outer disciples can't stay sheltered forever either. This opportunity comes at the perfect time. His thoughts racing, he closed the ancient text and rose, instructing. Duan bring them to the main peak. This subordinate obeys. At the base of Menial Peak, Duan smiled and nodded to Xia Jie and his companion. Your Highness, the sect master has made time available. Please follow me. Before his words had finished, spiritual energy surged within him, instantly forming a gentle barrier of light around the three men. In the next moment, Xia Jie and Hong felt themselves becoming weightless as they rose into the air, soaring upward through the wind. Both men's pupils dilated simultaneously. This, a menial elder could actually fly? The art of aerial travel was clearly something only Saint-tier experts could perform, yet he accomplished it effortlessly. The seemingly gentle Duan was actually a genuine Saint-tier powerhouse. Was this real or fake, brother? Cold sweat instantly soaked through Hong's back. What had I just done? I actually tried to challenge a Saint-tier master? I really deserve to die? At the main peak of the Lingxiao sect, Duan descended slowly with the stunned Xia Jie and old Hong, mountain winds sweeping through their robes as spiritual mists swirled around them. Sect master, I have brought them as requested. Duan clasped his fists in report. Chu Xian raised his hand in acknowledgement, and Duan immediately turned and departed, leaving only the echo of his footsteps. You two have traveled far and must be weary. Please, come and sit. Chu Xian's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable subtle pressure. Though Xia Jie was an imperial prince, the shock still churned within him, but his expression quickly composed itself. He strode forward to Chu Xian, bowed deeply, and said, Junior Xia Jie pays respects to the Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, his thoughts pausing. My Lingxiao sect is hardly a sacred land. Such formality is unnecessary. Xia Jie quickly shook his head, his tone respectful yet firm. Sacred Lord, Senior, the Lingxiao sacred land is filled with saints. Even the menial workers and elders are of sacred rank. How could we dare not call it a sacred land? Chu Xian chuckled inwardly. This young man is no simple character. However, he didn't pursue the topic further. Noticing old Hong still standing frozen in place, he asked with confusion, This companion of yours, is his leg injured? Why doesn't he come over? Xia Jie turned to look, his cheeks reddening slightly. Replying to the Sacred Lord, he indeed has leg problems. Before finishing his words, he raised his voice, Old Hong, hurry over and pay respects to the Sacred Lord. Only then did old Hong snap out of his daze, hunching over and scurrying to Chu Xian's presence, his forehead hitting the stone floor with a thud, This servant Hong Si kowtows to the sacred lord. Xiajia. Chu Xian was even more bewildered. Didn't you say he had leg problems? He runs quite well. And what kind of custom is this? Kowtowing upon meeting Do palace people in the cultivation world also behave this way. Xiajia quickly cleared his throat and explained in a low voice. Sacred lord, please don't take offense. He is a eunuch from my father's court, rarely exposed to the world. He accompanies me solely to ensure my safety. Oh, Chu Xian understood, chuckling inwardly. So it's not that his leg is broken, but his third leg is missing. He then gestured for the two to be seated and instructed Chi Yu to prepare tea. Steam rose from the hot tea as Chu Xian took a light sip, his gaze settling on Xiajia. Your Highness comes to the Lingxiao Sect merely to deliver quotas? Giving gifts without asking for favors, can such good fortune truly be so simple? Xiajia's fingertips traced the rim of his cup as he nodded solemnly. Indeed, Senior. Originally, Father Emperor intended to come personally, but my fifth sister suddenly contracted a strange illness. Father Emperor remains in the palace to sustain her life, so he could only send this junior in his stead. I hope Senior will understand. Chu Xian silently admired the thoroughness of imperial diplomacy. It both elevated him while subtly implying a request for help. The key point, naturally, was that the fifth princess's life hung by a thread. If he didn't inquire now, wouldn't that seem callous? He thus feigned curiosity, leaning forward slightly. Oh, your sister has contracted a strange illness? What kind of strange illness? Xiajia's expression immediately turned deeply sorrowful. Alas, fifth sister's condition. Never mind, I cannot burden the sacred master with such worries. Seeing this, Chu Xian secretly chuckled to himself. This boy really knows how to put on an act. Considering he secured the Wuxiang Lingshu quota for the Lingxiao sect, he would help him this once. He waved his hand casually. Speak then, perhaps our Lingxiao sect truly can cure your sister. At the same time, he reminded himself, this is the last chance. If he doesn't tell the truth now, he can't blame me. Sure enough, Xiajia began to speak. 20 days ago, fifth sister suddenly collapsed while playing with palace maids and has remained unconscious ever since. Then, ice frost crystals began growing periodically from her bones. During these episodes, it felt like 10,000 ants gnawing at her marrow, causing her to writhe in agony on her bed while he and Father Emperor could only watch helplessly. Chu Xian pondered. Are there any other symptoms? Yes. Xiajia clenched his fists. Every day at noon, when yang energy should be at its peak, her entire body freezes instead. Then at midnight, when yin energy is strongest, she burns as if scorched by fierce flames, even setting her clothes ablaze. What about the color of her pupils? They're no longer black, but completely gray-white. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xian quickly rifled through the ancient texts on his desk, pages rustling loudly. Xiajia's heart leaped to his throat. This sacred master truly knows the way. Fifth sister can be saved. Hong Si stood to the side, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the ground. The Lingxiao sect wasn't just a mid-level sacred ground, it seemed they could even save the princess. His earlier offense was truly sinful. After a moment, Chu Xian snapped the ancient text shut with a paw. Your sister is not ill. Xiajia was stunned. She's experiencing a constitutional awakening. Have you heard of the ancient Yellow Springs sacred body? The ancient Yellow Springs sacred body. Xiajia shot to his feet, not even noticing his overturned teacup. Indeed, this constitution appears once in 10,000 years. During awakening, one must endure bone-chilling marrow erosion and yin-yang reversal. Chu Xian tapped the table lightly with his fingertip. Gray-white pupils are the death sign of Yellow Springs. If this continues, there's only death ahead. Thud. Hong Si dropped directly to his knees, his voice shrill. Please, sacred master, save the princess. This old servant is willing to serve as an ox or horse. Xiajia suppressed his grief. Senior, since this is an awakening, there must be a way to resolve it, right? Chu Xian first nodded, then shook his head. There is a method, but it may not conform to your royal family's customs. As long as fifth sister can be saved, any custom can be broken. Xiajia immediately knelt and kowtowed. Please, senior, enlighten us. Chu Xian opened his mouth, then finally spoke. This method requires fulfilling 3 conditions simultaneously. First, 9 petals of the other shore flower are needed. Second, she must cultivate the 9 revolutions Yellow Springs formula. Third, and what you'll find hardest to accept during the noon hour when your sister is frozen, she must unite with someone of supreme yang constitution, or during the midnight hour when she burns, unite with someone of supreme yin constitution. Simultaneously, the other shore flower petals must be refined and absorbed into her body. Well, what? I need to mate with someone. Xiajia's mind exploded with shock. His kneeling body instantly collapsed, his knees hitting the stone floor with a dull thud. He looked up, his face ashen. Senior, are you joking with this junior? His voice carried an incredulous chill. Chu Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. See? I didn't want to tell you because I knew you wouldn't believe it. Now that I have, you're making that face again. Even setting aside this final condition, does your great Xia royal family possess the 9 Revolutions Yellow Springs manual? Without the proper cultivation technique, your sister won't survive even if she awakens the ancient Yellow Springs sacred body. He pointed at the ground, his tone grave. The ancient Yellow Springs sacred body must devour and refine Yellow Springs power to cultivate. Without a matching technique, the Yellow Springs power entering her body cannot be refined, she'll surely die. Chu Xian kept one thought to himself while the Great Xia Empire lacked the 9 Revolutions Yellow Springs manual. The Soaring Heaven sect possessed it. The myriad scriptures pavilion contained countless techniques, any one of which was beyond Great Xia's reach. Hearing this, Xiajia's spine seemed to lose all its bones. He nearly collapsed completely, muttering to himself, "Fifth sister, is there truly no hope?" Chu Xian walked over and bent down slightly. "Go ask your father, the emperor. If you want your sister to awaken, this is the only way. Our Soaring Heaven sect has a primordial unity tower that can protect her from the Yellow Springs power's erosion after she awakens. Even without the cultivation technique, she could live out a normal lifespan within the tower. Give us your quota for entering the formless spirit ruins, and consider it our repayment to the great Xia royal family." Xia Jia left the Soaring Heaven sect in a daze. When he came to his senses, Hongxi was urging the massive green leaf forward, racing toward the great Xia imperial capital. Wind howling around them, he asked quietly, "Eunuch Hong, could that method really work?" Hongxi's form trembled, his aged voice hoarse. "This old servant doesn't know. Only His Majesty can decide." After Xiajia's departure, Chu Xian immediately busied himself. His first task was unfolding the golden foil to examine its contents. The location of the formless spirit ruins, the opening time, and the number of people the Soaring Heaven sect could send 10. With only 10 days until opening, time was neither tight nor loose. 10 spots seemed few, but it was actually quite generous. The formless spirit ruins only allowed 100 people each time, and Great Xia had given the Soaring Heaven sect a tenth of the quote equal to the royal family's share. Chu Xian called out, "Chi Yu, summon 3 core disciples, 3 inner disciples, and the 4 outer disciples with the highest cultivation." "Yes." Chi Yu departed to carry out the order. Soon, 10 figures gathered on the main peak. Mountain winds whipped their robes as Chu Xian explained the details of the formless spirit ruins. After hearing everything, the disciples showed various expressions. Yu Jian was first to cup his fists, declaring loudly, "This disciple will not disappoint Master's earnest intentions." The others bowed in succession, battle intent burning in their eyes. For these mortals who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, secret realms meant opportunity and transformation, they were so excited their voices trembled. Only Lin Xian stood at the back of the group, his brow dark with displeasure. This emperor could steadily return to the semi-emperor realm step by step. Why waste time on some formless spirit ruins? After the other disciples dispersed, he quickly approached Chu Xian and asked quietly, "Master, could this disciple perhaps not participate?" Chu Xian shot him a direct glare. "Absolutely not. You must participate. This girl, her talent is already inferior to Yu Jiantong's, and now when such an opportunity presents itself, she doesn't know how to seize it." In the main hall, Chu Xian slammed the table and rose to his feet, his tone unprecedentedly stern. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian retorted with a cold expression, "Master, your disciple has been feeling unwell lately and doesn't wish to go out." This single sentence left Chu Xian burning with frustration, yet completely helpless. "Farewell, master." After speaking, Lin Xian turned and left. Before departing, she kicked Da Huang, who was lying in the corridor basking in the sun. Da Huang let out a pitiful cry of "a woo" and rolled under the table, tears streaming from his aggrieved dog eyes. "Woof woof woof. What did this dog do wrong? Was it necessary to kick me?" Chu Xian watched with a deep frown. Did Xianer take the wrong medicine today? Upon reflection, Lin Xian hadn't practiced swordsmanship these past few days, instead staying locked in her room, cultivating all day. Could it be that special time of the month? But this is the cultivation world, though female cultivators also have those days. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. Looking at Da Huang whimpering under the table, he secretly made a decision and headed straight for the 10,000 Scriptures Pavilion. After searching through ancient texts for a long time, he finally found the answer on a yellowed bamboo scroll. Cold crimson tear flower, specifically counters palace coldness and blood stasis. 9-turn phoenix cry vine. In ancient times, when a female sword immortal fell from the clouds due to menstrual pain, a phoenix carried this vine to her rescue. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Hey, there really is such a thing. Let me see. Once he had gathered the prescription ingredients, he immediately returned to the mountain gate and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chi Yu, lend me the primordial cauldron." Chi Yu, the sect's mountain-protecting great emperor, rushed over in alarm, only to see that Chu Xian had already poured the spiritual spring water from the back mountain into the primordial cauldron and dumped all those precious medicinal materials into it. "Chi Yu, use the endless true flame to brew it." Chu Xian instructed. Qi Yu's eyes turned red, nearly exploding with rage. Sect Master, is this appropriate? I'm a great emperor after all. You want me to brew soup for your disciple? Besides, that primordial cauldron is an ultimate Tao imperial weapon. Are you treating it like an ordinary cooking pot? Chu Xian patted his arm. My disciple isn't feeling well, and as her master, I should take care of her. Qi Yu could only reluctantly deploy the endless true flame. The medicinal liquid took half a day to brew before finally emitting a warm, fragrant aroma. As night fell, Chu Xian carried a small bowl of thick medicinal liquid to Lin Xian's courtyard and gently knocked on the door. Xianer, Xianer. Spiritual energy fluctuated inside the room, clearly indicating that Lin Xian was cultivating. After being interrupted, her expression darkened slightly as she opened the door and asked coldly, Master, what is it? Chu Xian handed over the bowl. Xianer, your master has brewed medicinal liquid for you. Drink it quickly. Lin Xian's eyebrow twitched. This emperor is perfectly fine. Why drink medicine? Master, your disciple is in good health. She was about to close the door. Chu Xian stood firmly in the doorway, even more convinced in his heart. Xianer must be having her monthly cycle. Xianer, be obedient. This medicinal liquid aids cultivation and is good for your body. Seeing her master's face full of smiles with no intention of retreating, Lin Xian had no choice but to accept the bowl and drink it down in one gulp. It tastes quite good. Instantly, a warm current surged into her lower abdomen, causing her dantian to tingle slightly. She was secretly surprised. Hey, this stuff actually has some effect. Thank you, master. Seeing her complexion become much more rosy, Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction, took the empty bowl, and instructed, Xianer, rest well. The formless spirit ruins will open soon, so you must perform well. Your master will bring you medicine again tomorrow. After walking a few steps, he turned back as if remembering something. Disciple, remember to drink plenty of hot water. Lin Xian stood frozen in the doorway, her face full of question marks. What the hell is drink plenty of hot water? As the opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins drew nearer, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect trained even harder, with the chosen few making their final preparations. Over the past few days, Lin Xian had been repeatedly cornered at his door by Chu Xian, who carried medicinal potions and refused to take no for an answer. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Lin Xian finally nodded and agreed to enter the spirit ruins. Upon receiving this confirmation, Chu Xian spent that very night crouched under the stone table on the main peak, carving a line of small characters with his dagger. Xianer gets her period on the 13th of every month. Remember to brew the medicine. After finishing the carving, he smugly wiped his nose tip, a gesture that Qi Yu happened to witness, leaving the young woman's heart as sour as if she had bitten into a lemon. With only 3 days remaining until the opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, morning mist rolled across the main peak. 10 disciples stood in formation at the cliff's edge, their robes fluttering in the wind. Chu Xian had just finished his pre-battle speech, and the echo of his final words, "Go forth with joy, let not this journey be in vain," had barely faded when Long Outyin stepped forward and lifted all 10 disciples into the air with a gesture. Sect Master, we're ready to depart. Chu Xian waved his hand, signaling them to proceed. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged through Long Outyin's body as his bones stretched and grew. Bang, his clothes exploded, revealing sinewy muscles gleaming in golden light. A deafening dragon's roar pierced the sky as massive dragon wings burst from his back, scales glinting with cold fire in the sunlight. His limbs elongated, dragon claws sharp and deadly. In an instant, a magnificent golden dragon coiled around the peak of the main mountain. The 10 disciples landed steadily on the scaled back, while gentle spiritual energy lifted Chu Xian to rest between the dragon's horns. Depart! Roar! Golden light tore through the clouds as the dragon carried everyone swiftly toward the distant horizon. In the Wuxiang prefecture of the Great Xia Empire, it was rumored that this region ranked second in military might throughout the entire empire, with sects, clans, and rogue cultivators all known for their fierce and domineering nature. For outer disciples stood on the dragon's flanks, whispering among themselves. Brothers, we need to keep a low profile this time. Don't cause trouble for the sect. Everyone in Wuxiang prefecture is dangerous. Chu Xian sat at the dragon's head, letting the fierce wind tousle his hair, and merely shook his head with a wry smile upon hearing their discussion. Suddenly, a cold and sinister aura approached. Tang Lu silently walked over to the group, clutching his 3-pronged trident, causing the 4 disciples to shiver. Senior brother Tang, Tang Lu, is there something you need? Tang Lu swept his gaze over them coldly. Don't disgrace the sect. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving only his rigid silhouette behind. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. How exactly would we disgrace the sect? Little Dai, with her sheephorn braids, bounced over and blinked as she explained. Senior brother means don't be cowardly and shrink from trouble. Being meek and submissive would truly disgrace the sect. The disciples suddenly understood and quickly clasped their fists. Rest assured, we absolutely won't disgrace the sect, right? We'd rather die than tarnish the sect's reputation. At the dragon's head, Chu Xian beckoned to Tang Lu. Lu, give your master a smile. He knew that after Tang Qingshan's death, Tang Lu had become like a completely different person, taciturn and wooden, throwing himself entirely into cultivation. Whether this was due to bloodline awakening or psychological trauma remained unknown. Tang Lu approached with an expressionless face. Master, I don't know how. Chu Xian stroked his chin. Then, how about crying? Tang Lu fell silent, clutched his trident tightly, and turned to walk away. Hey, you little rascal. Sulking all day long, do I owe you money or something? The only response Chu Xian received was Tang Lu's retreating figure growing smaller in the distance. Chu Xian sighed inwardly. 3 personal disciples, 2 problem children. At least Yu Jian is relatively worry-free. The moment this thought crossed his mind, little Daydream beside him suddenly shrieked. Sect Master. Something terrible happened. Senior brother Yu Jian fell down. Chu Xian's expression froze. No, wait, hat's 3 problem children. After 3 days of swift travel, the Lingxiao Sect group finally reached the entrance to the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Before them stretched a cracked yellow desert wasteland with rolling heat waves. In the center of the sandy sea, a white vortex the size of a water vat slowly rotated like a slumbering giant beast, breathing in and out spiritual energy with rhythmic whoosh-whoosh sounds. Looks like we're early. The Wuxiang Spirit Ruins won't open for another 2 days. Chu Xian descended and surveyed their surroundings. The moment everyone's feet touched the ground, exclamations erupted from all directions. My heavens, that group just dropped down from the sky. Did you see clearly? They came riding spirit beasts. That person in yellow robes is a transformed spirit beast. If a spirit beast can take human form, it must be at least divine sea realm, right? Obviously, spirit beasts must cultivate to divine sea realm before they can fully transform into human form. The onlookers didn't consider the possibility of Saint Tier. In their understanding, Saint Tier cultivators only existed within the Great Xia royal family. Thus, Lingxiao Sect was automatically categorized as a fairly decent sect. Long Outyin crossed his arms, his face darkening as he glared at the gossiping crowd, his voice rumbling like thunder. Divine Sea Realm? Your whole family is Divine Sea Realm. The crowd exchanged glances and broke into strange smiles. Hey, our whole family is Divine Sea Realm. Well, that sounds great, thanks for the blessing. Long Outyin shot them a withering look, but couldn't be bothered to argue further. Just then, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky as a blue-robed cultivator flew over on his sword, announcing loudly, Everyone, our Piaomiao sect has set up a venue in Piaomiao City for tonight's auction. The grand finale Itima, high-tier spirit-grade weapon. Whoever obtains this treasure will surely shine brilliantly in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. With those words, the man departed on his sword, leaving only a long trail of light behind. Discussions exploded once again at the desert's edge. Piaomiao sect, the second greatest power in Great Xia, truly extravagant. They're actually auctioning off a high-tier spirit-grade weapon. Bah, they profit from the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins every time. Piaomiao City is just 100 li west of here, and they hold auctions whenever the Spirit Ruins open. Haha, a high-tier spirit-grade weapon. This young master must have it. Let's go to Piaomiao City. Amid the chatter, large numbers of cultivators were already hurrying westward along the sandy path. The rules of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins quickly spread through the crowd's discussions. 1. The Spirit Ruins allows only 100 people to enter each time. 2. Only mortal tier cultivators may enter. Any high-tier powerhouse who steps inside will have their cultivation instantly suppressed to peak Spirit Spring Realm. 3. Therefore, most entrants are young disciples from major sects and families. To protect their juniors, accompanying elders not only personally escort them, but also bring large sums of spirit stones specifically for Piaomiao Sect's auctions. Little ones, interested in checking out the auction? Long Outyin turned to ask, his voice carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Chu Xian pondered. Since we're here, we should let the disciples broaden their horizons. He nodded. Let's make the trip. As soon as he spoke, the disciples beamed like blooming flowers. Yu Jian pumped his fist. Awesome. Lin Xian curled his lip. Boring. Tang Lu remained silent. At the auction house in Piaomiao City, Chu Xian led the disciples of Lingxiao Sect to a stop at the entrance, gazing at the long queue that snaked all the way to the street corner. Several disciples couldn't help but gasp. The Wuxiang Spirit Ruins clearly only allowed 100 people to enter, yet this place was as bustling as a temple fair. You don't understand? Someone in the crowd chuckled. They may not qualify to enter the Spirit Ruins, but they're qualified to fight for opportunities. Once the Spirit Ruins close, there's bound to be bloodshed throughout the desert. Those few words immediately made young disciples like Yu Jian feel their hearts tighten. Noticing everyone's expressions, Chu Xian casually waved his hand. Don't panic. Our Lingxiao sect is no pushover. Follow me, we'll take a shortcut. The disciples exchanged glances. Had their sect master been here before? How did he know about shortcuts? Even Long Outyin was puzzled. Chu Xian led the group straight to the main entrance of the venue, found a staff member, and lowered his voice. Young man, please inform your supervisor that I have a sacred medicine for auction. Sacred medicine? The staff member's breath caught, and he quickly bowed. Senior, please wait. I'll report this immediately. He then ran off. Before long, a slightly plump middle-aged man hurried over, his eyes burning with interest. You have sacred medicine to auction? Chu Xian nodded with a smile. The man immediately invited him and his disciples inside, escorting them directly to a private room on the 5th floor. After settling the Lingxiao Sect members comfortably, he led Chu Xian to the adjacent appraisal room. The room was brightly lit, with only an elderly man with silver hair sitting inside, head down reading an ancient tome. The middle-aged man clasped his hands. Master Sai, this person has come with sacred medicine. The sect master asked me to request your appraisal to arrange the auction order. He then withdrew. Without looking up, the elder said, Where's the sacred medicine? Let this old man have a look. Chu Xian shrugged and smiled. I didn't bring any sacred medicine. The elder's eyes rolled upward, about to lose his temper, when he saw Chu Xian retrieve from his spatial ring a strange flower with fiery red petals and flame-like veins, casually placing it on the table. No sacred medicine, but this should be somewhat better than sacred medicine. A streak of blood red reflected in the elder's eyes, and his brow furrowed suddenly. This flower. Why does it look so familiar? He drew a sharp breath, pondered for a moment, but couldn't name it, only muttering. Strange. This old man clearly knows it well, yet can't recall at the moment. However, this item can fetch a good price. We can replace the finale auction item. Chu Xian sighed helplessly. Old man, first look at the book in your hands. Book. The elder looked down in confusion, then suddenly awakened the next moment, his gaze jumping back and forth between the ancient tome and the red flower, his voice trembling with excitement. This. Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. The legendary Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. Though it belongs to spirit-grade medicinal materials, due to its unique effects and extreme rarity, its value far exceeds ordinary sacred-grade items. How do you possess this? He suddenly stood up, stepped across the desk in one stride, and grabbed Chu Xian's shoulders with both hands. Where did this medicinal material come from? It grows in the back mountain of our sect. Is it really that rare? Chu Xian, worried the man might get overexcited, quickly supported his arm. Your sect? Which sect? Lingxiao Sect. Xuanxiao Sect? The premier sect of the Eastern Wasteland. Chu Xian held his forehead in exasperation. Old man. It's Lingxiao Sect. Whether the old man heard him or not, Chu Xian could see him carefully examining the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill while clicking his tongue. Kid, if you ask me, just sell this medicinal material to me directly. Why bother with the auction process? No, my Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill is going to auction only. Chu Xian replied bluntly. Old man, hurry up and arrange the auction. And give me a top-tier luxury private box. The old man lowered his voice. Kid, if you sell it to me, consider it a personal favor I'll owe you. A favor? What's a favor worth these days? Stop wasting time and get moving. The old man's beard trembled wildly as he gritted his teeth. Kid, do you know who I am? Chu Xian snatched back the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. I don't care who you are. Are you arranging it or not? The old man was so angry he stomped his feet, his beard askew. You just wait, kid. But his eyes remained fixed on the pill, and he finally had to compromise. Fine. I'll arrange the auction for you and give you the best heavenly grade private box. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction and casually tossed the pill back into the old man's hands. Wouldn't it have been better to be this cooperative from the start? Soon, the Lingxiao Sect members were led to the most luxurious heavenly grade box number 1 on the 5th floor of the auction house. The floor was covered with spirit beast fur carpets. The walls were embedded with moonlight stones that could adjust brightness at will, and the tables were piled high with spirit fruits and immortal wine. Yu Jian and the other disciples stared in amazement. Long Outyin whispered in awe. As expected. First, multiple saint-level experts joined our sect, and now we're directly in a heavenly grade private box. Our sect master's connections are terrifyingly impressive. Before everyone had settled in, the white-haired old man squeezed in again and plopped down right next to Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. What's this about? The old man replied matter-of-factly. You're not members of the auction house, so naturally, I need to supervise the entire process. Despite his words, his eyes kept sneaking glances at Chu Xian's sleeve, clearly still thinking about the pill. The excuse was flimsy, but Chu Xian couldn't be bothered to argue this trip was meant to broaden his disciples' horizons anyway. As long as the old man didn't cause trouble, he could do whatever he wanted. Clear bell chimes echoed through the hall, and the crowd gradually quieted. A woman in elegant robes stepped onto the platform, her voice clear and bright. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Piaomiao City auction. Today's items are all rare treasures. May you all seize these opportunities. As her words ended, several maidservants carrying jade trays presented the first auction item. The old man's eyes lit up as he stroked his beard and commented, Mystic Ice Jade Essence. The extreme northern cold abyss produces only one drop every 1,000 years. It can help ice element cultivators break through bottlenecks. Quite valuable indeed. The Lingxiao Sect disciples listened intently, while Chu Xian smiled slightly, letting the old man show off to his heart's content. The second item was a completely crimson long sword with dragon patterns flowing along its blade. The old man immediately commented, Crimson Sky, forged with earthcore fire essence and tempered by heavenly lightning during its creation. Tremendous power. Unfortunately, the blacksmith was trash. Such good materials wasted on only a mortal-grade weapon. He glanced at Chu Xian and shook his head with a sigh. What a waste. His implication was crystal clear. The divine Phoenix Mountain Pill would be better off sold to him than falling into unappreciative hands. Yu Jian couldn't help but ask, Senior, have you met high-level blacksmiths? The old man was about to boast proudly when Chu Xian cut in. Yu Jian, don't listen to his nonsense. How could you easily encounter high-level alchemists and blacksmiths? Him? Not even close. The old man's beard bristled as he fumed. What do you know, kid? I've met more alchemists and blacksmiths than you've had meals. I'll tell you the truth. Even Zhongqing, the pill saint of the Cloud Sky Sect, the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland, has to behave respectfully in front of me. As soon as the old man said this, Yu Jian burst out laughing. I might believe you about other things, but if you're claiming to know Zhongqing, the pill saint of Lingxiao Sect, that's just ridiculous. He lowered his voice and joked with his fellow disciples. Who is Master Zhang? He's the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland. You're saying he'd be respectful and deferential in front of you? Our master was right. We can't listen to your wild boasting. However, Yu Jian didn't expose the old man. He just watched with interest, enjoying the performance. The auction hall was brightly lit, with various rare treasures presented one after another, spiritual light flickering on the jade platform. The old man acted like a well-informed antique dealer, barely stopping his commentary from materials to origins, from refining methods to uses, speaking with such vivid detail that all the Lingxiao Sect disciples were captivated and exclaimed in amazement. Chu Xian sat in the front row, one hand resting on his chair back, a smile playing at his lips, making no move to stop the old man. After all, he had brought his disciples here to broaden their horizons. As time drew to a close, the auctioneer's voice suddenly rose. Next are the two grand finale items. For the first item, the female host smiled sweetly as she unveiled the silk covering. A high-tier spirit-grade weapon, the Juk's sword. The Juk's sword was entirely black, with a broad and thick blade, lying quietly in the jade tray. Even unsheathed, it emanated an aura as heavy as mountains. As the lights swept over it, dark gold patterns on the black blade appeared and disappeared. The old man stroked his beard and commented, the Juk's sword, high-tier spirit grade, heavy as 1,000 pounds yet still razor-sharp, perfect for practitioners of fierce sword techniques. At this point, he glanced sideways at the outer sect disciple beside Little Daydream, whose eyes were gleaming with desire. However, not everyone can master this sword. It depends on fate. The disciple clenched his fists, his longing evident on his face. Chu Xian noticed and casually patted his shoulder. You like it? The disciple's face reddened slightly as he nodded. Sect Master, this sword would suit my cultivation technique perfectly. All right, then we'll take it. Chu Xian waved his hand grandly. Though Lingxiao Sect has many weapons, what matters most is that our disciples are happy. The bidding began with a starting price of 500,000 common-grade spirit stones, quickly rising to 800,000 in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian lazily pressed his button. 1 million. The auction hall suddenly fell silent, with countless gazes turning toward the Heaven-tier VIP box #1. The old man was stunned, his eyes widening. Is that how you bid? Chu Xian shrugged. What? Is there a problem? A cold laugh came from the opposite box. 1,100,000. Chu Xian didn't even look. 1,500,000. The other side fell silent for a moment, then gritted out. 1,600,000. Chu Xian raised his hand to press again, but the old man grabbed it. Young man, let me give you some advice. You might not be able to afford to provoke your opponent. Chu Xian yawned and pressed down firmly with his fingertip. 2 million. The entire hall erupted. This figure had far exceeded the Juk sword's actual value. Truly worthy of the Heaven-tier #1 box. 2 million spirit stones for a spirit-grade weapon? Are they crazy? What do you know? For them, money can't buy what I want. The host raised her gavel high and struck it down excitedly. Congratulations to our distinguished guest in Heaven-tier box #1 for successfully winning the Juk sword. The outer sect disciple's face flushed red as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Xian waved his hand. It's nothing. Since it suits you, just use it well. The old man muttered sourly beside them. Humph, nouveau riche behavior. Chu Xian smiled and asked back. Old man, why don't you make a bid too? The old man's beard bristled as he snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring him. Soon after, the auctioneer raised his gavel again, his voice rising. The final auction item, the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. Starting bid, 1 million common grade spirit stones. But nobody recognized this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. Everyone was buzzing with curiosity. What the heck is this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill? How dare they start the bidding at 1 million? The crowd erupted into chatter, their voices exploding like firecrackers being set off. Yeah, give us some details. The female auctioneer helplessly raised both hands, forcing a professional smile. Sorry everyone, aside from the name, there's no other information available. But rest assured, it has been personally authenticated by Master Sai. The audience burst into an uproar. Damn, even Master Sai makes mistakes sometimes. Maybe the old man's getting senile and forgot to provide a description. Don't know what it does. Let's get out of here. The crowd dispersed even faster than they had arrived, chairs scraping against the floor in a cacophony of sounds. In the VIP box number 1, Chu Xian watched the retreating tide of people through the half-open window, his brow furrowed deeply. Old man, you did this on purpose? Master Sai squinted his eyes, stroking his beard while leaning back in his cushioned seat. Boy, what do you mean? By not providing an explanation, you wanted everyone to give up bidding. I honestly don't know what this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill does either. As soon as he finished speaking, his finger quietly pressed the bidding button on the table. The female auctioneer announced loudly, VIP box number 1 bids 1.1 million spirit stones. Everyone in the hall who had been about to leave suddenly froze in unison. Even Chu Xian was stunned. Old man, what the hell? Why are you pressing my button? Master Sai replied matter-of-factly. Boy, just borrowing it. I'll pay you back every last spirit stone. You old bastard. Chu Xian rubbed his forehead. As the authenticator of this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill, the old man would certainly arouse suspicion if he bid personally, so he had planned from the start to use Chu Xian's name. While the two were still arguing, the auctioneer suddenly shrieked. Wow. Guest number 96 bids 2 million spirit stones. A direct increase of 900,000. Will VIP box number 1 continue? Master Sai leaned forward sharply to look, only to see Long Out Yin in red robes leaving the VIP box, standing by the corridor railing, waving paddle number 96 with a silly grin in their direction. Damn, young man, that's not playing fair. That number 96 clearly came with you. The old man gritted his teeth. Chu Xian shrugged. Old man, you cheated first, can't blame me. The old man pressed the button again. 3 million. Long Out Yin immediately raised his hand. 5 million. 8 million spirit stones. Master Sai shouted with bloodshot eyes, his voice trembling. The entire venue fell dead silent. The female auctioneer raised her gavel, so excited her palms were shaking. Sold. The Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill goes to VIP box number 1. The old man collapsed back into his chair, letting out a long breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead. That hammer blow had truly cost him dearly. Chu Xian patted his shoulder, his tone full of regret. Old man, if I had known you were so enthusiastic about promoting auction items, I would have just sold that Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill directly to you. The old man was stunned. What do you mean? Chu Xian pulled another Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill from his sleeve, dangling it between his fingers with a smile. I happen to have another one right here. Want it? I'll sell it to you for 1 million. You. The old man's eyes widened, nearly fainting from anger. One hand clutched his chest while the other pointed at Chu Xian, trembling. You did this on purpose. Chu Xian looked innocent. How could that be? Seeing how sincere you are, I'm just taking special care of you. The disciples in the box had been holding back their laughter to the point of internal injury. None of them had expected their sect master to have such a cunning side. Even Lingxiao and Tang Lu were showing rare smiles. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, a system notification echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Host has generated emotional value with the Eastern Wasteland's top alchemist. Congratulations on triggering a hidden quest. Hidden quest. Recruit the Eastern Wasteland's top alchemist into the sect. Hidden quest reward. 100 acres of immortal fields will manifest in the sect, with medicinal herb quality increased by 1. A blue-gold system interface suddenly appeared, its lines of text gleaming brightly. Chu Xian's pupils contracted. The Eastern Wasteland's top alchemist? Who? Could it be this wrinkled old man before him? But according to rumors, wasn't Zhang Qing always considered the strongest alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland? Before he could sort out his thoughts, the old man had already smoothed his sleeves and slowly stood up, speaking curtly. Boy, here are 8 million spirit stones. A cold gleam flashed as a dark silver ring traced an arc through the air, landing in Chu Xian's palm. The old man turned and walked away. Chu Xian weighed the ring in his hand, his eyes rolling as he grinned and chased after him. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. I have a few other medicinal herbs here. Want to take a look? If you fancy any, I'll sell them to you directly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's beard bristled with indignation, his back stiffening. Oomph. You little rascal, spare me your tricks. This old man won't fall for your schemes again. With that, he quickened his pace. Chu Xian hurriedly flashed in front of him, raising both hands high. Old man, don't rush off. I was too hasty earlier. Actually, our Lingxiao sect has a medicinal field behind the mountain, growing many rare and peculiar herbs that even I can't fully identify. The old man's steps faltered slightly, his ears twitching almost imperceptibly, though he still feigned indifference. Huh, what good medicinal herbs could these small sects in the eastern wasteland possibly have? What about this one? Chu Xian flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized blue spiritual herb appeared in his hand. The entire plant was crystalline like glass, with starlight dotting its leaves, resembling a miniature night sky. Starlight grass. The old man's eyes widened as he grabbed Chu Xian's wrist, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. This is impossible. This ancient spiritual medicine has been extinct for ages. Chu Xian withdrew his hand with a mysterious smile. How about it? Want to take a stroll around our Lingxiao sect? There are quite a few herbs like this behind the mountain. And he lowered his voice. I'm looking for someone knowledgeable to help manage the medicinal field. The old man's breathing grew noticeably heavier, but his mouth remained stubborn. Oomph. This old man is very busy. Major sects throughout the eastern wasteland beg me to give lectures, but I don't have time. You can freely study 3 rare medicinal herbs daily, Chu Xian added nonchalantly. All at the level of starlight grass? The old man's eyes blazed with intensity. Chu Xian nodded with a smile. When do we depart? The old man immediately changed his tune, but then put on a stern face. Let me make this clear first, this old man is just going to take a look. Chu Xian suppressed his laughter and replied solemnly. Of course, of course. This sect master has no other intentions. By the way, my disciple Yu Jian is quite skilled at cooking, especially medicinal cuisine. He pulled Yu Jian forward as he spoke. Enough, enough. The old man waved impatiently, though he couldn't hide his anticipation. After this old man finishes his current affairs, I'll go. In 1 month. Remember to send someone to fetch me. No problem. Chu Xian agreed readily, though his heart bloomed with joy. He didn't care who the system meant by Eastern Wasteland's top. As long as the quest could be completed and benefits obtained, he'd acknowledge even De Huang as the strongest alchemist. As for why this mysterious old man appeared in Pyamiao City, he couldn't be bothered to investigate. After collecting the spirit stones and paying the auction fees, the Lingxiao sect members left the auction house in high spirits. The formless spirit ruins were expected to open in 2 more days, so they would settle in Pyamiao City for now. Long Outyin, go find us lodging. Yes, master. Long Outyin departed to carry out his orders. Night had fallen deep, yet Pyamiao City blazed with lights as bright as day. Streets teemed with crowds and carriages weaving through chaotic scenes. With the Wuxiang spirit ruins about to open, cultivators from all directions flocked here, creating a mixed crowd within the city. Exhausted guards ran patrols while people drew swords and clashed at alley entrances, their flames and blade lights intersecting in heart-stopping displays. Before long, Long Outyin returned breathlessly, bowing with cupped hands. Master, all the inns in Pyamiao City are completely full. Only the top-floor private rooms at Drunken Immortal Tower remain, and they're not cheap. He scratched his head with a bitter smile. Though I'm truly a great Saint Realm cultivator, I rarely travel in human territories, so my pockets are cleaner than my face. Chu Xian glared at him with disappointment. Don't tell people you're my mount, when we're out it's embarrassing. With that, he tossed over the storage ring the old man had given him earlier. Take this and book the entire top floor of Drunken Immortal Tower. Long Outyin caught the ring, grinning to show his white teeth. Right away, I'll handle it. He led the way while Chu Xian followed with his disciples, heading swiftly toward Drunken Immortal Tower. Moments later, a 9-story golden pavilion rose before them, its lights casting warm golden hues across the eaves. Chu Xian surveyed the building and nodded approvingly. This place looks good. Just as they stepped through the entrance, commotion erupted from the right side. A group of richly dressed cultivators surrounded a young man with a sinister expression as they approached the counter. The youth casually threw down a bag of spirit stones, making the counter tremble slightly. Innkeeper, I, Li Xian, am booking the entire top floor. Li Xian's face was so dark it seemed water could be wrung from it. He turned to his entourage and barked. Damn it. Have you found out who's in the Tianzi number 1 private room yet? Before anyone could answer, he caught sight of Chu Xian's group entering the door. These people have Lingxiao embroidered on their chests. What kind of trashy sect is Lingxiao Sect? This young master has never heard of it. Li Xian sneered, stepping closer. Where did these country bumpkins come from? Is Drunken Immortal Tower a place for the likes of you? Get out. Long Outyin's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this, and he was about to step forward when Chu Xian held him back because Tang Lu had already moved first. Chu Xian transmitted through divine sense. This trip is for training disciples. Don't intervene unless it's an emergency. Long Outyin understood, crossing his arms and retreating to the back of the group. Tang Lu slowly removed the fishing spear from his back, spinning it lightly in his palm, his gaze ice-cold. What did you say? Li Xian acted as if he'd heard the world's greatest joke. Haha. You dare to act tough with a broken fishing spear? Did eating fish make you stupid? Country bumpkin. Why don't you hurry? And a cold flash. and the fishing spear was already pressed against his throat. Tang Lu tilted his head, his voice low and cold. Who are you calling what? The hall instantly fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. The Li family guards froze in place, unable to even catch when the youth had made his move. Li Xian swallowed hard, but still forced himself to roar angrily. Outrageous. Do you know who I am? My father is the Grand Chancellor of Great Xia. My Li family is the second greatest family in Great Xia. You dare kill me. Is that supposed to be impressive? Tang Lu sneered coldly, applying slightly more pressure with his fishing spear. Just then, a resounding shout came from upstairs. Stop. A middle-aged man in brocade robes hurried downstairs, wearing a golden badge on his chest that marked him as the proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Inn. His steps never slowed as his gaze swept across the crowd in the main hall. When he spotted the words Lingxiao Sect emblazoned on the chests of a group of young people, his pupils contracted sharply. Upon clearly seeing Chu Xian at the front, his entire body trembled as if struck by a needle. Honored guests, my establishment is open for business, but bloodshed would be most unwelcome. The proprietor spoke in low tones. He then turned to the imposing young man in white robes and bowed slightly. My apologies, young Master Li, but the top floor has already been reserved in advance by this distinguished guest. You arrived just a step too late. What? Li Xian immediately flew into a rage. They clearly entered after me. Tang Lu's harpoon remained pressed against Li Xian's throat as he snorted coldly. Are you stupid? They made their reservation long ago. Li Xian roared in fury, batting the harpoon away before whirling around to bellow at his Li family retainers. He dares insult me? Kill them all. The Lingxiao Sect members instantly formed battle formation. Yu Jian and Xiao Daidai flashed to Tang Lu's sides, their forms taut as bowstrings. Lin Xian curled his lips and muttered, going out is such a hassle, interfering with this emperor's cultivation. Having said this, he too took position beside Tang Lu. As tensions reached a breaking point, the proprietor stepped between the opposing sides in just 2 strides, his voice dropping even lower. Young Master Li, surely you haven't forgotten who stands behind the Drunken Immortal Inn. These words struck Li Xian's heart like a heavy hammer. He glared at the proprietor, sizing him up from head to toe before grinding his teeth and nodding. Humph. I'll remember you. He then turned to the Lingxiao Sect with a cold laugh. We'll settle this at the formless spirit ruins. After delivering this threat, he stormed off with a flourish of his sleeves. Watching the Li family's dejected retreat, the proprietor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It takes generations to build a family's prosperity, but only one fool to destroy it. He then hurried to Chu Xian's side, producing a card of pure gold with flowing patterns of light, offering it respectfully with both hands. Lord Saint, this is our Drunken Immortal Inn's gold card. The bearer enjoys all services free of charge. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. You know me? The proprietor's face was full of apologetic smiles as he bowed. Lord Saint, these are orders from above. Who is above? This humble servant is merely an employee. Please don't make things difficult for me, Lord Saint. Chu Xian chuckled lightly. The Great Xia imperial family, I presume? The proprietor bowed even lower but remained silent. Very well. Lead the way. We are 12 people. Arrange our rooms. Yes, Lord Saint. The proprietor personally led the way. At the rear of the group, Long Aotian's lips curved upward. Ah, this is my master. Wherever he goes, he's treated as an honored guest. You brothers should learn from this. Under the proprietor's guidance, everyone ascended directly to the Drunken Immortal Inn's top floor. The moment the carved wooden doors were pushed open, everyone nearly held their breath simultaneously. The entire floor was actually a miniature paradise. Spiritual springs babbled, immortal mists swirled, and even the tables and chairs were carved from tinta sandier spiritual wood, with gentle spiritual light flowing through the wood grain. Lord Saint, this is the top floor. Should you need anything, simply channel a thread of spiritual energy into this wooden door. This humble servant takes his leave. After explaining respectfully, the proprietor bowed and withdrew. Chu Xian led the group as they slowly entered, surveying the surroundings for a moment before nodding with satisfaction. The Great Xia imperial family shows some thoughtfulness. It seems, Jianer, we can start looking for a Dao companion for you. Yu Jian, who had been following behind him, was stunned. Master, what do you mean I can have a Dao companion now? Chu Xian chuckled. Of course I mean finding you a wife. Yu Jian was completely bewildered, assuming his master was merely teasing him again. At another inn, after Li Xian led several Li family members to drive a group of people out of the inn, they finally secured a place to stay. Young master, Huzi has returned, a clan member reported. Send him in. Soon, Huzi, dressed in Li family attire with a dark complexion, hurried to Li Xian's side with urgency. Young master, I found out who was in the Heavenlier VIP room. Li Xian was already seething with anger, having just been humiliated at the Drunken Immortal Tower, and now his fury surged even more. Speak. Who was in that Heavenlier room? They wore matching uniforms with Lingxiao embroidered on their chests. The auction house staff suspects they're from a newly established sect, Huzi reported with a frown. Lingxiao Sect. Damn it. It's those bastards from Lingxiao Sect. Li Xian gritted his teeth and smashed the wooden table beside him. Good, good, good. First they steal my spirit-grade high-tier weapon. Then they occupy the top floor of my drunken immortal tower. Old grudges and new hatred. Once we enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, I'll settle all scores. Suppressing his rage, he asked coldly, how many days until Big Brother arrives? Someone answered, the eldest young master will emerge from seclusion tomorrow and will definitely arrive before the Wuxiang spirit ruins opens the day after. Fine, then I'll wait one more day. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, cold light flashing. The night passed without incident. The next morning, at the top floor of the drunken immortal tower, Chu Xian sat with his eyes closed in meditation when Long Outyan's voice transmission reached his ears. Master, the innkeeper says the great Xia royal family has come to visit. Chu Xian slightly lifted his eyelids. The great Xia royal family? Let them come up. Soon, Long Outyan appeared leading 3 people. At the front was a middle-aged man in black dragon robes with a steady aura Emperor Xuanxiao of Great Xia. Behind him followed Xia Jia, who had visited Lingxiao Sect a few days prior, and the withered, tall old eunuch Hong Si, leaning on his staff. Today, Long Outyan had also changed into golden dragon robes, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xuanxiao, making it look like 2 emperors appearing together. Long Outyan cursed inwardly, damn, how unlucky, we're wearing matching outfits. Xuanxiao immediately noticed that he couldn't see through this outfit-matching person at all, making him even more cautious. Imperial dignity was merely an empty title before absolute power. He collected his thoughts and respectfully bowed to Chu Xian. I am Xuanxiao, paying respects to the Holy Master. Chu Xian remained seated calmly. Emperor Xia, please sit. Jianer, serve tea. Yu Jian obeyed, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. After Xuanxiao took his seat, Chu Xian got straight to the point. Emperor Xia's sudden visitus it about the princess? At the mention of the princess, worry was evident on Xuanxiao's face as he sighed and nodded. The teacup touched the table with a soft clink. Chu Xian picked up his cup. The method for awakening her constitution, how has Emperor Xia considered it? Xuanxiao's eyes showed internal struggle, but finally he gritted his teeth. If the Holy Master can truly cure my daughter, Great Xia will follow your lead from this day forward. However, Chu Xian took a light sip, the warm tea flowing down his throat. However what? The other shore flower petals, the 9 revolutions Yellow Springs manual, and the pure yang and pure yin constitutions that the Holy Master requires. Great Xia possesses none of these, Xuanxiao said with a bitter expression. Chu Xian sneered inwardly. It would be strange if this backwater place had any of those. But outwardly, he gently stirred his tea lid. Oh, that is troublesome indeed. I had assumed that with Great Xia's foundation, you could at least produce the other shore flower petals. At these words, Xia Jia beside him suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with excitement. Holy Master, from what you're saying, you can find someone with a pure yang or pure yin constitution. Chu Xian shook his head with a sigh. I can locate someone with a pure yang constitution, but what use is a pure yang constitution alone? You don't even have the other shore flower petals. Xia Jia became so excited he nearly stood up. We have them. We have the other shore flower petals. Yes, there are red spider lily petals. The red spider lily petals are in the formless spirit ruins. This exclamation pierced the air like an arrow, instantly shaking everyone in the hall to their core. Xuanxiao's body trembled as he spun around to stare at Xia Jia. Jier, even I didn't know there were red spider lily petals in the formless spirit ruins. How did you come by this knowledge? Xia Jia hurried forward, his expression excited yet respectful. Father Emperor, after returning from the Lingxiao sacred land, your son devoted himself to studying ancient texts. To my surprise, I actually found records 500 years ago. Someone did bring red spider lily petals out of the formless spirit ruins. Hong Si can vouch for this. Xuanxiao's gaze fell upon Hong Si, who immediately knelt and declared solemnly, Your Majesty, His Highness speaks the absolute truth. The ancient records do contain such accounts. Excellent. Xuanxiao's eyes flashed with determination. Jier, issue the order immediately. Tomorrow we open the formless spirit ruins. Our royal family must retrieve those red spider lily petals. Turning to face Chu Xian, his tone became earnest. Sacred Master, I shall return to the palace immediately to bring my daughter here. I humbly request your assistance in all matters. Wait. Chu Xian raised his hand and waved. Don't ask me, my disciple instead. Jianer, come here. Yu Jian stood there looking completely bewildered, but when his master called his name, he had no choice but to step forward reluctantly. This is my disciple Yu Jian, possessor of a pure yang constitution. Chu Xian introduced matter-of-factly. If you need help, ask him. Upon hearing pure yang constitution, a flash of shock crossed Xuanxiao's eyes, but he quickly regained his imperial composure and actually bowed slightly to Yu Jian. Young friend, I entrust everything to you. Yu Jian's face instantly flushed red. The mighty emperor of the empire was actually bowing to him. He hastily returned the courtesy. Your Majesty is too kind. This humble one will certainly do his utmost. Chu Xian chuckled inwardly. Do his utmost? You dare promise to do your utmost when you don't even know what you're supposed to do? Making such bold promises in front of your future father-in-law done. Boy, you've got guts. Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged as he turned to leave. Just before exiting, Chu Xian called out with a smile. Jinner, see His Majesty out. Yes, master. The three Xuanxiao, Jia, and Hong Sai parted with Yu Jian escorting them. Once the hall doors closed, Chu Xian immediately gathered his remaining disciples, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Listen up, everyone, Jinner is about to have a Dao companion, and she's a princess of Great Xia. Tomorrow when we enter the formless spirit ruins, you'd better give it your all. Saving your senior brother's wife. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Little Dai scratched his head. Sectmaster, what's wrong with senior brother Yu Jian's Dao companion? This disciple is confused. Chu Xian slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that none of them knew anything about the princess's situation. He proceeded to explain everything: the Great Xia princess's constitution, the conditions for her awakening, and why a pure yang constitution was needed. After hearing the full story, the only two female disciples, Lingxiao and little Dai, wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole and hide, their faces burning red to their ears. How embarrassing. That perverted master actually spoke so bluntly in front of everyone. What an old lecher. The male disciples, however, were fired up with passion. Sectmaster, please accept this disciple's bow. Next time there's such a good opportunity, please remember this disciple too. Sectmaster, you are truly. All the male disciples knelt in a heap, creating a scene as lively as a temple fair. Only Tang Lu sat leaning against the wall, methodically pulling out a piece of beast hide to polish his trident, completely unmoved by the commotion. Chu Xian surveyed the male disciples kneeling en masse, his lips curving upward uncontrollably. Perhaps he should be more lenient when recruiting female disciples in the future to satisfy his male disciples' needs. Before long, Yu Jian returned. The moment he stepped through the door, he noticed everyone looking at him with strangely caring expressions, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Before he could speak, Chu Xian loudly commanded, everyone, focus on your cultivation. Tomorrow the formless spirit ruins opens work hard to compete for resources. Seeing their master's orders, everyone had no choice but to disperse, returning to their rooms to begin cultivation. The next day finally arrived, the day when the formless spirit ruins would open. Dawn was just breaking, yet the heart of the desert was already bustling with activity. Rolling sand dunes stretched endlessly, and above the golden waves that spanned thousands of miles, colorful banners fluttered in the wind. Various flying vessels hovered in the air while spirit beasts crouched on the ground. Cultivators surged toward the entrance of the spirit ruins like a tide, their clamor deafening. Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry pierced through the noise. In the distance, dark clouds parted as 18 massive blue birds burst forth, their feathers gleaming coldly as they swept past the sun. 3 blue-armored cultivators stood atop each bird's back, their chests emblazoned with blue phoenix totems, their cold spears reflecting the sky. The Li family's blue phoenix guard. The surrounding cultivators immediately cleared a path, their faces filled with shock and uncertainty. The Great Xia's official military forces consisted of only 2 units, the Willow Leaf Legion directly under the imperial family, and the Blue Phoenix Guard controlled by Prime Minister Li Long. Both possessed the power to sweep across all of Great Xia, so the appearance of the Blue Phoenix Guard naturally drew everyone's attention. At the center of the bird formation, Li Xian wore a sinister smile as his gaze searched through the dense crowd for his prey. Beside him stood a young man in white robes, holding a folding fan with elegant bearing. Second brother, have you found your enemies? The white-robed youth asked in a low voice. Li Xian's pupils suddenly brightened as his lips curved upward. Big brother, I found them. It's them, those scum from the Soaring Heaven sect. He raised his hand and pointed toward Chu Xian and the others. The surrounding cultivators immediately retreated, leaving the Soaring Heaven sect members exposed alone in the center of the clearing. Chu Xian casually picked his ear, his tone indifferent. Where's all this barking coming from so early in the morning? We didn't bring Big Yellow with us. The Soaring Heaven sect disciples burst into laughter. Their laughter fell upon Li Xian's ears like provocation, and his eyes turned blood red. Blue Phoenix Guard form ranks. The 18 giant birds spread their wings and instantly arranged themselves in an arrow formation. The blue-armored cultivators simultaneously raised their spears, gathering overwhelming spiritual power as 100-zhong spear shadows suspended in the air, causing the sea of sand to tremble. Li Jing, Li Xian, stop this. At this critical moment, Prince Jia arrived with the royal family members. The white-robed youth beside Li Xian, who was indeed Li Jing, quickly folded his fan and bowed. This subject did not know His Highness had arrived. I deserve death for this offense. Jia snorted coldly. Li Jing, Father Emperor, granted the Li family control of the Blue Phoenix Guard to slaughter the people of Great Xia. Li Jing bowed again. Your Highness's rebuke is justified. This subject was wrong. Seeing his elder brother's submissive attitude, Li Xian's rage flared. Xiajia, stop playing favorites. Today I will destroy the Soaring Heaven sect, and no one can save them. Xiajia raised an eyebrow and laughed mockingly. Fine, how arrogant of you. Let's see how you die later, though not here, but inside the formless spirit ruins. Before his words finished, he shouted again. Insolent. How dare you address this prince by name? Li Jing quickly used eye signals to stop Li Xian while secretly transmitting his voice. Second brother, don't be impulsive. It's not yet time to break with the royal family. We can act once we're inside the ruins. Li Xian gritted his teeth and could only lower his head. Your Highness, this humble subject knows his error and will spare the Soaring Heaven sect for now. Seeing this, Xiajia no longer paid attention to the two brothers, secretly laughing to himself. Once we enter the spirit ruins, let's see how you handle things then. He didn't leave, prompting Li Jing to ask in confusion, what brings your Highness to this place? Xiajia made no attempt to hide his purpose. The formless spirit ruins opens once every 50 years. This prince also wishes to take a look inside. This single statement struck like thunder, causing an uproar among the crowd. What? His Highness wants to enter the formless spirit ruins. Isn't His Highness already at the profound core realm? That's right, the spirit ruins only allows mortal tier cultivators to enter. The higher one's cultivation, the more severely they're suppressed. Why would His Highness think so poorly of this decision? The crowd buzzed with heated discussions. By normal logic, once someone's cultivation surpassed the mortal realm, there was no need to enter the formless spirit ruins. Inside, their cultivation would be forcibly suppressed, and encountering true monsters could cost them their lives no matter how you looked at it. The deal wasn't worth it. Yet here was Xia Jia of the great Xia royal family, boldly announcing before everyone. He was going in. Li Jing's blood boiled with excitement. Xia Jia, heaven offers you a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gates, yet you come knocking. If you dare step into the formless spirit ruins, I'll personally cut you down. This top-tier genius of the Li family had spent years grinding at the peak of the spirit spring realm, all for this very opportunity, confidently waiting for his prey to walk into his trap. Hee hee, I wish your Highness an enjoyable time. Li Jing forced a hollow smile and turned away, only to hear the surrounding chatter explode. This time when the formless spirit ruins opens, both the Grand Prince and young Master Li Jing will enter. I heard the Ethereal Sect has produced an exceptional genius too, completely on par with the Li family's young master. Three supreme talents gathering together? This formless spirit ruins opening is going to be incredibly competitive. Many cultivators without entry quotas had traveled specifically to spectate, planning to scavenge for opportunities when the formless spirit ruins closed, and they were naturally rubbing their hands together in anticipation. At the center of the desert, the deep spatial vortex finally stabilized into form. Xia Jia stepped forward first, calling out loudly, everyone, please take your respective factions' golden tokens and enter in order. First batch, the Li family of Great Xia. Li Jing and Li Xian glanced back coldly at the Soaring Heaven sect, then led several Li family disciples into the vortex. Second batch, Ethereal Sect. They followed closely behind. The Soaring Heaven sect was called last, immediately drawing everyone's attention. What's the Soaring Heaven sect's background? Why do they get so many slots? Exactly. Many major factions only got 1 or 2 spots, yet they brought 10 people. Amid the questioning and anger, the 10 disciples of Soaring Heaven sect strode boldly into the entrance of the formless spirit ruins. Right after the Soaring Heaven sect entered, the great Xia royal family members, led by Xia Jia, followed closely behind. Chu Xian listened to the whispers around him, a slight smile playing at his lips as he nodded to Long Outyin beside him. Show them why. With permission granted, Long Outyin's pent-up frustration from days past exploded instantly. Hey, you stupid birds up there. Your dragon grandpa has arrived. As his words fell, his form suddenly expanded dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 1,000-zhong flood dragon. Roar! The dragon's cry shook the heavens. The cultivators in the great desert felt their eardrums ready to burst, and those with weaker cultivation collapsed on the spot. A flood dragon. The Soaring Heaven sect actually hides such a high-level great demon. The sky-blocking dragon body rolled and surged upward. Its massive maw opened wide, creating terrifying suction that compressed the air and tore a black vortex in the high sky. The 18 giant azure wand birds didn't even have time to cry out before being sucked into the mouth along with the cultivators on their backs. Crunch. The bone-chilling sound of chewing echoed across heaven and earth as fresh blood splattered like torrential rain from the gaps in the flood dragon's mouth. Half the body of a Xiandan realm cultivator slipped from between the dragon's fangs, still futilely forming hand seals in vain. Burp Long Outyin let out a satisfied belch, releasing a putrid wind that instantly stained the sand dunes dark red. His golden vertical pupils swept across the scene, and the previously boastful cultivators all collapsed in terror, some with dark wet stains spreading across their pants. Anyone else dare to defy me? Chu Xian casually dropped these words. The dragon's tail swept horizontally, and 300-meter sand dunes crumbled instantly, dust waves surging like tides. In the crowd, a Lingxiao realm cultivator's robes suddenly burst into flames. Without fire, had been so terrified that his spiritual energy went haywire, causing him to suffer chi deviation on the spot. Chu Xian chuckled softly, touching his toes to the dragon's head as he stepped aboard. The flood dragon roared, its cry shattering the clouds and mist within 100 li into fragments as it carried Chu Xian straight toward Pyamiao City. Half an hour later, even the wind and sand couldn't mask the deathly silence of the great desert. No one dared to rise. Chu Xian had his own calculations for having Long Outyin act at this moment. Entering the Wuxiang spirit ruins this time, he wanted to temper his sect's disciples. If he revealed the Lingxiao sect's true power from the start, the minor factions wouldn't dare provoke them, and his disciples would lose their training opportunities. With the spirit ruins cut off from the outside world, no matter how great the turmoil beyond, those inside would know nothing. This ensured his disciples could still grow through real combat. Wuxiang spirit ruins. Space twisted and light shifted. Yu Jian felt darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he stood on a desolate ancient battlefield. The gray sky pressed down oppressively, tattered battle flags jutted from the scorched earth at angles, and the stench of decay wrapped around him like fog. Looking around, he saw none of his Lingxiao sect fellow disciples. Clearly, they had been randomly teleported. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, feeling both nervous and excited. Previously at the Xuanxiao sect, his cultivation had been weak with no combat experience, and even after joining the Lingxiao sect, he had only fought once. Now this was the perfect whetstone. Rumble the earth trembled as black mist churned, and a squad of ghostly soldiers approached with heavy footsteps. Their rusted armor was mottled, empty eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, and broken weapons gleamed with cold light. A fight right after entering? That was fast. Yu Jian's heart contracted as he clenched both fists tight. Taking a deep breath, his Lingxiao realm's 7th-level spiritual energy surged through his body, and his fists began to glow with faint spiritual light. Whoosh! A ghostly soldier roared low as its rusted spear shot through the air straight at him. Yu Jian dodged sideways, but was still half a beat too slow. The spear tip grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. The sharp pain made him grit his teeth in frustration. His reactions were still too slow. The second spear followed immediately. He forced himself to stay calm, caught the rhythm, and threw a punch. Bang! The iron armor dented and the ghostly soldier staggered but didn't fall, lunging at him again. Only then did Yu Jian realize. His spiritual energy only covered his fist surface without concentrating at one point. He quickly regulated his breathing, compressing his spiritual energy to his knuckles before striking again. Boom! His punch force pierced like an awl, penetrating the chest. Black mist exploded, and the ghostly soldier disintegrated. I see now. Understanding flashed in Yu Jian's eyes. The subsequent battles went much more smoothly as he fought with increasing composure. Each punch was precise with refined spiritual energy. His movement techniques became more agile, and though his wounds increased, none were fatal. Bang! 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 Fist winds howled, and black mist burst continuously. The last ghostly soldier's head shattered and turned to ash. Yu Jian panted heavily, sweat rolling down his cheeks. Where the ghostly soldiers had vanished, an ancient jade disc appeared, which he reached out to grab. On the jade disc, several green light dots flickered, some stationary, others moving. Meanwhile, all 100 people who entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins received an identical jade disc. This jade disc marked each person's fate between life and death. Some died the moment they got it, unable to survive even the first trial. Yu Jian looked down and carefully counted the light dots on his jade disc. 9 green dots and 1 white dot. Green. Must be my junior brothers and sisters? Why must be me? I should gather everyone together first, it'll be safer. He gripped the jade disc tightly, locked onto the nearest green dot, and shot forward like lightning. As he ran, the white dot on the jade disc moved in sync, confirming his theory. The jade disc only showed the locations of fellow sect members, hiding all others. After running several hundred zhong, the ground suddenly shook violently. Rumble. Distant mountain peaks twisted and shifted like living creatures, and familiar terrain turned upside down in the blink of an eye. Yu Jian stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. In the midst of this chaos, he actually saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged in front of a temple with her eyes closed. Even more bizarre, Lin Xian and the temple were rapidly moving sideways together. Junior sister, Yu Jian shouted, but his voice fell on deaf ears. In an instant, they passed each other, and her figure was swallowed by the fractured terrain. When heaven and earth returned to calm, he quickly checked his jade disc, and his heart sank. All the green dots had been scattered. 3 green dots clustered together, while he had been thrown to the most remote southwestern corner. She should be in the center. Yu Jian's finger landed on the center of the jade disc as he smiled bitterly. They're all so far from me. With a sigh, he rushed toward the center while keeping an eye on his surroundings, searching for opportunities. In another corner of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Tang Lu stood with his arms crossed, coldly surveying the cave dwelling ahead that was shrouded in a pale golden light barrier. Radiant light spilled from the cave entrance, and the aura of treasures hit them in the face. Little Dayday crouched nearby and flicked her finger, sending a wisp of spiritual power at the barrier, only to gasp in pain as the shock left her finger numb. Senior brother, it's so hard, she mumbled. The outer sect disciple beside them scratched his head and suggested, should we try combining our strength? At this moment, the 3 green dots on the jade disc represented the 3 of them gathered together. Tang Lu didn't respond, only pulled out that pitch-black harpoon from his ring, its edge gleaming slightly. Suddenly, arrogant laughter came from the distance. Ha ha ha, do these weaklings think they deserve this cave dwelling? 6 disciples from Burning Heaven Valley strode over. Their leader wore an arrogant expression, his gaze sweeping over Tang Lu's group as he sneered coldly. Lingxiao Sect? Never heard of such a minor sect, how dare you come here? If you know what's good for you, get lost, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Little Daydai's cheeks puffed up with anger, but Tang Lu only slowly raised his harpoon, cold light reflecting his icy gaze. Senior brother, don't be rash. Little Daydai quickly grabbed his sleeve and whispered, let them try first. They can't break through the barrier anyway. Tang Lu glanced at her and lowered his dark trident, though the cold gleam in his eyes remained bone-chilling. Seeing the 3 retreat, the 6 disciples from Burning Sky Valley thought they had gained the upper hand, their arrogance surging instantly. The leading disciple in red robes sneered coldly, flames blazing in his palm as he hurled a scorching fireball at the pale golden light barrier. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, but the barrier remained completely unmoved, not even a single ripple appearing. The red-robed disciple's face darkened as he snorted coldly. I simply wasn't using my full strength. As his words fell, his spiritual power surged violently, unleashing his full cultivation at the 8th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. When his second fireball struck, the ground trembled slightly, and the barrier only showed the faintest ripple. There's something strange about this barrier, he thought with alarm, yet still maintained his facade, commanding in a deep voice. It's already on the verge of collapse. Take turns and blast it open for me. The remaining 5 immediately attacked together. 3,000 fire movement. Invincible wind fire wheel. 9 fire divine art. For half an hour, scorching spiritual power poured forth wildly. Fire waves swept across, and the ground became charred and cracked. However, the barrier remained as solid as a rock, and the invisible rebounding force left all 6 with numb hands as they staggered backward. The red-robed disciple glanced at Tang Lu's group, his mind racing as he shouted, You 3, come here. Tang Lu looked at the perfectly intact light barrier, a cold sneer curling his lips. Useless. He stepped forward. The Burning Sky Valley disciples glared angrily. Wanna die? If you can't break the barrier, we'll all perish together. Tang Lu smiled faintly, spinning his trident lightly as dark golden bloodline power flowed along the shaft. In the next instant, the tip pierced the barrier. Hiss! The pale golden barrier tore like thin paper, cracks spreading before it shattered with a bang into countless points of light. The 6 Burning Sky Valley disciples stared in shock. How is this possible? Tang Lu stood with his trident withdrawn, his cold gaze sweeping over them. Hard to break? From the looks of you, it was more difficult than taking a dump. The red-robed disciple's expression shifted unpredictably before he suddenly grinned maliciously, secretly transmitting his voice. Though he's strong, there are only 3 of them. 3 of you entangle the one with the trident, 2 handle the rest, and I'll go into the cave dwelling to seize the treasure. With that, he darted toward the depths of the cave dwelling. The other 5 attacked simultaneously. Flame Dragon's Roar, Crimson Flame Prison, Scorching Heaven and Earth, fire-based martial techniques, came crashing down like an overwhelming tide. Tang Lu swept his trident horizontally, and black crescent-shaped energy instantly shattered 3 spiritual techniques, but the 3 opponents clung to him relentlessly, keeping him firmly entangled. The other 2 seized the opportunity to charge directly at Little Daydai and the outer sect disciple. Although the recent hellish training had improved Little Daydai's strength considerably, she was still only at the peak of the chi condensation realm, with an obvious gap compared to the inner disciples. As for the outer sect disciple, his cultivation was even lower at only the 6th level of chi condensation. Senior sister, watch out. The outer sect disciple swung his sword desperately to block, but before the blade light could even gather, a palm strike wreathed in flames slammed into his chest. Blood mixed with acrid smoke sprayed out as he was sent flying several yards. Xiao Dai cried out in alarm, her fingers quickly forming hand seals as a water barrier rose from the ground, barely managing to block the residual force. Even so, she was knocked back several steps, flames licking up her arm, and causing such searing pain that her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Tang Lu witnessed this scene, murderous intent surging in his eyes. "You're all dead." His bloodline power erupted with thunderous force. His right arm, which appeared ordinary on normal days, now revealed intricate dark gold patterns that snaked up toward his chest and climbed across his cheek. The aura around him erupted like a volcanic explosion. Before the 5 Burning Sky Valley disciples could even cry out in shock, Tang Lu had already ghosted up to one of them. His trident flashed with cold light, striking like a venomous serpent as it pierced straight through the man's throat with a wet thunk. Blood sprayed as the man collapsed with wide, staring eyes. The remaining 4 disciples' faces turned ashen. "Form the array. Trap him," one of the Burning Sky Valley disciples roared. The 4 flames' soul-binding formation instantly took shape, for chains of fire writhing toward Tang Lu like molten iron serpents. Tang Lu snorted coldly, shaking his trident as dark gold spiritual power exploded outward, shattering the fire chains with a resounding bang. His dark silhouette flashed again, the trident transforming into Death's Scythe as it tore a bloody hole through another man's chest, killing him instantly. "What? 2 dead in an instant out of 5. What's the point of fighting this? Run, run for your lives." The 3 survivors were scared out of their wits and turned to flee frantically. How could Tang Lu let them escape? His trident shot from his hand like black lightning, pinning one man to the ground as blood pooled around him. The remaining 2 were scared senseless, stumbling and crashing as they fled toward the valley's exit. Tang Lu retrieved his trident, casually flicking off the blood before turning toward Xiao Dai. "Senior brother," Xiao Dai said with reddened eyes, raising her trembling arm. Tang Lu frowned and tossed her a bottle of healing medicine. "Useless. Next time stay far away and don't drag me down." Xiao Dai was momentarily stunned, then broke into a tearful smile. All right. With senior brother here, I'll just be a little waste." The outer sect disciple struggled to his feet, glancing fearfully at Tang Lu. Tang Lu threw him another bottle of medicine, then stood guard at the cave entrance, cradling his trident. Before long, the red-robed disciple emerged hurriedly, clutching a bundle of 7-colored radiance. "Got it. We need to find a way to retreat." His words died in his throat as he saw Tang Lu standing coldly before him, with 3 corpses of his companions sprawled gruesomely on the ground. "You?" In the next instant, Tang Lu appeared before him, his voice ice-cold. "Does my Soaring Heaven sect have the qualifications to enter the formless spirit ruins?" Thump! The red-robed disciple dropped to his knees, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, Soaring Heaven sect doesn't just have qualifications, it's the #1 sect in Great Xia. The geniuses of Soaring Heaven sect are the most outstanding in the world. That piece of shit Li Jing, that piece of shit Xia Ji theory nothing but turds compared to Soaring Heaven sect." Tang Lu's expression finally softened somewhat. In his heart, Soaring Heaven sect was above all else. As long as you spoke well of it, you didn't have to die. Hand over your storage rings, and you can scram. The red-robed disciple hastily removed the 3 rings from his hand and offered them with both hands. "Big brother, may I leave now?" "Get lost." The red-robed disciple scrambled to his feet and bolted like a madman. "I'm never coming back to this Wuxiang spirit ruins again. This is terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home." As the frantic footsteps faded into the distance, only Tang Lu, Xiao Dai, and the outer sect disciple remained in the stone cave. Tang Lu raised his hand and casually tossed 3 rings to his companions, then lunged forward to grab the 7-colored radiance on the ground. The moment his fingertips made contact, the light orb melted like ice and snow, instantly transforming into scalding dark gold liquid that surged through his arm's meridians and flooded into his body. Boom! His bloodline boiled like a raging sea in upheaval. Dark gold patterns snaked across his skin, covering Tang Lu's entire body in the blink of an eye. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, sat cross-legged on the ground, and desperately suppressed the violent bloodline power. Moments later, a blurred war god phantom materialized behind him, wielding Poseidon's trident with earth-shaking might. "Senior brother," Xiao Dai looked up at the war god phantom, her face deathly pale and legs trembling uncontrollably. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, whoosh, a green shadow flashed into view, deadly killing intent instantly locking onto the 3 of them. Well, I wondered who was causing such a commotion. Turns out it's just some trash from Lingxiao Sect." The newcomer stood with hands clasped behind his back. It was Chu Xian, who wished nothing more than to slaughter every member of Lingxiao Sect. This young master was getting bored anyway. "Let me play with you first." He drew his sword, and with each step forward, the ground trembled beneath his feet. Xiao Dai instinctively retreated, but the outer sect disciple stepped in front of her with his sword raised, shouting, "Senior sister, get back." Li Xian's gaze swept over the 3, finally settling on Tang Lu with a greedy smile. "Bloodline awakening? Interesting. Today I'll not only seize your treasure, but drain your bloodline dry." Before his words finished echoing, he suddenly struck with his palm. Boom! Spiritual energy from the 8th level of Spirit Spring Realm surged forth. The outer sect disciple couldn't even react before being blasted dozens of yards away, crashing hard into the rock wall and spewing blood. Junior brother, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Just as she was about to rush forward, Li Xian's figure flashed and appeared before her in an instant. Little girl, don't move. His 5 fingers clamped around her throat like iron pincers, lifting her entire body off the ground. Suffocation overwhelmed her as Xiao Dai's feet kicked frantically, unable to break free. Li Xian chuckled darkly, his voice dripping with lewdness. The little beauty has quite the looks. This young master will take very good care of you. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the outer sect disciple still dragged his broken body upright, eyes bloodshot as he glared at Li Xian. Let her go. Oh, still standing. Li Xian sneered, applying slight pressure with his fingertips. Xiao Dai groaned in pain, her face flushing red. The outer sect disciple roared in fury and charged forward despite the searing pain in his chest. Seeking death, Li Xian swept his sleeve, sending a green sword chi slashing horizontally. Splur the outer sect disciple's chest split open with a bone-deep wound, blood spraying everywhere, yet he staggered forward relentlessly. Let her go. With each step, he left another pool of crimson on the ground. Xiao Dai's vision darkened from the stranglehold, watching her junior brother continue advancing despite being bathed in blood, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't. Come closer. Impatience flashed across Li Xian's brow as he condensed sharp sword light at his fingertip, pointing it directly at the outer sect disciple's forehead. Since you want to die? Whoosh. The sword light shot forth like lightning. But just as it was about to pierce through his skull, a golden stream of light broke through the air and shattered the sword chi with a thunderous crash. Li Xian, today you die. A cold voice exploded through the air. Everyone looked up to see a golden-robed young man standing in midair, his face stern and cold, dragon chi swirling around his imposing figure. The newcomer was Prince Xia of Great Xia. Li Xian spun around abruptly, a flash of vicious malice flickering in his eyes before he quickly suppressed it, replacing it with a false smile. Xia, we practically grew up together as naked children. Why must you interfere in my affairs every single time? He slowly retreated a step, appearing casual, yet his fingertips dug mercilessly into little Dai beside him. The girl's breath caught, her face flushing red as her legs went weak, but she dared not struggle. Xia continued his advance, his boots crunching crisply against the gravel, his gaze cold as frost. Grew up together as naked children? Huh. Your father opposes the royal family at every turn in court, secretly rallying sect forces. Even if we had grown up wearing the same pants, I'd still have to kill you. The smile on Li Xian's face stiffened. Though he was indeed a wastrel in daily life, he wasn't foolish enough to publicly admit to the Li family's treason. He let out a derisive laugh, forcing himself to remain composed. Xia, your words wrongly accuse my Li family. My father has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the great Xia dynasty. It's your royal family that has repeatedly suppressed loyal ministers in recent years, breaking how many hearts? Loyal ministers? Xia sneered, his voice dropping extremely low. Your Li family secretly communicates with the northern demon clans, hoarding spirit stone veins and training assassins in the shadows. Is this what loyal ministers do? Li Xian's pupils contracted slightly, his heart sinking, yet he remained stubborn. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Your royal family simply wants to eliminate my Li family because you fear my father's prestige in court. Xiaojia's gaze grew even colder. Prestige? The prestige your father gained through forming cliques and secretly supporting the Piao Miao sect. You dare speak of deceiving heaven and crossing the sea. Li Xian's heart trembled. The royal family had investigated this far, but he still refused to admit it, sneering coldly. Xiaojia, if you kill me today, aren't you afraid my father will completely tear off the mask? Tear off the mask? Xiaojia raised his hand to his sword at his waist, his voice ice cold. Do you think I entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins merely for sightseeing? Before his words finished, spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. The secret realm's rules firmly suppressed cultivation at the peak of the spirit spring realm, yet that killing intent felt like bone-scraping cold wind, making Li Xian's hair stand on end. You. Li Xian's face turned deathly pale as he suddenly yanked little Dai in front of him as a shield. Xiaojia, if you take another step forward, I'll kill her first. Xiaojia's steps paused slightly, mockery flashing in his eyes. Oh right, I forgot to tell you the Lingxiao Sect has high-level Saint Realm experts. Even my father the Emperor must show them deference. If you truly kill a Lingxiao Sect disciple, your Li family will certainly be wiped out completely. What? The Lingxiao Sect has high-level Saint Realm experts. Li Xian's eyes widened, his heart pounding. But upon second thought, he laughed mockingly. Haha, Xiaojia, do you take me for a fool? The Lingxiao Sect is merely a newly established sect where would they get high-level Saint Realm experts? Who are you trying to deceive? As he spoke, he held little Dai with one hand while his other hand gripped a sword gleaming with cold light. slowly approaching Tang Lu, who remained seated in meditation. The sword tip nearly touched Tang Lu's forehead. Xia Jie, let me leave immediately, or I'll kill them both. Xia Jie didn't respond, merely raising his lips slightly, the mockery in his eyes like looking at a jumping clown. Meanwhile, he rapidly weighed his options. Should he simply let Li Xian act? If Li Xian truly killed the Lingxiao Sect disciples, the sect's fury would pour down upon the Li family, allowing the great Xia royal family to take the opportunity to remove this thorn in their side. But if the Lingxiao sect blamed the royal family for standing by and watching, he too would be hard-pressed to escape responsibility. Just as Xia Jie hesitated, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp whooshing sounds suddenly pierced the air as three white-robed cultivators descended through the clouds. Their sleeves bore embroidered patterns of ethereal mist. They were unmistakably disciples of the Ethereal Mist sect. Is that young Master Li Xian? One of them whispered in surprise. Li Xian, already cornered and desperate, immediately blazed with wild joy and malice upon seeing reinforcements. Perfect timing. Quickly, help me hold down Xia Jie. The three Ethereal Mist sect disciples exchanged glances. Their leader, Zhao Wuchen, furrowed his brow deeply. The sect master had explicitly ordered them to avoid direct confrontation with the royal family at all costs. Yet if Li Xian died here, the Li family would surely blame the Ethereal Mist sect. Li Xian pressed urgently. Xia Jie already knows about the alliance between your Ethereal Mist sect and my Li family. If you let him leave today, do you think your sect will have a good ending? He deliberately omitted the part about the royal family already knows, simply throwing the pressure onto the Ethereal Mist sect. Xia Jie immediately seized the opportunity, declaring loudly, fellow cultivators, this man is a traitor. If you help me capture him, I can petition my father the emperor for leniency toward the Ethereal Mist sect. The three landed, their gazes shifting between Xia Jie and Li Xian. The female cultivator on the left transmitted her voice. Senior brother, what do we do? Xia Jie already knows about our connection with the Li family. If we let him go, the Ethereal Mist sect will surely be in danger. The burly man on the right gritted his teeth. Why not go all the way while the secret realm's rules suppress us? Let's join forces and kill Xia Jie. No one will witness it anyway. Zhao Wuchen's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally steeled his heart. Attack! Whoosh! The three figures shot forward, forming a triangle to surround Xia Jie. Li Xian grinned maliciously, dragging Xiao Dai as he retreated. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded outward, cracking the ground and raising clouds of dust. Everyone turned back in horror to see the meditating Tang Lu slowly opening his eyes. His pupils transformed into dark gold, patterns on his skin writhing like living creatures, and the blurred war god phantom behind him solidifying considerably. Those who harm my fellow disciples, Tang Lu's voice rumbled low like thunder, each word hammering at their hearts. Die. Crack. Li Xian didn't even see the movement before his right arm was twisted and broken, his sword flying away. Tremendous force followed, sending him flying backward to crash heavily into the rock wall. Splurt blood splattered against stone. The three Ethereal Mist sect disciples felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar. The female cultivator's voice trembled. What? What kind of monster is this? How can someone at the Spirit Spring realm have such overwhelming presence? Zhao Wuchen's heart and courage shattered. Flee. They had to flee, but they didn't even get the chance to turn around. Tang Lu clenched his right hand in the air, and three dark golden rays shot out like lightning. Swish. 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 Three heads flew high into the air, eyes wide with death. Those who conspire together die. The icy words exploded in the air, sending chills even through Xia Jie's heart. He instinctively stepped back several paces. This level of power would be difficult even for a profound core realm cultivator to suppress. Tang Lu approached step by step. Only now did Li Xian truly smell death, his legs giving out as he collapsed, his pants soaked through. Spare me. This is all a misunderstanding. I can compensate. The dark golden trident rose high, cold light gathering at its tip. Wait, my father. Splurt. The trident pierced through his throat, pinning Li Xian to the rubble. Li Xian's eyes bulged wide, making gurgling sounds before quickly losing all signs of life. Tang Lu pulled out his weapon and turned towards Xia Jie. Xia Jie immediately cupped his hands respectfully. Brother Tang's strength is astounding. This Xia is truly impressed. Tang Lu didn't know what Xia Jie had been thinking earlier, but since Xia Jie had bought him time and prevented Xiao Dai and the others from suffering serious injuries, he replied coolly, thank you. Xia Jie was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Brother Tang speaks too formally. I should be thanking your sect for saving my sister. Tang Lu nodded without further words, put away his trident, glanced at the severely injured outer sect disciple, and tossed a golden pill to Xiao Dai. Give this to him. In the distant grove, a red figure quietly retreated, a transmission jade slip flickering with faint light in their hand. Somewhere in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the communication jade slip in his hand shattered with a sharp crack, scattering tiny fragments of light. Li Jing stared at the remains with bloodshot eyes. Lingxiao Sect. How dare you kill my brother? I will never rest until you're all dead. The 5 Li family members beside him trembled under the weight of his murderous intent. They had just found their eldest young master, only to hear the devastating news of the second young master's death. Young master, is this intelligence from Burning Sky Valley reliable? One of them asked nervously. Li Jing raised his hand, revealing the jade disc in his palm. Off the 7 green lights representing Li family members, only 6 remained. One green that is missing from the jade disc. What do you think? He asked coldly. Rumble. The ground shook again as another phase shift approached. Li Jing impatiently waved his sleeve and commanded, grab onto my robes. The Wuxiang spirit ruins underwent a complete reshuffle every few hours, randomly rearranging its terrain. The Li family had studied the secret realm's rules for generations and developed methods to survive these phase shifts. When the trembling stopped, their surroundings had completely transformed. Li Jing looked down at the jade disc again. The already vast light screen had shrunk by nearly half, forcing all the light dots closer together. Heh. A cruel smile played at his lips. The smaller the space, the less they can escape. I'll run into the Lingxiao Sect eventually. Young master, what should we do now? A clan member began, but was interrupted by cracking sounds. Li Jing's 5 fingers tightened, nearly crushing the jade disc. Find them. Leave none alive. Meanwhile, in another area of the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Rumble. After the rocks finished falling, Yu Jian emerged from the rubble, brushing dust from his hair. What a lousy place. Constantly renovating itself nearly buried me alive. He pulled out his jade disc and noticed the overall range had suddenly shrunk. As he pondered this, he heard faint whimpering nearby. Following the sound, Yu Jian cleared away the debris to find a blood-covered white dog curled up in a crevice. Its front paw had been slashed to the bone by sharp stones, blood staining its fur dark red. Poor little guy, you're in rough shape, aren't you? He crouched down to examine it. The white dog tried to bare its teeth, but was too weak to even tremble properly. Don't worry, I'm the #1 dog lover in Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian grinned, pulling a spirit-grade healing pill from his robes. Master just gave me this life-saving medicinery in luck. He crushed the pill and sprinkled it on the wound. The powder merged with the flesh, and the gash visibly closed before their eyes. Woof! The white dog tested its paw. No more pain and immediately wagged its tail while licking his hand. Smart little thing, better than my old yellow back home. Yu Jian rubbed its head. From now on, you'll be called Airby. Stick with me, and you'll live the good life. He looked down at the jade disc again, spotting 2 green dots very close to his position, almost touching each other. Yu Jian raised an eyebrow and picked up Airby. They're close this time. Let's go find these 2 first. Yu Jian led her by toward the nearest 2 green light spots. The path was strewn with jagged rocks and dust swirled in their faces, but both man and dog moved with light, quick steps. They hadn't gone far when Airby suddenly stopped, pressing his nose to the ground and sniffing carefully. Suddenly, he let out 2 excited barks and tugged fiercely at Yu Jian's pant leg, charging toward the left rock wall. What's up? Found treasure? Yu Jian's eyes instantly lit up as he followed closely behind. Airby raised his paws and dug frantically, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. In just a moment, he unearthed a palm-sized piece of earth vein spirit marrow, crystalline white and translucent, with spiritual energy so dense it nearly condensed into droplets. Earth vein spirit marrow. Yu Jian gasped. This is a core treasure for setting up saint-level formations. If I bring this back to Master, the old man will be over the moon. He hurriedly stuffed the spirit marrow into his storage ring. But Airby wasn't finished. He circled around to another stone crevice and dug a few more times, pulling out a 9-leaf black ginseng in his mouth. Holy crap! Double blessing. Yu Jian was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth. He scooped up Airby in his arms. Airby, oh Airby, you're truly my lucky star. Compared to you, Dawang doesn't even deserve to be called a dog. Airby looked smug, holding his head high with his tail wagging like a propeller, whooshing through the air. He barked twice at his master, as if mocking. What kind of trash is Dawang? How dare he be compared to this magnificent dog? Throughout the rest of their journey, Airby would occasionally growl or scratch at the ground, bringing Yu Jian one pleasant surprise after another. His storage ring grew fuller and fuller with their haul. Just as he was mentally tallying up their spoils, the distant sounds of clashing weapons and roaring true chi from an intense battle suddenly reached their ears. Someone's fighting. Yu Jian narrowed his eyes and gave a sly, mischievous smile. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Let's go see if we can pick up some scraps. He crouched low, creeping along the rocks and hiding behind a large boulder to peek out. 3 cultivators were besieging 2 young people, who were clearly at the end of their rope. Yu Jian's gaze swept over them, recognizing their clothing, and his expression changed dramatically. Lingxiao Sect uniforms? Damn, that's Junior Brother Wang and Junior Brother Li. In his excitement over treasure hunting, he had forgotten to check his jade disc. He cursed himself for his carelessness as his earlier smile instantly vanished. Damn it! How dare they touch people from my Lingxiao sect? He whispered to Erbai. Erbai, wait here. Before he'd even finished speaking, he had already leaped into the air, his fists carrying fierce winds as he struck directly at the cultivator with the highest cultivation. Who? The opponent hastily blocked, being knocked back several steps by the impact. Your grandfather. Yu Jian landed and stepped in front of his two sect brothers, sneering coldly. 3 against 2? Pretty impressive, huh? Senior brother Yu Jian. Wang and Li exclaimed with joy and surprise. The cultivator who had been knocked back looked grim. Kid, mind your own business. My own business? Yu Jian picked at his ear. Mind your damn business? You're beating up my junior brothers, and you want me to just stand by and watch. He turned around, only to see that Erbai had already crouched down beside his feet. Erbai, why did you follow me over? Go sit aside and watch the show. If there's nothing else to do, bark a couple times to cheer me on. Woof woof woof. Erbai held his head high and chest out, barking at the 3 men with full vigor, his imposing presence growing stronger. Damn it, crazy bastard. The 3 men cursed as they charged forward. 10 breaths later. Ow. Stop hitting us. We were wrong. The 3 men, now bruised and battered, knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Yu Jian withdrew his fists and planted one foot on one of their backs, looking utterly carefree. Seeing this, Erbai wagged so hard his head nearly became a rattle drum. He rushed forward and used his teeth to pull off each of the 3 men's void storage rings one by one, carrying them to Yu Jian. Erbai, excellent work. I'll give you extra chicken legs when we get back. Yu Jian patted the dog's head. After a brief interrogation, he learned that these 3 weren't from the same sect, but rather the sole representatives of their respective sects who had entered the formless spirit ruins. The 3 had formed a temporary alliance, only wanting to rob supplies there was no threat to life. Since you only wanted money and not lives, this young master will spare you today. Yu Jian waved his hand dismissively and turned to greet his 2 junior brothers. Let's go. Come on, Erbai. He waved for his dog to follow. Erbai trotted along happily, but before leaving, he deliberately bared his teeth and growled at the 3 men. Gruff. The 3 men. Now, the 3 of us are together, and there's another group of 3 in that direction. There's also a group of 3 over there, leaving only the one in the middle still alone. Yu Jian lowered his head to examine the jade disc in his palm, seeing that the 10 green light dots had formed 3 teams, with only the dot at the center flickering alone. Let's find the one in the middle first. He's by himself, we can't let anything go wrong, he decided silently. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 outer sect teams reached the same consensus. On the other side, 2 inner disciples of the Lingxiao sect, having joined with 1 outer disciple, also headed straight toward that solitary dot exactly where Lin Xian was located. Tang Lu's group was currently traveling along a forest path. Tang Lu put away his jade disc, his expression calm and focused as he pressed forward. Xia Jie hadn't left, following the 3 while explaining the rules of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. The Spirit Ruins refreshes its phases every 2 incense sticks time 2 hours, and the entire space gets recombined. As long as people stay in contact, they won't be separated. Little Dade-Eye suddenly understood, waving his hand with a laugh. No wonder you told us to hold hands earlier. He blinked and asked again, what other rules are there? Xia Jie smiled gently and continued explaining. Speaking of opportunities, that's where the real value lies. All 3 perked up their ears. There are 4 types of opportunities. The first is most common cultivation resources like spirit herbs, spirit stones, and pills. The second type is technique inheritances, which require killing spirit beasts in the ruins, though the drop rate is extremely low. The third type is called cave dwelling opportunities, requiring you to break through cave barriers, with rewards tied to the challenger's talent. At this point, he sighed. Cave dwelling opportunities are extremely rare. No one in the Great Xia has obtained one in 200 years. He paused, his tone growing somber. The fourth type exists only in legend. Someone obtained one 10,000 years ago, but no one knows what it actually was. Little Dade-Eye's eyes suddenly widened as he excitedly tugged at Tang Lu's sleeve. Senior brother Tang Lu, that 7-colored light orb you got earlier, was that a cave dwelling opportunity? Amazing. What? Xia Jie spun around, his eyes filled with disbelief. You actually obtained a cave dwelling opportunity? Tang Lu's expression remained indifferent as he simply hummed in acknowledgement. Xia Jie gasped, his mind reeling. A cave dwelling opportunity that hadn't appeared in 200 years, and he actually. Before his thoughts could settle, a burst of radiant light suddenly erupted from the mountainside ahead. Everyone looked up to see a cave dwelling slowly materializing on the hillside, its golden barrier shimmering with flowing light and wandering Renisa, truly spectacular sight. Holy shit, another cave dwelling opportunity? Xia Jie's voice trembled as he stood frozen like he'd been struck by lightning. Tang Lu's eyes flashed as he lifted his foot to head toward the mountainside. Wait! Xia Jie suddenly blocked his path, speaking with rare earnestness. Brother Tang, could you possibly let me have this cave dwelling opportunity? Tang Lu stared coldly without speaking. Xia Jie gritted his teeth and said urgently in a low voice, I can trade a secret treasure of the great Xia royal family, or owe you an enormous favor. Little Dade-Eye gently tugged at Tang Lu's sleeve, whispering persuasively, Senior brother, why don't we just let him have it? Tang Lu pondered for a moment, remembering that Xia Jie had indeed protected Little Dade-Eye and the other earlier, and finally nodded. All right. Xia Jie stood before the cave dwelling, taking a deep breath as spiritual energy surged wildly around his body. His palms condensed a brilliant golden light seal, which he fiercely hurled at the barrier. Imperial Extreme Seal Break. Boom! The deafening roar echoed between the mountain walls, yet the translucent barrier remained completely unmoved. Instead, it unleashed a terrifying backlash. Xia Jie grunted, sent flying several zhong before crashing to the ground. His feet carved 2 bloody grooves across the rocky surface as he landed, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This barrier is actually so solid. He gritted his teeth, wiping away the blood as unwilling coldness flashed in his eyes. Xiao Daidi nearby clutched her chest, her voice trembling. Your Highness, maybe? Let's just give up? How about letting senior brother Tang Lu try? Cave dwelling opportunities are rare encounters. Xia Jie's gaze was sharp as a sword. If we miss today, there will never be another chance. As his words fell, dragon energy exploded from within his body. Golden scale phantoms covered his skin, and a golden dragon coiled and roared behind him. Xia Jie raised his palm and unleashed 3 more strikes in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The backlash force struck his bone marrow like heavy hammers. His arms instantly became a bloody mess, his face turning paper white, while the barrier merely swayed twice before returning to stillness. Xia Jie knelt on one knee, gasping heavily as the piercing pain of spiritual energy depletion made his brow throb. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, holding his harpoon, had been leaning against the stone wall, watching coldly. When he saw Xia Jie's arms stained with blood from the backlash, he finally frowned. This barrier can actually hurt people. If I go up there, wouldn't one harpoon strike solve it? Xia Jie. Xiao Daidi blinked. That's right. Senior brother made it look so easy last time. The burning pain in his chest nearly made Xia Jie spit up another mouthful of blood were these even human words. Tang Lu was too lazy to listen to more nonsense. He stepped forward, lifting the black harpoon with one hand as dark gold patterns spread along his arm, and his muscles instantly tensed. Move aside. Xia Jie gritted his teeth and stepped back, desperately reminding him. Brother Tang, if you can break the barrier, could you let me deliver the final strike? Why? Tang Lu asked, puzzled. Only the one who breaks the barrier can obtain the cave dwelling's opportunity. Xia Jie spoke extremely quickly, afraid the other would shatter all his hopes with one thrust. Tang Lu suddenly understood, recalling how the burning Heaven Valley disciples had held the light orb but gained nothing, while he had casually touched it and received an opportunity, so that was it. Nodding, he flicked his wrist slightly and thrust the harpoon out lightly. Whoosh! Black light flashed. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking overcame the mountain wind as the barrier instantly filled with spider web-like cracks, yet didn't completely shatter. The force was perfectly controlled. Tang Lu withdrew his harpoon, a bit harder than last time. Now you can strike. Xia Jie stood frozen in place, as if his worldview had been smashed right before his eyes. His frenzied bombardment couldn't match someone else's casual thrust. Though his heart was in turmoil, with the opportunity before him, he forced himself to steady his emotions. He swallowed a healing pill, tore off his sleeve to roughly bandage his bloody arms, and took a deep breath of the cold air tinged with blood. Then, he concentrated all his remaining spiritual energy toward the cracks and, with tremendous effort, finally caused the barrier to completely collapse in a thunderous roar. Damn, is this cave-dwelling opportunity even meant for humans to obtain? Xia Jie staggered into the cave dwelling, still unable to help muttering. Inside the cave dwelling, spiritual radiance surged as vast information flooded into his consciousness. Moments later, both the oppression and pain dissipated, replaced by unprecedented wild joy. Imperial Extreme Sacred Body. Haha. This prince's Imperial Extreme Spirit Body has advanced to Imperial Extreme Sacred Body. Xia Jie rushed out of the cave dwelling, his eyes blazing bright as he deeply cupped his fists toward Tang Lu. Brother Tang, I will surely repay today's kindness generously. Tang Lu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Xiao Daidi tilted her head curiously. Your Highness, is this constitution amazing? The world's constitutions are divided into 4 tiers: mortal, spirit, sacred, and imperial, Xia Jie said excitedly, his voice trembling. A sacred-level constitution can achieve sainthood through the physical body alone. One is destined to become a sacred tier existence. Only then did Tang Lu glance at him indifferently, tossing out 2 words. Not bad. Xia Jie. Inner thoughts. Holy crap. Fine. I'll damn well endure it. After Xia Jie obtained the cave-dwelling opportunity, Tang Lu and the others continued forward. Suddenly, The formless spirit ruins trembled once again, as if heaven and earth were being kneaded by giant hands, causing vast mountains and rivers to twist and reshape in an instant. Xiaojia was slightly stunned. Hadn't the phase refresh just ended? How could it happen again? Without time to think further, he grabbed Tang Lu and the others by their arms, and everyone quickly huddled together to resist the impact. Heaven and earth returned to tranquility, and the dust settled. Tang Lu looked down to check the jade disc, and was about to speak when several urgent cries came from the distance. For cultivators dressed in imperial robes came running swiftly and knelt down in unison, shouting, "Your Highness." Their tone was both respectful and excited. Xiaojia's heart leaped with joy. These were indeed members of the great Xiao royal family. Tang Lu curled his lips and muttered under his breath, "Royal people really know how to put on a show," always kneeling around. Though the scene was somewhat awkward, after brief pleasantries, everyone quickly gathered beside Tang Lu. Xiaojia explained, "Brother Tang, after the phase refresh, they were teleported nearby." Tang Lu nodded indifferently, but focused all his attention on the center of the jade disc, that solitary green, that remained completely motionless. Little Dai tilted her head and muttered, "Why hasn't this fellow disciple's position changed?" Xiaojia's heart sank slightly. Unless that place isn't affected by the phase refresh, that location is definitely not ordinary. Tang Lu put away the jade disc, his gaze sharp. "Let's go." The group set off again, rushing toward the central area. Meanwhile, Li Jing stepped out from the gate of a ruined cave dwelling, his blade aura wrapped in cold wind, killing intent boiling in his eyes. A clan member hurried over and whispered, "Young master, we've discovered soaring heaven sect people in the southeast direction." Li Jing grinned wickedly and sheathed his narrow blade. "Lead the way." Moments later, four members of the Li family lurked on a mountain cliff. In the valley below, 3 soaring heaven sect disciples were busy collecting spiritual herbs and spirit stones scattered on the ground, led by a snow-white dog. The white dog excitedly dug in the dirt, barking woof, woof woof, and soon unearthed a piece of mysterious iron, carrying it to a disciple's feet. The disciple patted its head. "Airby, well done. When we return to the sect, we'll stew Da Huang, and then you'll be Bai." At the same time, Da Huang on the main peak suddenly sneezed, inexplicably feeling a chill down his spine. This comical scene fell into Li Jing's eyes, and his gaze flashed a treasure-hunting spirit dog. The soaring heaven sect actually harbored such a spiritual beast. Li Jing drew his blade and growled, "Attack." His figure shot like lightning straight into the valley. Yu Jian, who was digging for treasure behind Airby, suddenly felt spiritual pressure from behind and instinctively threw a backward punch. "Who's there?" Blade light flashed, striking directly at his head. Fist and blade chi collided with a crisp clang that sounded like metal striking metal. Li Jing retreated 2 steps, his sword-holding arm slightly numb. He squinted at this seemingly casual man. "Interesting." Yu Jian turned around and scratched his head, his tone lazy. "Brother, sneak attacks aren't very honorable." Li Jing sneered coldly. "Soaring heaven sect trash. What right do you have to lecture me?" Yu Jian raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And who are you?" The 2 outer sect disciples beside him quickly whispered, "Senior brother, he's from the Li family." Li Jing's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak again, a cold, clear voice came from afar. "Li Jing, you're too slow." Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a white-robed young man standing with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, his expression serene. From his attire, he was clearly a Ethereal Mist Sect disciple, and this young man was none other than the Ethereal Mist Sect's top genius, Yun Feiyang. Behind him, 2 disciples from the Lingxiao Sect followed, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at the white dog, Erbai. Dust swirled along the mountain path as Erbai wagged his tail, sensing the killing intent and instinctively letting out a low growl. Yun Feiyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. "This spirit hound belongs to the Lingxiao Sect now." Li Jing planted his blade tip into the ground and snorted coldly. "Yun Feiyang, you want to steal our prize? May the best man win." Yun Feiyang raised his eyes as a cold gleam flashed from his sleeve, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The air felt like a bowstring pulled taut. Both sides faced off, blade edges and spiritual energy clashing against each other. Yu Jian stood in the center, first letting out a sigh, then stretching his arms wide with a lazy yawn. "Ah, I wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was distance." With that, he raised his fist and beckoned to Li Jing and Yun Feiyang with a crooked finger, a playful smile curving his lips. "Stop fighting over it, come at me together." He swept his gaze over the 4 from the Li family and the 3 from the Lingxiao Sect, smiling lightly. "I'll take on all 7 of you." Seeking death, Li Jing kicked off the ground, sending stones flying as he transformed into a streak of blade light, his long sword howling through the air and carving a brilliant arc. Yu Jian hastily raised his arm, his fist meeting the blade heaten. The clash of metal rang out, nearly bursting their eardrums. In that instant, He felt the blade's force layering like waves, making his arm bones ache. This seemingly ordinary strike actually contained 7 layers of hidden power. He thought to himself, this blade technique is interesting. So spiritual energy can be layered like this? Master was right, creating techniques in isolation can never compare to real combat. Whoosh! The second strike slashed down diagonally. Yu Jian quickly dodged sideways as the blade grazed past his nose, the fierce wind cutting a bloody line across his cheek. Li Jing laughed maniacally. Haha, is that all you've got? I'll take your life within 3 strikes. The third strike cut through the air. Yu Jian's eyes suddenly blazed as he caught Li Jing's subtle flaw. His right shoulder would drop slightly before each change in technique. Bang! He suddenly stepped forward, his fist piercing through the web of blades to strike Li Jing squarely in the chest. Li Jing grunted and staggered back several steps, his chest numb and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. What happened? Did he see through my opening move? By the steps, Yun Feiyong watched coldly, his lips curling in mockery. Heh! Li Jing, is this all you're capable of? Li Jing's face darkened. Enough talk. Let's see you try. Watch me defeat him. Just as Yun Feiyong finished speaking, Yu Jian suddenly closed his eyes and began mimicking Li Jing's blade movements with his hands. Damn! What the hell? Li Jing was stunned, had become nothing more than a practice dummy. Yun Feiyong was also momentarily taken aback. This guy actually closed his eyes right in front of him? Yun Feiyong said no more, his steps creating afterimages as he struck with a palm carrying fierce wind toward Yu Jian. Pyongmiao palm falling cloud. The palm wind pressed against his body, and only then did Yu Jian open his eyes. First punch. His fist precisely struck the weakest point of the palm technique, causing Yun Feiyong's attack to falter. Second punch. His fist grazed Yun Feiyong's sleeve and slammed into his shoulder blade. Yun Feiyong twisted to deflect the force, but was still scraped painfully by the punch's wind. Third punch. This punch actually contained some essence of the Pyongmiao palm technique, the fist shadow falling like a meteor crashing to earth. Yun Feiyong hastily blocked it, but his entire body was sent flying several yards, his snow-white robes immediately covered in dust. Thud, thud, thud. He retreated several steps before steadying himself, his chest heaving and palms numb. You're nothing special either. Yu Jian shook his wrists. Yun Feiyong pressed his lips together and, ignoring Li Jing, waved to the 2 Pyongmiao Sect disciples. Let's go. He knew clearly that he couldn't possibly win, so he simply withdrew. Seeing this, Li Jing sneered. Yun Feiyong, are you going to spare your sect's enemy? Yun Feiyong raised an eyebrow, looking at him with confusion. Li Jing lowered his voice and spoke coldly. Hee, your Pyongmiao Sect sent 6 people into the Wuxiang spirit ruins, and 3 died, right? It was their Lingxiao Sect who did it. Your enemy is right in front of you, and you're just going to walk away? Hearing Li Jing's words, Yun Feiyong's steps clearly faltered. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes as he glanced sideways at Li Jing, his voice indifferent and icy. How I, Yun Feiyong, conduct myself is none of your business. Li Jing's expression darkened as he lowered his voice and stepped closer. Yun Feiyong, think this through. The Lingxiao Sect killed 3 of your fellow disciples. Now is the perfect time for revenge. If we join forces, we can surely kill this man. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Yun Feiyong's lips. Ganging up on one person? I, Yun Feiyong, find that beneath me. With those words, he turned to leave without even looking back, only dropping one final line. When I kill, I'll do it honorably and openly. He casually tossed several spirit stones that clinked as they landed at Yu Jian's feet, treating them as punishment for the opponent's defeat. 2 disciples from the Pyongmiao Sect quickly followed after him. Yu Jian scratched the back of his head, grinning as he looked at the spirit stones. Hey, this guy's actually pretty decent. Seeing Li Jing still standing there hesitating, he waved impatiently. Hey, are we fighting or not? If not, I'm taking her by to go treasure hunting. Li Jing's expression shifted uncertainly as he thought to himself. This person's strength is overwhelming and no match for him. I never expected the Lingxiao Sect to have such a monster. My second brother's revenge. I'll have to wait until after leaving the Wuxiang spirit ruins. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and shouted. You're lucky today, but remember this, the Li family will destroy your sect sooner or later. Yu Jian didn't take it to heart at all, waving dismissively as he walked away. Go ahead and try to destroy it. If my master doesn't rip your heads off to use as chamber pots, then you're something special. Li Jing sneered coldly upon hearing this. Your master? When my Li family's Qinghuan guards arrive, he'll either kneel and beg for mercy or run away with his tail between his legs like a dog. Before he finished speaking, Yu Jian's eyes turned ice cold as he slowly turned around, staring at Li Jing. What did you say? Li Jing was stunned and hadn't yet reacted when he heard Yu Jian ask word by word. Did you just insult my master? The air instantly froze. Li Jing's heart trembled as he instinctively stepped back half a pace. You're fucking asking for death. Yu Jian roared, his spiritual energy exploding around him as he launched himself at Li Jing like a cannonball. Insult me? Fine. Insult the Lingxiao Sect? Whatever. But disrespect my master, I'll fucking cripple you. Son of a bitch. Boom. He threw a punch downward. Li Jing hastily raised his blade to block, but it immediately cracked inch by inch as both man and weapon were sent flying dozens of zhong. Puff. He spat blood in midair, his face pale as paper. He never expected that a single harsh word would completely enrage this madman. Run. Having lost all will to fight, Li Jing frantically channeled his spiritual energy and fled. Think you can escape? Yu Jian bellowed, pursuing relentlessly. If I don't cripple you today, I'll write the characters of my name Yu Jian backwards. Rumble. At that moment, the Wuxiang spirit ruins shook again as another phase shift arrived. Heaven and earth seemed like a massive scroll being violently pulled, with the terrain dramatically shifting in moments. Yu Jian watched helplessly as Li Jing's figure grew distant, displaced, and disappeared from view, making pursuit impossible. Crack. In his fury, he punched a nearby boulder into powder. Damn it. Don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to Big Yellow. Moments later, the phase shift ended. Tranquility returned to the surroundings, leaving only Yu Jian alone. The two outer disciples from the Lingxiao Sect who had been traveling with him were now thrown to unknown locations. He took out his jade compass. Its spiritual light flickering his current position was unusually close to the central light point. The terrain here has changed several times, so why hasn't that thing in the center moved at all? Yu Jian muttered quietly, sensing something was off. Looking at the light points representing the two outer disciples, they weren't too far from his location either. In that case, let's head for the middle one first and see what's really going on there. Yu Jian gathered his thoughts and pressed forward at full speed. Without air by to guide him and no longer encountering any cultivation treasures to distract him, he traveled through the mist almost without pause. The light on the jade disc pointed the way as he pushed through the last wisps of fog and suddenly stopped in his tracks. An ancient temple stood before him, its eaves and tiles covered in dust. In front of the temple, a young woman in blue robes sat motionless. It was Lingxiao, junior sister? Yu Jian's pupils contracted sharply. During the first phase shift when he'd entered the formless spirit ruins, he had glimpsed this very scene from afar, and now after several phase rotations, Lingxiao was still sitting cross-legged in the same spot. He rushed toward the temple, still 10 zhong away. Buzz. An invisible barrier rose from the ground, violently repelling him. Yu Jian slid several feet across the ground before steadying himself. A formation barrier? He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy for a heavy punch. Boom. His strike exploded outward, yet didn't leave even a ripple on the barrier. This tough. Unwilling to give up, Yu Jian threw punch after punch. The air shook and dust flew, but the barrier remained completely unmoved. Junior sister. Lingxiao, he shouted loudly. Lingxiao showed no response, her eyes closed and breathing steady, as if she had entered some deep state of cultivation. Just then, blazing golden light suddenly burst from the depths of the temple, piercing the sky. The golden light gathered in the air, gradually forming the ethereal figure of a young woman. Yu Jian looked up to see the woman wielding her sword in wind and snow, meditating under the scorching sun, never resting day or night. The scene shifted to show her battling fierce beasts and contending with powerful enemies, her robes soaked in blood, yet never retreating a single step. In another shift, she broke through her limitations, stood at the peak, and gazed down upon all living beings. Then she raised her hand to carve out heaven and earth. A mountain gate rose from the ground, establishing a sect with thousands of disciples. The vision ended abruptly. The golden light suddenly dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to silence. Are these the temple master's memories? Yu Jian murmured softly. Looking at Lingxiao again, he noticed a faint golden mark had appeared on her forehead, flickering gently. Yu Jian's heart trembled. Has junior sister received an inheritance? Meanwhile, after the phase shift, Li Jing became separated from his clan members and followed his jade disc alone toward their direction. He thought to himself, that person from Lingxiao Sect is terrifyingly powerful. If I can't obtain a top-tier opportunity before the formless spirit ruins closes, I absolutely cannot face him directly. Before the thought finished, his chest suddenly tightened, and an inexplicable chill shot up his spine to the top of his head. Do you hate? Do you want revenge? Open your mind, and this master will grant you the power to crush Lingxiao Sect. The thunderous voice exploded in his consciousness. Li Jing's eyes turned blood red as he clutched his head, his long blade humming ominously. He looked around in terror, seeing black mist seeping from the ground and wrapping around his limbs. Yearly family ancestors had dealings with this master. The demonic voice was viscous, like black blood drilling into his body through ears and nose. Let this formless spirit ruins become Lingxiao Sect's burial ground. Ah! Li Jing knelt and roared wildly. Pitch-black demonic markings emerged from beneath his skin, writhing grotesquely. When he raised his head again, the whites of his eyes had turned completely black, his mouth stretched to his ears, revealing inhuman, gleaming white fangs. Erbai, slow down. Woof. Along the mountain path, a white-furred spirit hound bounded forward with a crystal-clear nine-turned spirit ginseng clenched in its jaws, its four stubby legs racing over scattered stones and vines while the wind whipped its ears straight back. Two outer disciples from the Lingxiao Sect stumbled along behind, clutching armfuls of heavenly treasures taller than themselves, looking ready to cry from exhaustion. Senior brother, how long have we been delayed? Why is Erbai still hunting for treasures? Don't even mention it. The other gasped for breath. Everything we've collected. It led us Torth vein essence, Xianine iron, and several bottles of pills of unknown vintage. But this stubborn dog insists on carrying the best items itself and won't let go no matter how we coax it. The two glanced down at their jade compass, its needle still slowly pointing forward. Well, even though it's slowing us down, we're still heading towards Senior Brother Yu. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue wandering through the formless spirit ruins with Erbai. Before they could finish speaking, the earth rumbled and shook again. In a flash, the two men and dog found themselves in completely unfamiliar terrain. How many times has the landscape shifted now? One disciple asked, looking around in bewilderment. The other quickly pulled out his jade compass, pupils contracting sharply. Wait, Senior Brother Yu's light that is right in the center, not far from us. Erbai's ears perked up, its eyes gleaming as it spun around and charged into the mist. Hey, Erbai, wait for us. The two scrambled after the white blur. Mist swirled around broken tiles and crumbling walls that appeared and disappeared like phantoms. When the two disciples and dog finally caught their breath at a ruined temple, Yu Jian sat cross-legged outside a barrier, meditating. Senior Brother Yu. Yu Jian opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the mountain of treasures in their arms, the corner of his mouth twitching. What's all this? Did you rob some sect? Senior brother, don't misunderstand. Erbai found everything. The two waved their hands frantically, pouring out their grievances. But it insists on carrying the best piece itself, and we've been chasing it the whole way. I should have known. With your mediocre cultivation levels, you'd be lucky not to get robbed yourselves. Yu Jian shook his head with mixed amusement and exasperation. Erbai proudly lifted its head, solemnly placing the nine-turned spirit ginseng at his feet, tail wagging like a propeller. Yu Jian rubbed the dog's head. Well done. He stood up, his expression turning serious. Have you noticed that this place seems unaffected by the surrounding landscape shifts? The two disciples paused, then realized. You're right. We've been to several different locations, but this temple's position never changed. Look at the compass. Yu Jian gestured. The three looked down to see that the formless spirit ruins range on the jade compass had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size, with the temple firmly anchored at the very center. If we can't figure it out, let's not worry about it for now. Let's organize these treasures first. The three began sorting and arranging the pile before them. During this time, they experienced several more phase shifts, with constant rumbling in their ears, yet the ground beneath their feet remained perfectly still. Soon, scattered footsteps emerged from the mist. Tang Lu, Xiao Daidai, Xia Jia, and other members of the great Xia royal family appeared one after another. 3 disciples from the Lingxiao sect were still missing, and 3 members of the royal family remained scattered. Xiao Daidai greets Senior Brother Yu Jian. Xiao Daidai's eyes lit up as she trotted over with a bow. Tang Lu's gaze moved past the crowd to Lin Xian, who stood motionless within the barrier, his brow furrowing deeply. What happened to her? Yu Jian shook his head. She seems to have triggered some kind of inheritance, but I can't break through this barrier. Xia Jia stepped forward and examined the scene carefully, his expression shifting slightly. Strange. I've never seen any records of temples within the formless spirit ruins in the royal ancient texts, nor have I heard of such a situation. Tang Lu pressed his hand against the faintly glowing barrier, his arm muscles tensing as his brow furrowed instantly. It's very hard. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone collectively gasped throughout their journey. They had encountered 5 cave dwellings, and Tang Lu's dark gold trident had pierced through each protective shield as easily as tearing through paper. But now, manageable had been replaced with very hard, which was enough to prove how formidable this barrier truly was. Let's attack together, an outer sect disciple shouted. Everyone nodded and channeled their spiritual power in unison. Tang Lu raised his dark gold trident, its tip erupting with brilliant golden light. Imperial dragon energy swirled around Xia Jia as dragon roars echoed. Yu Jian's fists crackled with thunder, his power surging like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce attack struck the barrier consecutively, the deafening explosions tearing up the surrounding ground and leaving deep craters. Yet the film-like light screen remained as solid as a rock, without even a single crack. It's no use. This barrier is too strong. Xia Jia panted as he withdrew his power. Yu Jian infused his fists with spiritual energy once more and said grimly, "Let's try again." Just as everyone was about to attack again. A brilliant golden light suddenly shot from the temple's main hall, piercing straight into the sky. Images churned within the golden light. A supremely beautiful female sovereign stood proudly in the 9th heaven, with all spirits prostrating before her. Yet at the moment she attempted to break through to the highest realm, she was ambushed by a man and woman, her blood staining the sky as she fell with bitter resentment. The scene shifted, revealing the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect with the Grand Elder Qi Yu's figure clearly visible. Hmm? Lingxiao Sect? The Grand Elder? Everyone looked puzzled. Next, Chu Xian's figure appeared. Yu Jian's eyes lit up as he was the first to call out, "It's master!" Subsequently, Yu Jian, Tang Lu, and the other disciples appeared one by one in the light screen. What is this? Yu Jian's pupils contracted sharply. Tang Lu's gaze was profound. This isn't an inheritance. Xia Jian nodded in agreement. That's right, it should be her memories. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and whispered in shock. Could it be that senior sister Lin Xian is the reincarnation of that female sovereign? As her words fell, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Lin Xian had actually lived 2 lives. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Yu Jian suddenly pointed at the barrier and exclaimed loudly, "Holy crap! Airbai got inside." All eyes turned toward the temple somehow. Airbai had passed through the barrier and was running toward Lin Xian with a piece of jade white bone in his mouth, shaking his head cheerfully. Wasn't this barrier supposed to be impenetrable? Xia Jie stood there stunned. Xiao Dai rubbed her eyes. How did Airbai get in? Tang Lu's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the bone. That bone, there's something strange about it. Airbai bounded to Lin Xian's side, gently placed the bone in front of her knees, then nudged it encouragingly with his nose. Hum. The bone suddenly burst with soft white light, complementing the golden mark on Lin Xian's forehead. In the next moment, the entire temple transformed into a massive column of golden light that poured entirely into Lin Xian's body. Woof! Airbai barked excitedly, his tail wagging as fast as a windmill. Everyone was dumbfounded. What exactly was this dog's origin? Before Lin Xian, a path slowly materialized, formed from countless ancient runes and radiating an aura that seemed capable of suppressing all eternity. Xia Jie's pupils contracted sharply, her voice trembling. Could this be the Emperor's path? Has she gained the qualification to become an emperor? Everyone's hearts shook with shock, yet they were completely bewildered by the term Emperor's path. Little Dai blinked. What's the Emperor's path? Xia Jie froze, muttering to herself. How can the Lingxiao sect be so powerful, yet have disciples like innocent rabbits who don't even know this? She patiently explained. When the Emperor's path appears, it means this person can step into the great Emperor realm simply by cultivating steadily. At that point, all enemies in the world can be suppressed. When she spoke the words, Great Emperor, her body visibly trembled. But according to the remaining memories of senior sister Lin Xian had already been formidable in her previous life. Xia Jie took a deep breath and added, being strong in a previous life doesn't mean one was a great emperor. If she had truly been a great emperor, how could she have been killed by a sneak attack? Below the great emperor realm, all are mere ants. In truth, Xia Jie had only heard of the emperor's path and mistakenly believed that's what she was witnessing. What Lin Xian had actually summoned was the even higher level immortal path. She now possessed the bearing to become an immortal. The crowd continued discussing while keeping their eyes fixed on Lin Xian. She remained seated in meditation with closed eyes, the barrier around her completely still, as if waiting for some crucial moment to arrive. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at Xia Jie's waist flashed frantically, erupting with a piercing cry for help. Your Highness, save us. There's a black mist chasing us. Oh! The agonized scream cut off abruptly. Xia Jie's face instantly turned deathly pale as she frantically pulled out her jade plate. The light points representing the 3 royal family members had all extinguished simultaneously. This is bad. Yu Jian suddenly stood up. He noticed that near the coordinates where the 3 royal members had disappeared, 3 light points belonging to Lingxiao Sect disciples were flashing frantically. Tang Lu looked up and saw the same scene. Without a word, he grabbed his fishing spear and shot out like a shadow. Xia Jie's gaze turned ice cold as she followed closely behind. Yu Jian said gravely to little Dai and the others, guard Lin Xian well. Before his words had finished, he had already chased after them. On the other side of the formless spirit ruins, 3 Lingxiao Sect disciples were panting heavily as they crossed the plain. Hurry up, everyone's just ahead. The leading disciple wiped his sweat. They're really fast, we're the only ones left. The other 2 were gasping as they pushed themselves. The next moment, a large mass of viscous black mist suddenly surged up beside them, brimming with malice and bone-chilling cold. What is that thing? The black mist moved like a living creature, twisting and surging toward them. Holy crap! Run! Terror drove the 3 to desperately increase their speed. But even if their leg muscles snapped, they couldn't outrun that black mist. As despair spread, they actually felt a sense of relief. Not running anymore. If we die, we die. My thoughts exactly. Getting to be immortals for a few days was worth it, even for us hunters and farmers. However, the black mist suddenly accelerated in front of them, directly passing over the 3 and continuing to sweep toward the distance. It's not killing us. One disciple collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Another suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, isn't that senior brother Yu Jian? At the edge of their vision, Tang Lu, Yu Jian, and Xia Jia were racing toward them. The pitch-black mist writhed like a massive beast, its target clearly locked on Yu Jian. As if responding to some primal warning, Yu Jian's fists trembled slightly as his spiritual energy quietly gathered. Boom! Man and mist collided, explosive winds erupting. Yu Jian threw a punch, his fist energy bursting forth, but it only caused the black mist to pause momentarily. The next instant, the mist wall split open, countless dark tentacles swarming out to wrap around his limbs. Hiss! The cold tentacles slashed across him, blood spraying as Yu Jian's arm was instantly torn open, flesh peeling back. Yu Jian, Tang Lu shouted, his harpoon flashing like lightning. The dark golden blade struck straight at the center of the black mist, but it was like stabbing into a swamp. All its sharpness was swallowed whole. Xia Jia raised his hand, unleashing a surge of imperial dragon chi, but it too vanished instantly. His face changed dramatically. It can devour spiritual energy. Deep within the black mist, two crimson points slowly opened, and a hoarse, hateful whisper echoed. Lingxiao Sect. All must die. As the voice faded, mist waves like storm clouds rose into a towering wall, pressing down on the three men. Yu Jian roared, his spiritual energy condensing like molten lava as both fists hammered at the mist's core. But the moment his punch force made contact, it was completely devoured. Tang Lu warned, watch out. His harpoon swept horizontally, severing a tentacle that was attacking Xia Jia. The severed tentacle fell to the ground, turning into viscous black liquid before instantly merging back into the mist. Unkillable. Cold sweat beaded on Xia Jia's forehead as he repeatedly summoned golden dragon phantoms, but they could only disturb the surface layer of mist. Suddenly, Yu Jian's pupils contracted. Look at those tentacles. On the dim mist tentacles, human faces appeared and disappeared. Family members, Burning Heaven Valley disciples, the royal family members who had just perished, and many more unfamiliar faces, all either fierce or agonized, trapped within the mist's flesh. It swallowed everyone. Xia Jia's voice trembled. In the formless spirit ruins, there are probably fewer than 20 people left alive. Before he could finish, a tentacle broke through Tang Lu's defense, tearing a bloody gash in his shoulder. Dark golden blood droplets scattered, greedily absorbed by the mist. Ha! Maniacal laughter echoed from within the black mist. This is what happens to those who oppose the Li family. Li Jing, Yu Jian roared angrily. Have you lost your mind? In response, 3 tentacles swelled violently, each carrying the pressure of peak spirit spring realm. Xia Jia gritted his teeth and brought out the royal family's secret treasure, the 9-dragon seal. 9 golden dragon phantoms roared and charged, barely forcing back the mist tide, but cracks immediately spread across the seal's surface. Tang Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, dark golden patterns crawling up his neck. We must find the core. The 3 couldn't break through the mist barrier for the moment, and Li Jing couldn't quickly end the battle either. The stalemate instantly escalated to white-hot intensity. Suddenly, the black mist shook violently, the faces on the tentacles biting each other, their piercing wails rising and falling. No, no, Li Jing screamed in terror. Senior, you promised to let me keep my consciousness. An even more ancient and hoarse voice slowly responded. Useless. You can't even handle 3 youngsters. At the mist's heart, a black heart appeared, the size of a fist. Each beat made the surrounding space tremble. Tang Lu's eyes flashed with brilliant light. Now's our chance. Yu Jian's fists ignited with blood-red flames. Tang Lu's harpoon transformed into dark golden lightning, and Xia Jia bit his tongue, spraying blood to activate the 9-dragon seal. 3 streams of ultimate power simultaneously struck toward that heart. Bang! A massive explosion swept through, ancient trees within 100 zhang snapping in unison, the ground cracking. As the smoke cleared, they saw Tang Lu's harpoon embedded in the black heart. Ah! The black mist let out a heart-rending scream, contracting frantically. However, before the 3 could catch their breath, they heard a crisp snapping sound. Lu's harpoon had broken. Crack! The sharp sound of the harpoon breaking thundered in Tang Lu's ears like a lightning strike. He stared blankly at the weapon his father had left him before dying, dark gold patterns surging wildly from his neck to his face as his pupils contracted to pinpoints. The harpoon was broken. The moment those words settled, the ground within a 30-foot radius beneath his feet suddenly sank 3 feet. Dust swirling as dark red blood energy formed visible vortexes. With a single shockwave, the rubble instantly turned to powder. Li Jing was sneering mockingly when his vision blurred. Bang! Tang Lu's heavy fist had already landed squarely on his face, black blood mixed with several teeth spraying out as the air exploded with white sonic boom clouds. Tang Lu completely abandoned defense, each punch carrying the force to tear heaven and earth apart. When black mist tentacles lunged at him, He tore them apart with his bare hands, his dark gold blood hissing like red-hot iron meeting water upon contact with the black fog. Boom. An elbow strike pinned Li Jing into the rock wall, followed by a knee to the abdomen that brought the entire cliff face crashing down. Xiajia watched with his scalp tingling. Was this still Tang Lu? Never provoke Tang Lu. The consequences are truly severe. Li Jing's heart was equally shocked. What's wrong with this kid? How can his war god bloodline be this powerful? Tang Lu grabbed Li Jing by the throat and lifted him off the ground. At that moment, Li Jing's lips curved into a sinister arc as black mist drilled into Tang Lu's body through his 7 orifices, instantly staining the dark gold patterns with ink-black color. Tang Lu groaned, his movements slightly faltering. He got you. Li Jing laughed menacingly, his 5 fingers forming blades as he thrust straight at Tang Lu's heart. Swoosh. Blood splattered. But it was Yu Jian who threw himself forward, pushing Tang Lu aside while his own shoulder was pierced through. Ant. Li Jing was about to deliver a follow-up strike when suddenly, a golden light shot straight into the heavens from the distance, tearing rifts in the clouds. Li Jing's mind shook violently. Imperial Path aura? No, it's the Immortal Path. Greed burned in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. War God bloodline and the Immortal Path appearing simultaneously, all mine. He violently shook off everyone, abandoned Tang Lu, and transformed into a black light shooting toward the source of the golden radiance. Yu Jian and the other 2 finally got a chance to breathe. Senior brother. 3 disciples from Lingxiao Sect came stumbling over, 9 petals glowing with dreamlike fluorescence in their palms. The eldest disciple's lips trembled. Senior brother, the Permetha petals, 9 of them. Yu Jian covered his shoulder wound and swallowed a healing pill, staring blankly at the petals they offered. At a time like this, why are you giving me flower petals? He hadn't been present when Chu Xian assigned the mission, having been escorting Emperor Xia to safety, so he didn't know the petal's purpose. But Tang Lu's eyes lit up, remembered Chu Xian's instructions clearly, and snatched the petals into his storage ring. Let's go. Lin Xian is still over there. Xiajia frowned, but said nothing, following closely as they all rushed forward. They hadn't run far when the ground beneath their feet suddenly began twisting and undulating, the air rippling like water. The phase refresh was beginning again. This phase refresh carried the devastating power to destroy heaven and earth, with mountains collapsing and rivers flowing backward, as if the entire world was imploding toward the center. The air filled with a thunderous roar that pierced their eardrums, and a massive boulder over 300 feet wide swept past their heads, leaving a dark trail before vanishing into the cracking horizon in the distance. Oh no! Xiajia's face turned pale. Is the formless spirit ruins about to close? How can it be so fast? Rubble tumbled as the ground cracked inch by inch beneath their feet, and the group ran desperately. Ahead, golden light and black mist collided violently like 2 furious dragons locked in battle, causing space to collapse wherever they passed. Deep within the golden light, Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned pale gold, with delicate light patterns flowing beneath her skin, emanating an ethereal, immortal aura. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed drawn by an invisible hand, rushing toward her palms with a whooshing sound. In the black mist, Li Jing stared intently at the golden radiance, his eyes nearly dripping with greed. Immortal bone. You actually have an immortal bone in your body. No wonder the path to immortality has appeared. If I can extract your immortal bone, I can seize the qualification for immortality. Lin Xian didn't respond, merely raised her hand and clenched it. A golden sword energy over 10 feet long formed out of thin air, slashing toward Li Jing with a sharp whistle that split the air. Beside her, Airby stuck out his tongue and barked excitedly. Woof! Boom! The sword energy tore through large swaths of black mist, and both sides retreated several steps, evenly matched. Li Jing sneered and suddenly abandoned the frontal assault, transforming into a wisp of shadow that lunged toward Xiao Dai and the others behind Lin Xian. Watch out! Lin Xian flashed forward to intercept, but was still grazed on the arm by a black mist blade, golden blood droplets scattering. Taking advantage of her momentary disruption, Li Jing's assault suddenly intensified, the black mist transforming into countless blades that attacked from all directions. Lin Xian desperately parried, but her movements were no longer as fluid as before, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Senior sister. Xiao Dai tried to rush forward, but was blown away by the violent spiritual energy aftershocks. At this critical moment, boom! A figure crashed down from high above, his sword covered in cracks, his body bathed in blood, yet he forcefully blasted through large patches of black mist. Junior sister, we're here. Yu Jian landed and spoke through gritted teeth, with Tang Lu and Xiajia following closely behind. The 3 formed a triangular formation to protect Lin Xian. Just as they were about to catch their breath, heaven and earth shook violently again. Countless starlight surged from the earth's veins, and the outlines of mountains, rivers, and vegetation rapidly became ethereal. The formless spirit ruins is closing, Xiaojie exclaimed. Li Jing's face lit up with wild joy as he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Haha, I'm finally leaving this cursed place. Little brats, see you outside. Before his words finished, his body had already transformed into black mist, dissipating bit by bit. The group could only watch as the misty shadows scattered and vanished without a trace. Xiaojie immediately gathered everyone into formation, preparing to be transported out of the spirit ruins. The surrounding scenery transformed into countless stars, and blinding white light swept over everything. When the light faded, they found themselves standing in the desert at the entrance to the formless spirit ruins. Heat waves hit their faces, but the scene before them made their blood run cold. The entrance, which should have been bustling with people, had become a bloody hell. The yellow sand was soaked with blood, severed limbs, and remains scattered everywhere. Many disciples from various sects had circular holes pierced through their chests, clearly killed by the same murderer. 300 yards away, that familiar black mist was being frantically punched and kicked by a young man. Damn it! Where are my soaring heaven sect disciples? How did this ghostly thing come out instead? The man roared. In the distance, surviving soaring heaven sect disciples saw this and cried out in unison, Master! Sect leader! The soaring heaven sect members all exclaimed, Master! Sect leader! Boom! Chu Xian slapped the black mist with such force that it tumbled dozens of yards away, accompanied by Li Jing's piercing screams from within. Damn it! Where are my Lingxiao Sect disciples? How did this ghostly thing show up instead? Chu Xian cursed furiously and followed up with a vicious kick. Inside the black mist, Li Jing, whose cultivation had been sealed, was nearly in tears after 1,000 years of struggling to escape the Wuxiang spirit ruins. He had barely managed to devour a few human hearts to restore himself, only to encounter a great Saint Realm powerhouse. Not only was his cultivation sealed, but he also had to endure a brutal beating from a mere peak spirit Spring Realm Jr. This made him cry out, Is there no justice left in this world? Master! Sect leader! Distant shouts echoed as the Lingxiao Sect disciples appeared one after another. Chu Xian turned to scan them, and, seeing that not one was missing, finally breathed a sigh of relief before delivering another slap. Why didn't you say so earlier? You deserve that beating. The disciples chattered excitedly, revealing all of Li Jing's evil deeds in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, devouring cultivators, ambushing fellow disciples, attempting to steal Tang Lu's bloodline and immortal bones. Chu Xian grew impatient listening and waved his hand dismissively. Just crush him. Hee hee. Long Out Hian laughed heartily, formed his fingers into claws, and grasped the black mist. Bang! The black mist exploded into countless threads that scattered in the wind. As everyone was discussing the aftermath of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Emperor Xuanxiao of the Great Xia Empire had already arrived through the air. He nodded slightly to Chu Xian, but his gaze subtly fell upon Yu Jian. Chu Xian casually took her by from Yu Jian's arms, and, seeing the little creature constantly rubbing its nose with its front paws, chuckled. All right, let's return to Pyamiao City first. The smell of blood here is so heavy that even Erbai finds it disgusting. Hearing this, everyone wasted no time and quickly flew back to the city. The desert returned to silence, and a black-robed figure quietly materialized. He knelt on one knee, lightly touched the yellow sand with his fingertip, then picked up a barely perceptible wisp of residual black mist and respectfully whispered, Welcome back, ancestor. As his words faded, his form turned into black smoke and vanished into the horizon. On the top floor of the drunken immortal tower, gauze curtains swayed gently. On the jade couch lay a woman of breathtaking beauty in deep slumber. Her skin was like congealed cream, her eyebrows like distant mountains, yet she showed no signs of life. She was Princess Xia Zhu of Great Xia. Chu Xian turned to his disciples. Did you find the Permitha flower petals? Tang Lu immediately produced 9 crystal-clear petals, explaining they were obtained by those 3 disciples. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. After returning to the sect, you 3 will soak in the bloodline immortal pool for 10 days. The 3 were so excited they didn't know what to do with themselves, repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude. Disciples thanked the sect leader. Thank the sect leader. Chu Xian then waved his hand, sending everyone away except Yu Jian and Xuanxiao. He rarely became serious, pointing to the woman on the jade couch. This is Princess Xia Zhu of Great Xia. She possesses the ancient yellow spring sacred body and will remain in deep sleep until awakened. To wake her requires Permitha flower petals. He paused, then added meaningfully, in union with a body of supreme yang. Yu Jian stroked his chin thoughtfully. The conditions are quite demanding. Bodies of supreme yang aren't easy to find. Chu Xian immediately facepalmed. You're good in every way, kid, except your thought process is different from everyone else's. The one lying there is called Xia Zhu, but from now on you'll call her Shachan. As for you, you possess the great grade celestial immortal body, absolutely the purest yang body. Only then did Yu Jian realize what was happening, his eyes widening. Wait, master, you mean? Xuanxiao suddenly bowed deeply, his voice steady yet urgent. Please, young friend you, save my daughter's life. Yu Jian's face instantly flushed red as he stumbled back several steps, waving his hands frantically. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I cannot comply with this request. In the Grand Hall, Xuanxiao sat regally upon the dragon throne, his face filled with anticipation. Chu Xian stood before the steps, flicking his sleeves as he scolded sternly. You worthless fool. Your master orders you to go, and you dare make excuses? Master, this won't work. Yu Jian stammered, his forehead practically steaming. This disciple is devoted to the way. How could I? How won't it work? Chu Xian pressed forward step by step, his eyes blazing with anger. Princess Xia Zhu of Great Xia is beautiful as a flower and possesses the innate ancient sacred body. Is she not worthy of you? Cornered against a pillar, sweat dripped down Yu Jian's temples. It's not about worthiness. This disciple. He hesitated for a long moment before gritting his teeth. Master, save this disciple's life. I only wish to serve at Master's side and have no desire to be distracted by other matters. Chu Xian froze, his eyes reddening slightly. So this foolish disciple truly cared for him. That casual joke from before, he had taken it seriously all along. Silly boy. Chu Xian reached out to ruffle Yu Jian's hair, his voice unusually gentle. Your master isn't so old as to need your care yet. His tone shifted, becoming solemn. Listen to me. If the ancient netherworld sacred body doesn't awaken within a year, Xia Zhu will surely die. Can you truly bear to watch such a beautiful young woman perish? Young friend. Xuanxiao could no longer contain himself. He left his throne and rushed before the two men, clasping his hands heavily. I only beg for Zhuer's life. If this succeeds, regardless of the outcome, the great Xia royal family will serve as vassals to the Lingxiao Sect for all eternity. Yu Jian looked toward his master, then at the sovereign of a nation in such a humble posture. The thousand thoughts in his heart finally condensed into a long sigh. Very well. Chu Xian immediately beamed with joy, explaining the secret technique in detail. Remember, first have her consume the petals of the other shore flower, using your pure yang blood as a catalyst. Then, when he reached the crucial part, he began coughing dryly, his old face reddening as he hurriedly pulled Xuanxiao toward the door. Bang! The door closed, leaving the room instantly quiet, with only Chu Xian's muffled reminder. My disciple, be gentle. The 8th floor hall of drunken immortal tower blazed with lights, fine wine fragrant upon the long tables. Disciples and royal guards sat together in animated discussion. The innkeeper clutched his ledger, voice excited as he recounted in detail the shocking events during the opening of the formless spirit ruins. What felt like merely 2 days in the spirit ruins had actually been a full month in the outside world. During this time, most of the Li family's Azure Phoenix guards had been devoured by Long Outyin, and the great Xia royal family had swiftly destroyed the Li family with thunderous force, listing their countless crimes. The leadership of the 10 great sects, including Misty Sect and Burning Heaven Valley, had also been executed. After the Li family's fall, the northern demon clans lost their backing, and the Willow Leaf Legion pursued them for thousands of miles, bringing the demon race to near extinction. These successive shocking revelations left the Lingxiao Sect disciples and royal retinue stunned. Just then, Chu Xian and Xuanxiao descended the stairs side by side. Everyone rose in unison to pay their respects. Chu Xian waved for them to sit, scanning the room. All right, everyone sit. How was this training expedition? What did you encounter inside? The hall immediately became lively, as everyone spoke at once, pouring out their adventures and perils from the formless spirit ruins. Chu Xian listened with great interest, nodding frequently. However, as if by prior agreement, no one mentioned Lin Xian's past life memories. When the conversation turned to Lin Xian's battle with the black mist and being injured by the strange dark fog, Lin Xian's heart tightened. He suddenly slammed the table and rose, furious. Bah! If this were my previous life as emperor, one spit would halfway through. He froze in place, his face deathly pale. Damn it! He had revealed his greatest secret. Chu Xian's eyes widened like saucers as he stared suspiciously at Lin Xian. The air fell into deathly silence, with disciples exchanging glances. Master, Tang Lu suddenly spoke, his voice low. She died. Instantly, Chu Xian transformed into a curious child, scooting over with his stool. Oh, Luer, tell your master all about it. What happened? As he spoke, he somehow produced a large handful of fragrant sunflower seeds from nowhere. On the top floor of the drunken immortal tower, candles flickered in the dim light. Yu Jian stood before the jade bed, his fingertips trembling slightly. The young woman lying on the bed had snow-white skin that glowed with a faint golden radiance, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. He took a deep breath and placed 9 petals of the permetha flower in his mouth before gently leaning down. The petals transformed into 9 crystalline drops that fell from Yu Jian's lips into Xia Zhu's mouth. Suddenly, golden markings flashed on the girl's forehead, and her sleeping body seemed to awaken to the pure yang energy. Though Xia Zhu's eyes remained closed, her jade fingers unconsciously began untying Yu Jian's sash. On the 8th floor of the drunken immortal tower, lights blazed brightly, and the aroma of wine filled the air. After listening to everyone recount Lin Xian's past life, Chu Xian fell silent for a moment before suddenly slamming his hand on the table, causing the wine cups to clatter loudly. Xianer. Chu Xian strode over to Lin Xian and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. We couldn't help you with your past troubles, but in this life, you've joined my Lingxiao Sect. As your master, I will definitely help you reach the peak again and avenge that life-stealing grudge. Lin Xian was slightly stunned, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Master. Little Dade bounced over, still clutching half a candied hawthorn stick. Senior sister, whoever dares bully you, I, Little Dade, will be the first to disagree. Count me in. Tang Lu's voice was low but incredibly firm. People of the Lingxiao sect are not to be touched by just anyone. Following this, numerous inner and outer disciples of the Lingxiao sect expressed their support, vowing to follow behind Lin Xian in this life and ensure that past grievances would be avenged. Looking at the sincere faces before her, Lin Xian felt the cold barriers brought by her past life memories melt away like spring snow. Though she had reached the semi-emperor realm in her previous life, she was now simply a direct disciple of the Lingxiao sect and should cherish the present. Lin Xian took a deep breath and suddenly knelt on one knee. Disciple Lin Xian, thanks master, and all fellow disciples. Get up, get up. Chu Xian pulled her to her feet and stuffed a jar of strong wine into her arms. My disciple, shall we not return until we're drunk tonight? Wine jars clinked together, splashing precious liquor everywhere. Amid the cheers of the disciples, Lin Xian tilted her head back and drank deeply, the harsh liquor sliding down her throat. Yet it was the first time she had truly tasted the flavor of home. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high, illuminating the golden markings on her forehead until they shone brilliantly. This reincarnated semi-emperor finally let down all her defenses at this moment, melting into this noisy, warm world. Just as everyone was raising their cups in celebration, a dull thud suddenly came from overhead, causing even the tables on the 8th floor to shake slightly. Hiss! Little Dade bit into her candied hawthorn, eyes wide as saucers. Senior brother Yu Jian, is he demolishing the building? An inner disciple, already slightly tipsy, joked. From the sound of it, it's probably more intense than demolishing a building. Ha ha! Everyone suppressed their laughter, exchanging knowing glances. Lin Xian coughed lightly and pretended to drink, though her ears turned slightly red. Before long, footsteps echoed from the stairway. Yu Jian came down, covering one flushed cheek, with faint scratch marks visible on his neck and unsteady steps. Master, Master, Your Majesty. Yu Jian's voice was clearly weak, his gaze unfocused. Chu Xian glared at Yu Jian and said irritably, Still calling her Your Majesty? Yu Jian startled and quickly bowed to Xuanxiao. Your Majesty, rest assured, I, Yu Jian, will never fail Xia Zhu in this lifetime. Xuanxiao nodded with satisfaction. In the future, visit the imperial palace more often with Zhuer. Yes, father-in-law. Chu Xian chuckled softly and announced, From today forward, Xia Zhu is the 4th direct disciple of my Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian's eyes immediately widened. Huh, why do I get the feeling that Master had already planned to take Xia Zhu as his disciple all along? Did Master set me up? Yu Jian muttered while touching his slightly swollen cheek. Senior brother, what happened to your face? Did her bai scratch you? But her bai has been fast asleep the whole time and never even came upstairs. TSK. Look at those scratch marks, must have been quite a battle. Everyone chattered away, surrounding Yu Jian in a circle. Embarrassed and annoyed, Yu Jian pushed away his fellow disciples' hands, yet couldn't help stealing glances toward the stairway, as if waiting for someone to appear from the top floor. Drunken Immortal Tower, 8th floor private room. The autumn breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus flowers through the window, causing the hot tea on the table to ripple gently. Chu Xian casually spread out the Great Xia territory map that Xuanxiao had presented, his fingertips lightly tapping on several cinnabar markings. Xuanxiao lowered his voice to report. On the first day of each month, the royal family sends 70% of the mining income to Lingxiao sacred land. Chu Xian nodded slightly. Having handled similar vassal state affairs during his time at Lingxiao Sect, he was well versed in such matters. In exchange, Lingxiao Sect ensures the safety of Great Xia and the royal family. However, there's one condition: the Great Xia royal family must not commit evil deeds in our sect's name. Sacred Lord, rest assured, this will never happen. Xuanxiao was overjoyed upon hearing this, as this promise finally bound Great Xia and Lingxiao Sect together completely. Chu Xian closed the map and asked, How are the preparations for recruiting disciples? The edict has been drafted. Recruitment points for the sacred land will be established throughout Great Xia. Once each point gathers 100 new disciples, the royal family will arrange for Dao province offerings to escort them to the sacred land. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Long Outyin has gone to the sect to retrieve the disciple recruitment wheel and should return in about 5 days. Upon hearing the word wheel, Xuanxiao's shoulders trembled slightly. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would hardly believe that disciple recruitment relied entirely on luck. All those spirit stones the royal family had just sent out would probably go to waste. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the quiet chamber. After sleeping for so long, Xiaozhu finally opened her eyes. Her once jet-black pupils had now turned a deep, dark gold, with a faint aura of the yellow springs swirling around her. Father, her voice was hoarse, carrying the weakness of someone just awakened. Xia Yinxiu hurried forward, grasping his daughter's cold hand tightly, his eyes slightly red. Sure, you're finally awake. But the young woman's gaze passed over him, landing on Yu Jian, standing by the door. She twisted the white brocade quilt lightly, a faint blush appearing on her pale cheeks. Xia Yinxiu didn't notice for the moment, too caught up in his excitement. Only when Chu Xian coughed heavily did he react, quickly stepping aside. Jur, quickly pay respects to your master. You were able to awaken entirely thanks to your master's intervention. Just as Xia Zhu was about to get out of bed to bow, Chu Xian waved his hand to stop her. One who has just awakened need not observe such formalities. From now on, you are a direct disciple of Lingxiao Sect. He produced a dark cultivation manual from his palm. 9 Revolutions Yellow Springs Art. Begin practicing it today. Xia Yinxiu's pupils contracted sharply. Hadn't he said before that cultivation required borrowing the soul-suppressing tower and that the sect had no such techniques? How could he produce it so easily? Had he been deceived? Chu Xian glanced at him with a half-smile, as if saying, "See how generous I am to my future daughter-in-law and disciple." Xia Yinxiu looked away guiltily. Fine, deceived or not, his daughter's awakening was the greatest joy of all. Little Dai bounced over to the bedside, stuffing a handful of crystalline spirit fruits into Xia Zhu's hands, lowering her voice. "Senior sister, eat quickly. Senior brother, you specially picked these for you." Everyone burst into good-natured laughter. Yu Jian's ears instantly turned red as he stammered. I was just passing by." Xiaozhu lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you, senior brother." Afterward, everyone tactfully and quietly withdrew from the top floor, leaving space for Yu Jian and her alone. In the tavern across from the drunken immortal tower, Xia Jia unconsciously crushed the jade cup in his hand. Cool jade fragments scattered across the table, yet he remained completely unaware. The silhouette reflected in the opposite window showed a brooding darkness between his brows. The young eunuch beside him hunched his shoulders and whispered in a lowered voice, "Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace." Xia Jia suddenly rose to his feet, his sleeves sweeping the debris from the table as he strode across the threshold. No one noticed that where his hair was slightly disheveled at the temples, a wisp of black mist as thin as a finger was quietly seeping into his hair strands, then disappearing into his scalp without a sound. 100 li north of Piaomiao City, at the Piaomiao Sect. Yun Feiyang's feet flashed with spiritual light as he tumbled out of the Wuxiang spirit realm's teleportation array. The scenes from within the spirit realm remained vivid in his mind. After a brief clash with Yu Jian, he had decisively retreated, only to encounter spirit beast attacks in the outer perimeter, forcing him to fight his way out with 2 fellow disciples. Because they were far from the spirit realm's center, they hadn't encountered the demonized Li Jing, thus narrowly preserving their lives. When the spirit realm closed, only a pile of severed limbs remained on the desert sand. Such scenes had become commonplace to them, as bloodshed was inevitable whenever the realm sealed itself. However, the moment he stepped through the mountain gate, alarm bells rang in Yun Feiyang's heart. The Piaomiao Sect, which usually echoed with crane calls and bell chimes, now seemed drained of vitality. The air was thick with anxiety and oppression, and large groups of disciples hurried past with their heads down, carrying bundles on their backs. He reached out to stop a disciple and asked in a deep voice, "Where are you all going?" The disciple looked up, and upon recognizing him, froze in shock. "Senior brother Yun? You actually made it back alive." "Senior brother Yun, so much has happened while you were in the Wuxiang spirit realm." The disciple broke down in tears and snot, recounting the sect's upheaval from beginning to end. Yun Feiyang felt thunderclaps exploding in his mind. It turned out he had long opposed his master's collusion with the Li family, but his master had insisted on proceeding, and now the consequences had come to pass. The sect's leadership had been completely eliminated, the sect's foundation severely damaged, and the Piaomiao sect was in mortal danger. Confusion, regret, and anger surged through him, yet he felt utterly lost. Where should he go from here? Just then, a clear but slightly weathered voice called from behind, "Young Yun." Yun Feiyang turned around to see Xuanxiao, the master appraiser from the auction house, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Master Sai?" The old man gently patted his shoulder, his eyes full of regret. "This old man's agreement with your Piaomiao sect has expired. Now that the sect's leadership is completely destroyed, this old man must take his leave." The 3-year contract. Xuanxiao would serve as the Piaomiao sect's resident alchemist for 3 years, and in return, the sect would gift him the sole copy of the herbal classic. Yun Feiyong had heard of it long ago. Once the term expired, the other party would naturally not stay longer. He cupped his fists and bowed. This junior wishes master a safe journey. Xuanxiao stroked his beard but didn't turn to leave. Instead, he squinted and smiled. Young Yun, what are your plans for the future? After a long silence, Yun Feiyong clenched his fists, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. To develop and strengthen the Piaomiao sect. The old man burst into hearty laughter. Huh, this old man likes your spirit. In the entire Piaomiao sect, you're the one this old man finds most agreeable. Would you like this old man to point you toward a clear path? Yun Feiyong's heart trembled, and he immediately dropped to one knee, cupping his fists respectfully. Please enlighten me, master. This junior will certainly comply. Xuanxiao paced with his hands behind his back, saying calmly, seek protection from the current power holder of Great Xia. Otherwise, within half a month, the Piaomiao sect will surely perish. Yun Feiyong deeply agreed. Without making a timely decision, former enemies would surely attack en masse, and the Piaomiao sect wouldn't be able to preserve even a single bone. Is master telling me to seek out the imperial family? He asked tentatively. Xuanxiao shook his head with a light smile. The Lingxiao Sect. The Lingxiao Sect. Yun Feiyong frowned, feeling the name was familiar. At this moment, his two accompanying junior brothers quickly reminded him. Senior brother, we encountered them in the Wuxiang spirit realm. Li Jing said the Lingxiao sect killed 3 people from the Piaomiao sect. Yun Feiyong suddenly understood. So it was them. The broken window frames of the great hall creaked in the wind, dust falling from the rafters. Xuanxiao shook his sleeves, his eyes sharp. The Lingxiao sect is now truly the strongest sect in Great Xia. Even the imperial family must show them respect. You have 3 paths before you. First, bow in submission, offer tribute, and earn the Lingxiao sect's protection. Second, simply merge the entire Piaomiao sect into the Lingxiao sect, simple and effortless. Third, lead these disciples on a bloody path through Great Xiathao. I can't guarantee how many will still follow you. As his words ended, Yin Feiyong slowly surveyed the empty courtyard. The Piaomiao sect, once teeming with disciples, now had only 300 to 500 people scattered on the crumbling steps. Thinking of enemies everywhere, his heart tightened. Surviving in Great Xia would be harder than ascending to heaven. Xuanxiao folded his hands in his sleeves and continued. I won't hide it from you. I'm planning to visit the Lingxiao sect myself. If you truly wish to join them, I can take you along. After long deliberation, Yin Feiyong finally raised his head. Very well. I'm grateful for your help, Master Sai. He immediately gathered the remaining disciples to inventory the sect's resources. But the moment the warehouse doors opened, everyone was stunned. It was completely empty. Those lower-ranking elders had already made off with the spirit stones and pills, leaving only 2 moldy, rat-dropping like grains. Yun Feiyong's veins bulged with rage as he gritted his teeth. Those beasts. If I ever catch them, I'll make them pay in blood. A young disciple asked timidly. Master Sai, we're penniless. Will the Lingxiao sect accept us? Xuanxiao sighed. In that case, don't delay, just come with me. Outside the mountain gate, morning mist swirled. Xuanxiao had just led over 400 Piaomiao sect disciples down the stone steps when they saw Chu Xian and Long Outyin standing with hands behind their backs, as if they had been waiting. Old man, I've come to get you. Xuanxiao glared at him irritably. I have one condition for joining your Lingxiao sect. Let these Piaomiao sect disciples join as well. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. The Lingxiao sect currently had only about 500 members, but adding these 400 would bring the total over 1,000. Even more surprising, among them were 6 Spirit Spring Realm experts, and the young man beside the old man had reached the peak of Spirit Spring Realm. Once he recruited them, his system mission would be complete, and his cultivation could reach the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Seeing Chu Xian's silence, Xuanxiao was about to threaten him when Chu Xian nodded first. That's not impossible, but I have one condition. What condition? Chu Xian pulled a broken trident from his storage ring and tossed it to the old man. My disciple's weapon, it broke in the formless spirit ruin some days ago. You claim to have met more alchemists and weaponsmiths than I've had meals fix it for me. Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow and nodded approvingly. This young man truly cared for his disciples. Fine, no problem. I'll find someone right away. With that, he took out an exquisite communication jade slip and channeled his spiritual power. Old friend, come to the eastern coast of Great Xia. Moments later, a rough voice came from the jade slip. Holy shit. Old Sai, you're still alive. I'm coming right now. Initially, Chu Xian paid no attention, but when he recognized that familiar voice, he suddenly perked up. You actually know Duan Hong? Hearing Chu Xian's question, the old man was completely baffled. You actually know Duan Hong? He widened his eyes, his voice filled with disbelief. Only then did Chu Xian become completely certain this old man before him was definitely no ordinary person. Duan Hong was one of the top forge masters in the Eastern Wasteland. In his early years, Chu Xian had frequently visited Duan Hong's smithy, and most of the weapons used by the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect came from that very shop. Now that Duan Hong could speak with this person as equals, the depth of their relationship was self-evident. The old man narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Chu Xian smiled faintly and countered, "Then who are you?" This old man never changes his name when walking or his surname when sitting side Xuanxiao. Chu Xian scratched his head. "Never heard of you. But Zhang Qing once mentioned he studied under a master Sai. Could that be you?" Sai Xuanxiao frowned. "Boy, you're not some spy sent by one of the Holy Lands to deceive me, are you?" Chu Xian's expression grew serious. "My name is Chu Xian, son of Chu Xian." Upon hearing this name, Sai Xuanxiao's pupils contracted sharply. Son of Chu Xian? The Chu Xian who once swept through all the geniuses of the Eastern Wasteland. Chu Xian nodded with a smile. Sai Xuanxiao was even more shocked. Zhang Qing said you had lost all your cultivation and became a cripple. How have you reached the peak of the Spirit Spring realm again? I was fortunate enough to encounter some opportunities, Chu Xian replied casually. What opportunities? The old man immediately pressed. Back then, Zhang Qing had described Chu Xian's injuries in detail to Sai Xuanxiao, who had declared that cultivation would be impossible for life, which was why he had never gone to help the Cloud Sky sect. But now that Chu Xian's cultivation had fully recovered, Sai Xuanxiao's curiosity could no longer be contained. Chu Xian raised his hand to interrupt. Don't ask about everything. Since you can move Duan Hong to action, I'll take these people for my Soaring Heaven sect. Let's go. Sai Xuanxiao kept asking questions all the way. When Chu Xian grew annoyed with the questioning, he directly ordered Long Outyin to carry the old man away and return to Misty City first. When Chu Xian led a large group of Misty Sect disciples back to Misty City, Xia Yinxiao had already prepared a Dao boat according to Long Outyin's instructions. Half a day later, the Dao boat rose from the city's central plaza and flew directly toward the Soaring Heaven sect through the wind. With this, the journey to the formless spirit ruins came to a complete end. In the western part of the Great Xia Empire lay vast stretches of barren, cracked land. Yellow sand filled the sky, demonic energy churned, and pitch-black castles stood tall like an apocalyptic scene. Demon cultivators in black robes, their faces carved with sinister patterns, moved through the shadows. This was the Nine Nether Demon territory. Within the Demon King Palace that ruled this land, more than 10 great powers of the Demon Sect had gathered. Palace Master, has the ancestor truly returned? The leading figure in black robes took out a wisp of thick black mist from his chest and gently placed it in the highest seat of the Great Hall. The ancestor was suppressed for 10,000 years and has finally escaped. But this wisp of true soul is too weak. His voice was hoarse yet filled with fanaticism. Pass down the order, the ancestor has returned. Let the slaughter begin. Yes, sir. On the coast of the Eastern Sea stood the Soaring Heaven sect. The Dao boat broke through the clouds and slowly descended onto the sect's plaza. The gangway was lowered, and Chu Xian was the first to step out. Qi Yu and Xuanxiao had been waiting for quite some time, and behind them stood 20 NPC elders. Most of the Lingxiao Sect disciples were deep in cultivation, so only a few dozen people were present in the plaza. We respectfully welcome the sect master's return. The disciples in the plaza bowed in unison. Chu Xian raised his hand, signaling there was no need for such formality. Yu Jian and other core disciples were the first to disembark from the Dao boat, followed closely by over 400 disciples from the Piaomiao sect. The moment the Piaomiao sect disciples stepped out of the cabin, they stopped neatly on the gangway and collectively shivered. The spiritual energy within Lingxiao sect crashed over them like ocean waves. Traces of the great Dao transformed into threads that frantically burrowed into their bodies, while the rules of heaven and earth flickered before their eyes like curtains of light. Yun Feiyong felt dizzy and disoriented, his soul seeming ready to leave his body, his entire being light as a feather, so comfortable he nearly moaned. This is the Lingxiao sect? The Lingxiao sect members had already received word that a large group of new disciples would be joining today, so they weren't surprised to see the massive Piaomiao sect contingent. However, the new disciples remained motionless, immersed in the spiritual energy impact, causing the scene to freeze momentarily. Chu Xian had no choice but to announce loudly. From this day forward, you are all disciples of Lingxiao sect. You are temporarily assigned as miscellaneous disciples, but you may advance through sect examinations in the future. Yes. Over 400 people responded simultaneously, their voices thunderous. Just as the response died down, Chu Xian heard the system notification in his ear. Main Quest 2. Reach 1,000 sect disciples with 10 disciples achieving Spirit Spring Realm Cultivation, completed. Reward. Host achieves Peak Dao Inquiry Realm Cultivation. Main Quest 3 accepted. Reach 10,000 sect disciples, with 1,000 disciples achieving Spirit Spring Realm, and 100 disciples achieving Mystic Core Realm. Reward. Host cultivation advances to Peak Subsaint Realm. A tremendous shock erupted deep within his dantian, as Chu Xian felt a Mystic Core instantly condense above the Spirit Spring. Nourished by the Mystic Core, the Spirit Spring suddenly expanded, transforming into a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, countless light shadows manifested as towering great Daos in his consciousness, so numerous they dazzled his eyes. Hmm? Why are there so many this time? Last time when advancing to Dao Inquiry Realm, there were only 10 paths, but now they seem to fill the entire starry sky. Buzz, 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 all the light paths rapidly converged, finally becoming one. Phew, peak Dao Inquiry Realm. I'm back. Chu Xian couldn't suppress his excitement, was only one step away from his former peak, Dao Harmony Realm. The system notification sounded again. Sect Disciple Breakthrough, Lottery Chances 1. Sect Disciple Breakthrough, Lottery Chances 2. Sect Disciple Breakthrough, Lottery Chances 1. Following the sound, Chu Xian saw that the group of former Lingxiao Sect disciples had all sat cross-legged in meditation on the plaza. The abundant spiritual energy and Dao essence within Lingxiao Sect caused the bottlenecks they had encountered in their cultivation to crumble under the rich traces of the great Dao, leading to breakthrough after breakthrough. At this moment, Xuanxiao slowly descended from the Dao boat, his gaze wandering among the halls and pavilions of Lingxiao Sect, sometimes frowning, sometimes lighting up, occasionally pointing and commenting. Almost simultaneously, a system screen appeared. The Eastern Wasteland's premier alchemist has entered the sect, hidden quest completed. 100 acres of immortal fields have manifested at the sect's medicine peak. Xuanxiao pointed and commented all the way until he finally arrived in front of Chu Xian. Young man, this sect is quite impressive. Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. You. His outstretched finger trembled slightly. Chu Xian's lips curved upward in a half smile. What's wrong, old man? Is my Lingxiao sect so impressive that you want to stay and never leave? Xuanxiao's eyes widened, his voice hoarse. You. When did you reach the peak of the Inquiry Realm? Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back on the steps, lazily shrugging his shoulders. Is the peak of Inquiry Realm that difficult? It's not like I haven't reached it before. The old man grew even more curious, his gaze seeming to want to turn Chu Xian inside out. Chu Xian waved his hand dismissively, his tone impatient. All right. Are you going to look at the medicine fields or not? If not, forget it. This kid has quite the temper. Xuanxiao muttered, but still began walking. Just as he was about to follow the main path forward, Chu Xian grabbed him by the collar. This way. The two walked side by side toward Lingxiao Sect's medicine peak. Along the way, palace halls with flying eaves appeared and disappeared in the clouds and mist. Spiritual cranes spread their wings and soared through the sky. Xuanxiao found everything before his eyes endlessly fascinating, secretly clicking his tongue in amazement. This place is more magnificent than many first-rate sects. Passing through the final layer of cloud curtain, they stepped onto the gray-white stone steps leading to Medicine Peak. The moment his foot touched the Medicine Peak territory, Xuanxiao suddenly stopped, his nostrils flaring, his eyes bursting with brilliant light. This scent is fire dragon's sacred fruit? He suddenly turned around, gazing toward the depths of the peak's belly, his face filled with disbelief. Chu Xian casually picked at his ear. Don't rush, just one fire dragon sacred fruit has you this shocked? There are even bigger surprises coming. The old man could no longer contain himself, taking 3 steps as he rushed past Chu Xian. The mountain path wound ahead, and he ran while staring wide-eyed. In the medicine gardens on both sides, 1,000-year purple spirit mushrooms spread their giant umbrella caps, 7-colored glazed flowers swayed in the breeze, and even the legendary Earth Heart Fire Lotus, supposedly extinct, was hidden among the mist. How is this possible? Xuanxiao's voice trembled. Earth Heart Fire Lotus went extinct long ago. Where did your Lingxiao sect get it? Chu Xian shrugged and made up a story on the spot. A few days ago, some blind little serpent came to provoke us and got slapped to death by Qiyu. We found a few seeds in its storage ring, so I just casually planted them here. He certainly couldn't say they were gifts from the system. I don't believe a word of that. Xuanxiao rolled his eyes, but knowing he wouldn't get the real answer, he could only take a deep breath to suppress his shock. However, the deeper they went, the faster his heart beat. The soil of the entire medicine peak was pale golden, with faint dragon energy flowing through it. Each medicine field was covered with spirit-gathering arrays, with spiritual energy almost condensing into milky, white misty threads. At the very center, an ancient spring bubbled with water, clear light interweaving with spiritual mist, continuously nourishing the entire peak. Xuanxiao burst out with a curse. Holy shit! The eternal life spring. His voice pitched higher. Didn't this thing dry up long ago? Where did you dig it up? Chu Xian glanced at him sideways, his tone lazy. It's been here since the sect was established, so what? Seeing the old man's eyes darting around, Chu Xian reminded him. Don't get any ideas about it. This spring water has spiritual consciousness. If an outsider touches it, their hand will rot. Xuanxiao's old face reddened, and he stubbornly protested. Nonsense. I'm a dignified saint-level alchemist. Would I do such a despicable thing? Though his words were tough, his gaze remained glued to the spring water, and his fingers kept rubbing together inside his sleeves. Chu Xian couldn't be bothered to expose him. Xuanxiao snorted and reluctantly withdrew his gaze, continuing forward. Soon, the two arrived at the core medicine field at Medicine Peak's highest point. This place was shrouded in a translucent barrier, through which one could vaguely see spiritual herbs swaying and ethereal light shimmering. It was precisely the immortal field rewarded by the system. Xuanxiao pressed against the barrier for a closer look and immediately gasped in shock. Nine nether ghost orchids. His voice cracked with disbelief. These things only grow beside the yellow springs. How did you manage to cultivate them alive? Chu Xian merely smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. The old man frantically scratched his head and ears, but Chu Xian remained tight-lipped. Xuanxiao's eyes rolled as he suddenly clutched his stomach. Oh my, this old man has urgent business to attend to. I'll be right back. Before his words had even finished, he flashed away, sneaking stealthily toward the barrier's edge from another direction. Above the medicinal field, spiritual mist rose while plants and herbs glowed brilliantly. Chu Xian sighed where he stood. You old fool, aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? You're a subsaint, for crying out loud. And you're telling me you have urgent business? You crafty old codger. As his words fell, he had already appeared ghost-like behind Xuanxiao, grabbing the man's collar. Old man, your direction for urgent business seems a bit off, doesn't it? Xuanxiao laughed awkwardly. Huh. Haha. I'm getting old. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Cut it out. Trying to steal herbs from my Lingxiao Sect? Not a chance. Caught red-handed, the old man's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger. Who? Who was trying to steal anything? This old man is a legitimate saint-level alchemist. Saint-level? What spiritual herb haven't I seen before? Oh. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and casually pointed. What grade is that herb over there? Following his finger, Xuanxiao saw a cluster of grapes emanating blue flames, gently swaying. The old man immediately stammered. This one. In his heart, he muttered. After seeing so many treasures in Lingxiao Sect, how do I feel like I've wasted my entire life? The two continued walking through the medicinal field for a long while. Each spiritual herb Xuanxiao encountered was more outrageous than the last, leaving him nearly numb. Finally, Chu Xian led him to the peak of Medicine Mountain and casually sat down on the ground. What do you think of this Medicine Peak? Xuanxiao answered without hesitation. There's only one place like this in the world. Young man, it seems you never intended to let this old man leave Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian smiled slightly. What makes you say that? Your Lingxiao Sect has so many treasures. If you let me leave, aren't you afraid I'll go around blabbing about it? Chu Xian pointed toward the mountain gate. The door's right there. Exit and turn left. Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes. Aren't you afraid that all the holy lands in the eastern wasteland will come and strip your little Lingxiao Sect clean? Not afraid. Why not? What gives you such confidence? What I should fear, I don't fear. Chu Xian's tone was so calm it was unsettling. Xuanxiao fell silent for a long while before finally sighing helplessly. He stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed. Sect Master Chu, this old man wishes to spend his remaining years at Lingxiao Sect. I hope you can provide me with 2 humble huts on this medicine peak for shelter. The old man's expression was rarely so solemn. Chu Xian quickly helped him up. Forget 2 humble huts, even 10,000 grand mansions would be no problem. The two looked at each other and finally burst into laughter together. Ha! Xuanxiao laughed so hard that all the wrinkles on his face bloomed. Young man, you really have so many treasures here. This old man truly came to the right place. Ha ha! Chu Xian's laughter hadn't subsided when he changed the subject. Old man, pick a few disciples from the sect who have talent in alchemy. From now on, you'll be the Medicine Peak Master. When you have time, teach them alchemy, otherwise, wouldn't your heaven-defying alchemical skills go to waste? Xuanxiao laughed heartily naturally. The next day, the Medicine Peak of Lingxiao Sect was officially established. Once the news broke, disciples from all levels, inner sect, outer sect, and servants could participate in the selection at Medicine Peak. The most excited were undoubtedly the servants, a category that now included all former disciples of the Xuanxiao Sect. Upon hearing that Master Sai would personally teach the art of pill refinement, they rushed forward faster than anyone else, eager to abandon their brooms and change professions immediately. Within just half an hour, the entrance to Medicine Peak was packed beyond capacity. Xuanxiao looked at the swarming servant disciples, his face darkening. He raised his walking stick and struck the ground with a thunderous voice. You little rascals! Watch where you step. Anyone who dares damage my medicinal herbs will have their 3rd leg chopped off. The vast mountain path fell silent instantly, and everyone stood at attention. No one dared to ignore this seemingly elderly, yet genuinely sub-saint realm monster. Soon, the crowd formed orderly lines to ascend Medicine Peak. After 3 days of intensive screening, only 10 disciples remained at Medicine Peak. 9 were assigned to menial tasks, while only 1 could formally study pill refinement under Xuanxiao. Chu Xian received the jade slip and smiled with raised eyebrows. Well, little Daisy's cultivation talent is usually mediocre, and her combat ability isn't great either. I wondered how she made it into the inner sect. Turns out her pill refinement talent is so strong. Chi Yu beside him smiled gently. Does the sect master doubt my judgment and that of the other elders? Of course not. Elder Chi Yu, you jest. Chu Xian replied playfully, his attention already drifting to the system panel. Sect Grand Lottery Draw Attempts, 1080. Single draw, 10 draw, 100 draw, 1000 draw. When the number reached 1000, the 1000 draw button lit up. 1000 draw. Give me the ultimate pull. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The light screen churned rapidly, with 7-colored radiance flashing before Chu Xian's eyes. Wow. Golden Legend. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an immortal grade item. God's Whip. God's Whip can be used to discipline sect disciples, helping them break through bottlenecks and shatter limitations, causing their cultivation talent to soar. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Punishment and reward in one. Slack off and get whipped. Brilliant. Golden light flashed, and various cultivation resources piled up like a small mountain. However, the lottery wasn't over yet. Wow. Golden Legend. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an immortal grade item. Fantasy Transformation. Fantasy Transformation. When worn, appearance changes randomly. Cultivation speed 1000. When used simultaneously with God's Whip, effects double. 1000 times cultivation speed? Excellent. Chu Xian immediately retrieved the item. An exquisite small leather whip and a seemingly ordinary long rope. Who should I test this on? Jinner was being affectionate with Zhuornit suitable. Shinner already possessed immortal bones and had no bottlenecks. Lu Zi was holding his broken fish spear dejectedly. It wouldn't be right to bother him again. Chu Xian looked around, and his gaze settled on two furry figures in the corner. Da Huang and Erbai. Erbai had been unconscious since returning from the formless spirit ruins and only awakened after returning to Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian had originally thought Erbai was a spirit dog, but upon careful observation, he discovered that Erbai showed no spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever. It looked like just an ordinary dog. Da Huang circled around the newcomer Erbai, wagging his tail excitedly and following behind, sniffing non-stop, though no one knew what exactly he was smelling. Da Huang. Erbai, stop sleeping, you two, get over here. Chu Xian called out from the stone steps of the main peak. Both dogs looked up in unison, their eyes filled with innocent confusion. Too lazy to waste words, Chu Xian lightly clenched his palm in the air, and Da Huang was directly lifted over. Woof woof woof. Da Huang barked indignantly as he was suspended in midair. Chu Xian completely ignored him, flicking his hand to drape a dark gray robe over Da Huang's back. Good boy, try on your new equipment. Don't move. As soon as the words fell, the robe burst with a blinding white light. After the radiance faded, the originally plain-looking mutt seemed completely transformed. His golden fur blazed like flames. His forepaws stepped on faint auspicious clouds. A crescent-shaped silver mark appeared on his forehead, looking majestic and imposing. Holy crap! Chu Xian nearly dropped the small whip in his hand. With this look, even a celestial hound wouldn't compare. Erbai watched with gleaming eyes. Woof! Big brother Huang looks so cool. He happily nuzzled against Da Huang's front legs. Just as Chu Xian was marveling, Da Huang suddenly trembled all over, waves of energy radiating outward. Peak of the meridian opening realm. It turned out that during Chu Xian's month-long absence, Da Huang had completely let himself go, eating his fill then sleeping, sleeping enough then eating, gorging on pet food, his cultivation soaring from the first level of meridian opening all the way to the 9th. When Chu Xian returned to the sect, he immediately cut off the dog food to let him consolidate. But now with this fantasy transformation equipment boost, he had directly reached the pinnacle of meridian opening. 1,000-fold cultivation speed, truly fierce. Chu Xian grinned, raising the small whip. Come, Da Huang, taste my God's Whip. Crack. The whip struck Da Huang's rear. A whoop. A earth-shaking howl echoed through Lingxiao Sect's main peak. Da Huang's canine eyes suddenly brightened, his originally simple-minded gaze gaining a hint of cleverness. It really does increase intelligence? Chu Xian clicked his tongue in amazement. Crack crack crack. 3 more lashes fell, Da Huang howling in pain, but his aura climbing steadily. Boom. A muffled sound from within first level of Spirit Spring Realm. Not bad at all. Chu Xian beamed with joy. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. While Da Huang was still dazed, he quickly yanked off the robe and ran down the main peak. Only 2 dogs remained on the summit, staring at each other. Who am I? Where am I? How did I just break through? Lingxiao Sect's inner disciple area. Chu Xian ran all the way, panting as he burst in front of the disciples, holding up the small whip and robe. You all, who wants to be lashed by this sect master? The inner disciples looked at each other, the sect master holding a whip and clothes, shouting about lashing. When no one responded, Chu Xian walked directly to a pretty female disciple. You're the one. The robe fell over her. White light flashed, bunny ears, short skirt, black stockings, a bunny girl instantly dazzling all the male disciples. Crack. The small whip fell, the female disciple's face flushing. Sect. Sect Master. No nonsense. Focus on the spiritual energy in your body. At that moment, Chu Xian's voice thundered like a great bronze bell in the female disciple's mind. Though her face flushed crimson, the female disciple hurriedly followed Chu Xian's instructions to calm her mind and guide the spiritual energy within her body. As her consciousness sank inward, she suddenly discovered that at the very spot on her back where the sect master had struck, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy was rushing in wildly. Her entire back tingled with a numbing sensation, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Even the pair of rabbit ears atop her head swayed back and forth. Sect Master, this disciple, seems to be about to break through. Upon hearing of the impending breakthrough, Chu Xian immediately struck while the iron was hot. Crack, crack, crack. With an expressionless face, Chu Xian wielded the small leather whip, lashing the female disciple. After 3 more strikes, the female disciple felt her cultivation path suddenly become clear and unobstructed. Her spirit became incredibly lucid. Her understanding of cultivation techniques instantly seemed to leap several levels. The female disciple quickly sat cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment in an instant. Enlightenment was a realm that countless cultivators dreamed of achieving. According to the Xuanxiao Continent Cultivation Guide, when cultivators entered enlightenment, breakthroughs came as easily as drinking water, and their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. However, enlightenment was something that could only be encountered by chance, never sought deliberately. No matter how gifted one might be, without specific circumstances, enlightenment would never occur. Seeing that the female disciple had entered the state of enlightenment, Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction and quietly stood guard beside her, ordering everyone not to disturb her. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the female disciple in her bunny girl outfit, wanting not only to witness the wonders of the enlightenment realm, but also to get a good look at this interesting attire. Within just a few breaths, the female disciple had already broken through from the first level of the meridian opening realm to the 3rd level, and her cultivation continued to grow. Now all the other disciples were getting restless. Everyone had started at roughly the same level, but with the sect master's sudden intervention, this female disciple's cultivation had shot far ahead. Who could stand for that? Since the female disciple's natural talent wasn't particularly high, her enlightenment state lasted less than half a minute before ending. But in that brief half-minute, she had directly broken through from the 1st level of the meridian opening realm to the 7th level. The combination of the divine whip and dream transformation was simply terrifyingly effective. The moment the female disciple opened her eyes, before she could even thank Chu Xian, she saw the surrounding inner disciples howling as they rushed toward Chu Xian. Sect Master, please whip me too. Sect Master, this disciple has a better figure. Wearing that outfit would surely lead to faster breakthroughs. You must choose me. Sect Master. The scene was utterly chaotic. Seeing so many people in complete disorder, Chu Xian said helplessly, "Those who want to be whipped, form a line, one at a time." The inner disciples had no choice but to queue up in order of their sect entry, waiting their turn obediently. The Lingxiao Sect currently had over 30 inner disciples, so whipping them one by one wouldn't take too long. Since Chu Xian didn't need to cultivate anyway, he simply had someone bring him a chair to sit on while he administered the lashings one by one. At the inner disciples' quarters, crack. So refreshing. Sect Master, use more force. This disciple can still endure it. Crack, crack, crack. The enlightenment realm appears again. Next, crack, crack. For an entire day, Chu Xian remained at the inner disciples' quarters, and only after seeing everyone's cultivation improve significantly did he contentedly take his small whip and robe and leave happily. After returning to the main peak, Chu Xian was leisurely sipping tea in his reclining chair when he saw Lingxiao approaching excitedly. Master, why do you give the good stuff to the inner disciples first instead of us direct disciples? Chu Xian paused mid-sip, raising his eyebrows in surprise. You already know about this. I thought you guys didn't need such things. Since you're here, let me give you a taste of being whipped into enlightenment. Lingxiao shot Chu Xian a cold glance and lifted his chin, signaling him to proceed. That's more like it. He had long coveted the realm of sudden enlightenment. In his previous life, despite being a semi-emperor, he had never experienced a single moment of sudden enlightenment. If he had experienced even one back then, he would have likely ascended to emperor long ago. Sudden enlightenment could not only rapidly boost one's cultivation in a short time, but also make the future path incredibly smooth. Chu Xian's smile faded as his tone became serious. Xian, are you ready? Master is coming. Lingxiao turned his back to Chu Xian without answering. Only nodding nervously. His desire for enlightenment made his heart nearly burst from his chest. Chu Xian flicked his hand, draping a long robe over Lingxiao's shoulders. Before the hem had settled, a white light flashed. When vision returned, Chu Xian was completely stunned. Black stockings outlined slender legs, a tight mini skirt hugged perfect curves, and combined with Lingxiao's impressive figure and stunning beauty, It was every man's weakness. Lin Xian looked down and was equally dumbfounded upon seeing his female outfit. Master, what is the meaning of this? Embarrassment and anger intertwined as he cursed inwardly. That perverted master is indeed an old lecher. Chu Xian coughed dryly, his gaze wandering. Disciple, master will now begin whipping you into enlightenment. Crack, the divine whip fell, and with just one strike, Lin Xian sank into the realm of sudden enlightenment. Chu Xian sighed in admiration. Worthy of being Shin'erthos, inner disciples need at least 3 whips to achieve enlightenment. But then he noticed something strange. Lin Xian's cultivation hadn't increased and remained at the peak of the spirit spring realm. Huh? Strange. Chu Xian waited quietly beside him, but Lin Xian showed no signs of awakening. Calculating with his fingers, his disciple had been in enlightenment for a full 2 minutes. The higher the talent, the longer the duration. It seemed Xianer needed more time. He summoned Long Out Yin and instructed, guard around Xianer. No one is to disturb him. He then turned and walked toward the Lingxiao Sect's main hall. Sigh, whipping disciples into enlightenment every day, when do I get time for myself? Chu Xian frowned, then suddenly had an inspiration and called out loudly. Chi Yu, Xuanxiao. Space twisted, and 2 elders immediately appeared. Sect Master. Chu Xian got straight to the point. I'm assigning you a task: build a mission hall within the sect and post various sect missions. Disciples can earn points upon completion, which can be exchanged for rewards in the hall. The highest reward. Let this sect master whip them for a whole day. You elders can discuss the details and report back to me. Chi Yu and Xuanxiao straightened solemnly. Yes, sect master. After giving his orders, Chu Xian returned to his reclining chair satisfied, holding his tea with closed eyes. Soon after, the Lingxiao sect shook again. Chi Yu and Xuanxiao worked together, causing a magnificent hall to rise from the ground beside the sect plaza. Amid waves of brilliant light, various formation stone tablets, notices, crystal screens, and other facilities flew into the hall, embedding themselves in designated positions. Hearing the commotion, numerous disciples rushed over to watch. As soon as the Lingxiao sect's mission hall appeared, a large number of disciples had already gathered at the scene. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent hall rose from the ground, surrounded by spiritual light, with 4 gilded stone pillars supporting the towering roof, and glazed tiles gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The moment the hall doors opened, crowds surged in like a tide, instantly packing the hall to capacity. Chi Yu's voice then echoed throughout the entire Lingxiao sect. Attention, all disciples. Here is an important announcement. The sect's mission hall is now open. The mission hall has 4 floors, corresponding to 4 levels of tasks: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Heaven level being the most difficult, Yellow level the easiest. Different cultivation levels correspond to different task levels. Completing tasks not only brings rewards, but also earns task points. Points can be exchanged for cultivation resources in the hall. Ultimate reward. Spend an entire day receiving personal guidance from the sect master at the main peak. Everyone, please cultivate diligently and actively complete tasks, with the goal of receiving the sect master's personal guidance. As soon as this news broke, the entire Lingxiao sect erupted in excitement. The sect master's guidance. Oh my heavens! I heard the inner disciples' cultivation skyrocketed because of the sect master's personal guidance. Yes. One crack of the sect master's whip and cultivation soars. Is this really true? Great. Brothers, let's charge. Let's go. Come on, brothers. Whoosh, the crowd surged in like a torrent, and the mission hall was instantly packed. Chi Yu exchanged glances with his subordinates, looking surprised. I didn't expect the mission hall to be this popular right from the start. We don't have enough elders. Quickly report to the sect master. Upon learning the situation, Chu Xian slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot about the other rewards from the 1,000 consecutive draws. He asked the 2 to wait, and turned his attention to the system panel. 1,000 consecutive draw rewards have been distributed to the system inventory. Great Saint Realm NPC Elders 32, Sub-Saint Realm NPC Elders 66, Dao Integration Realm NPC Elders 108, Sacred Medicines 136 plants. Use them all. As the system notification ended, 206 NPC Elders were generated. The next moment, 206 terrifying auras that could suppress heaven and earth erupted from within Lingxiao Sect. Boom, boom, boom. Figures in various colored robes burst through the air, gathering above Lingxiao Sect, and forming a rainbow torrent heading straight for the main peak. On Medicine Peak, Xuanxiao was demonstrating fire control, with Xiao Dai following beside him. Suddenly, Xuanxiao's body trembled, and his flames went out of control. Bang. The pill furnace exploded, scattering medicinal fragrance and burnt smells everywhere. Xiao Dai spoke weakly. Master, your fire control technique isn't very good either. Xuanxiao paid no attention to his disciple, his gaze fixed on the 200-plus figures in the sky, muttering to himself. This is supposed to be the edge of the Eastern Wasteland? Over 200 saint-level powerhouses. Chu Xian, are you planning to steamroll the entire Xuanxiao Continent? At the summit of the main peak, 206 newly appointed elders stood in neat formation, their combined might interweaving like an iron torrent. Gazing at this overwhelming display of power before him, Chu Xian's heart surged with excitement. If he could lead them out of the sect, crushing the Xuanxiao Continent would be as easy as turning his hand. But the system's restrictions meant these formidable figures could only obediently stay within the sect. Thinking of this, he cursed under his breath. Even if you gave me 10,000, it would be useless. Damn. Trash system. In the back mountains of the sect, Long Out Yin in his dragon form opened his eyes, his golden pupils sweeping over the main peak before closing again with satisfaction. See that? This is Master's Network. They're all newly joined elders. Over 200 saint-level cultivators. Learn from this, brother. With the addition of over 200 saint-level cultivators, Lingxiao Sect now had more than enough elders. The sect currently housed just over 1,000 disciples, while boasting a full 228 NPC elders, including 2 great Emperor realm powerhouses. Even after accounting for those stationed at various spiritual veins, the artifact pavilion, scripture repository, and other fixed positions, they could still maintain an average ratio of 1 elder overseeing 5 disciples and unprecedented abundance of teaching resources. Within just a few days, Dao boats descended one after another onto the sect's plaza. Each vessel carried exactly 100 passengers, all carefully selected children of destiny from various prefectures of Great Xia, possessing top-tier talent and backgrounds. Meanwhile, independent cultivators from the eastern prefectures gradually gathered outside Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate of Imperial Court to save on spirit stones for the Dao boats, simply allowed those from nearby counties to make their own way there. The name of Lingxiao Sect swept across the Great Xia territory like a devastating storm. By dawn that day, nearly 1 million people had crowded densely at the mountain's base. Young cultivators from several eastern prefectures had come out in full force, all because this sect admission trial was utterly absurd. Simply spinning sect admission qualification on a wheel would grant entry. After Chi Yu sent word via carrier pigeon, Chu Xian raised his hand from the main peak and declared loudly, "Open the sect for disciple recruitment." The moment his command fell, the entire sect's mechanisms roared to life. The mission hall instantly posted the same task: assist the sect in recruiting disciples. Daily reward: 1 common grade spirit stone, 10 mission points. Upon hearing there were a full 10 points available, the disciples pounced like wolves on meat. Ordinary heaven-level missions only gave 5 points, and one needed 100 points to earn personal guidance from the sect master. Once not grabbing this opportunity would be foolish. Thus, over 1,000 disciples poured out, instantly taking control of the vast plaza. Yu Jian, as the senior disciple among personal disciples, appeared first. Standing with hands clasped behind his back at the mountain gate's heights, he clearly announced the trial rules point by point, then leaped down gracefully, his robes billowing as if he were walking on wind. The female cultivators nearby instantly had stars in their eyes. Wow, that's the senior personal disciple of Lingxiao Sacred Land. So handsome. If only I could become senior brother Yu Jian's Dao companion. Hearing the excited cries, nearby male cultivators immediately dampened their spirits. Dream on. Senior brother Yu Jian's Dao companion is an imperial princess. Before his words finished, a large group of female cultivators clutched their chests and sighed deeply, crying out in heartbreak. The disciple recruitment outside the mountain gate was in full swing. Meanwhile, high in the sky above Great Xia's western border, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood on a long sword suspended among the clouds, his brow furrowed. The demon sect has grown so rampant. Pitiful are the countless mortals. He pulled out a jade slip to check coordinates. Old Sai is just ahead. I'll find that fellow first. The newcomer was none other than Duan Hong, the Eastern Wasteland's premier weaponsmith. Channeling spiritual power into his sword, he was about to speed forward when a black-robed figure burst up from the ground below, also at saint level, launching a killing move immediately. Duan Hong was momentarily stunned, then roared angrily. Audacious demon cultivator. He grasped the flying sword beneath his feet with one hand, and cold light blazed forth. Slash. The sword chi struck down, cleaving the black-robed demon cultivator in half on the spot. Blood fell to earth, dust and sand rolling. Clearly, this long sword served as both a flying artifact and an incomparably sharp weapon. One sword decided the outcome. Duan Hong lingered no longer, mounting his sword once more and transforming into a rainbow light, shooting eastward. Within half an incense stick's time, he had crossed the entire Great Xia territory and landed outside Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate. One must know that even a great saint relying on personal flight would need at least 10 days for such a journey. Duan Hong frowned as he gazed at the sea of people crowding before the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect. Beneath the massive gate, chaos and noise reigned supreme, with crude colorful banners fluttering in the wind, and a long line of people packing the stone steps so tightly that not even water could flow through. He muttered to himself, how did that old man Sai end up here? He wouldn't even glance at the golden jade tokens from all those sacred lands. Yet he came to this godforsaken little sect in the middle of nowhere. At the front of the crowd sat a row of crude disciples' election spinning wheels. Duan Hong raised an eyebrow. What idiot came up with this recruitment method? But when his gaze truly fell upon the wheels, his expression immediately grew serious. The wheel's surface showed rough wood grain and peeling paint, yet there was a subtle, mysterious power flowing through the axle, supporting the entire device's smooth rotation. There was more to this than met the eye. The spiritual perception of a top-tier forging master allowed Duan Hong, after being initially deceived by the appearance, to catch the unusual energy fluctuations on his second look. What was surprising, however, was that he couldn't fathom the source of that power. The more he pondered it, the more intriguing it became, so he decided not to rush and planned to try it himself to see what secrets this thing held. Thus, he flew to a distant spot, quietly landed, and slipped into the back of the line to wait his turn. While queuing, he squinted and observed the young people around him. TSK, this backwater place really doesn't have any promising talents. But soon, his attention was drawn to the tall, thin young man Chu Xian who was maintaining order at the front. The youth had a resolute expression and wore somewhat thin clothing. Yet despite his slender arms and legs, he wielded a heavy hammer, striking on a nearby anvil with clang-clang sounds as sparks of metal and fire instantly scattered what extraordinary bone structure. This build was perfect for smithing, even more suitable than Chu Xian back in the day. Duan Hong's heart immediately burned with excitement. I must recruit this kid as my disciple. After half a day of long waiting, it was finally Duan Hong's turn. Chu Xian looked up and saw a handsome, distinguished middle-aged man, but noticed that the man was looking at him with eyes that held a certain intensity. Recalling his past romantic experiences, Chu Xian's mind conjured an ominous possibility, and his spine went cold. Your turn, he said with a stern face. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man stepped close and grabbed his hand, eyes gleaming. Young man, do you want to become a peerless expert? Do you want to wield divine weapons? Do you want countless cultivators to treat you as an honored guest? Chu Xian immediately jerked his hand away in disgust. Are you crazy? Duan Hong didn't mind and lowered his voice mysteriously. Do you know who I am? The pinnacle of the forging world stands before you. Become my disciple, and in 30 years I'll make you invincible. In 50 years you'll dominate the eastern wasteland. Uncle, you need to take your medicine. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Duan Hong stamped his feet anxiously and suddenly pulled out a gleaming golden hammer from his storage ring, its head bearing dragon scale-like patterns. See this? The legendary Thousand June heaven-breaking hammer. Just nod your head, and it's yours. The cultivators waiting in line burst into mocking laughter. This old man's lost his mind. Chu Xian turned to leave. Duan Hong rushed after him. Wait, young man, are you content to waste your life in this small sect? Follow me, find food and drink, treasures and spirit stones, whatever you want. Get lost. Are you going to take the damn test or not? Chu Xian roared. Duan Hong scratched his head but still smiled, muttering quietly. Hot temper just my type. He reluctantly walked toward the spinning wheel, still constantly looking back at Chu Xian and mumbling. Such a perfect smithing talent. Absolutely cannot let him slip away. Then, he casually spun the wheel and injected a trace of spiritual power into it. Just as Duan Hong's spiritual energy made contact with the mysterious force within the spinning disc, and he was about to continue his investigation. Pong. A thunderous muffled explosion erupted as the bronze-colored disc shattered into countless fragments, scattering spiritual light in all directions. Chu Xian's face instantly darkened, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Damn it! How dare you destroy sect property? Before his angry shout had even finished, he was already reaching out to grab Duan Hong. Duan Hong was stunned, completely unprepared for the disc to simply explode. In an instant, he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations rushing toward him from the side, and his inner spiritual sea began to boil violently as protective spiritual energy surged outward like a flood. Boy, are you trying to betray your master and destroy your ancestors? He said coldly. Spiritual chains formed an invisible barrier, immediately freezing Chu Xian in place, unable to move even his fingertips. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within Lingxiao Sect. Who dares to cause trouble in Lingxiao Sect? Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a golden flood dragon burst through the air from behind the mountain gate. Its thousand-zhong body blocked out the sun, and a newly grown horn on its dragon head showed it was clearly on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. This flood dragon was none other than Lingxiao. Ever since being fed, Mount Feed, by Chu Xian, his cultivation that had been dormant for years began surging again, and he had now entered the 8th level of the Great Saint Realm, faintly touching the threshold of the 9th level. At this moment, his dragon's might was fully displayed, scattering even the mountain winds. Duan Hong's eyes sharpened, his grip on his spear turning white with tension. A dragon? Perfect. This old man has treasures specifically for dealing with dragons. As his words fell, flames flickered in his palm, and a fiery red spear materialized in his hand. The shaft was like molten iron, and the tip blazed with flowing golden flames. The fire-tipped spear, designed to sever dragon tendons. Next, he pointed 2 fingers at his chest. Starting from his fingertips, large patches of red markings spread along his skin, instantly covering his entire body and interweaving with dark patterns to form heavy battle armor, radiating defensive energy. Long Outyin looked down from above, lightning crackling from his nostrils as he snorted coldly. Petty tricks. Watch me capture you. His dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens as his tail, thick as a mountain ridge, swept down carrying thunderous force. Duan Hong laughed heartily as the fire-tipped spear erupted with blinding red light, dragon-binding runes appearing wherever the spear tip cut through the air. Break. He transformed into a streak of red light, charging directly toward the dragon's tail. With a sound like steel colliding, the spear's light met the dragon's scales, sending sparks flying everywhere. Long Outyin roared in pain as his tail scales were torn open in a foot-long bloody gash. The runes seized the opportunity to burrow into the wound, causing dragon blood to gush forth in steaming red mist. Enraged, Long Outyin's pupils turned crimson as he opened his mouth to breathe out dragon fire interwoven with lightning. Duan Hong's red and black markings suddenly blazed brighter, his armor's patterns writhing like living things as he met the dragon's breath heated. The violent energy blasted out a 100-jong deep crater, but he used the force to launch skyward. The fire-tipped spear aimed directly at the dragon's head. At the critical moment, the spear tip split into countless fine rays of light, forming red chains that wrapped around the dragon's head. Long Outyin's demonic power was instantly restrained, his 1,000-zong body losing balance and crashing down with a thunderous impact. Dust swirled as Duan Hong stepped onto the dragon's head, laughing wildly. Beast, today I'll extract your dragon tendons. The fire-tipped spear aimed at the reverse scale and thrust downward. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light shot up from deep within Lingxiao Sect. Duan Hong had no choice but to abandon his finishing blow and raise his spear to block. Boom. The blue light struck the spear shaft, but there was no expected explosion. All the energy flowed back like a tide, and the blue light actually penetrated directly into Duan Hong's body. What? Duan Hong's expression changed drastically. The next second, both the fire-tipped spear and his red and black battle armor vanished simultaneously, as if they had never existed. Clap, clap, clap. Clear applause rang out from the mountain gate. Master Duan, long time no see. Coming here and immediately wanting to tear down my Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian strolled out leisurely, followed by Xuanxiao, his expression calm and composed. Before Duan Hong could marvel at his opponent's methods, he met that young face and his pupils shook violently. Boy Chu Xian. Duan Hong was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Well, Chu boy? So you're the mysterious person old Sai mentioned. You've recovered your cultivation and still play mysterious? When did you two start hanging out together? And in this godforsaken place, no less. Spill it. Do you two have something going on? Xuanxiao stood beside Chu Xian and snorted with displeasure. This old man can go wherever he pleases. What's it to you? Chu Xian couldn't be bothered watching the 2 old fellows continue their bickering and casually waved his hand. The upper and lower elders immediately understood. The blue light that had previously sealed Duan Hong withdrew from his body, condensing into a fiery red spear and a red-black dual-colored orb that clattered into Chu Xian's palm. Master Duan, your treasures. Chu Xian handed over the spear and orb. Duan Hong raised an eyebrow, gripping the spear shaft and clicking his tongue in amazement. Chu boy, what kind of technique was that? You could directly seal my Siwei armor. Secret. Chu Xian merely smiled, then waved toward Long Outyin in the distance. Long Outyin, come here. Long Outyin was hugging his shoulders with a grieved expression, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears. So you all know each other? Then I took that beating for nothing. This old dragon's heart is bitter. Chu Xian pulled out a jade bottle from his robes and casually tossed it to him. Enough. Master Duan's combat power ranks among the top in the Xuanxiao Continent. Your loss isn't unjust. This is a 9-pattern dragon pill that Master Sai just refined. Consider it compensation. 9-pattern dragon pill. Upon hearing the name, Long Outyin's injuries seemed to instantly stop hurting. He clutched the jade bottle with gleaming eyes. With this old dragon can reach the peak of the Saint Realm. He secretly marveled. Master's connections are truly heaven-defying. Gon can suppress me with a gesture. The other casually refined Saint-level high-grade pills. This beating was worth it. Duan Hong quickly waved his hands. Chu boy, don't flatter me. I'm just a blacksmith. If this fire-tip spear didn't specifically counter dragon clans, I might not have won against this fellow. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group turned toward the Lingxiao sect. However, Duan Hong's peripheral vision kept wandering to Yujian. Xuanxiao threw an arm around his neck and teased. Old buddy, are you having another episode? Can't walk straight when you see good material? Chu Xian felt his hair stand on end. He remembered years ago when he accompanied Chu Xian to the blacksmith shop to buy weapons. The first time he met Duan Hong, the man had grabbed his hands and kissed them repeatedly, insisting on taking him as a blacksmithing apprentice, nearly coming to blows with Chu Xian. As a result, Chu Xian was forced to spend 2 months at the blacksmith shop, deliberately ruining precious materials until Duan Hong reluctantly let him go. Duan Hong pushed away Xuanxiao's arm and pointed at Yu Jian while addressing Chu Xian. Chu boy, that kid must come with me to learn blacksmithing. Otherwise, we need to settle the score for when you destroyed my 3 pieces of meteoric iron and blew up 2 saint-level forges. As soon as he finished speaking, a system interface suddenly appeared before Chu Xian's eyes. Detected that host has old debts with the Eastern Wasteland's strongest forge master. Hidden mission triggered. Hidden mission 2. Establish blacksmith peak within the sect, with the strongest forge master as peak master. Special grant. Immortal iron or 1 temporary. Valid for 6 months. Divine artifact forge 1 temporary. Valid for 6 months. Hidden mission reward. Immortal iron or 1 permanent. Divine artifact forge 1 permanent. Chu Xian's eyes darted around as he casually dismissed the interface. So Master Duan still remembered that incident? Duan Hong roared in fury. Do you know how much those items were worth? 200 saint-grade spirit stones. How could I forget? Chu Xian smiled with narrowed eyes. That's all ancient history now. If you want to take Jinner to learn blacksmithing, that's not impossible. Booty have one condition. What's your demand? Duan Hong raised an eyebrow. You've seen it yourself, Jinner has a special constitution and is a pillar among the Lingxiao Sect disciples. Chu Xian slowed his speech, but his tone remained unyielding. If I let him go directly, the Lingxiao Sect would suffer greatly. How about this, you stay and teach him blacksmithing within the sect for half a year first. If he truly enjoys forging, I absolutely won't stop him. But if he still has no interest after half a year, you can go back where you came from. How does that sound? Duan Hong squinted as he scrutinized him. You little brat, you're not going to have Yu Jian pull the same trick again and break my forge, are you? Master Duan worries too much. Chu Xian spread his hands. During these 6 months, all forges and materials will be provided by the Lingxiao Sect. Your little broken sect has decent forges? Duan Hong snorted coldly. Of course. Chu Xian turned and beckoned. Please, Master Duan, allow me to show you to Blacksmith Peak. Meanwhile, Chi Yu and the 2 others received Chu Xian's message and immediately set out. They selected the abandoned peak next to the immortal iron mine and began extensive renovations. 1. They cut through the peak's base, connecting it to the earth's veins, allowing a stream of sacred earth fire to surge into the divine artifact forge newly installed in the mountain's belly. 2. They diverted the eternal spring from Medicine Peak to serve as quenching water. 3. Halfway up the mountain, rows of brand new houses rose from the ground to house weapon crafters and apprentices. When Chu Xian and the others arrived, the entire Blacksmith Peak had been completely transformed. Well, this is our Lingxiao Sect's Blacksmith Peak. Chu Xian smiled faintly. It's been empty because no one has caught my eye before. In my opinion, only Master Duan is worthy of it. Duan Hong's chest rose and fell slightly, his heart blooming with joy from the flattery. You know how to talk, boy Chu. I love hearing it. As the group stepped onto the mountain gate, a violent, scorching heat instantly shot up from beneath their feet. Duan Hong paused, his eyes blazing. There's actually a natural fire source underground. Master Duan has keen insight. Chu Xian nodded with a smile. On the other side, Xuanxiao brought little Dai Dai along. Dai Dai looked around and suddenly asked, Master, we also need flames for alchemy. Why doesn't Medicine Peak have this kind of earth fire? Xuanxiao rubbed his disciple's head and explained gently. Medicine Peak has many medicinal herbs. If the fire were too fierce, wouldn't it roast all the spirit medicines dry? Dai Dai nodded in understanding. Duan Hong glanced over, surprised. Old Sai, is this girl your new disciple? Xuanxiao immediately beamed with joy. Exactly. My final disciple. In terms of alchemy talent, even Zhongqing can't compare to her. Even Zhongqing can't match her. Duan Hong gasped. Of course. She has the bearing of an emperor-level alchemist. Xuanxiao was so proud his beard was trembling. A hint of red flashed in Duan Hong's eyes. Old Sai already had a successor, but he himself was empty-handed. He gritted his teeth and thought, no way. Yu Jian must learn blacksmithing from me. He immediately declared publicly, Boy Chu Xian, I'm determined to have Yu Jian. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he couldn't keep him. I've spoken. Chu Xian could only smile bitterly. Don't be hasty. Let's first take a look at our Lingxiao Sect's forge. The next second, Duan Hong bellowed, Holy shit. Duan Hong gazed at the forge before him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. It was a massive furnace of dark gold, its body covered with turtle shell-like cracks. Within these fissures, lavard patterns flowed like pulsing veins. The furnace stood on 3 legs, each coiled with a bronze chi dragon whose mouth breathed forth blood-red, sacred flames from the earth's depths. Peering close to the inner walls, one could faintly see countless weapon phantoms flowing through the firelight. With each flicker of flame, It seemed as though myriad ancient divine weapons hummed in unison. At the bottom, a silver-white hammer swayed gently, as if awaiting its master's call. Duan Hong reached out to caress the furnace wall, his touch as tender as stroking a technician's silk-stockinged legs, filled with overwhelming affection. As the strongest blacksmith in the eastern wasteland, he had used more forges than most people had eaten meals, yet this furnace before him was beyond anything he had ever seen. Even the Saint-grade high-tier forge he had spent a year crafting by hand was nothing but dung in comparison. Boy Chu, where did this furnace come from? He asked without lifting his head, still tracing the cracks with his fingers. Chu Xian was prepared. Found it. Duan Hong's face instantly darkened. This excuse was as standard as they came. He suddenly remembered the main business. Right? Where's the weapon old Sai asked me to repair? His eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together eagerly, desperate to test the forge immediately. Sai Xuanxiao gestured toward Chu Xian with his chin. Chu Xian smiled and withdrew Tang Lu's trident from his void ring. This is my disciple's spirit-grade weapon. I trouble Master Duan with it. Duan Hong glanced at it once and nodded. Child's play. Call Yu Jian over, let him witness my craftsmanship. Chu Xian immediately sent a mental message. Moments later, Yu Jian arrived. After taking some forging materials from Chu Xian, Duan Hong took a deep breath and commanded loudly. Everyone stand back. I'm firing up the forge. With those words, he formed hand seals with one hand, sending a surge of spiritual power into the forge. Instantly, the turtle shell patterns blazed to life. The three-legged chi dragons seemed to come alive, and the flames from their mouths shifted from blood red to pure white. The entire furnace resonated with a deep tremor, and countless weapon phantoms immediately appeared in the chamber. Such powerful spiritual essence. Duan Hong marveled, tossing the trident into the furnace. Surprisingly, the trident didn't fall to the bottom but floated in the center of the chamber, surrounded by countless weapon phantoms that seemed alive, constantly striking and polishing the trident itself. Duan Hong steadily controlled the flames, adding the forging materials in batches. Blazing flames surged as metals merged. When the trident and materials had completely fused, he swept his hand, and the furnace lid burst open with a thunderous crash. Rolling waves of heat struck their faces, making everyone's skin burn with pain, yet Duan Hong, gripping the red-hot trident, remained completely composed. He reached for the silver-white hammer hanging at the furnace's base. The moment he touched it, brilliant light shot from his eyes. Excellent hammer. Before his words finished, hammer strikes fell like sudden rain. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike, the trident and new materials solidified further. Simultaneously, those divine weapon phantoms from the furnace appeared once more. Clang, clang, clang. The hammering grew increasingly rapid, until only countless hammer shadows crisscrossed through the air, and those manifesting divine weapon phantoms were gradually merging into the trident. Chu Xian and the others widened their eyes, carefully observing Duan Hong's forging technique, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They watched as Duan Hong raised his hammer and brought it down, the final strike echoing with a resonant, muffled clang across the peak of Blacksmith Mountain. Blue flames erupted from the furnace mouth and instantly merged into the trident. The crude weapon was transformed in an instant, its entire surface flowing with cold blue radiance. With a gentle tremor, spiritual energy surged outward like ocean waves early saint level, imbued with sea-overturning properties. Duan Hong wiped the sweat from his brow and lifted the trident into the air with a light flick, cleaving through the atmosphere and faintly stirring up phantom waves 100 zhang high. He called out proudly. One thrust of this weapon can churn seas and overturn rivers. Yu Jian stood transfixed, unable to resist reaching out, but the moment he felt the cold aura, the trident's inherent spiritual energy burst forth with a bang, forcing him back several steps. Duan Hong laughed heartily. Young man, this is the profound depth of forging arts. Chu Xian timely offered a pot of spiritual wine, smiling. Master Duan truly lives up to his reputation. This forge has found its perfect master in your hands. Duan Hong lovingly caressed the dragon patterns on the furnace body, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Without this forge and this hammer, this trident would be mid-tier spirit level at best. He knew perfectly well that the materials were ordinary. What truly elevated the trident to saint level was this forge. Duan Hong secretly clenched his fist. With this furnace, he could surely craft emperor-level weapons. But that boy Chu Xian might not be willing to part with it. With this thought, a plan formed in his mind. He looked up and declared loudly, Boy Chu, I want this forge. Name your conditions. I can name anything. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. I want Master Duan to become a peak master at Lingxiao Sect in the future. Will you agree? Duan Hong laughed inwardly. Exactly what I wanted. Others would only waste this furnace's potential. Only I can fully unleash its power. But he still feigned hesitation on the surface, slowly shaking his head. Chu Xian quickly waved his hands. I'm not trying to bind you. Just be a peak master. Teach disciples forging in your spare time, like Master Sai does. Everything else is up to you. Duan Hong glanced at Xuanxiao nearby, then swept his gaze over Xiao Dai, finally settling on Yu Jian. He pointed with his finger. Fine. But Yu Jian must learn blacksmithing from me. Or forget it. Chu Xian turned his gaze to Yu Jian. The latter stepped forward and bowed apologetically. Senior, I'm sorry. I already have a master. And in this life, I acknowledge only one. His tone was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Yu Jian's response was within Chu Xian's expectations, but it left Duan Hong's heart suddenly cold. Alas, it would be difficult to find a satisfactory successor again. Chu Xian looked at Duan Hong's expression, which could still manage 3 parts pretense, and cursed inwardly. Old schemer, must I beg you? I'm spoiling your bad habits. Master Duan, since my boy Jian doesn't wish to learn blacksmithing, then please do as you wish. With that, Chu Xian led Yu Jian away from Blacksmith Mountain. Duan Hong stared at the departing figures of Chu Xian and Yu Jian, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, they're actually leaving, he screamed internally. What had started as an attempt to win over Yu Jian had now backed him into a corner. What kind of karma is this? Xuanxiao stood nearby with his arms crossed, chuckling smugly. The laughter made Duan Hong's scalp tingle as he desperately shot pleading looks his way, transmitting urgently, Big brother, help your little brother out. If this works, I'll forge you an emperor-grade pill furnace. Xuanxiao glanced at him sideways. Little brother, usually you call me old man Sai. Where are your schemes now? Come on, big brother, just help me this once. Duan Hong was nearly in tears. Xuanxiao snorted twice, but ultimately couldn't bear it. Fine, considering you came all this way to find me, I'll help you once. He stepped forward to block Chu Xian's path and cupped his fists. Sectmaster, this old man believes it would be better to let old Duan stay with the sect temporarily. Lingxiao Sect has always been recruiting disciples, and we're bound to find candidates more suitable for forging than Yu Jian. When that time comes, he'll naturally be satisfied. Chu Xian slowly turned around and said calmly, Oh, that's indeed a solution. What does Master Duan think? Duan Hong had already cowered beyond lifting his heat if he kept being stubborn. This forge would probably gather dust forever. Brother Sai speaks well, very well. He forcibly swallowed back, old man Sai. This old man will serve as a peak master at Lingxiao Sect from now on. As his words fell, a system interface appeared before Chu Xian's eyes. Hidden mission, Strongest Forge Master has agreed to join the sect completed. Rewards distributed. Immortal Iron Mine and Divine Artifact Forge usage time, changed to permanent. Chu Xian's smile widened slightly. Welcome to the sect, Master Duan. On behalf of Lingxiao Sect, let me present you with a welcoming gift. Duan Hong stroked the forge beside him and waved his hands repeatedly. No need. Nothing needed. This furnace is enough. Are you certain, Master Duan? Chu Xian pressed. Oh well, I suppose I should take a look. Duan Hong hesitated, cursing inwardly. Every encounter with Chu Xian was either being manipulated or on the way to being manipulated. What kind of incredible luck had this kid stumbled into? Not only had he regained his cultivation, but he'd also built such a sect with terrifyingly deep foundations. The group followed Chu Xian straight to the immortal iron mine. The mine entrance was pitch black, with spiritual energy swirling like mist and tide. The moment Duan Hong approached the mineral vein, he was struck as if by lightning. This is impossible. He extended a trembling finger, and the instant his fingertip touched the ore, the entire vein erupted in starlight. Within the originally dim black stones, liquid galaxies swirled, and each breath stirred the spiritual forces of heaven and earth, creating visible miniature storms. Star Essence Mother Ore. Duan Hong's mind was overwhelmed by massive waves. This supreme divine material from ancient times had been extinct for eons. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could trigger bloody wars between holy lands. Yet before his eyes lay an entire vein. Chu, Sect Master, his voice was hoarse. You call this a welcoming gift? At this moment, Yu Jian, freedom everything was cast aside. If Chu Xian asked him to wash underwear for all the sect disciples right now, he'd hug this mineral vein and shout, This is fucking amazing. Chu Xian waved his hand casually, his tone flat, yet striking like a heavy hammer. This is merely the tip of the iceberg at Lingxiao Sect, just the finest hair on a drop in the ocean. Old Duan, work hard, and this sect master won't let you down. After witnessing the brilliant radiance of the Star Essence Mother Ore, Chu Xian led everyone back to Blacksmith Peak. Upon arrival, he instructed the elders from each peak to bring their disciples for the selection of new peak disciples. Anyone Duan Hong favored could directly remain at Blacksmith Peak to cultivate. This Blacksmith Peak thus became the second officially established Dao Peak of Lingxiao Sect, following Medicine Peak. The selection lasted 3 full days. During this time, furnace fires roared and hammer strikes echoed endlessly as nearly 100 disciples took turns demonstrating their forging skills. In the end, Duan Hong selected the only person who satisfied him. Otai. Otai was originally an outer disciple of Miao Sect, and now served as a handyman at Lingxiao Sect. Though his cultivation aptitude was mediocre, he possessed an extraordinary keen perception for forging. Duan Hong clasped his fists before the crowd and loudly announced, "This precious disciple of mine possesses the innate sacred forging body. Even Yu Jian cannot match him in the way of forging." The disciples erupted in astonishment while Tai, nervous yet excited, bowed repeatedly. During these 3 days, Emperor Xia Yanqiu arrived uninvited, bringing 2 urgent military reports. First, a large number of demonic cultivators had suddenly emerged in the western frontier of Great Xia. Duan Hong also supplemented with his account of encountering a saint-level demonic cultivator on his journey. Second, a new Holy Land Purple Cloud sect had appeared in the southern frontier of the Great Xia Empire. They came with aggressive momentum, demanding that Great Xia submit as a vassal, pay monthly tributes, and claim they could help Great Xia pacify the demonic troubles. After the news was delivered, everyone gathered in the main hall of Lingxiao Sect's primary peak. "Holy Master," Xia Yanqiu bowed. "This subject has already informed Purple Cloud Holy Land that our Great Xia is protected by Lingxiao Holy Land and needs no interference from them." Upon hearing this, the Purple Cloud envoy left only one sentence. "In 1 month, we shall ascend Lingxiao to seek the Tao." With that, he departed arrogantly. After listening, Chu Xian chuckled softly. "Purple Cloud Holy Land wants to challenge us? Then let them come." He raised his hand in a gesture, his tone indifferent. "As for the demonic cultivator matter, this seat has arrangements. Emperor Xia need not worry." Seeing this, Xia Yanqiu felt greatly reassured and bowed before taking his leave. This subject awaits the Holy Master's good news. As soon as Emperor Xia left, Long Outyan stepped forward with blazing fighting spirit. "Master, give the order. Our Lingxiao sect has saint-level experts like Cloud's mere demonic cultivators are nothing to worry about." Chu Xian glanced at him. "Do we even need saint-level experts? Stay home obediently." Xuanxiao, second elder Xuanxiao instantly descended upon the main peak, his robes billowing. "Sect Master, go handle the demonic cultivators in Great Xia's western frontier." "As you command." Before his words faded, Emperor-level divine consciousness exploded from Xuanxiao's brow, encompassing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers within his perception. In the blink of an eye, he locked onto the gathering place of demonic cultivators in the western frontier 10,000 miles away. Standing in the high sky above the main peak, he spread his 5 fingers, palm facing down, and gently pressed. The western frontier was already shrouded in dark clouds, but now the sky suddenly churned as a colossal golden palm that blotted out the sun took shape within the sea of clouds. Boom! Before the giant palm even landed, its overwhelming pressure caused mountains to crumble and rivers to flow backward. The numerous demonic cultivators who had been slaughtering mortals looked up, only managing to utter fragmented cries of alarm. "What? What is this?" In the next breath, the palm wind had already ground that person into bloody mist. The giant palm struck down. Rumble. The earth instantly collapsed 100 zhang deep, severing the earth's veins and causing magma to erupt. 10,000 demonic cultivators had no time to resist before being reduced to dust. Above the Demon King's palace, thick clouds gathered. A black-robed powerhouse trembled violently, muttering to himself, Nine Nether Demon Land, a million-mile territory, yet more than half has been flattened. The ancestor has just been revived. Does heaven wish to destroy our demon sect?" Despair spread through his cracking voice. Atop Lingxiao Sect's main peak, Xuanxiao had clearly suffered considerable backlash and was now sitting cross-legged to adjust his injuries. Due to system restrictions, the NPC elders cannot leave the sect. Although Emperor-level elders can strike across thousands of miles, they must pay an enormous price, and their power is forcibly suppressed by the system. Otherwise, a single palm strike could pulverize the entire Xuanxiao Continent into dust. Despite having countless powerful cultivators, the Lingxiao sect can only defend their mountain gates, leaving Sect Master Chu Xian so frustrated he wants to flip tables. This time, demonic cultivators launched a massive invasion of the Great Xia, their numbers so vast they blotted out the sky. Long Outyan and Duan Hong alone couldn't possibly hold them back. Chu Xian looked at his subordinate sitting in meditation to recover, his brow furrowing slightly. "That's exactly why I need you to take action." He silently cursed the system for being both incompetent and pretentious, capable of rewarding emperor-level powerhouses, yet adding all sorts of ridiculous restrictions. With no other choice, he took out the saint-level pills newly issued by the system and personally fed them to his subordinate for healing. In the following days, the Lingxiao sect was unprecedentedly quiet. The demonic cultivators were temporarily held back, and the disciple recruitment process had basically concluded. The number of disciples had skyrocketed to nearly 5,000. The after-effects of this explosive growth quickly became apparent. There were too many servant disciples, forcing them to expand even the servant peak into 3 separate peaks, creating chaos throughout the mountain gates. Chu Xian held emergency meetings with several core elders through the night, deciding to completely reorganize the Dao peaks. That morning, Grand Elder Chi Yu hovered above the sect's main plaza, his voice amplified by true essence rolling out like thunder. Attention all Lingxiao Sect disciples. By order of the sect master, effective immediately, our sect will be divided into 9 great Tao peaks. 1. First peak, main peak, cultivation and residence for the sect master and personal disciples. 2. Second peak, medicine peak, exclusively for alchemy disciples. 3. Third peak, forge peak, exclusively for weapon crafting disciples. 4. Fourth peak, sword peak, gathering place for sword cultivators. 5. Fifth peak, talisman peak, for talisman enthusiasts. 6. Sixth peak, formation peak, for those studying array formations. 7. Seventh peak, 100 flowers peak, exclusively for female disciples. 8. Eighth peak, beast taming peak, for those with spirit beasts or contracted beasts. He paused here, adding a solemn reminder. Disciples choosing beast taming peak, make sure your spirit beasts don't relieve themselves everywhere. 9. Ninth peak, mountain river great peak. All remaining disciples will reside here. Announcement complete. All disciples proceed immediately to your desired Tao peak for selection. As his words fell, the entire sect erupted. No one had expected such a revolutionary reform, but upon reflection, it would indeed maximize everyone's potential. For the next 10 days, the Lingxiao sect underwent massive construction from the mountain gates to the peak summits, abolishing old rules and establishing new order. 5,000 disciples found their respective places, and the Tao peaks took on a completely new appearance. Xuanxiao was confirmed as peak master of medicine peak, Duan Hong as peak master of forge peak, while the remaining 6 peaks were temporarily managed by NPC elders. With the reforms complete, under the great scholar tree outside the 10,000 scriptures pavilion, Chu Xian reclined in his chair, an ancient text spread in his hands. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the Pajasa picture of leisure. Suddenly, a figure came running with a massive spinning wheel in his arms. It was Duan Hong. Sect Master. I did it. Chu Xian closed his ancient text, raising an eyebrow as he looked at him. Sect Master. The disciple recruitment wheel has been completely upgraded. Chu Xian glanced at the brand new spinning wheel before him, and his eyes immediately lit up. The wheel still maintained its familiar circular design, but the surface had transformed from the previous 5 colors to 9 numbers from 1 to 9, corresponding to the 9 great peaks of Lingxiao Sect. Large blank spaces remained, but the original inner and outer disciples sections had now been replaced with the names of the 9 peaks. Oh, this thing can now directly determine a disciple's specific talents. Duan Hong clapped his hands, his expression barely containing his excitement. Exactly. His voice rang out enthusiastically. Thanks to Elder Chiyu's assistance, the wheel's construction is several times more precise than the old model. Previously, we could only distinguish between high and low talent levels, and disciples had to be tested again after joining the sect. Now, as long as their talent meets the entry threshold, the wheel directly determines their specialized abilities. Those suited for alchemy go to medicine peak. Those for forging go to craftsman peak. But to outsiders, it still appears to rely purely on luck. Chu Xian's eyes grew even brighter. Worthy of being the strongest forging master of the Eastern Wasteland. This wheel is 100 times better than anything Chiyu and the others have created before. He immediately issued an order. Implement it at once. Replace all wheels throughout the Great Xia territory. With the command issued, the new generation of disciple recruitment wheels quickly replaced the old models. New changes occurred daily within Lingxiao Sect. A month later, the delegation from Xixia Holy Land finally arrived at Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate. 9 golden-winged rocks pulled a jade carriage to a stop before the mountain gate. The jade carriage radiated brilliant light, with ethereal, celestial music floating around it. A purple-robed elder stepped down through the air, his voice booming like a great bell. Mo Tianji, 3rd elder of Xixia Holy Land, has come to pay respects to the sect master of Lingxiao. Atop the main peak, Chu Xian lazily reclined in his chair, munching on spiritual fruits that Yu Jian and his wife had just picked, not even lifting his head. Did you bring gifts? No entry without them. Mo Tianji's eye twitched. Arrogant. He flicked his sleeve and tossed out a jade slip. No gifts. This is a challenge letter. In 1 month, disciples from both sects will compete in the borders 3 domains. The victor gains sovereignty over Great Xia. Lingxiao Sect, do you dare accept this challenge? Chu Xian tossed aside a fruit pit and muttered to himself. Disciple competition? It seems Xixia Holy Land doesn't want a holy war, so they're settling for this alternative. A holy war referred to full-scale warfare at the Holy Land level, where saint-level powerhouses would act, causing mountain collapses and earth splits at minimum, or permanently destroying entire regions at worst. All holy lands shared an unspoken agreement. Unless facing life or death situations, holy wars would not be initiated. How do we compete? Let's hear it. Mo Tianji channeled spiritual energy into the jade slip, which immediately projected a colorful light screen displaying a vast map of Great Xia's southern border region. Forests, plains, and valleys were all clearly visible. The competition area spans half in Great Xia and half in our Zixia Holy Land. He spoke in a deep voice. It's a point-based system with a 10-day time limit, each side sending 100 disciples. After 10 days, the side with higher points wins. The area is divided into 3 tiers. The first outer layer allows 50 Meridian Opening Realm disciples who can only hunt spiritual beasts for points. The second layer has no spiritual beasts and allows 30 spiritual Spring Realm disciples, each carrying initial point Jade tokens, with token seizure as the primary objective. The innermost center features an arena platform, allowing 20 profound core realm disciples. When the 10-day limit expires, whoever holds the arena gains 100 times the points. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. The rules are quite interesting, but you Zixia Holy Land people are absolutely shameless. He suddenly shouted, Long out Yin. Beat him up first, then we'll talk. The purple-robed elder was so furious that his beard trembled with rage. You? What gives you the right to strike me? His eyes blazed with anger as his roar echoed outside the mountain gate. From within the light barrier on the main peak, Chu Xian lounged against his jade throne and replied coldly. The Great Xia has always been under our Lingxiao Sect's protection. You think you can claim it when you win, then just walk away when you lose? What shameless audacity. Long Outyin, beat him up. Long Outyin stepped forward, causing the stone beneath his feet to crack and splinter. Having just consumed the 9-pattern dragon pill, his cultivation had surged to the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm, his muscles coiled tight like a dragon. He grinned wickedly, cracking his knuckles. Old fool, this punch carries 20 years of my power. Think you can handle it? The purple-robed elder stepped back, but tried to maintain his composure, stroking his beard with a cold laugh. Humph. A mere Lingxiao Sect dares to act so brazenly before me? I've dominated the Eastern Wasteland for 300 years. What storms haven't I weathered? Today, let me show you what true power. Smack. Before he could finish, Long Outyin's palm struck him with a crisp sound, like snapping bamboo. Half the old man's face instantly swelled up, and 2 front teeth traced graceful arcs through the air before clattering to the ground. The elder clutched his face and roared. You dare launch a sneak attack? Where's your martial honor? Too much chatter. Long Outyin raised his knee, driving it thunderously into the elder's abdomen. The old man's body curved like a cooked shrimp as he let out an agonized, ah, with tears streaming down his face. Wait, I wasn't ready just now. Let's start over. He waved his hands frantically. From the main peak, Chu Xian munched on sunflower seeds and nodded with a grin. Sure thing, Long Outyin. Give him a chance. The elder felt like he'd received a divine pardon. He quickly regulated his breathing, assumed his stance, gathered his qi in his dantian, and roared. Behold my ultimate technique, purple qi from the east palm. Boom. Purple light surged toward Long Outyin like a tide. But Long Outyin stood his ground, not even bothering to dodge, merely scratching his chest. That's it. The elder's eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. That palm strike could split mountains and part seas. Split mountains and part seas? Long Outyin scoffed, his arm muscles bulging with veins. Let me show you what really splits mountains and parts seas. Boom. His punch landed, causing the earth to collapse inch by inch. The elder was driven into the dirt with only his head sticking out, bruised and battered. Then a flurry of punches rained down like a storm, creating clouds of dust with each impact. That's for your arrogance. That's for your shamelessness. Each curse was accompanied by dull thuds. The elder was beaten helpless, wailing. Stop hitting me. Please spare me, young hero. I was wrong. I'll never be arrogant again. At some point, Chu Xian had floated down from the main peak to the mountain gate, crouching by the crater with a cheerful smile. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Weren't you going to show us something? The elder, covered in snot and tears, nodded frantically. I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson. Young hero is mighty. This old fool submits. Long Outyin clenched his fists, still eager for more. Sect Master, should I continue? The old man was terrified out of his wits, waving his hands desperately. No, no, no. I'll compensate. I'll pay with spirit stones. With magical treasures. Chu Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Compensate. Old man, those robes you're wearing look pretty nice. Strip them off. The elder's eyes instantly turned ashen. Moments later, he was left wearing nothing but flowered underwear. Chu Xian frowned. Long Outyin, don't you think the material of those underwear is quite good? Long Outyin immediately understood. Got it. And so, the underwear was also stripped away. Finally, the purple-robed elder fled naked through the sky, crying and wailing, both hands covering his privates in utter humiliation. Go back and tell your Purple Cloud Holy Land that if they want fair competition, they'd better show some real sincerity. If they dare to show off in front of my Lingxiao Sect again, I'll make the Purple Cloud Holy Land fly. The moment the Purple Cloud Holy Land's messenger stepped out of the mountain gate, Chu Xian turned and headed back to the main hall, ordering his disciples to swiftly summon all the peak masters. Shortly after, the great hall was filled with neatly seated figures, the atmosphere tense and charged. Everyone, You all witnessed what just happened. Chu Xian surveyed the room, his voice cold and hard. Purple Cloud Holy Land has issued us a challenge 100 spots total. My main peak takes 4 all personal disciples, must participate, the remaining 96 are yours to distribute. But remember this. Everyone must give it their absolute all and beat the living daylights out of those Purple Cloud Holy Land people. The peak masters in the hall exchanged glances, yet none showed signs of backing down. Chu Xian continued, Lingxiao Sect is developing rapidly, and sooner or later will clash head-on with Purple Cloud Holy Land. Rather than wait for them to come provoke us, we might as well beat them into submission now. With those words, all the peak masters responded in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. Outside Lingxiao Sect, the recruitment area at the foot of the mountain was so deserted, it was nearly empty. As dusk approached, and the duty disciples were preparing to pack up and call it a day, a thin young man stumbled up the stone steps. The youth's eyes were bloodshot, but the moment he heard the words, Lingxiao Sect, his pupils suddenly blazed with light. Young man, are you here for the sect entrance trial? One of the disciples called out. Lingxiao Sect. The youth was overjoyed inside. Isn't this the sect of those little brats? Who would have thought this old master would be reborn here? He was none other than Chonglu, the ancestor of the Demon King Palace from the 9 Nether Demon Lands. Several days ago, the 9 Nether Demon Lands in the west of Great Xia had been struck down by a powerful being, causing half of it to sink. The newly revived Chonglu didn't even have time to react before being reduced to a bloody mist, forcing him to hastily reincarnate. Now, borrowing this youth's body for his rebirth, he vowed to cultivate in secret at Lingxiao Sect for 3 years, become invincible across the Xuanxiao Continent, reclaim the ward god bloodline and immortal bones, and tear his spirit spring realm enemy into 1,000 pieces. Chonglu composed himself and waved at the disciples. That's right, I'm here for the sect entrance trial. The few Lingxiao Sect disciples exchanged glances and reluctantly brought out the spinning wheel they had already packed away, placing it in the center of the stone platform. The wheel had 9 levels, 1 for supreme personal disciples, 9 for the lowest menial servants. Come over here, spin the wheel. Wherever it stops, that's which peak you'll belong to. The disciple casually explained the numbers and their corresponding peaks. What kind of disciple selection method is this? How bizarre. Chonglu silently complained, but felt more secretly pleased than anything with such a random process. It would surely be easier to infiltrate the sect. He took a deep breath and gave the wheel a light push, his gaze fixed on the number 9, representing the worst peak. As long as I can enter the sect, the worst is best, that way this old master can cultivate in secret safely. The wheel spun with a whirring sound as everyone held their breath. After a moment, the pointer slowly came to a stop, landing squarely on 1. The air fell silent first, then erupted. Holy crap! Personal disciple qualification. This is the first time anyone's landed on 1 since the sect started recruiting. What kind of dumb luck is this? So unfair. We want that kind of luck too. The duty disciples burst into chaos, completely ignoring Chonglu. Sect master's personal disciple. Chonglu's temple twitched as alarm bells rang in his mind. This position is too conspicuous. If my identity gets exposed, I'm done for. Should I make a run for it? The thought had barely formed when several pairs of hands clamped down firmly on his shoulders. The disciples' faces were flushed with excitement as they lifted him up and sprinted toward the mountain gate. Waha! The sect master once said whoever's on duty when a personal disciple qualification appears gets a reward and encouragement. Brothers, we've really struck it big this time. Chonglu's vision went dark. He had just been reborn, his body completely drained of power. How could he possibly resist these people? Everyone, I do want to join the sect, but I never said I wanted to become a direct disciple. Let me think about it. Before he could finish, one of the disciples eagerly interrupted. Think about what? Once you become a direct disciple, we'll all have to call you senior brother. What's there to hesitate about? Exactly. The qualification to be a direct disciple is so rare, the first one since Lingxiao Sect was founded. The crowd chattered excitedly, giving Chonglu no chance to argue. Several pairs of arms lifted him up and carried him forcibly toward the main peak. At that moment, in the main hall of the peak, Chu Xian had just finished discussing matters with the peak masters and was bent over his desk, studying ancient texts from the scripture pavilion. Reporting to the sect master, this senior brother has earned the qualification to be a direct disciple. The disciples carried Chonglu before Chu Xian, shouting at the top of their lungs as if making a grand announcement, wishing the entire sect could hear. Chu Xian looked up, his gaze meeting the young man's. Chonglu's heart thundered. This kid is actually the sect master of Lingxiao Sect. The spirit spring realm brat who beat me to near death that day is going to become my master? Fine, I'll endure this humiliation for now. Once I seize the ward god bloodline and immortal bones, I'll refine you into a demonic corpse. While he schemed silently, Chu Xian had already closed the ancient text and approached. Excellent. Since you've earned the qualification as a direct disciple, you are my student from today onward. Perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Just as Chonglu was about to speak, The disciples behind him pressed down on his shoulders with grins, forcing him to kneel. Senior brother, the sect master can't wait any longer. We'll help you. They acted as if afraid he might escape. With circumstances beyond his control, Chonglu had no choice but to submit. This disciple pays respects to master. At that very moment, the four existing direct disciples arrived upon hearing the news. The earlier commotion had already spread throughout the sect, so naturally they had to come see this junior brother who had appeared out of nowhere. The four direct disciples pay respects to master. All four bowed in unison. Chonglu looked up to study them, his heart filled with wild joy. The war god bloodline and immortal bones theory, all in these people. Wait, that young lady. She seems to have a dual cultivation constitution too? Chu Xian took the opportunity to make introductions. Perfect timing. Come meet your new junior brother. By the way, child, what is your name? This disciple is Chonglu. A fine name. Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Since your senior brothers and sister are here, have them show you around the sect. Yu Jian stepped forward to Chonglu's side, and as the eldest senior brother, he smiled warmly. Junior brother, come along. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but said nothing. Tang Lu nodded gently at Chonglu with a mild demeanor. Xiazhu, holding Yu Jian's arm, flashed Chonglu a sweet smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Chonglu greeted each of them in turn. When it came to Xiazhu, his heart suddenly pounded. He hadn't seen clearly from a distance earlier, but now up close it was unmistakable: the ancient yellow spring sacred body, the most supreme dual cultivation constitution in the world. Chonglu then turned his gaze toward Yu Jian. What a lucky kid. Such good fortune indeed. Once I recover my cultivation. The thought had barely formed when he received a sharp smack on the back of his head. Lin Xian withdrew his hand casually, his voice indifferent. Let's go. With that, he walked alongside Yu Jian, Xiazhu, and Ling Lu, half pushing and half dragging Chonglu toward the base of the main peak. Chu Xian stood on the stone steps, watching the five figures gradually disappear into the distance, unable to suppress a light chuckle as he shook his head. Xian was a semi-emperor in his previous life, and in this life, he's obtained immortal bones. His future achievements will be limitless. Jian and Zhu have complementary constitutions with potential no less than Lin Xian's. Lu has an extraordinary bloodline with powerful ancestors. If he awakens, he might reach the very pinnacle. As for this newcomer Chonglu, he couldn't see through him for now. Qi Yu approached at this moment, lowering his voice. Sect Master, the new core disciple carries a trace of demonic energy. Chu Xian closed the ancient tome he had just opened. Oh, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Should I eliminate him in secret? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xian shook his head. No need. As long as he doesn't do anything excessive, let him be. Yes, Sect Master. He watched Chonglu's figure disappear, then reopened his ancient tome. Notify all peak masters, add one more slot for core disciples in the competition with the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Having lived in this world for many years after transmigrating, Chu Xian had long viewed it as an enlarged version of organized crime, longer lifespans, upgraded methods, but essentially still a world where might makes right. Demonic cultivators and righteous practitioners merely differed in cultivation methods. Since righteous practitioners outnumbered them, demonic cultivators became outcasts. Yet often, the righteous path committed acts more cruel than demonic cultivators. Since Chonglu had joined the Lingxiao Sect, he was now one of their own. As for the demonic energy, Chu Xian had no intention of interfering. He casually turned a page and murmured, I need to think of a way. At that moment, on the sect's pathway, the five core disciples were showing Chonglu around. Suddenly, they spotted two shadows in the distance, one white and one yellow. Shooting toward them along the ground it was De Huang and Erbai. Erbai trotted over directly, rushing to Chonglu's feet, sniffing continuously with its little nose and circling around him. Chonglu's body instantly tensed, his temple twitching slightly. This dog actually survived? Didn't it burn its life essence back then? I was suppressed in the formless spirit ruins for tens of thousands of years, all thanks to this white dog. Seeing this, Yu Jian quickly pulled Erbai away. Erbai? This is our new junior brother, don't scare him. Xiazhu covered her mouth and giggled. Who would have thought junior brother is afraid of dogs? Erbai was dragged aside, but its watery dog eyes remained fixed on Chonglu. That gaze made Chonglu's skin crawl. Could it have recognized me? That's impossible. The group continued chatting and laughing as they introduced the Lingxiao Sect's main hall, alchemy pavilion, martial arts arena, and technique tower one by one. Wherever Chonglu went, disciples either bowed or stared, with discussions following in his wake. Before long, he had claimed the top spot on the Lingxiao Sect's hottest topics list. After one complete tour, everyone in the entire sect knew about this newly admitted core disciple. Qi Yu more intense. Master, I'm already at my most intense. Oh my, this won't work. When several core disciples returned to the main peak, they witnessed this scene. In front of the Great Hall, Chu Xian stared intently at the primordial cauldron while Qi Yu bent over controlling the flames, already drenched in fragrant sweat and panting continuously. The flames repeatedly failed to meet requirements, forcing Chu Xian to urge her on again and again. Master, what are you doing? The disciples exchanged puzzled glances. Without turning his head, Chu Xian replied with focused concentration, Little Chonglu just arrived, so I'm improving your meals. Everyone remained bewildered and could only wait quietly nearby. Time passed gradually, and the spiritual soup in the cauldron slowly turned golden with mystical essence swirling around it. Finally, Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction, ladled out the soup, and divided it into 5 bowls. 1 bowl each for you. He handed the bowls to his disciples. Your master put great effort into this. Meanwhile, Chiyu retreated to the side with unsteady steps, seemingly unable to complete even a single sentence. Yu Jian was first to accept his bowl and drained it in one gulp. As the golden soup entered his mouth, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones. He felt spiritual energy surging through his meridians, and the back pain from dual cultivation with Xia Zhu instantly vanished. Before he could speak, a golden radiance exploded from his body. Profound core realm 5th layer, breakthrough achieved on the spot. Seeing this, Xia Zhu's pretty face flushed red as she also drank the golden soup, crying out sweetly. So hot, no wait, so comfortable. The power of the yellow springs churned within her body, and her cultivation directly approached the peak of Spirit Spring Realm, only half a step away from profound core. Tang Lu and Lin Xian exchanged glances before simultaneously raising their bowls. As soon as Tang Lu swallowed his portion, his bones crackled loudly, and the war god's phantom appeared behind him again. Lin Xian held her bowl with trembling hands. Her past life as a semi-emperor gave her the insight to recognize that this soup contained 9 types of 1,000-year spiritual medicines, plus traces of mystical essence. Though shocked in her heart, she solemnly drank it down, and her immortal bones immediately radiated golden light. When it came to Chonglu's turn, the young man held his bowl hesitantly for a moment. Seeing that all his senior brothers and sisters had gained miraculous effects, he steeled himself and drained it in one gulp. It tastes wonderful. Thank you, master. His mortal physique immediately felt much warmer, and his hunger completely disappeared. Chonglu thought to himself, this master doesn't seem so detestable after all. When this old man recovers his cultivation, I can spare you from death. However, under everyone's focused gaze, his body showed not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Chu Xian looked at his 4 disciples displaying various extraordinary phenomena, then at the completely motionless Chonglu, and said with a smile to Chiyu, see, I told you the heat was still insufficient. Chiyu's red lips parted slightly, but she could no longer speak. Chu Xian patted Chonglu's shoulder. Little Chonglu, no matter. Your master will gift you another cultivation technique. You must practice this technique diligently, and you will surely achieve greatness in the future. As he spoke, he pulled out a book titled The Self-Cultivation of the Righteous from his robes and tossed it to Chonglu. The spine of the book smacked into Chonglu's palm. He looked down at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Great. Any good impression from earlier had completely vanished. Though he was seething inside, he maintained a respectful facade, immediately bowing deeply and declaring loudly, this disciple thanks master. I shall diligently cultivate and not disappoint master's earnest intentions. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Good. In that case, you may all return for now. When the competition with the Purple Cloud Holy Land comes in a few days, make sure to perform well. Yes, master. The 5 personal disciples dispersed. Chonglu clutched the self-cultivation of the righteous and walked toward his newly chosen residence, simmering with anger. Pushing open the door, he casually threw the cultivation manual onto the bed, his face dark as storm clouds. Do I really need to cultivate this piece of trash? There are countless demonic arts, and my cultivation methods are thousands, tens of thousands of times superior. He snorted coldly, full of confidence. Though I've been reborn, the demonic markings carved into my spine from my previous life have already reappeared. If I just follow the proper steps in cultivation, I can return to my peak in an instant. With this thought settled, he closed his eyes and focused, sinking his consciousness into his body, preparing to use the demonic markings on his spine to convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into demonic chi. However, the next moment, his eyes snapped open. His entire spine was pristine white. Where are my demonic markings? What the hell? Where are my demonic markings? Chonglu was petrified on the spot. Without the demonic markings, he would have to recultivate demonic arts and recarve the markings. All his accumulated power from his previous life had vanished overnight. The memory of that bowl of spiritual soup he had drunk earlier flashed through his mind. Recalling that warm, overwhelming power, he instantly flew into a rage. Chonglu threw back his head and howled, no, no, no. Just then, Xiazhu was passing by outside and heard the anguished cry. She stopped and frowned. Isn't this junior brother Chonglu's residence? Junior brother Chonglu, what's wrong? Chonglu's face flushed red as his mind raced. This matter absolutely could not be known by anyone. So he replied with a tearful, aggrieved voice. The cultivation method master gave me. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. It's too difficult. Seeing him cry so pitifully, Xia Zhu's heart softened. Don't worry, junior brother. Later, senior sister will ask senior brother Yu Jian if he can give you some guidance. Chonglu wept openly. Thank you, senior sister. After Xia Zhu left, he plopped down on the ground and swore through gritted teeth. That bastard master. Destroying my 10,000 years of cultivation. I, Chonglu, am irreconcilable with you. After crying enough, he glanced at the self-cultivation of the righteous in the corner and snorted coldly. With my natural talent, it won't take long to achieve success. When that time comes, I'll definitely make that dog of a master pay dearly. After pondering for a moment, he muttered under his breath. Now that things have come to this, since I've been reborn, I might as well try a completely new path. This body is still young. Dual cultivation of immortal and demonic arts might not be impossible. Once I seize the war god bloodline and immortal bones again, I will surely become the absolute pinnacle of this world. With this thought clarified, he picked up the cultivation manual and began rapidly flipping through it. Time passed quietly, and half a day went by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail came from Chonglu's room. "Ah, I really can't understand this damn cultivation manual now. No, no." Chonglu held the cultivation manual, on the verge of tears, muttering to himself. Could there be something wrong with this manual? I'm a natural genius. Back in the day, it only took me 50 years to reach the semi-emperor realm. How could I possibly fail to comprehend this technique? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Clutching the manual tightly, he gritted his teeth. Sigh. I'd better go ask. He immediately broke into a jog toward the main hall of Lingxiao Sect. I'll go straight to that scoundrel master of mine. If even I can't quickly grasp this technique, those little brats can rack their brains all they want and still won't understand it. The main peak was shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. Chu Xian sat in the front corridor of the great hall, an ancient, worn tome spread before him, his fingertips producing soft rustling sounds as he turned the pages. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the stone steps below. He looked up to see Chonglu rushing forward with a thick volume clutched in his arms, moving so fast that the book blocked his vision. Little Chonglu, what are you? Before Chu Xian could finish his sentence, there came a loud thwack. Chonglu's left foot caught his right, and like someone tripped by an invisible rope, he tumbled forward, landing flat on the bluestone ground in a perfect, crawling advance position. Chu Xian slapped his forehead and helplessly went forward to help him up. My disciple, there's no need for such grand ceremony upon seeing your master. Our Lingxiao sect doesn't have so many formalities. As he spoke, he brushed the dust from Chonglu's robes. Now tell me, what brings you running here in such a panic? Chonglu's expression was more serious than ever before as he handed over the cultivation manual. Master, this technique is too difficult. The cover clearly displayed 4 large characters, the self-cultivation of the righteous. Difficult. Chu Xian took the book, thinking to himself, isn't this just a basic introductory mental technique? Even De Huang, that husky, could cultivate this thing. How can this kid call it difficult? Could it be that this fellow was some great demon lord in his previous life who got farmed for experience by the righteous sects? His aptitude might be even worse than a servant disciple's. Though his thoughts raced, his expression remained benevolent. Don't worry, my disciple. Your master will explain it to you right away. He turned to the first page and pointed to the simple basic breathing circulation diagram. Look here, this meridian circulation. Master. Chonglu suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. These lines are all twisty and curved. Your disciple really can't understand them. The corner of Chu Xian's eye twitched. This is the universal spiritual meridian diagram of the cultivation world. Even 3-year-old children recognize it. Don't demonic cultivators use spiritual meridians? In fact, the demonic cultivators of Xuanxiao Continent were indeed completely different from the righteous path. Demonic cultivators used demonic techniques to carve demonic patterns on their bones, and these patterns converted spiritual power into demonic energy that flowed throughout their skeletal system. In other words, a demonic cultivator's bones served as their spiritual meridians. Some demonic cultivators who reached the extreme would lose all flesh and blood, leaving only stark white bones. This led to almost all demonic techniques revolving around circulating demonic energy through the skeletal system. Therefore, the simplest way to distinguish between righteous and demonic cultivators on Xuanxiao Continent was whether they used actual spiritual meridians to channel spiritual power. How about this? Chu Xian pondered briefly, then pulled out a colorfully illustrated thin booklet from his sleeve and handed it over. This is a cultivation primer comic book. Take a look at this first. Master. Chonglu's eyes lit up. Your disciple can understand this. The first page of the picture book read 3-character classic of cultivation, with each page featuring simple drawings, a little figure sitting cross-legged in meditation with a speech bubble saying, absorbing spiritual energy, floating above his head. Next to him, a big yellow dog with its tongue hanging out held up a wooden sign that read, I can do it too. Watching Chonglu treasure the comic book like a precious find, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile and shake his head in amused resignation. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared. A hidden mission has been activated. Cultivate the leader of the righteous path, targeting the 5th direct disciple Chonglo. Hidden mission reward. All sect disciples will be immune to inner demon attacks. Staring at the system interface that suddenly appeared before him, Chu Xian's pupils dilated sharply. This mission seems genuinely challenging. After seeing Chonglu off, he contentedly picked up the ancient tome from his desk and continued his studies. Meanwhile, Chonglu returned to his courtyard and plopped down on his bed, clutching the cultivation primer comic book with pure bliss written across his face. As his eyes scanned page after page of illustrations, his body began to undergo subtle changes. He sat cross-legged, mimicking the poses of the little figures in the comic, and attempted his first try at drawing chi into his body. Mere righteous cultivation techniques, let me see what secrets they hold. The moment he began circulating the technique, something strange stirred within him. His previously blocked meridians trembled slightly, and wisps of spiritual energy seeped into his flesh like clear spring water, flowing slowly through his limbs and bones. His eyes snapped open in surprise and uncertainty. This worthless technique actually works. Upon closer inspection, spiritual energy was indeed flowing through his meridians. Though slow, it was genuinely improving his constitution bit by bit. That bastard master of mine does have some skills after all. Chonglu narrowed his eyes, his mind already racing with future plans. Once he recovered his cultivation, his master would polish his shoes, Yu Jian would wash his feet, and Xiazhu would warm his bed. He'd extract Lin Xian's immortal bones and make her serve tea, and drain Tang Lu's war god bloodline to make him grill fish. Growing more excited by the moment, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Mobilizing the spiritual energy he'd just absorbed, he began circulating his past life's demonic techniques, preparing to reinscribe demonic patterns on his bones. These righteous techniques are merely auxiliary methods. My true trump card is still demonic cultivation. He closed his eyes in concentration, recalling the demonic pattern trajectories. Spiritual energy gathered at his spine as he slowly began to trace. Crack! A faint crisp sound rang out as the newly formed demonic pattern shattered on the spot. What? Chonglu was horrified. He quickly looked inward, only to see the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, actively purifying the residual demonic chi deep in his bone marrow. No, my demonic techniques. No, no, no. BGM, one plum blossom stand sprout in the snow. Chonglu's face turned deathly pale as he realized a terrifying truth was actually, damn it, turning righteous. I refuse to accept this. What would happen if those demon spawns saw him become righteous? So he began trying repeatedly, over and over again, only to watch his demonic patterns crumble each time. On this day, while the entire Lingxiao Sect was preparing for the upcoming competition with Purple Cloud Holy Land, a booming voice suddenly thundered across the sect grounds. Lingxiao Sect, come out and face me. Outside the mountain gate, 5 figures stood side by side, led by a man in purple robes radiating menacing aura. On the main peak, Chu Xian observed the visitors through his light screen and smiled lightly. People from Purple Cloud Holy Land again? Same old rule, did you bring gifts? No gifts, no entry. The purple-robed man's expression turned icy as he shouted. Listen well, Lingxiao Sect. Our Purple Cloud Holy Land proposed a disciple competition to avoid bloodshed across the Great Xia. Yet you dared to humiliate our Holy Land's elder for this. Purple Cloud Holy Land demands an explanation. Chu Xian lazily picked at his ear. What kind of explanation? The purple-robed man said coldly. We're raising the stakes of the competition. If your Lingxiao Sect loses, Great Xia belongs to our Purple Cloud Holy Land, plus 10,000 Saint-grade spirit stones as compensation. Chu Xian's eyebrows shot up. This was basically the cultivation world's version of territorial concessions and war reparations. Damn it, I'll destroy you. Chu Xian asked calmly. And what if your Xixia sacred land loses? The purple-robed figure's expression turned sharp, his voice cold and hard. If our Xixia sacred land loses, we will cede the entire northern half of Xixiao province to your Lingxiao sect. Xixiao province was the complete territory of Xixia sacred land, with a domain twice as vast as the Great Xia Empire. Such terms were no empty words, but showed genuine sincerity. Chu Xian raised his hand with a wave, and a golden scroll shot through the air, hovering in midair with flickering golden light. This is our Lingxiao Sect's contract. In 1 month, our sect's disciples will proceed to the competition venue. The purple-robed figure reached out to catch the golden scroll, then with a flick of his sleeve, produced a purple scroll and hurled it toward the mountain gate. The scroll traced an arc through the air before Long Outyin caught it steadily. Long Outyin chuckled and swept it with his divine sense, taking in the contract's contents completely before nodding toward the main peak. This contract posed no real harm to either party as long as they fulfilled their agreement, there would be no issues. However, if either side violated the contract, the scroll would transform into a light screen suspended above the violator's head, displaying the words, Oath Breaker, bringing complete disgrace. Back when Yinxiao Sect was rising to prominence, Chu Xian had signed many such contracts for the sect, so he was naturally well-versed in the process. The purple-robed figure likewise scanned the golden scroll with his divine sense, and after confirming everything was in order, put it away with a cold snort. We'll meet again in 1 month. He curled his lips, glanced at Long Out Yin who was still sneering coldly, then led his people in a swift retreat. Several purple-robed figures secretly felt relieved. The sacred land had just suffered heavy losses from the Holy War and was severely weakened. Sending only disciples to compete was already their limit. If they had to fight directly, they might not be able to defeat Lingxiao Sect. Just this gatekeeper disciple alone was clearly at the saint level. Even through the sect protecting formation, they could sense several equally terrifying auras within the sect. Their judgment was correct, yet not entirely. Lingxiao Sect possessed hundreds of saint-level powerhouses. The Great Xia Empire had founded their nation with merely 2 saints. Ordinary sacred lands with 10 saints were considered to have moderate strength. Even the Eastern Wasteland's strongest sect, Yinxiao Sect, had only about 100 saints. If Zixia Sacred Land truly committed their entire army, however many came would die. As soon as the purple-robed group departed, Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate instantly erupted in excitement. The mission hall immediately issued a task. Those who contributed greatly to this competition would be rewarded with a full day of sect masters lashing. A full day? The disciples' blood boiled upon hearing this. Though since the candidates would be chosen by each peak's master, they could only wait with eager anticipation. The next morning at dawn, the list of participants was announced. Once the candidates were determined, all peaks of Lingxiao Sect moved like the wind. On the main peak, Chu Xian's small whip danced with whooshing sounds, the whip shadows creating air-splitting noises that nearly produced smoke. Crack, crack. As the whip sounds fell, disciples either sat cross-legged or stood at attention, their auras surging wildly as they entered states of enlightenment one after another. A scene so shocking it made one's scalp tingle. Chu Xian watched with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, another extremely popular facility, a bloodline immortal pool, was equally packed. Since its opening, the immortal pool had been constantly overcrowded because it could comprehensively enhance a cultivator's aptitude and physical body. The participating disciples who hadn't been whipped by Chu Xian were all currently soaking within, conditioning their bodies. Chong Lu, being the youngest disciple of the sect master's peak, was naturally also in the pool. With the warm spiritual liquid reaching his shoulders, he could clearly feel vast spiritual power continuously flowing in, traveling through his meridians directly into his bones. Deep within his bones came faint sounds, as if something was being reborn. Indeed, the immortal pool can transform the physical body. Chong Lu nodded to himself. Taking advantage of the other disciples being absorbed in their cultivation, he secretly circulated his demonic cultivation technique from his previous life, quietly carving demonic patterns on the surface of his bones. Black-red fine lines flickered in and out of visibility, interweaving with the immortal pool's spiritual radiance. Humph, this bastard master's immortal pool is quite beneficial to this old man. Chonglu had been trying for several days, unable to condense demonic patterns on his bones, so this time he approached it with a might-as-well-give-it-a-shot attitude. The bloodline immortal pool was shrouded in spiritual mist, with vermilion stone walls reflecting the shimmering water. The warm pool water reached his chest as spiritual energy penetrated his skin from all directions, like countless fine needles carving channels across his bone surfaces. At that very moment, long-awaited patterns slowly began to emerge on his snow-white bones. It worked. Chonglu's heart lurched, then began pounding wildly. His excitement was so intense that his fingers trembled. Ha! The immortal pool's spiritual energy can bypass meridian purification and directly nourish the bones. He grinned in silent, maniacal laughter, his mind rapidly sketching future scenes in this lifetime. This old master will surely suppress all heavens and spread demonic arts far and wide. He stealthily glanced sideways. At the pool's edge, his fellow disciples sat cross-legged with serene expressions, completely unaware. Chonglu secretly gloated. Once this old master's demonic patterns are perfected, you'll be the first ones I test them on. However, his joy lasted only a few breaths before he suddenly discovered that the newly carved demonic patterns were displaying a dazzling golden color. What the hell are these still demonic patterns? Chonglu's eyes widened as his expression shifted from excitement to uncertainty. Golden, the symbol of righteous sects. He gritted his teeth and channeled demonic energy, trying to infuse the golden patterns with cold, malevolent intent. But his originally ice-cold demonic energy became balanced and harmonious, even carrying a trace of majestic heavenly authority. No, this old master's demonic arts absolutely cannot become like this. He nearly roared, frantically circulating his cultivation method as black demonic energy seeped into his bones like ink. The golden light was gradually eroded, finally condensing into strange patterns of interwoven black and gold. That power remained domineering, but now carried an additional sense of imperial righteousness. Feeling the tremendous waves of energy surging within him, Chonglu revealed a sinister smile. Black gold demonic patterns seem even stronger? He looked up toward the main peak, his gaze cutting like a blade. Damn master, just you wait for this old master. Smack! A crisp slapping sound exploded across the bloodline immortal pool, echoes rolling. Lin Xian, who had been inexplicably annoyed with Chonglu, raised her hand and delivered a slap that sent him flying several zhang. Not focusing on cultivation. If I see you make that expression again, I'll skin you alive. Chonglu tumbled awkwardly to the pool's edge, half his face swelling up. Rage instantly peaked, but sensing the vast gap between himself and Lin Xian, he deflated, only able to roar silently in his heart. Detestable senior sister. When this old master's demonic arts are perfected, I'll definitely dig out your immortal bones and suppress you for 10,000 years. He had no idea that Lin Xian also harbored secrets from a previous life, something known only to the few who had participated in the formless spirit ruins, and they were strictly instructed by Chu Xian never to speak of it. If Chonglu knew, he'd probably forget even to rage. After being slapped away, he slunk back to his quarters. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his bare back as he sat cross-legged, beginning to carve more demonic patterns on his spine. Indeed, as he had expected, carving patterns was now effortless streams of black gold light spread along his vertebrae like living creatures. Suddenly, a wisp of dark demonic energy silently escaped into the room. Chonglu's heart tightened as he immediately channeled spiritual energy, pressing that strand of demonic energy into the floor cracks. Phew, fortunately not much. If this were exposed, I'd be finished. He silently warned himself. I must first raise my spiritual cultivation level before carving more demonic patterns. Otherwise, any slight leak will bring certain punishment. With this thought, he grabbed his cultivation enlightenment picture book and hugged it to his chest like a child with a pillow, cultivating frantically. In the distance outside the courtyard, Chu Xian was busy disciplining disciples and completely failed to notice the fluctuations here. Days passed one by one, and finally came the day of the competition with Purple Cloud Holy Land. That day, before the mountain gate of Lingxiao Sect, a massive Dao vessel hovered in the air, its entire body shimmering with flowing light and covered in mysterious runes. Chu Xian stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back, followed by Long Outyin and Duan Hong, and behind them were the disciples participating in this competition, all spirited and radiating powerful auras. Depart, Chu Xian called out softly. In the next instant, the Dao vessel shot through the sky, leaving a long trail in its wake as it disappeared into the heavens in the blink of an eye. At the border of Great Xia, Purple Cloud Sacred Land had already set up a reception formation. Purple Cloud Sacred Land's sect master Zidonglai looked up at the sky, watching the Lingxiao Sect's Dao vessel slowly descend, and snorted coldly. What arrogance from Lingxiao Sect, keeping us waiting for so long. Chu Xian smiled and bowed. The journey was long, we were slightly delayed. Just as Zidonglai was about to respond. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened as a bone-chilling demonic aura rolled in. Sinister laughter exploded through the clouds. Ha! How could such a lively competition be without us from 9 Nether Demon Land? Over 100 black shadows plummeted from the sky, led by a figure in black armor with a sinister face, surrounded by demonic energy, clearly the master of Demon King Palace. Zidonglai's pupils contracted sharply. The master of Demon King Palace? Chu Xian frowned slightly, thinking to himself. 9 Nether Demon Land had half their territory destroyed, yet they still dare cause trouble? The master of Demon King Palace grinned, his white teeth gleaming with demonic light. I heard Purple Cloud Sacred Land and Lingxiao Sect are competing, with the winner claiming the northern territory of Purple Cloud Province? In that case, count me in. He waved his hand, and the demon cultivators behind him sneered wickedly, their demonic energy soaring as they surrounded the people from both sections. More than 10 demon cultivators behind the palace master instantly released their cultivation all at the Saint Realm. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land disciples' faces turned ashen. Zidonglai roared angrily. Demonic scoundrels, how dare you interfere in righteous sect affairs? Get lost, righteous sects. The master of Demon King Palace scoffed. In my eyes, you're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Today, this land belongs to 9 Nether Demon Land. As he finished speaking, the demon cultivators in the sky spread out in a fan formation, firmly blocking all escape routes. The palace master pointed at the crowd, his voice low. I'm not bullying you, only brought cultivators from the Meridian Opening, Spirit Spring, and Profound Pill realms. Both your sects can join forces. If you all lose, I want half of Purple Cloud Province and half of Great Xia. At these words, Zidonglai's brow furrowed deeply, and the Purple Cloud disciples' morale plummeted. In the Lingxiao Sect group, Chonglu trembled with rage, cursing inwardly. Damn. You demon spawn. Back in my day, we demon cultivators were truly domineering and unrestrained, but now you only know how to bluster? If this old man's cultivation weren't so low, I'd have given you 2 flying kicks already. Seeing Donglai's prolonged silence, the master of Demon King Palace sneered. What's wrong? Half today's righteous sects lost the courage to face us demon cultivators heathen. The demon cultivators burst into laughter, their demonic energy surging. Kakik. Righteous sects are nothing special. If you're scared, then get the hell out of here. Hand over the territory like good little cowards. Haha. These weaklings wouldn't stand a chance against us, they'd be gutted alive. In the Demon King Palace camp, a demon cultivator stood on rubble, laughing loudly as his voice thundered across the area. The mocking echoes were still reverberating through the valley when the crowd suddenly fell silent, interrupted by a cold, clear voice. Chu Xian curled his lips and spoke lazily. Here comes another shameless fool. You want something for nothing too. With that single sentence, he drew everyone's attention. The Demon King Palace master slowly raised his eyes, narrowing them to slits as a cold light flashed. What do you mean by that? Chu Xian clasped his hands behind his back, looking completely indifferent. What happens if you lose? The palace master acted as if he'd heard the world's greatest joke, throwing his head back in wild laughter. Huh? Me, a demon cultivator, lose? Huh. If I really lose, you can do whatever you want. At least you're more straightforward than that old fool in purple robes. Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Donglai responded. Did you just call me an old fool? Just as he was about to retort, Chu Xian had already changed the subject, a playful smile curving his lips. If you demon cultivators lose, I want everyone from the Demon King Palace to wear pink tutus and dance the little bunny hop in the 9 nether demon lands for a whole month. The air seemed to be sucked out, and the entire venue fell into deathly silence. Little bunny hop? What the hell is that? Someone gulped. Chu Xian raised his hand, using spiritual energy to conjure images in the air of demon cultivators wearing skirts and hopping around. The pink tutus fluttered as the demon cultivators pinched bunny ears and wiggled their hips. The scene was so vivid that the spectating cultivators all wore increasingly strange expressions. The Demon King Palace master's face went from black to green to purple. You want us to dance that thing? 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, Chu Xian added seriously. I'll have recording stones capture everything and broadcast it continuously in all the major cities of the Eastern Wasteland. Puffed from the purple cloud Holy Land's direction, a disciple couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The young demon cultivators from the Demon King Palace imagined themselves in pink tutus and nearly fainted on the spot, while the older demon cultivators stood petrified, all looking ashen-faced. Demonic energy exploded outward as the palace master roared. You're asking for death. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. What? Don't dare to bet? Didn't you just say I could do whatever I wanted? Don't tell me the mighty Demon King Palace is full of cowards who don't keep their word. You. The palace master trembled with rage. Scanning the eyes of the righteous cultivators around him, all eager to watch the spectacle, he finally gritted his teeth. Fine. This master agrees. However, he smiled sinisterly. If you lose, this master doesn't want your great Xia territory. I want everyone from Lingxiao Sect to shave their heads bald and tattoo I am the demon cultivator's little darling on their foreheads, also for a whole month. Deal. Chu Xian clapped his hands, so readily that even the palace master was stunned for a moment. In the Lingxiao Sect group, Chong Lu nearly exploded on the spot. What kind of ridiculous bet is this? This master is a reincarnated demon lord. If we lose, wouldn't I have to wear a tutu and dance? Damn, master, you're trying to kill me. Wait, I'm a Lingxiao Sect disciple now? Damn. Shave my head and tattoo little darling. This is completely backwards. Donglai watched from the side, his scalp tingling, suddenly incredibly grateful he hadn't been dragged into this absurd wager. Chu Xian turned around and beckoned to the Lingxiao Sect disciples. You all heard that? To avoid becoming little darlings, you know what to do, right? Make them wear tutus. Make them dance the bunny hop. The Lingxiao Sect disciples shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Immediately, the 3 factions leaders gathered to finalize the wager. 1. If the Demon King Palace wins, half of Purple Cloud Province goes to the Demon King Palace, and all Lingxiao Sect members shave their heads. 2. If Lingxiao Sect wins, half of Purple Cloud Province goes to Lingxiao Sect, and all Demon King Palace members dance the bunny hop. 3. If Purple Cloud Holy Land wins, Great Xia goes to Purple Cloud Holy Land, and most of the 9 Nether Demon Lands territory also goes to Purple Cloud Holy Land. Donglai had no idea that most of the 9 Nether Demon Lands territory had already secretly changed hands. Afterward, the 3 faction leaders waved their hands grandly and directly transported all 3 groups of cultivators into the competition grounds. With the Demon King Palace now participating, the rules have undergone some minor modifications. The outer disciples can not only earn points by hunting demonic beasts, but also by killing each other to plunder points. Disciples from all 3 factions are randomly deployed, with this batch of outer disciples being the first to land. Once the 3-day deadline arrives, the first trial ends, and each faction's points will be tallied. Chonglu finds himself among this group. Chonglu cultivates both immortal and demonic arts, making his progress much slower than others. After more than a month in the Lingxiao Sect, his realm barely reached the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage, though remarkably, both his immortal and demonic cultivation had reached the 5th level of Meridian opening. This was only achieved after Chu Xian forced it out of him with 2 lashes, otherwise it remained uncertain whether he could have broken through it all. Inside the trial grounds, a flash of light descended from the sky. The moment Chonglu landed, heavy beast breathing came from beside him. He turned his head and focused, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Not bad luck. In the dense bushes ahead, a purple-striped demon tiger lay crouched and dozing, its demonic aura pressing down so heavily that withered leaves rustled. The demon tiger suddenly raised its head, its crimson eyes fixed on the intruder who had entered its territory, a low growl rumbling in its throat as its muscles tensed. Roar! It pounced fiercely, its claws tearing through the air with sharp whistling sounds. Yet Chonglu remained completely motionless. His divine sense swept the area, confirming that Chu Xian and the others weren't watching for now, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Forming hand seals, he sneered coldly. A mere beast dares to act presumptuously before this old man? The black-gold demonic markings on his spine suddenly blazed to life, and black-gold flames roared into form in his right palm. Bang! The black-gold flames struck the tiger's head directly, the scorching demonic fire piercing through its skull. The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, scattering fallen leaves. Utterly worthless. Chonglu kicked the corpse, and white light flowed from the tiger's body into the jade token at his waist. The numbers on the jade token flickered before settling on 10. A peak meridian opening stage demonic beast, worth 10 points. He glanced at it once before looking away. Casually flipping the demon tiger over, he took out a black bowl from his storage ring. Demonic energy coiled around his fingertips as he cut open the heart, and dark red essence blood gushed into the bowl, forming a dark pool of blood. Chonglu tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp, his throat bobbing as residual blood slid down the corner of his lips. He wiped his mouth and murmured with satisfaction. Indeed, demonic beast essence blood is most nourishing. The warm current instantly permeated his limbs and bones, the demonic markings on his spine growing slightly hot as his 5th level meridian opening demonic cultivation advanced another step. Excitement flashed in his pupils. This trial is the perfect opportunity to restore my cultivation. Grass leaves rustled as footsteps approached. Chonglu narrowed his eyes, his voice low and cold. Since you're here, stop hiding. 3 purple-robed cultivators pushed through the bushes and appeared. The leader sneered. Little brat from Lingxiao Sect. Hand over your points, and we'll leave you an intact corpse. All 3 wore purple cloud sacred land tokens at their waists. Chonglu revealed a sinister smile. Perfect. This old man also wants to taste human blood. Just as he was about to strike, a wave of divine consciousness suddenly swept overhead. That bastard master is spying on this old man. Chonglu's heart tightened, and he quickly suppressed all his surging demonic energy, his aura instantly returning to normal. Outside the trial grounds Lingxiao Sect camp, on the light screen, Chonglu's figure had already been projected before everyone by Long Outyin. When everyone saw the demonic tiger beside Chonglu and noticed the numbers on his point jade token, they exclaimed in amazement. Wow, senior brother Chonglu is so powerful. He just entered the arena and killed a peak pulse opening realm demonic beast with only 5th level pulse opening cultivation. It was an instant kill. Absolutely an instant kill. The clamorous voices soared to the sky, and the spectator seats of Purple Cloud Holy Land immediately erupted in excitement. Someone pointed at the light screen excitedly. It's Junior Brotherly. Junior Brotherly is at the 9th level of pulse opening realm. That kid from Soaring Heaven Sect is doomed. Another person noticed the undried bloodstains on Chonglu's robes and snorted coldly. Although this kid just killed a peak pulse opening demonic beast, look at his body, he's bleeding. He's definitely injured. As soon as these words were spoken, all disciples turned their gazes to the light screen in unison, and the hearts of Soaring Heaven Sect disciples immediately tensed up. In fact, the blood was merely remnants that had splashed onto Chonglu's clothes when he drank the demonic tiger's essence blood earlier. However, as the scene suddenly switched to Chonglu's perspective, the outside audience couldn't discern the true cause. In the elder seats of Purple Cloud Holy Land, a silver-bearded old man glanced roughly at the light screen and sneered with disdain. Hee, 5th level pulse opening against 9th level pulse opening? If he doesn't get beaten to a pulp, that would be considered lucky for the kid. Only true geniuses can fight above their level. Does that brat in the screen look like a genius? He's just a wretched little boy, he added coldly. Although my disciple is at the 9th level of pulse opening, he shows no weakness even when facing ordinary peak pulse opening opponents. The implication was clear. The lesser-named disciple was also a small genius, and that kid from Soaring Heaven Sect had no chance of victory. Chu Xian sat upright in the Soaring Heaven Sect seats, remaining silent. He only knew that Chonglu had mediocre talent and practiced the most basic sword techniques. In contrast, the Demon King Palace camp stirred with another undercurrent. When the Demon King Palace master heard everyone mention the name Chonglu, his brow twitched. How dare he share the same name as our ancestor? He deserves death. He immediately used the Demon King Palace's secret mental transmission technique to issue a kill order to all demonic cultivation disciples in the arena. The competition grounds were sealed with restrictions by the three major forces, blocking ordinary spiritual power transmissions and communication jade slips, but only this secret technique could penetrate the barriers. Neither Soaring Heaven Sect nor Purple Cloud Holy Land detected it, and the Palace Master never expected that the youth in the light screen was actually his own ancestor. The light screen shifted again, showing Chonglu and the lesser-named disciple facing each other across the distance. Forest winds swept past sword edges, leaf shadows swayed, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chonglu chuckled inwardly. Righteous sects are so particular about honor, disdaining to gang up on one person and preferring single combat? Then this old man will gladly accept. He slightly curved his lips, his gaze revealing a hint of impatience. Across from him, the lesser-named disciple raised his sword with a sinister smile, purple light swirling around it. Remember, the one who kills you is called Li. Before he could finish, Chonglu had already charged out like a phantom. Considering the countless prying eyes outside, he could only circulate spiritual power purely, without using any special divine abilities. His hands formed seals like phantom lightning in rapid succession, with mighty spiritual power surging through his meridians. Basic sword technique, third form. Whoosh. The air exploded with sound as a long sword condensed from pure spiritual power appeared out of thin air. Though it was the most basic sword technique, in Chonglu's hands, its surging might was like a mountain collapse. What? The lesser-named disciple hastily raised his sword to block. Clang. The spiritual power sword collided with the purple cloud sword with a tremendous crash, brilliant white light exploding outward. The lesser-named disciple felt a brutal force penetrate his arm bones, his grip instantly splitting open, and his long sword flew from his hand into distant grass. This is impossible. His eyes were filled with terror. How could a mere basic sword technique? Because the one using it is me. Chonglu flashed closer, spiritual power condensing along his palm edge like a blade, striking directly at his opponent's chest. Puff! Blood sprayed wildly as the lesser-named disciple was sent flying 7 zhong, smashing through an arm-thick tree trunk before sliding down in a sorry state. 10,000 spectators fell silent. After a moment, an elder from Purple Cloud Holy Land shot to his feet, his voice trembling. A basic sword technique? My personal disciple was instantly killed by a basic sword technique. The Purple Cloud disciples' faces turned ashen, wishing they could crawl into the ground. However, the Soaring Heaven Sect disciples were so excited they could barely contain themselves. Someone stared in amazement. Senior brother Chonglu has practiced the basic sword technique to this level? Yu Jian rubbed his eyes. Little junior brother is quite formidable too. Chu Xian leisurely sipped his hot tea and said calmly, what's all the fuss about? When basic sword techniques are practiced to perfection, they can still split heaven and crack earth. This is merely the basic requirement for our Soaring Heaven Sect disciples. He turned his head to instruct Lingxiao. When we return, have all disciples practice the basic sword technique another 100 times. Lingxiao quickly suppressed his smile and responded, yes, Sect Master. As for why Chonglu only practiced basic sword techniques, Chu Xian knew perfectly well. This disciple had poor comprehension and found advanced sword techniques difficult to understand. All cultivation methods had to come with illustrations, even comic book style ones. If not for saving face, he would have had Big Yellow teach him long ago. Even Big Yellow was stronger than him. After Chonglu defeated the Lingxiao Sacred Land disciple, he didn't deliver a killing blow because he sensed someone watching him from outside. He couldn't drink their blood. Besides, these people had 0 points on their jade tokens. Killing them would be pointless. Better to let them go and harvest them later once they'd accumulated some points. Humph. Lingxiao Sacred Land? What a joke. Do you really think you can compete with my Lingxiao sect? He raised his hand and spoke coldly. I'll count to 3. Get lost now, or I'll chop you all up. 3. Go, go, go. The remaining 2 Lingxiao Sacred Land disciples hurriedly supported their companion, surnamed Li, and stumbled out of the arena in a panic. Chonglu watched their pathetic retreat, then tilted his head back and flashed what he thought was a brilliant smile at the sky. Outside the arena, the Lingxiao Sect disciples were nearly in tears. Big brother, please stop smiling. You look worse when you smile than when you cry. The Lingxiao Sacred Land members were so infuriated by his smug expression that they ground their teeth, wishing they could rush in and beat him up. What's he so proud of? Our Lingxiao Sacred Land still has cards to play. Exactly. If Junior Brotherly can't handle it, we still have Junior Brother Xiao. He's at the peak of Meridian Opening Realm and can even defeat third-level Spirit Spring cultivators. These words made the Lingxiao Sect disciples break into a cold sweat for Chonglu. Only Chu Xian's lips curved upward. Good. This kid has real talent for showing off, no wonder he made it into the inner circle. The commotion around Chonglu temporarily subsided as both sects turned their attention back to the other disciples. Inside the trial grounds, Chonglu felt the divine sense monitoring him from above disappear and finally relaxed. He then turned and plunged deeper into the dense forest. For the entire day, he went on a killing spree. Every demon beast he encountered fell within a single exchange, either having its heart ripped out or blood drained. The demon beasts were generally weak with undeveloped intelligence, possessing only brute strength and unable to withstand precise attacks. The numbers on Chonglu's Jade token skyrocketed. When he crushed the neck of a giant python with one palm strike and swallowed its gallbladder, his Jade token finally displayed 200. On this hunt alone, he had slaughtered at least 25 demon beasts, absorbing all their essence blood. The black gold demonic patterns on his spine showed signs of breakthrough. Just as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, 3 black-robed cultivators silently blocked his path. Oh, the old man's demon spawn. Chonglu narrowed his eyes. Without answering, they immediately unleashed their demonic artifacts. Dark demonic energy formed into vicious ghostly claws that tore through the air toward Chonglu's throat, seeking death. After confirming no one was watching, Chonglu's eyes flashed with cold light as the black gold demonic patterns on his spine roared to life. Boom! Torrential demonic energy erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the 3 demonic cultivators. Their artifacts dissolved like snow under scorching sun the moment they touched the black gold demonic energy. What is this? The 3 showed despair on their faces, finding themselves unable to even form the thought of escape into action. Chonglu grinned wickedly, spreading his 5 fingers. Little demon spawn, offer your essence blood to this ancestor. The black gold demonic energy transformed into countless threads that wrapped around the 3 men, devouring them completely within moments, leaving only 3 jade tokens clattering to the ground. At the same time, in the Demon King Palace camp, the master of the Demon King Palace felt a sweetness rise in his chest as blood instantly flooded his mouth, but to avoid drawing attention from others, he swallowed the blood back down directly. His eyes were filled with terror. Through the telepathic connection between the 3 demon cultivators, he had clearly witnessed the surging and pure demonic energy within that young man's body. Such a level was absolutely beyond what ordinary demon cultivators could possess. The palace master felt a chill in his heart, his entire body trembling slightly. Suddenly, an ice-cold, authoritative voice exploded in his consciousness. You little brat, dare to send people to kill this ancestor? The palace master felt as if struck by lightning. His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. This voice, this overwhelming pressure, he would never mistake it. An ancestor? He responded tremblingly in his mind. Shut up. Time is limited. Listen to me. The voice was cold and heavy. This old man has unexpectedly become a direct disciple of the Lingxiao Sect and must remain there for the time being. When the time is right, I will naturally return to the 9 nether demon realm. Chonglu seemed to think of the current match, his tone suddenly becoming fierce. You should know what to do in this competition. Don't let anyone detect my presence. Yes. Cold sweat trickled down the palace master's spine. Moments later, Chonglu's voice completely disappeared. The palace master hastily formed hand seals and used secret techniques to command all demon cultivators present. In this competition, you will all perform well and earn more points for the Lingxiao Sect. Anyone who dares to disobey will face severe consequences from this palace master. Also prepare rabbit costumes. Rabbit costumes. Several demon elders' faces turned green. The palace master narrowed his eyes and coldly interrupted. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, Chonglu was delightfully absorbing the essence blood of the 3 demon cultivators. The rich blood mist flowed into his body through the demonic patterns along his spine, making the black markings increasingly clear and pulsing like living creatures. Earlier, he had taken advantage of the moment when the 3 demon cultivators' soul gates were half opened before death to send his message into the palace master's consciousness, making direct contact impossible now. After completely refining all the essence blood, the demonic patterns within Chonglu blazed with black light. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder exploded within his body. His demonic cultivation had reached the 6th level of Meridian Opening. Not bad. Those 3 demon brats didn't die in vain. He raised his chin with a satisfied smile curving his lips. But the audience on the sidelines had already been stunned speechless. The Purple Cloud Holy Land was the first to erupt. What the hell is the Demon King Palace doing? A peak Meridian Opening cultivator got knocked away by a first-level Meridian Opening disciple from Lingxiao Sect? Have you demon cultivators lost your minds? On the other side, the Lingxiao Sect disciples were equally dumbfounded. Urguzi was never this fierce before. We'd better be more careful when joking with him from now on. All eyes focused once again on the light screen. The young Lingxiao Sect disciple stared wide-eyed at his own hands, his expression both shocked and wild, as if he had tasted unprecedented sweetness from this burst of power. In the next instant, he charged toward a peak meridian opening expert from the Purple Cloud Holy Land. This person was none other than junior brother Xiao, frequently mentioned by the Purple Cloud Holy Land member Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen merely glanced at her Guzi casually before his spear shot straight out. Thud! A sharp, cold gleam flashed as the spear pierced through her Guzi's shoulder, blood instantly splattering everywhere. He didn't even have time to dodge. Accompanied by a faint golden glow, all his points were absorbed into the jade token at Xiaozhen's waist. Before the viewing mirror, Chu Xian's old face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. He turned to transmit a message to Duan Hong. Old Duan, when we return to the sect, add another screening criterion to the disciple selection process. We can't accept such idiots anymore. This is absolutely humiliating. After cursing, he suspiciously stared toward the Demon King Palace. Why would demon cultivators freely give points to Lingxiao Sect disciples? At that moment, the Demon King Palace master slammed his hand on the table and rose in fury, cursing continuously. Damn. Useless. How can someone at the peak of Meridian opening lose to someone at the first level? You're all worse than trash. When that kid comes out, light him up immediately. Though he cursed with spittle flying, he was secretly delighted. Ancestor, did you see that? These demon brats are so talented their acting even convinced me. Chu Xian observed secretly for a long time but couldn't detect any flaws, so he had to give up for now. Demon old ghost. You must give me an explanation. Zi Donglai stormed angrily into the Demon King Palace camp. Seeing Zi Donglai approach, the Demon King Palace master instantly channeled his inner actor, suddenly grabbing a nearby elder by the collar. Did you collude with Lingxiao Sect? The elder's eyes rolled back as he was choked, hastily stammering in defense. Palace master, please see clearly this subordinate is innocent. The palace master casually threw him aside and grabbed another old man. Then it must be you. The old man frantically waved his hands in terror. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Seeing his tearful performance with no apparent flaws, Zidong Lai could only return to the Purple Cloud Holy Land camp with a dark expression. For the entire next day, the trial grounds became complete chaos. The demon cultivators chased and attacked Purple Cloud disciples like rabid dogs, but immediately turned into weaklings when encountering Lingxiao disciples. Some demon cultivators even actively bandaged Lingxiao disciples' wounds and offered their own point tokens, fawning. Senior brother, this is everything I have, please take it. The Purple Cloud disciples were on the verge of tears. These are demon cultivators? They treat Lingxiao Sect members better than righteous cultivators do, yet beat us to death? On the final day of the 3-day limit, the viewing stands suddenly erupted. Look, Xiao Zhen is facing Chonglu. In the image, Purple Cloud Holy Land's top genius, Xiao Zhen blocked Chonglu's path, his purple spear pointing to the ground with trembling spear light, his half-step spirit spring realm aura howling in all directions. Lingxiao Sect trash, playing dirty tricks. Xiao Zhen sneered coldly. Chonglu squinted, sensing divine consciousness spying from above again, cursing inwardly. Who's playing dirty? If you want to fight, then fight so much nonsense. Seeking death, Xiao Zhen lifted his spear tip, his battle intent soaring to the heavens as both sides' auras instantly tangled together, the surrounding audience holding their breath. At this time, to avoid having their points stolen, the Purple Cloud disciples had concentrated all their points with Xiao Zhen. Meanwhile, Chonglu had spent the past 2 days focused on cultivation, breaking through to the 7th level of Meridian opening in both Immortal and Demon cultivation. Though he hadn't actively plundered points, he couldn't stop the demon cultivators from forcibly giving him theirs thus. Chonglu remained the Lingxiao Sect member with the most points. The duel between Chonglu and Xiao Zhen would determine the final outcome of the first match. A mere 7th level Meridian opening cultivator dares to challenge me. Someone at half-step Spirit Spring Realm? Xiao Zhen sneered coldly. With a shake of his long spear, the spear tip erupted with blinding purple light, like a meteor piercing through the sky. The Purple Cloud Holy Land disciples burst into laughter. That soaring heaven sect brat is done for. Senior brother Xiao is a genius who can fight above his level. At the edge of the crowd, the Demon King Palace master's mind raced. This was the perfect opportunity to distance himself from any connection with soaring heaven sect. His expression remained calm and detached. This Chonglu will surely lose. Yet inwardly he roared with excitement. Ancestor, show your might. Crush this purple cloud brat. Hearing the saint-level expert's judgment, the soaring heaven sect disciples' faces instantly turned ashen, as if they'd been sentenced to death. In the center of the arena, Chonglu remained perfectly calm. He formed hand seals, spiritual light flowing across his body remarkably. It was just the most basic protective technique. Seeking death, Xiao Zhen roared angrily, his spear striking like a dragon. Clang. Chonglu blocked with a basic sword technique. Metal rang against metal, and dust exploded outward. When the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see Chonglu still standing unharmed in place. Impossible. Xiaozhen's pupils contracted sharply. The corner of Chonglu's mouth curved upward. With a shift of his footwork, the most ordinary movement technique suddenly exploded with power, instantly closing the distance before striking out with his palm. Bang! Xiaozhen hastily blocked, but was shaken back 3 steps. The spectator stands erupted in commotion, and the purple cloud elder's jaws nearly hit the ground. His opponent was using only the most basic martial techniques. The Demon King Palace Master feigned shock on his face while blooming with joy inside. Ancestor is incredible, using the most basic techniques to dominate a purple cloud genius. Xiaozhen's face turned iron blue as purple flames swept across his spear. I want you dead. His killing move activated, and the long spear erupted with towering purple fire. Chonglu remained calm and composed from their brief exchange. He had already gauged his opponent's depth. Without revealing his trump cards, victory would indeed be difficult. Do you know what I'm best at? He said lightly. Before his words finished, a golden halberd formed from spiritual energy materialized before him. What I'm best at is halberd techniques. As the great halberd entered his hands, Chonglu's aura transformed dramatically. Black gold demonic patterns flickered along his spine. Though he hadn't released demonic energy, he naturally exuded an aura of looking down upon the world. Clang! The golden halberd clashed hard against the purple flame spear, sparks flying everywhere. Xiaozhen felt his hands go numb, his heart shaken with terror. This brute strength was nothing like what a meridian opening realm cultivator should possess. Chonglu laughed wildly, his halberd techniques bold and sweeping, each strike hitting the flaws in the spear work. Xiaozhen was forced to retreat continuously. Exhilarating. Chonglu swept horizontally, sending Xiaozhen flying several yards. Now this is more like it. In the Demon King Palace camp, the palace master trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. The ancestor has truly returned. This is the real 9 Nether Demon halberd. The Purple Cloud Holy Land members' faces turned iron blue, and Donglai stared intently at the field. This Soaring Heaven Sect boy is no simple matter. The Soaring Heaven Sect disciples erupted completely. Senior brother Chonglu is mighty. So senior brother's strongest skill is halberd techniques. I want to learn halberd techniques. In the crowd, Chu Xian squinted thoughtfully. This boy. Driven to desperation, Xiaozhen suddenly bit his tongue tip and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto his long spear. Purple cloud burns the heavens. In an instant, the long spear transformed into a purple fire dragon over 10 feet long, blazing flames rolling as it lunged toward Chonglu. Chonglu didn't retreat. His great halberd spun into a wheel, golden light weaving a shield barrier. Boom! The fire dragon crashed into the golden barrier with a heaven-shaking roar. When the dust waves cleared, Chonglu was seen kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. He suddenly sprang up, the golden halberd breaking through the air to point directly at Xiaozhen's throat. Golden light flashed past, as Xiaozhen hastily raised his spear crack. The purple flame spear shattered inch by inch. Puff! The halberd tip sliced across Xiaozhen's chest, blood mist scattering. Xiaozhen staggered to his knees, eyes full of unwillingness. You have won. As Xiaozhen reluctantly conceded defeat, Chonglu also knelt on one knee from exhaustion, breathing heavily. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. With Xiaozhen's defeat, the points on his jade token were transferred to Chonglu's token. The result of the first competition was crystal clear. The Lingxiao Sect had achieved a resounding victory. At dusk, all participating disciples withdrew to tally their points. The final count showed Lingxiao Sect held first place with over 30,000 points. The Demon King Palace ranked second with over 5,000 points, and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land came in last with a pitiful 1,000+ points. Had the Purple Cloud disciples not fought desperately to hunt spirit beasts at the end, they wouldn't have even managed to accumulate that meager score. Looking at the rankings, Donglai slumped back into his chair with a thud, his nose tingling with emotion as he thought. This is just too much bullying. A lead of 30,000 points. The disciples in the second and third rounds will have to compete under crushing pressure. Chonglu returned triumphantly, walking up to Chu Xian and bowing respectfully with cupped hands. Master, mission accomplished. Chu Xian merely nodded with a smile. However, the surrounding Lingxiao disciples immediately swarmed around Chonglu, their cheers shaking the heavens. Senior brother Chonglu, magnificent. Senior brother, I want to learn halberd techniques and wield a long halberd to sweep across all directions like you. Senior brother Chonglu, what do you think of me? I have wide hips, I could bear you sons, and become your Tao companion. The bizarre comments kept coming, making Chu Xian's temple throb. What kind of outrageous words are these? Where does this leave the dignity of the neighboring Purple Cloud Sacred Land? It seems the sect admission standards need to be reviewed. Before the commotion had settled, the second competition had already begun. Disciples from all three factions entered simultaneously. The moment they entered, Chenglu secretly transmitted a message to the Demon King Palace Master. Those demon brats were too obvious about throwing points in the last round. For the next 2 rounds, let them fight with everything they've got and show the righteous path what demonic cultivators are truly capable of. The Demon King Palace Master's lips curved into a sinister smile. Yes, Ancestor. As the referee announced the start, 90 Spirit Spring Realm disciples stepped into the trial grounds. Each wore a jade token at their waist displaying 1,000, representing their initial points. The audience outside immediately erupted in gasps. All 30 Lingxiao Sect disciples uniformly wielded high-grade mortal-tier weapons, their blades, spears, swords, and halberds gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. This is impossible. An elder from Purple Cloud's sacred land shot to his feet, his voice cracking. High-grade mortal-tier weapons. One for each person? In Purple Cloud's sacred land, only intersect elites were worthy of graded weapons, while ordinary disciples at best carried crude iron blades from blacksmith shops. In comparison, the weapons in the Lingxiao disciples' hands were clearly masterworks at first glance. The Demon King Palace Master's eye twitched as he muttered under his breath. The Ancestors' sect is incredibly wealthy. In the viewing stands, Chu Xian leisurely lifted his teacup for a sip, his peripheral vision catching Duan Hong behind him. Sect Master, are you satisfied with this batch of weapons? Duan Hong lowered his voice, grinning like an old fox. I specially carved small spirit-gathering arrays into the hilts. The disciples will find them incredibly smooth to use. Chu Xian nodded. Old Duan, after returning to the sect, go to the Spirit Stone Mines and help yourself. Craftsman Peak is rewarded with 500 Spirit-tier Spirit Stones. Duan Hong rubbed his large hands together, chuckling with delight. Excellent. Thank you, Sect Master. In the projection, the Lingxiao Sect disciples had already launched their frenzied assault. Kill. The 30 disciples of Lingxiao Sect charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, instantly splitting into 3 teams. They moved with blurring speed, spiritual energy surging wildly through their meridian. Every single one was at the 5th level of the Spirit Spring Realm or higher. Holy shit. Is there any justice left in this world? Lingxiao Sect's foundation is this strong? Someone in the distant stands whispered frantically. I'm tempted to switch sides and join Lingxiao Sect. Sai, tell me about it. Not only does each of them wield a high-grade mortal weapon, but their cultivation levels are insane too. How about we join Lingxiao Sect right now? Fortunately, these Purple Cloud Holy Land disciples were using voice transmission. Otherwise, Zidong would probably have been infuriated on the spot. On the elevated platform beside the arena, Chu Xian held a celadone teacup, a smile playing at his lips. Over the past month, he had worn down the once golden and gleaming whip of God, until it had dimmed considerably. How could these disciples not be formidable? At the center of the battlefield, Lingxiao Sect's disciples struck first. Lingxiao sword formation, rise. 10 disciples leaped into formation, their sword light weaving into a tornado. 5 Purple Cloud disciples had barely raised their swords when their protective jade tokens were shredded to pieces. On the other side, a Lingxiao disciple's blood surged, his arms like pillars supporting the heavens as he literally tore apart a demonic cultivator's defensive artifact. The Demon King Palace Master's eyelids twitched frantically as he apologized repeatedly to Ancestor Chonglu in his heart. Sorry, Ancestor. Your fellow sect members are too fierce. Our little demon cubs are no match for them. In less than half an hour, the battle took a sharp turn. Purple Cloud Holy Land lost 12 people, while Demon King Palace lost 8 demonic cultivators. This won't work. The Purple Cloud team leader gritted his teeth and turned to the nearest demonic cultivator. Let's join forces and eliminate Lingxiao Sect first. Agreed. The demonic cultivators responded without hesitation. The remaining 40 people quickly formed a temporary alliance, surrounding the Lingxiao Sect disciples completely. You think this will make you win? The leading Lingxiao disciple sneered, reaching into his robes to pull out a jade bottle. Brothers, time for pills. All 30 disciples simultaneously swallowed crimson pills, their auras instantly surging. Explosive spirit pills. From the stands, Zidong slammed the table. Your Lingxiao Sect is cheating. Chu Xian leisurely pulled out the contract. Which clause says pill usage is forbidden? Zidong was left speechless. Indeed, there was no such clause. As the pill effects kicked in, the Lingxiao Sect disciples became even more formidable. Boom. One disciple's fist struck like thunder as he charged into the enemy formation, sending 3 demonic cultivators flying with blood spurting from their mouths. Form defensive formation, someone roared. But before the words finished, a cold light flashed past, and his jade token shattered. The temporary alliance's formation instantly collapsed, and Lingxiao Sect began their harvest. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering jade tokens filled the air. The disciples from Purple Cloud Holy Land and Demon King Palace had red-rimmed eyes, nearly in tears. Their opponents wielded divine weapons and popped pills at will. This wasn't a competition, It was a one-sided massacre. In the end, only 3 demonic cultivators and 5 purple cloud disciples remained on the field. The 8 survivors knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. In contrast, all 30 Lingxiao Sect disciples stood intact in the arena, each with a minimum score of 2,000 points. Chu Xian watched his disciples' overwhelming victory and sighed softly. Alas, I didn't want it to be this way. But who told us we have the Eastern Wasteland's strongest alchemist and weaponsmith? Duan Hong stood behind him, scratching his head with a silly grin. Chu Xian nodded. Well done. Extra meal tonight. The scores were quickly tallied. Lingxiao Sect 82,000 points. Demon King Palace 3,000 points. Purple Cloud Holy Land 5,000 points. Combined with the first round, Lingxiao Sect total 115,600 points. Demon King Palace total 8,600 points. Purple Cloud Holy Land total 6,400 points. Zi Donglai slumped in his chair, muttering to himself. It's over. Everything's fucking over. The third competition is an arena battle, and the rules have been announced. Each side must send 20 disciples at the profound core realm. Once a disciple occupies the arena, they earn 2,000 points for their faction for every half hour they defend it. The total time limit is 3 days, totaling 36 hours. Each battle on the arena is limited to half an hour. If time runs out without a clear victor, the defender automatically wins. Defeated challengers cannot return to the stage. Both the battle time and the subsequent half-hour rest period count toward the occupation duration. In the Purple Cloud Holy Lands camp, a heavy silence prevailed. Zi Donglai's back appeared slightly hunched, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Behind him, a young woman in purple robes quietly observed everything. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart suddenly tightened. If she were the first to step onto the arena, Purple Cloud Holy Land could immediately begin accumulating time. As long as she could hold off her opponent for half an hour, she would successfully defend, then continue accumulating points during the rest period. Over 3 days, this would amount to nearly 150,000 points, enough to turn the tide. With this thought, the young woman slowly stood up. Her complexion was pale, yet her eyes were clear as autumn water, though beneath the coolness lay a hint of sickly emptiness. She smoothed her skirt and spoke with a gentle yet firm voice. Father, your daughter wishes to fight for the Holy Land. Just as Zi Donglai was about to speak, the Grand Elder beside him stepped forward urgently. Absolutely not. Yenner, your condition. Zi Yin smiled gracefully, her expression tinged with melancholy. Grand Elder, in 8 years, my mind has never been as clear as it is today. She raised her wrist, revealing 7 purple marks coiled around it like chains, testament to past restraints. All these years, I've been battling my inner demons, and now I can suppress 80% of them. The second elder looked at the child he had watched grow up, his voice filled with compassion. But if you lose control during the third competition, Yenner, this arena, there are no what-ifs. The young woman suddenly grew serious, her eyes flashing with cold purple light. Purple Cloud Holy Land has nurtured me for 18 years. Now that it faces disgrace, how can I stand by and do nothing? The senior members fell silent. Zi Yin had reached the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm at age 10 and was regarded as Purple Cloud Holy Land's next saintess, potentially capable of leading the sect to its pinnacle. But that same year, she contracted a strange illness that often drove her into madness, killing anyone in sight when she lost control. Since then, she had been sealed in the Forbidden Grounds. Shockingly, even the seal couldn't prevent her cultivation from skyrocketing. Now at 18, she stood at the peak of the profound core realm. The elders exchanged complex glances, torn between worry for the sect's situation and pity for this ill-fated young woman. Zi Donglai took a deep breath, stepped before his daughter, grasped her thin shoulders with both hands, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Yenner, do you remember what happened when you lost control at age 10? I know. Zi Yin calmly interrupted her father. I killed 17 servants and severely injured 3 elders. Her fingertips trembled slightly. I still remember their faces clearly. After a moment of silence, her gaze became resolute again. Father, I found a way to suppress the inner demons. With that, she withdrew a crystal stone emanating a faint purple glow from her robes and presented it to every Yonia, tranquil heart jade, that could temporarily suppress her inner demons. Zi Donglai took the crystal stone and felt the strange energy contained within it, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Where did this come from? He asked in a low voice. It was extracted from my body, Zi Yin replied calmly. Every time I lose control, this type of crystal forms inside me. I only recently discovered it can suppress inner demons. Zi Donglai's fingertips tightened, his expression darkening. No, the final matches are all at the profound core realm. It's too dangerous. I cannot let you take such a risk. Please don't worry, father. Your daughter knows her limits. Zi Yin replied with a respectful bow, then raised her hand. Crack. A seal on her wrist instantly released. Purple light surged like a tide, erupting from her body with tremendous force. The air hummed under the pressure, and her aura was even stronger than that of ordinary divine Sea Realm cultivators. This Zi Donglai's eyes widened in shock. Zi Yin quickly resealed the binding, the purple radiance fading. Though her complexion was paler than before, the purple gleam in her eyes shone more brilliantly than ever. Father, do you see? This is my trump card. If controlled properly, it can not only suppress the inner demons, but also transform them into combat power. The elders in the hall exchanged silent glances. Finally, the Grand Elder sighed. Holy Master, perhaps this is our only chance. Zidonglai looked at his daughter's determined expression and slowly nodded. Very well. But you must promise me if anything goes wrong, withdraw from the competition immediately. Ziyin nodded solemnly, though she smiled bitterly to herself. Forgive me, father. Your daughter has deceived you. It's merely a stone with slight spiritual properties. For the Purple Cloud Holy Land, there is no other choice. The third round officially began. Before the other disciples could react, Ziyin had already leaped onto the arena. Her long dress fluttered as the 7 seals on her wrist glowed faintly, purple chi swirling around her like silk ribbons. A 4th-level profound core demonic cultivator from the Demon King Palace laughed wickedly as he approached. Senior brothers, let me test this little beauty's abilities. Little lady, let your big brother take good care of you. Before the demonic cultivator finished his lewd words, a blood-red curved blade whistled through the air. Ziyan's lips curved slightly as she formed hand seals, instantly creating a purple light barrier. Clang! The blade struck the barrier, causing ripples across its surface. Ziyin gracefully retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the demonic cultivator. Stop running! The demonic cultivator roared, his blade attacks continuous, yet unable to break through the purple barrier. In the spectator seats, Zi Donglai frowned. Is Yinner stalling for time? The Grand Elder suddenly understood. She's exploiting the rules. As expected, Ziyin occasionally counterattacked, but focused mainly on evasion and defense. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. Judge Chu Xian announced loudly. The defending Purple Cloud Holy Land wins. On the scoreboard, Purple Cloud Holy Land instantly displayed 2,000. Despicable. The demonic cultivator was furious, but was forcibly teleported off the platform by the arena's formation. Half an hour of rest. Ziyin sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, meditating. The seals on her wrist flickered, seemingly suppressing some restless force. After the break, the score remained 2,000. In the new round, a disciple from Soaring Heaven Sect stepped up to challenge. The 5th-level Profound Core cultivator bowed respectfully. Purple Cloud Saintess, please enlighten me. Please, Ziyin replied, a flash of purple light in her eyes. She swept her sleeves, and purple petals appeared from thin air, forming an illusory maze. The Soaring Heaven Sect disciple found himself trapped within, his sword light slashing continuously, but the petals scattered at his touch, never allowing him to reach her true form. In the spectator seats, Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Illusion array? Interesting. Another half hour passed. The Demon King Palace Master, serving as judge for this match, announced solemnly, time's up. Purple Cloud Holy Land gains another 2,000 points. The scoreboard updated 6,000. Ziyan's aura remained steady as she smiled faintly. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Before her words could fade, she had already resumed her cross-legged position, meditating to gather strength. Chu Xian glanced at the purple-robed woman on the platform, then turned to Yu Jiandao. Jianner, prepare yourself. You're up next. The meditation period ends, and Xuanxiao Sacred Land gains another 2,000 points. Now it's the Demon King Palace cultivator's turn to take the stage. From the other side of the arena, a demonic cultivator at the peak of the profound core realm approaches through the air, his footsteps creating ripples of black energy as they touch the ground. Thick, ink-like demonic chi swirls around his entire body, and his eyes burn crimson red like 2 blazing flames of blood. Girl, your tricks end here, he sneers maliciously, raising his hand to summon a bone-white sword. The blade trembles with ghostly energy, and bone-chilling cold instantly sweeps in all directions. Zishao's expression grows serious as her hands fly through hand seals, purple petals blooming around her. The petals collide with the black, demonic chi at the center of the arena, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! In their first direct clash, shock waves surge outward like ocean waves. Zishao's steps falter as she feels the pressure intensify, but rather than meet force with force, her figure suddenly transforms into afterimages, darting around the arena's edges in unpredictable patterns. Coward! Fight me, Hedon, if you dare! The demonic cultivator roars, sweeping his bone sword horizontally, yet unable to strike that elusive purple shadow. Half an hour passes in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian raises his hand and announces, time's up. Xuanxiao Sacred Land gains another 2,000 points. After 3 matches, Xuanxiao Sacred Land has accumulated 10,000 points. In the spectator stands, Xuanxiao disciples cheer in unison. Long live the Saintess. At this rate, We might actually turn defeat into victory. The Grand Elder's beard trembles with excitement as he strokes it. This child, Yenna, has actually learned to suppress her inner demons. Donglai's eyes also shine brightly. Yenna, keep it up. However, the Demon King Palace Master stares intently at the purple seal on Zixiao's chest, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Something more dangerous than demonic qi seems to be hidden there. After another half-hour of meditation, it's Lingxiao Sect's turn to challenge. A young man slowly ascends the stage, dressed in clean, simple white martial robes, his hands empty, forming a stark contrast with Zixiao's purple dress. Yu Jian of Lingxiao Sect requests your guidance, he says with a cupped fist salute, his gaze sharp as an unsheathed sword. Please, Zixiao responds calmly. Before her words fade, Yu Jian steps forward, his fist cutting through the air. Though the straight punch appears simple, it contains the power to shatter mountains and break peaks. Bang! Zixiao's protective light barrier shatters like broken glass on the spot. She retreats several steps, her purple eyes trembling. Such powerful fist force. This strength far exceeds all her previous opponents. Their battle immediately erupts, fist shadows and purple light interweaving across the arena like clashing thunder. Seeing the evenly matched fight, Zixiao disciples shout themselves hoarse. Saintus, keep fighting. Wear him down. Lingxiao Sect refuses to be outdone. Senior brother Yu Jian, show her Lingxiao's methods. At the arena's center, Yu Jian remains focused, rapidly analyzing Zixiao's offensive and defensive rhythm with each exchange. After a quarter hour, he murmurs, I see now. In an instant, his fist technique changes dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches strike precisely at Zixiao's weakest defensive points. Zixiao retreats several zhang, horrified. He actually saw through my rhythm during battle? It's over, Yu Jian says in a low voice, gathering all his spiritual power into his right fist, aiming directly at Zixiao's chest. Boom. In the thunderous impact, Zixiao flies backward like a kite with a broken string, her figure plummeting toward the arena's edge. We won. Lingxiao Sect disciples instantly erupt in celebration. Awesome. Senior brother Yu Jian is invincible. Just at this critical moment. Crack, 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 crack. The 4 seals on Xian's arms suddenly shattered simultaneously. Purple light blazed from her pupils as surging spiritual power exploded outward with her as the epicenter. Beyond, she stepped on empty air, forcibly creating a sonic boom in midair. Her figure flashed like purple lightning as she plummeted back to the center of the arena. The entire venue erupted in chaos, with some spectators even crying out in amazement. Good heavens! Did she just step on her left foot with her right foot? In the Purple Cloud Sacred Lands section, Donglai shot to his feet, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Yenner actually broke 4 seals at once? On the arena, Xian's long hair whipped wildly as purple energy churned around her. She glanced down at her arm, seeing only 3 seals remaining, and exhaled, thank goodness. Yu Jian's brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing serious for the first time. Xian raised her hand, and countless purple spiritual lights transformed into petals, condensing into a long sword. No, it's my turn. In the spectator stands, Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Something's not right. The Demon King Palace Master stared intently at those seals, cold dread rising in his heart. Whatever's beneath those seals is more evil than this Palace Master? He quietly pulled out a communication jade talisman, secretly ordering all Demon King Palace disciples below the Mystic Core realm, evacuate immediately. Though the demon cultivators didn't understand why, they dared not disobey and began filing out. In the arena clash, Yu Jian crossed his arms to block, but was sent staggering back over 10 steps by Xian's single sword strike, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I can still hold on. He gritted his teeth silently, but to achieve victory. Before he could finish his thoughts, another crisp sound came from Xian's arm crack. The 5th seal suddenly shattered. Even more violent purple spiritual power shot skyward, causing the entire arena to shake violently. In the Purple Cloud Sacred Lands viewing section, Donglai's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Yenner, stop now. The Grand Elder immediately brought out a magical treasure. Sect Master, we must reseal Yenner immediately. Xian's voice became ethereal, yet pierced through the boiling energy waves. For the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, I'm willing to become a demon. Purple light and dark energy intertwined in her pupils, with only 2 seals remaining, trembling. Stop. Donglai unleashed his full power, his figure flying toward his daughter like a rainbow. However, crack, crack. The final 2 seals shattered simultaneously. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color. Torrential dark purple energy waves poured from Xian's body, her long hair instantly turning an eerie purple-black. She threw back her head and howled, her cry mixed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. It's over. The Purple Cloud Sacred Lands Grand Elder collapsed directly. All 7 seals are broken. 10 years ago at the peak of Meridian Opening Realm, She's severely injured an Inquiry Realm Elder, and now at the peak of Mystic Core Realm. In the Soaring Heaven Sect section, Chonglu trembled all over. This aura. Even this old man's demonic energy isn't as evil as hers. On the arena, Yu Jian was swept away by the energy waves, crashing down heavily, his entire skeleton seemingly shattered inch by inch. Yet Zidonglai showed no hesitation, still rushing toward his daughter. Yinner, you mustn't. At Chu Xian's signal, Long Outyin sprang into action, bringing Yu Jian back from the arena to the Lingxiao Sect's camp in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian knelt beside Yu Jian, his spiritual consciousness sweeping over him to assess the injuries. The vital organs were unharmed, only broken bones and disrupted meridians. He produced a thumb-sized green pill and placed it in his disciple's mouth. You'll be fully healed within half an hour. The medicine dissolved into a clear stream, and Yu Jian's pale complexion quickly regained color as his fractured bones automatically reconnected with soft clicking sounds. Thank you, master. Yu Jian weakly cupped his fists in gratitude. Chu Xian merely nodded, his gaze returning to the arena. At the center of the platform, Zidonglai held Zi Yin tightly in his arms, father and daughter frozen like a statue. Yinner, wake up. Zidonglai's voice trembled. Squelch. A pale, slender arm silently pierced through his chest. Father. Zi Yin tilted her head, a sinister smile slowly spreading across her lips. Thank you. She yanked her arm out violently, blood spraying everywhere as Zidonglai staggered backward, crimson gushing from his chest. Dark purple demonic energy erupted from Ziyan's body like a tidal wave. Finally, I'm free. She looked up, madness filling her eyes, then transformed into a blur, lunging directly at the nearest Purple Cloud Holy Land camp. Protect the disciples. The 9 Purple Cloud elders had no time for shock, hastily forming a defensive array as saint-level pressure crashed down. Boom. Demonic energy collided with spiritual power, and the spectator's stands shattered like glass struck by a giant hammer, collapsing instantly. In the pool of blood, Zidonglai reached out with a hoarse cry. Yinner, please, no. In midair, Ziyan's hair whipped wildly as she threw back her head in maniacal laughter. Huh? Everyone must die. The Demon King Palace Master's face turned ashen. He crushed a blood-red jade talisman and roared. All disciples, evacuate immediately. Then, disregarding Chongluo's instructions, he flashed toward the Lingxiao Sect's direction. Chongluo's black gold eyes flashed as he transmitted coldly. Fool. The ancestor has his own plans. Take your people and leave now. The palace master gritted his teeth and stamped his foot in frustration, sighing helplessly before leading the demon cultivators away in a cloud of black mist. Chu Xian remained focused entirely on Ziyan, unaware of the distant commotion. Above the purple cloud camp, the 9 elders had formed a barrier of light, trapping Ziyan within. The Grand Elder continued forming hand seals while shouting hoarsely to Chu Xian. Sect Master Chu, this is Purple Cloud's fault. Take your disciples and flee. We'll do our best to hold Yinner back and buy you time. Please, protect those worthless disciples of our sect. Splurt. Ziyan appeared beside him like a ghost, her 5 fingers piercing through his abdomen like blades. Entrails scattered and blood splashed as the Grand Elder's form trembled. Grand Elder, the other 8 roared in fury. The Grand Elder struggled to grip Ziyan's leg tightly, gasping, Go. Get out of here. Old fool, seeking death. Ziyan's palm struck down like a blade. Crack. His skull exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, Chu Xian turned his back to the crowd and commanded in a deep voice, Long Outyin, Old Duan, take all the disciples and retreat first. Long Outyin stood frozen, urgently protesting. Master, what about you? Long Outyin can clearly sense that your cultivation is only at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Even Zidonglai and that Grand Elder, both sub-saint realm cultivators, were killed by that girl. What good can you possibly do by staying? Chu Xian slowly rose to his feet, stretching lazily as he spoke. This sect master has his own ways to handle this. As his words fell, spiritual energy surged within him like boiling water, his aura rising frantically like a bursting dam. His cultivation, originally at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm, leaped to even greater heights. Beyond heavens exploded, and a golden beam as thick as a mountain pillar crashed down from above, sending Zi Yin flying back more than 10 zhang. Everyone saw Chu Xian holding a palm-sized, ancient bronze cauldron in his hand, none other than the 9 elements cauldron, the supreme emperor weapon he had once bestowed upon Qi Yu. Suspended in midair with his robes billowing, he commanded, Everyone, retreat beyond 100 li immediately. The remaining 8 elders of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land exchanged glances, cold sweat trickling down their temples as they immediately led their disciples in swift retreat. In the distance, Ziyin slowly climbed to her feet, her neck making eerie cracking sounds as she twisted it, a sinister smile playing at her lips. Another one, seeking death. Demonic energy exploded like a tide as a pair of purple-black wings materialized behind her. their beating creating shrieking winds. Chu Xian's expression grew solemn as he raised his hand and shook it once. 9 patterns on the small cauldron lit up simultaneously as he shouted, "Girl, it's time to wake up." A bloody crack suddenly split open between Ziyan's brows, and a strange purple vertical eye slowly opened. She spread her arms wide, her wings blotting out the sun as her mad laughter echoed. "Aunt, let me show you true power." The 9 elements cauldron suddenly expanded dramatically, its body wreathed in the 5-colored divine light of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the cauldron's mouth condensed the 4 elemental forces of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. 9-colored radiance gathered into a tornado that shot straight towards Ziyan. Boom! The 9-colored divine light collided heat-in with the purple-black demonic energy, causing the entire sky to shake violently as clouds within 1,000 li were instantly torn into vacuum. Below, fleeing cultivators were knocked over by the aftershocks, with several Meridian Opening Realm disciples immediately coughing up blood. "This is the 9 elements cauldron?" Someone cried out in shock. Fear flickered in the depths of Ziyan's vertical eye. "Impossible! How can this thing be in your hands?" At that moment, Qi Yu's urgent voice transmission reached Chu Xian's ears. "Sect Master, the Supreme Emperor weapon consumes too much energy. The Emperor's power can only be maintained for another quarter hour at most." It turned out that his current semi-emperor battle strength came from Qi Yu, 10,000 li away, burning his own essence to lend him a strand of Emperor's power. Chu Xian's gaze turned ice cold. The 9 elements cauldron suddenly split into 9 phantom images, each carrying a different elemental attribute. 9 extremes demon suppression. The 9 cauldrons formed a net, sealing Ziyan layer by layer. Gold's sharpness severed her wings. Wood's vitality devoured her demonic energy. Water's gentleness bound her form. No! Ziyan's wails were piercing as her demonic energy collapsed in large chunks. Just as Chu Xian raised the cauldron to deliver the final blow, a mass of purple-black mist suddenly burst from Ziyan's crown chakra. The girl's body lost its support and fell toward the ground like a kite with severed strings. Trying to escape? Chu Xian snorted coldly as the 9 elements cauldron instantly merged into one and transformed into a streak of light in pursuit. Driven to desperation, the mist let out a piercing shriek. "If we must die, then let's die together." Boom! The purple-black mist self-destructed, the violent shockwave causing the 9 elements cauldron to ring incessantly. Even with the cauldron protecting him, Chu Xian felt his skull ready to split, thinking grimly. If he had been at the explosion's center, even a semi-emperor body would have surely perished. At the explosion's epicenter, space was torn open in a tiny crack, revealing a blood-colored world where countless hideous demonic shadows lunged toward the fissure. Chu Xian's pupils contracted sharply. The 9 elements cauldron suddenly vibrated on its own, 9 innate Tao inscriptions flying out to form chain-like seals that forcibly smoothed over the spatial crack. When the dust settled, Chu Xian retrieved the 9 elements cauldron, his expression grave. It seems things aren't so simple after all. He flashed forward to catch the falling Ziyan. Seeing that the girl's face was pale as paper, the vertical eye between her brows had closed, and her breathing was gradually stabilizing. In the distance, Chong Lu and Lin Xian stood side by side, their brows furrowed. Chong Lu said in a low voice, "That demonic mist, could it be?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, "It seems familiar somehow." What had begun as a proper duel had now devolved into this tragic scene. The arena had been reduced to rubble, with blood winding through the scattered stones. Zi Donglai lay on his back in a pool of blood, his chest brutally pierced through, his heart shattered with only remnants of spiritual power barely keeping him alive. Even so, he struggled to turn his head toward his daughter in the distance. The young woman Ziyan had returned to her original form, though she remained unconscious, her breathing barely perceptible. Seeing this, Zi Donglai's cracked lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Chu Xian descended from the sky carrying Ziyan, his robe stained dark with blood and dust. Reflecting on the recent battle, he silently acknowledged that the purple cloud sacred land still possessed some fighting spirit. After landing, he collected his thoughts and quickly approached Zi Donglai, his expression complex. "Sacred Master Zi." Chu Xian called softly, gently placing Ziyan beside her father. Zi Donglai raised his hand, fingers trembling, yet still managed to slowly touch his daughter's cold cheek. Feeling her weak but steady breathing, a glimmer of relief flashed in his clouded eyes. Still alive. His shattered chest rose and fell with each breath, fresh blood flowing again from his wounds. He turned toward Chu Xian with difficulty, speaking in fragments. "Thank you, Sect Master." "Chu, don't speak." Chu Xian immediately produced a pill. "First take this." "It's no use." Zidonglai shook his head, blood trickling down his chin. He knew his heart was destroyed. He had only lasted this long through his saint-level cultivation and temporary vein-sealing techniques, merely prolonging his dying moments. In the distance, disciples and elders from the Purple Cloud's sacred land were rushing over despite their injuries. Zi Donglai's gaze swept over them before returning to his daughter, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Though he had only just encountered the Soaring Heaven sect, judging from Chu Xian's conduct, they could truly be called a righteous sect. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his remaining spiritual power and withdrew a purple jade seal from his robes, the veins on his hands bulging from the effort. This is the Purple Cloud Sacred Seal. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land's 8,000 disciples and 100,000 Zanli territory, from now on, shall follow the Soaring Heaven sect's lead. Chu Xian showed no trace of joy. If he had defeated his opponent in fair combat, he would certainly be pleased, but this felt more like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Sacred Master Zi, there's no need. Please, I beg you. Zi Donglai suddenly grasped Chu Xian's wrist with such force it nearly penetrated to the bone. If someday, the Purple Cloud Sacred Land can be merged into the Soaring Heaven sect, I ask only one thing. Take good care of Yenner. Before he could finish speaking, the hand holding the jade seal suddenly loosened and fell among the broken stones. The last spark of life in Zi Donglai's eyes dimmed as well. After a brief silence, Chu Xian collected himself, understanding the man's desperate intentions. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land had made many enemies over the years. Now with their sacred master dead and their leadership severely wounded, without backing, they would be devoured in an instant. He sighed and solemnly accepted the Purple Cloud Sacred Seal. I promise you. The Purple Cloud elders who had just arrived witnessed their sacred master's death, and before their cries of grief could rise, they all knelt in unison. We greet the sacred master. Chu Xian waved his hand. No need for such formality. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land remains independent. You need not call me sacred master. We'll discuss the details once Zi Yin recovers. With that, he looked at the unconscious young woman, his brow slightly furrowed. The true origins of the nine-origin cauldron, that self-destructing demonic soul, and the sudden appearance of that blood-colored realm, these mysteries still swirled in his mind. Clean up and return to the sect. At his command, the Soaring Heaven sect disciples immediately sprang into action. The wounded Purple Cloud disciples boarded the Dao vessel with assistance from the Soaring Heaven sect members. The remaining Purple Cloud Sacred Land elders lifted Zi Donglai and Zi Yin, carrying them aboard the Purple Cloud Sacred Land's Dao vessel. The second elder of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land looked toward Chu Xian and tossed him a jade stone. Sect Master, this contains the coordinates of our Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Please keep it safe. Chu Xian caught it with a raised hand, nodded slightly, and tucked the jade stone close to his body as he watched the Purple Cloud Dao boat disappear into the distance. The Soaring Heaven sect disciples had already boarded their vessel, and he turned to step onto the path back to their sect. Outside the Soaring Heaven sect's mountain gate, the disciples who had stayed behind were already lined up waiting. When the Dao boat appeared as a streak of rainbow light on the horizon, the mountain gate instantly erupted. Welcome back, senior brothers and sisters. Long live the sect master. Wow, that's senior brother Tanglu. He looks so cool and aloof. The cheers were deafening, and the sect banners fluttered loudly in the mountain wind. Chu Xian stood at the bow, looking down at the enthusiastic scene with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Dao boat landed steadily, and he stepped out, raising his hand to signal for quiet. Everyone performed excellently in this competition. Each participating disciple will receive 1 spirit-grade spirit stone as a reward. Those who didn't participate will each receive 20 mortal-grade spirit stones. That single sentence ignited the entire crowd. Back when Chu Xian cultivated at the Cloud Sky sect, even though it was the greatest sect in the Eastern Wasteland, they only distributed 5 mortal-grade spirit stones per month. Now the Soaring Heaven sect possessed spirit stone mines, and their output increased along with the sect's growing strength. Chu Xian had always been generous. The regular monthly stipend was already 10 mortal-grade spirit stones, double what the Cloud Sky sect offered. And now he was giving everyone 20 stones each. The Soaring Heaven sect currently had over 5,000 disciples, meaning he had just distributed more than 100,000 spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Long live the sect master. The sect master is absolutely amazing. Long live the Soaring Heaven sect. Over 5,000 disciples raised their arms and cheered, their voices thundering like waves. Although the competition had ended unexpectedly, the sect master's generous rewards caused the sect's cohesion to skyrocket. Detected increase in sect cohesion, rewarding all sect disciples with 1 cultivation level. A pale golden system screen appeared out of nowhere, and Chu Xian was stunned. Holy shit, there's actually such a good thing. The next instant, exclamations arose one after another. Am I about to break through? Me too. Haha, I've finally reached the peak of meridian opening. The spiritual energy above the Soaring Heaven sect suddenly went into violent motion. A massive spiritual energy vortex quickly formed with the main peak at its center, drawing the spiritual energy from along the eastern sea coast into visible torrents that came rushing over. Light began glowing around the bodies of over 5,000 disciples as they broke through one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sounds of barriers shattering continued without end. At the same time, the numbers before Chu Xian's eyes kept jumping. Lottery chances 1. Lottery chances 2. Lottery chances. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good system. For a full half day, the soaring heaven sect was immersed in the thunderous roar of collective breakthroughs. After the spiritual energy settled and the disciples dispersed, the main hall of the primary peak was brightly lit. Chi Yu and Xuanxiao approached with grave expressions, entering the hall together and cupping their hands. Greetings, Sect Master. Chu Xian perked up. Xuanxiao, how is your recovery from the backlash? Xuanxiao's complexion still showed some pallor, but he answered with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. It's nothing serious now. I'll be fully recovered after a few more days of rest. Chu Xian nodded, then changed the subject. Perfect timing that you're both here. You're both at the Emperor realm. Could you tell what that thing inside Ziyan's body was? And that blood-colored space? Chi Yu and Shang Xia exchanged glances and said in unison, extraterrestrial demon clan and the demon realm. Shang Xia added, that demon should be a low-level demon clan member. Chu Xian frowned slightly. Extraterrestrial demon clan? Chi Yu explained gravely, exactly. They aim to invade the human continent, and every time they descend, they bring bloody carnage. Chu Xian suddenly remembered something. Wait. My chief master in the central region seems to have led cultivators to resist foreign enemies. Could it have been this extraterrestrial demon clan? When I meet that old hag again, I'll have to ask her properly. Chu Xian chatted with the two elders for a while longer, but since their memories were sealed, he couldn't extract much useful information from them. After the two elders left, the council hall fell silent. Chu Xian focused his mind and opened the system interface, revealing the familiar sect wheel of fortune floating before him. On the panel, the line draw attempts. 13,567 stood out prominently, with options arranged alongside it. Single draw, 10x draw, 100x draw, 1000x draw, 10,000x draw, and note. First 10,000x draw guarantees an immortal grade item. Recently, Lingxiao Sect had entered a cultivation frenzy, with disciples breaking through en masse. Today, upon their return to the sect, all disciples had advanced simultaneously, accumulating over 10,000 draw opportunities in just one day. While the prizes meant little to Chu Xian personally, this competition had thoroughly confirmed one thing: Lingxiao Sect's disciples were perhaps the wealthiest group on the entire Xuanxiao Continent. Each wielded high-grade weapons and casually pulled out pills to restore their condition, as if they were cheating. All of this was inseparably linked to the endless stream of resources from the lottery pool. 10,000x draw, let's go all out. Chu Xian tapped with his hand. Buzz. The wheel blazed with light, its pointer spinning rapidly as chiming sounds merged into a continuous melody. Suddenly, a blinding golden radiance erupted from the center of the interface. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an immortal grade item. 8 Desolations 6 Harmonies World Purifying, Glazed Formation Array 1. As the notification faded, the void trembled, and a crystal-clear glazed formation slowly materialized above the sect. The system then displayed a dense list of additional rewards. Congratulations, host, on obtaining spirit-grade weapons 872, spirit-grade pills 564, spirit-grade cultivation techniques 192, spirit-grade medicinal materials 230. Chu Xian swept his sleeve, and all the resources transformed into streams of light, automatically flying toward the artifact pavilion, pill hall, scripture repository, medicine peak, and other locations to replenish their inventories. Not a single NPC elder this time, he muttered quietly, then shrugged. Couldn't leave the sect anyway, and the current elders were sufficient. Chu Xian strolled toward the back mountain. Under the azure sky, the entirely glazed formation floated in midair, its array patterns flowing with colorful light and emanating a sacred aura that seemed almost tangible. At the formation's center, 8 light pillars of different hues shot straight into the clouds, vaguely forming a bagua pattern that was both magnificent and solemn. So this is an immortal grade formation? Chu Xian reached out to touch it. The moment his fingertip entered the array patterns, a pure force surged into his consciousness, as if it could cleanse all impurities from the world. But what should I use it to purify? Inner demons? Once Chonlu becomes the righteous path's leader, disciples won't be invaded by inner demons at all. Extraterrestrial demon clans? The timing isn't right. The sect's foundation is still far from sufficient. He weighed his options repeatedly when suddenly inspiration struck. Chiyu. Whoosh. A crimson shadow streaked through the air. Chiyu knelt on one knee. What are your orders, Sectmaster? Chu Xian pointed toward the formation in the sky. Divert a branch from the eternal spring at Medicine Peak and channel it into this formation. Direct the purified spring water straight to the main peak. I want to use it for brewing tea. Sectmaster, may I ask what kind of formation this is? An immortal grade formation, the 8 desolations, 6 harmonies, world purifying, glazed formation array. Chu Xian replied casually. Chi Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed on the formation. Sect Master, this is an immortal grade formation? Yes, what about it? An immortal grade formation. You plan to purify water? Chi Yu's voice cracked. Yeah, what's wrong with purifying water? Chu Xian asked back, his expression calm. Chi Yu was completely dumbfounded. Sect Master, do you know how much energy it takes to operate an immortal grade formation? Do you know how rare immortal grade formations are? Do you know? All right. Chu Xian waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about all that. This sect master just wants to use it as a water purifier right now. Just tell Mekan you do it or not. Chi Yu's mouth twitched as he roared inwardly in disbelief. This was an immortal formation. Even in the upper realm, major immortal sects would fight tooth and nail for such a treasure, yet the sect master wanted to use it as a water purifier. He had never heard of any powerful cultivator being so wasteful. What was even more absurd was that the eternal spring was already the purest spiritual spring between heaven and earth. Why would anyone need to purify it further? Even the well-traveled Chiyu was at his breaking point. However, the sect master's orders were absolute, so he could only sigh deeply and say, this subordinate will handle it immediately. Chiyu began his work, channeling the spring water into the immortal formation. Azure's spiritual light meandered along the array patterns, crackling and sparking. Meanwhile, Chu Xian strolled over to Long Outyan's cave, dwelling with his hands clasped behind his back. Old dragon, are you home? Chu Xian knocked on the stone door. Go catch a saint-level demon beast. I want to reward my personal disciples tonight. The stone door rumbled open, and Long Outyan poked out his dragon head. A saint-level demon beast. That's right, something with tender meat. Any species will do. If you really can't catch 1 inch, Chu Xian's gaze swept up and down Long Outyan's gleaming golden dragon body. Dragon meat will work too. That single sentence scared Long Outyan so badly that his dragon scales stood on end. He whooshed into the sky as a golden streak of light. Master, please wait. This old dragon will return shortly. In less than half an hour, Long Outyan had returned carrying a barely breathing Dao Integration Realm rock, landing before the main peak. Master, is this one fat enough? Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. By this time, Chiyu had also completed the spiritual spring redirection. A crystalline waterfall now cascaded down the cliff face of the main peak, the spring water bathed in sunlight and refracting rainbow-colored radiance. Chiyu was wiping his sweat and about to report when he saw Long Outyan plucking the rock's feathers. He was immediately speechless. What are you two doing? We're having a feast tonight. Iron pot stewed rock. Chu Xian waved his hand and scooped up a ladle of freshly purified spiritual spring water. Elder Chiyu, fire up the stove. Chiyu's mouth twitched as he felt that he, a mighty emperor, had somehow become nothing more than a handyman at Lingxiao Sect to their cooking meals or brewing medicine. Soon, smoke and fire rose from the open space on the main peak. Long Outyan wielded his knife to butcher the meat, while feathers flew everywhere. Chiyu conjured flames in his palm to precisely control the temperature, and Chu Xian stood atop the massive 9 elements cauldron, wielding his ladle with impressive flourish. The aroma of meat mixed with rich spiritual energy scattered on the mountain breeze. The fragrance drew all 5 personal disciples from their quarters. Xiaozhu still held her chin as she sniffed the air and came running. It smells amazing. What delicious food is master making now? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with anticipation as he secretly recalled how the last bowl of soup had helped him break through 2 cultivation realms in one go. Chong Lu walked at the back, but despite the enticing aroma, he remained wary. The last soup had completely cleansed his demonic markings. What kind of trouble would this meal bring? Chu Xian glanced back at his disciples and waved them over with a smile. Your noses are quite sharp. Just wait a little longer. Soon the pot lid was lifted, releasing a burst of spiritual energy and meat fragrance. Chu Xian waved his hand. Everyone sit down. The personal disciples took their seats one by one, with Chiyu, Xuanxiao, and Long Outyan also pulling up stools to form a circle. Everyone was soon served a large bowl full of rock meat, but when it came to the 5 personal disciples, what is this? Yu Jian stared at the single lonely strip of meat in his bowl, completely dumbfounded. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Master, you call this a reward? Chu Xian put on a stern face and spoke with utmost seriousness. Your cultivation levels are still shallow. The energy contained in rock meat is too powerful. Eating too much would cause your bodies to explode. He then gestured toward Chiyu and the other 2. When your cultivation reaches their level, you can eat as much as you want. Chong Lu stared down at his pitiful single strip of meat and sneered inwardly. Chong Lu, would rather starve to death, die outside, or jump off this peak than eat another bite of master's food. Yu Jian blinked pitifully at Chu Xian. Master, considering how this disciple used to cook for you every day, could you give me just a little more? This master is doing this for your own good. Chu Xian maintained his serious expression, but then secretly added another piece of tinder rock wing to his own bowl. Chong Lu caught this scene in its entirety and quietly pushed his bowl toward Lingxiao. Senior sister, you can have mine. If this were the Lingxiao of his previous life, he would have scoffed at mere rock meat, but now he wished he could snatch everyone's bowls. He nodded slightly to Chong Lu. Thank you, junior brother. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask. Chong Lu waved his hands repeatedly. Senior sister, you're too kind. Caring for senior sister is only natural. But inwardly he muttered, Humph. Senior sister, I don't need any other repayment, just give me your immortal bone. Gulp. The moment all four disciples tilted their heads back and drained the broth, surging spiritual energy exploded within their bodies like volcanic eruptions. Boom. Their chests rumbled, blood and chi churned violently, and all four simultaneously sensed signs of breakthrough in their cultivation realms. Their faces lit up with joy as they immediately set down their bowls and chopsticks, rushing toward their respective cave dwellings with wind beneath their feet to enter seclusion for advancement. In an instant, only Chong Lu and Lingxiao Yin remained seated across from each other in the courtyard. Watching his senior brothers and sisters file out one by one, Chong Lu clenched his knuckles so tightly that the stone bench creaked with soft crack sounds, while flames of anger blazed up in his heart. Here we go again. Master still wants to trick me into drinking soup. He pressed his lips together, struggling to endure, yet two stubborn tears still slid down from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Lingxiao Yin shrugged and fished out a wing bone that had been gnawed clean from his empty bowl, casually passing it over. Here, a wing bone from a saint-tier demonic beast. The remaining broth on it should be enough if you just suck on it. With that, he tilted his head back and continued gnawing on meat. Just then, an aged voice transmission reached Chu Xian's ears, reporting to the sect master, a demonic cultivator has arrived outside the mountain gate, claiming to be the palace master of the Demon King Palace. Should this subordinate drive him away directly? Chu Xian paused mid-bite, the meat suspended in midair, and replied indifferently, let him in. Chong Lu stared down at the wing bone, cleaned so thoroughly it had turned white, cursing inwardly. This old dragon dares to humiliate me like this. Yet the lingering meaty fragrance on the bone teased his taste buds like tiny hooks, making him unconsciously swallow his saliva. The next moment, he grabbed the bone in his palm, feigning disdain while carefully taking a small suck. Pure spiritual energy exploded, rushing from his tongue tip throughout his entire body. Chong Lu's pupils contracted sharply as the black-gold demonic patterns on his spine glowed an inch brighter. He quickly turned his back, shoulders trembling slightly, pretending to remain composed while continuing to gnaw the bone. Sect Master Chu, this lord takes the liberty of visiting. From the end of the mountain path, a resonant voice rolled forth. The palace master of the Demon King Palace rounded the stone steps, only to witness his own ancestor enthusiastically gnawing on a bone. In that instant, his eyes exploded with shock. An ancestor! The exclamation nearly escaped his lips as his legs went weak, and he almost tumbled down the steps. The bone clattered to the ground as Chong Lu froze, and the two men locked eyes while the air seemed to crystallize. The palace master quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughing twice and forcibly pretending not to recognize him. Ahem, Sect Master Chu. This lord has come with urgent matters to discuss. Chu Xian unhurriedly wiped the grease from his fingertips. Oh? What matter? The palace master took a deep breath, speaking rapidly yet with crystal clarity. Does Sect Master Chu know that half the territory of the 9 Nether Demon lands has been slapped down by mysterious great power? Chu Xian nodded. I've heard something about it. The palace master continued. Upon this lord's return from Xiao province, I discovered that an ancient ruin has appeared in the core area that was struck down, with extremely strong seals. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Chong Lu crouching down to secretly pick up the bone, his heart twitching, yet he maintained his composure. My Demon King Palace wishes to join forces with Lingxiao Sect to break the formation. As for the opportunities within the ruins, each shall rely on their own abilities. An ancient ruin? Chu Xian's interest was piqued. The palace master raised his hand and produced a memory stone. With a flash of blue light, an image appeared in the void. Above a deep abyss, an ancient bronze hall floated suspended, its door inscribed with flowing runes that emanated heart-palpitating pressure. Chu Xian's gaze narrowed slightly. Looks quite promising. Chong Lu also leaned over, feigning curiosity while actually transmitting angrily through divine sense. Fool! Who told you to come? The palace master's expression remained unchanged as he secretly replied. Ancestor has suffered. This subordinate came specially to deliver opportunities and help you return to your peaks soon. Undercurrents surged between the two while the surface remained calm. Chu Xian looked around at the 3 members of Qiyu, and after receiving their frequent nods indicating safety, he cheerfully slapped the table. Excellent. In half a month, this sect master will personally lead people there. Having received confirmation, the palace master cupped his hands in farewell, not daring to linger. Chu Xian waved his hand and instructed. Chong Lu, see our guest out. Chu Xian unexpectedly called his name, so he tossed aside the flavorless bone he'd been gnawing on and swaggered over to lead the way for the Demon King Palace Master. The two walked through corridors until they reached a secluded bamboo grove, where Chu Xian suddenly spun around, grabbed the Palace Master by the collar, and growled, "Emojio, what the hell are you scheming?" The Demon King Palace Master stumbled from being dragged, then simply dropped to his knees with his forehead pressed to the ground. "Ancestor, please see clearly. That ruin must contain treasures that can restore your cultivation." He glanced around nervously before lowering his voice further. "This subordinate suspects that the ancient palace's owner was one of us demon cultivators." Chong Lu's pupils contracted sharply, his tone turning icy. "Oh, are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." Emojio nodded frantically. "The ruins are surrounded by faint traces of demonic energy that mortals cannot detect, but this subordinate can sense the remnants. That's why I borrowed the Lingxiao Sect's power to open the ruins for our Demon King Palace." Chong Lu pondered for a moment, then suddenly kicked the palace master, sending him tumbling. "Get lost. If you act on your own again, I'll skin you alive." The palace master scrambled away from the bamboo grove, but secretly rejoiced inwardly. The ancestor's kicks are stronger than before. Seems like the food at Lingxiao Sect is treating him well. Just as the three-way competition concluded, Lingxiao Sect threw itself into full preparation for the ancient ruins, and the entire sect entered an intense period of fierce competition among disciples. Those who hadn't participated in the competition gritted their teeth in cultivation, fearing they'd missed their chance to shine in the ruins. While the sect bustled with activity, shocking news rapidly spread throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. Emperor Xuanxiao was dead. According to reports, while the emperor was inspecting the northern frontier, the northern demon clans that had been driven back thousands of miles by the Willow Leaf Legion suddenly returned with a vengeance. Two saint-level great demons joined forces to surround him, and Xuanxiao died in battle from exhaustion. On this day, in the main hall of Lingxiao Sect's primary peak, Xiazhu knelt before Chu Xian with tears streaming down her face, while Yu Jian stayed beside her, offering gentle comfort. "Master, this disciple wishes to return to the imperial capital to see Father Emperor off one last time." Xiazhu's voice trembled with sobs. Chu Xian sighed deeply. "Ah, go then." His gaze swept over the others. "You few should accompany Zhuer to the imperial capital and look after each other on the road." Lin Xian and the others immediately clasped their fists. "We obey Master's command." Chu Xian nodded and secretly transmitted to Duan Hong. "Old Duan, bring over a flying artifact." Shortly after, Duan Hong hurried over, presenting a purple gold wine gourd with both hands. "Sect Master, this is the drunken immortal gourd. I refined it, can travel 10,000 miles in a day without difficulty." Chu Xian accepted the gourd and pulled out a saint-level spirit stone from his sleeve, handing it to Xiazhu. "Zhuer, use this as funeral money to express my condolences to the great Xia royal family." The saint-level spirit stone was incredibly valuable, capable of helping a Dao-seeking realm expert advance directly to the saint level. Xiazhu clutched the spirit stone, her sobs growing more choked. "Master, this is too precious." "It's fine." Chu Xian pressed the spirit stone into her palm, then had Duan Hong demonstrate the control techniques for the drunken immortal gourd. At the cliff edge of the main peak, the five mounted the miniaturized wine gourd. Lin Xian stood at the front of the gourd, his robes fluttering, calling out clearly, "Hold on tight everyone. I'm going to accelerate." Whoosh. The wine gourd expanded dramatically against the wind, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into the clouds, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Chu Xian watched them depart, his brow deeply furrowed. The emperor's death was too sudden. It inevitably raises suspicions. He transmitted through the air, "Long Out Yin, secretly escort them. If anyone dares harm my Lingxiao Sect disciples, kill without mercy." This subordinate understands. Long Out Yin clasped his fists in acknowledgement, immediately transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the void. The five direct disciples flew for half a day. Lin Xian suddenly stopped midair, her brow furrowed deeply. "There's something suspicious about Emperor Xia's death. I plan to split our group. I'll personally investigate the northern frontier." As a reincarnated semi-emperor, her experience far exceeded that of ordinary people. Throughout the journey, she continuously analyzed the clues in her mind. Emperor Xia was originally a saint-level powerhouse who, even when facing two great demons of the same level, should have been able to retreat unscathed. Not to mention that Great Xia still possessed the Willow Leaf Legion capable of sweeping across the northern territories. Yet that day, Emperor Xia deliberately chose not to bring his army, and ultimately perished. All these anomalies pointed to the same conclusion: there were hidden circumstances behind his death, and this thread very likely led back to the Lingxiao sect. Her gaze fell upon Xiazhu. "After I finish investigating the northern frontier, I'll meet up with you all in the imperial capital." Tang Lu pondered for a moment, then walked to her side. "I'll go with you." Lin Xian's reasoning also made Yu Jian vigilant, and he nodded. "All right, be careful." Little junior brother, Chonglu and I will head to the imperial capital first. As his words fell, the wine gourd magical artifact dove downward, and Yu Jian's group of three stepped onto the gourd's tail end, parting ways with the other two. Watching the magical artifact disappear like a streak of light, Tang Lu raised an eyebrow. Are we two planning to walk to the northern frontier? Lin Xian smiled and shook her head, then suddenly called out loudly to the void. Lord Dragon, please trouble yourself to send word to Masters and someone capable to accompany us to the northern frontier. The void trembled slightly, and Long Outyen's cold snort drifted over. Little girl, you dare command this old man? Though his words were disdainful, a golden light still streaked toward the Lingxiao Sect. Then he revealed his form, glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. Watch yourself. Leaving these words, his figure once again vanished into the horizon, pursuing Yu Jian's group of three. Tang Lu burst into laughter. Having died once really makes a difference. Even Lord Dragon can't hide his feelings in front of you. Lin Xian? If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Meanwhile, Yu Jian's group of three traveled day and night, arriving at Great Xia's imperial capital at dawn. The entire massive city was covered in white mourning banners, the streets sparsely populated, with oppressive grief pervading everywhere. Fifth sister. At the city gate, the eldest prince Xiajia, dressed in mourning clothes, had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Xiaju appear, his haggard face finally showed some color, and he hurried forward to help her down from the wine gourd. Yu Jian's brow furrowed, and he leaped down first, supporting Xiaju with both arms. Junior sister, be careful. A flash of displeasure crossed Xiajia's eyes, but he instantly replaced it with a smile. Senior brother Yu Jian, long time no see. Yu Jian cupped his fists in return. Your Highness, long time no see. Xiajia's gaze fell on the unfamiliar face, his smile slightly stiffening. This is Chonglu, Master's fifth direct disciple. Chonglu's tone was indifferent, though he recognized this person in his heart, the young man he'd seen in the formless spirit ruins. Xiajia was slightly stunned. The Lingxiao Sect had gained another direct disciple, but he quickly recovered. Both senior brothers have traveled far to come here. You must be tired. Before the pleasantries could finish, Xiaju's eyes had already reddened. Imperial brother, I want to see Father Emperor. Xiajia slapped his forehead and turned to lead the way. Follow me. The group passed through layer upon layer of palace gates and arrived at the mourning hall. At the sight of the coffin, Xiaju's tears burst forth like a dam breaking. Father Emperor. Yu Jian retrieved a saint-level spirit stone from his storage ring and presented it with both hands. Your Highness, this is a small token of respect from our Lingxiao sect. Xiajia didn't even glance at the saint-grade spirit stone and quickly waved his hands. Brother Yu, I appreciate the sect's kind gesture, but I cannot accept this. Now that the throne has been passed to my third brother, if anyone should receive it, it should be him. As his words fell, Yu Jian and the others stood frozen in shock. Emperor Xia had not left the throne to Xiajia, who had achieved such distinguished military service, but instead passed it to a third prince they had never heard of. Xiajia's expression instantly darkened as he added in a low voice. Father Emperor issued an imperial edict on his deathbed, naming third Prince Xia Wu as heir to the Great Xia throne. I heard it with my own ears. Remembering how Xiajia had once fought alongside the Lingxiao sect in the formless spirit ruins, Yu Jian could only suppress his doubts and sigh softly. Beside them, Xiaju knelt before the memorial altar, completely oblivious to the outside world, the candlelight casting her face in pale shadows. After a moment, she choked out, Senior brother, I want to stay with Father Emperor a while longer. You should all go back. Before she could finish speaking, sudden commotion erupted outside the memorial hall. Ha ha ha, so these are the distinguished disciples of Lingxiao sect? They don't look like much. A lavishly dressed young man strode in with several guards, his eyes filled with contempt. Third brother. Xiajia's face changed as he shouted urgently. Show some respect. But Xiaowu barely spared him a glance. Big brother, I'm the crown prince, no, you'd better know your place. He then turned to Yu Jian and the others with a cold laugh. Go tell your sect master that Great Xia has other backing now. We don't need Lingxiao sect's charity. Before his words finished, he raised his hand and struck the saint-grade spirit stone from Yu Jian's grasp, sending it flying. You bastard! Yu Jian's anger flared as his true essence surged. Crack! A crisp slap echoed through the hall as Xiao Wu flew several yards, crashing into a vermilion pillar with blood trickling from his mouth. Xiaju stood with her hands still raised, cold light flashing in her eyes. Xiao Wu, you may be my third brother, but you will show respect to Lingxiao sect. She stepped forward menacingly, the power of the yellow springs churning from her palms. Father Emperor's body is barely cold, and you're already eager to serve new masters? Xiao Wu's face went deathly pale as he stumbled backward. You dare strike me? I am. Crack. Another slap sent him tumbling out of the memorial hall. Get out. Xiaju shouted coldly. Show your face again, and I'll break your legs. Xiao Wu clutched his swollen face as guards helped him flee in disgrace, still shouting defiantly as he left. Xiaju. Just you wait. After the figures disappeared, the memorial hall returned to silence. Xiaozhu wordlessly returned to kneel before the altar. Candlelight flickered, casting everything in dim yellow shadows. After settling Yu Jian and his companion, Xiaojia pushed open the door and returned to find Xiaozhu's shoulders trembling as she continued to weep silently. Fifth sister, he called softly, reaching out to embrace her. Xiaozhu flashed away, avoiding his touch. Imperial brother, I want to be alone. Xiaojia awkwardly withdrew his hand and lowered his voice. I know what you're thinking. Father Emperor's death was indeed suspicious. Oh, Xiaozhu's head snapped up, her gaze sharp. What does Imperial brother know? Xiaojia looked around to ensure they were alone before moving closer. Those two saint-level great demons' third brother secretly colluded with the northern demon clans to lure them here. He tricked Father Emperor into the northern inspection tour, then seized the opportunity to assassinate him. What? Xiaozhu's mind reeled in shock as the power of the yellow springs erupted outward, her hair whipping wildly without wind, her nails digging deep into her palms. Xiaozhu hadn't lost her composure to anger. She forcibly suppressed the surging power of the underworld within her, her voice ice-cold. Does Imperial brother have any evidence? Xia Jian nodded slightly and pulled out a palm-sized memory stone from his robes, its surface shimmering with spiritual light. I planted a spy in your third brother. This contains footage of their conspiracy. His tone shifted, looking troubled. However, the most crucial part is on another memory stone that I've hidden in my chambers. Go fetch it immediately, Xiaozhu urged. Very well, fifth sister. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Xia Jie clasped his hands in salute and hurried away. Meanwhile, in the guest quarters, Yu Jian was bent over polishing his sword, its blade gleaming like water. Chong Lu sat cross-legged in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes and whispered a warning. Senior brother, someone's coming. Knock. Knock. The sound came right on cue. Is young hero you there? This old servant Hong Si requests an audience. An aged, respectful voice came from outside the door. Yu Jian opened the door to see the elderly eunuch who had once accompanied Xia Jia on his visit to the Lingxiao Sect. He clasped his hands briefly. Ah, eunuch Hong, it's been a while. What brings you here? Hong Si bowed respectfully. Her Majesty the Empress summons young hero Yu. She says there's an urgent matter to discuss. The Empress? Yu Jian was startled. You mean junior sister Xiaozhu's mother? Precisely. Hong Si lowered his voice. Her Majesty says it concerns the fifth princess's safety. Yu Jian's heart tightened. He sheathed his sword and stood. Lead the way. Chong Lu moved to follow, but Hong Si raised his hand to stop him. Her Majesty has summoned only young hero Yu. Watching the two depart, Chong Lu's gaze darkened. He condensed a wisp of black gold demonic energy at his fingertips and silently glided along the eaves, following them. In the deep palace with its towering walls, the winding corridors were decorated with lanterns and colorful banners everywhere. Hong Si led Yu Jian through several palace gates before finally stopping at a quiet side hall. Pearl curtains hung low, candles flickered, and behind the curtains, the silhouette of an elegant woman could be vaguely seen. This junior, Yu Jian, pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Yu Jian stood in the center of the hall, clasping his hands in salute. The pearl curtain swayed gently as a soft, delighted voice came through. Has my dear Jianer arrived? Yu Jian felt puzzled, had never met the Empress before, so such intimate address was truly strange. In the shadows outside the hall, Chong Lu lurked, his brow suddenly twitching. That oppressive demonic energy was becoming increasingly obvious. Jianer, come closer and let this palace see you. The Empress beckoned gently from behind the curtains. Yu Jian hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward 2 paces, bowing. What are your Majesty's instructions? Oh my! The pearl curtains were suddenly swept aside. The Empress wore a semi-transparent gauze dress that showed her graceful figure. Her eyes were seductive as she stared at Yu Jian, looking him up and down. Jianer is truly handsome. Seeing you makes this palace's heart race. Yu Jian's alarm bells rang loudly as he retreated sharply. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with propriety. But the Empress smiled charmingly, slowly approaching. Jianer, don't you like your mother? When only 3 steps remained between them, she suddenly lunged toward Yu Jian, her voice abruptly turning harsh. Guards. The Lingxiao Sect disciple Yu Jian is trying to assault this palace. Crash. The hall doors were smashed open as dozens of Imperial guards rushed in with halberds. Damn, it's a trap. Yu Jian instantly understood. He threw a punch, the force pushing the Empress back several steps. But he deliberately held back to avoid killing her. Striking down a nation's Empress in public would have unthinkable consequences. Taking advantage of the guards' unsteady formation, he fought his way out with both fists, breaking through the encirclement in one burst. Meanwhile, Xia Jia was hurrying along with the memory stone when he passed the side hall and heard the Empress's scream. His expression changed drastically. What? Senior brother Yu. Before finishing his words, he turned and raced toward the morning hall. Fifth sister. Something's happened. In the morning hall, candle flames flickered. After hearing Xia Jie's urgent account, Xia Zhu's face went pale as snow, but her eyes flashed with determination. Impossible. Senior brother would never do such a thing. The two immediately turned back, heading straight for the side hall. At the hall entrance, Xiao Wu had already arrived with his troops. Inside and outside the side hall, killing intent filled the air like a drawn bowstring ready to snap at any moment. What kind of scum are these people from the Lingxiao Sect? As the great Xia's prince consort, he actually broke into the imperial palace at night, intending to commit such beastly acts against the Empress Dowager. The moment this insult fell, Yu Jian's pupils contracted sharply, and the rage in his heart instantly blazed to its peak. Chu Xian was his reverse scale. The last person who dared to insult his master had already been hunted down by him until they fled in utter disgrace. Boom. Violent true qi erupted from within his body, his robes billowing and flapping wildly. Yu Jian charged forward with bare fists, stomping on the palace bricks as his entire form shot toward Xiao Wu like a cannonball. How dare you insult my mastery seeking death? His punches carried dragon-shaped protective qi, each strike accompanied by thunderous roars. Bang! One imperial guard was sent flying heathen, crashing through an entire palace wall, with broken bricks scattering everywhere. Crack! Immediately following with a second punch, he shattered the guard captain's chest armor completely, metal fragments flying in all directions. Kill him! Xiao Wu, hiding behind his guards, snarled with a twisted expression. More imperial guards swarmed from the corridors and palace corners, their spear points weaving cold gleams, but Yu Jian fought with increasing ferocity, his fists already stained with hot blood. As he unleashed his killing techniques, screams and the sounds of breaking weapons rose one after another. At this moment, Xia Zhu and Xia Jie hurried to the scene, only to see Imperial Guard corpses scattered everywhere along both sides of the palace path, while Yu Jian continued his bloody slaughter. At the side hall entrance, the great Xia Empress sat collapsed on the steps with disheveled clothing, already sobbing uncontrollably. When she saw the two arrive, she stumbled towards Xia Zhu, grabbing her hand as tears streamed down her face. Zhuer, Mother only wanted to see your Dao companion, to know what kind of person your future partner would be. Who knew this beast? She pointed at Yu Jian with trembling fingers. He actually developed lustful intentions toward Mother. When he saw I wouldn't comply, he wanted to kill me to silence me. Xia Zhu looked up to see Yu Jian covered in blood and the ground littered with corpses, a shocking scene that brought tears instantly to her eyes. Fifth sister, Xia Jie gently put his arm around her shoulder. What should we do now? Her whole body trembled, but her mind flashed back to moments at the Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian brewing medicine for her, teaching her swordsmanship, accompanying her in cultivation. No, it can't be, she murmured. Finally, Xia Zhu pushed Xia Jie away and slowly stepped forward, her voice soft yet clearly reaching Yu Jian's ears. Senior brother Yu Jian. Yu Jian, who had been killing in a frenzy, suddenly froze, breathing heavily as he turned around, his eyes still harboring murderous intent. Junior sister. Enough! Xia Zhu suddenly raised her voice, tears blurring her vision. Why did you do this? Yu Jian felt as if struck by lightning and urgently tried to explain. Junior sister, let me explain. It was the Empress who… Silence. Xiao Wu jumped out, saying viciously. The evidence is clear, and you still dare to make excuses? Fifth sister, this beast who's worse than an animal. Slap. Xia Zhu backhanded him with a heavy slap across the face. It's not your place to speak here. I told you before if I see you again, I'll break your legs. Xiao Wu was frightened by the cold light in her eyes and retreated repeatedly. Fifth sister, don't be angry. Since you're here, third brother will leave, all right. Before he finished speaking, he slunk away in disgrace. Xia Zhu took a deep breath, her gaze pained yet resolute. Senior brother, you should go. For the sake of our sect fellowship, I won't stop you today. Yu Jian's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered his ear. Senior brother, I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. There must be some hidden truth. You must leave now, I'll be fine. It was Xia Zhu. But another voice transmission followed, from Chonglu. Senior brother, listen to senior sister, come back first. With things having reached this point, Yu Jian could only respond gravely. All right, I'll go. Before leaving, he took one last look at the Empress hiding behind Xia Jie. That woman's lips curved into a cold, triumphant smile. Junior sister, Yu Jian's voice was hoarse. Be careful. As soon as Yu Jian returned to his guest room, Chonglu immediately shut the door tight and set up a soundproof barrier. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a loud bang, and spiritual energy manifested between the door frame and wall cracks, instantly isolating all sounds from the outside world. Senior brother, the Empress has demonic energy on her. Chonglu lowered his voice, his face grim. What? Yu Jian straightened his back abruptly. She clearly has no cultivation. How could she be tainted with demonic energy? Most likely she's being controlled by a demonic cultivator. Chonglu shook his head. As for the mastermind behind T-Sit, must be Xiao Wu. He's the one who framed me. Yu Jian gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Huh, Chonglu scoffed. That fool can't even tie his own belt properly. Where would he get the wit to orchestrate such a scheme? This single remark doused half of Yu Jian's fury, yet it only made him more puzzled. If it wasn't Xiao Wu, then who was the real culprit? Just as this thought arose, hurried footsteps and the crisp sound of clashing armor echoed from the corridor. Thieves of the Lingxiao Sect, get out of the Imperial City. Xiao Wu's arrogant voice came through the wall, followed by the metallic ring of weapons being drawn. Chonglu sighed. See, I call him a fool, and he just has to come prove it. Yu Jian sprang to his feet. I'm going to reason with him. Reason my ass. Chonglu grabbed him. Going out now will only make things worse. As he spoke, he quickly gathered the scattered robes, jade slips, and talismans into his storage ring. Let's retreat first. We'll come back to settle accounts once we've uncovered the truth. The two pushed open the rear window and leaped onto the rooftops under cover of darkness. The tiles barely rustled as they landed in the dark alley beyond the courtyard wall, their figures swift as two faint shadows. Moments later, Xiao Wu's shouting drifted over. They ran fast enough. Tell that old dog Chu Xian that from now on, Great Xia has no ties with the Lingxiao sect. In another corner of the palace, after Xia Zhu had comforted the dazed empress, she returned alone to the morning hall. The flames of the bronze candlesticks flickered slightly as she knelt quietly before Xia Yanxiu's memorial tablet, seeming to sink into a silent quagmire. The curtain swayed gently as Xia Jia walked in, softening his footsteps and sitting beside her. Fifth sister. Xia Zhu's gaze remained unfocused, staring only at the memorial tablet without uttering a word. In this deathly silence, a wisp of black mist as thin as a finger emerged from Xia Jia's sleeve, slithering along the ground like a snake, quietly creeping toward the back of Xia Zhu's neck. It's getting late. Xia Jia suddenly stood up, brushing dust from his sleeves. Fifth sister should rest early too. Xia Zhu remained completely motionless, as if unaware of the darkness behind her. At the threshold, Xia Jia's lips curved into a cold smile as he turned to leave. That wisp of black mist simultaneously burrowed into Xia Zhu's collar and vanished without a trace. The candlelight reflected in the depths of her pupils, and a subtle dark gleam flickered and died. After confirming that Xia Jia's footsteps had faded away, Xia Zhu slowly rose. She walked to the coffin, took a deep breath, and spoke in an extremely soft voice. Father Emperor, I'm sorry. Creech pushed the coffin lid open half an inch, her fingertips just reaching towards Xia Yanxiu's remains. Senior sister, don't move. Chonglu's voice suddenly exploded from behind her. Xia Zhu spun around sharply, seeing Yu Jian and Chonglu emerge from the shadows, astonishment filling her face. You didn't leave? Yu Jian stepped forward quickly, explaining clearly how Xia Wu had surrounded the palace and how they had retreated. Junior sister, before he could finish speaking, Xia Zhu had already thrown herself into his arms, tears instantly soaking his robes. I knew it. I knew senior brother would never do such a thing. Chonglu cleared his throat, separating the two while reminding them. Senior sister, the Empress has demonic energy on her. She should be under someone's control. Also, he pointed toward the coffin. The same aura is even stronger on the late Emperor's remains. What? Yu Jian was greatly shocked. But I can't sense anything at all. Xia Zhu wiped her tears, her brow furrowing tightly. Chonglu grinned. I have some special methods for detecting demonic energy. Don't be surprised. After a brief silence, Xia Zhu's gaze regained its composure. You must leave immediately. The Willow Leaf Legion is formidably powerful. We're no match for them at all. If it comes to a real fight, we'll surely lose. But junior sister, Yu Jian wanted to say more with concern. Xia Zhu shook her head gently, her voice firm. I'll be fine. Xia Zhu forced a smile. I'm a member of the royal family. They won't move against me unless absolutely necessary. Just as the three were about to part ways, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the morning hall. Go quickly, Xia Zhu whispered urgently. Yu Jian gave her a deep look before disappearing into the shadows with Chonglu. Moments later, Xia Jia pushed open the door, carrying a bowl of steaming soup. Fifth sister, I specially had someone prepare. His words cut off abruptly as his gaze fell upon the slightly displaced coffin lid. Xia Zhu explained calmly. Elder brother, I just wanted to see Father Emperor's face one more time. Xia Jia's eyes flickered darkly before he showed a gentle smile, stroking her hair and offering the bowl. Silly girl, Father Emperor is gone. Don't grieve too much. This is a calming soup, greatly beneficial for the soul. Drink it while it's hot. The sweet aroma filled her nostrils. Xia Zhu lowered her eyes, pretending to sip while secretly using her netherworld power to envelop the liquid. Not a single drop entered her throat. All finished. Xia Jia took the empty bowl, nodding with satisfaction. Rest well. Tomorrow you'll need to. Suddenly, he frowned and clutched his temple. Hiss, such a headache. What's wrong, elder brother? Xia Zhu feigned concern. It's nothing. Xia Jia waved his hand, stumbling out of the morning hall. Probably just too tired lately. Once his footsteps faded, Xiaozhu immediately retrieved the soup from her sleeve, pouring it onto the stone floor. Sizzle. Black smoke rose. Just as I suspected, she whispered, her netherworld power surging within, forcibly expelling the dark mist that had tried to invade her body. Her gaze sharpened like a blade. Big brother, so it was you. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed through the hall. Xia Jie had returned without notice, leaning against the doorframe, dark purple light dancing in his eyes. My beloved sister, you're even cleverer than I thought. Xia Zhu tried to channel her netherworld power, but suddenly felt crushing pressure like mountains bearing down Dao Inquiry Realm. You, when did you? She couldn't believe it. Xia Jie, who had been at the profound core realm before, was now at the high stage of Dao Inquiry Realm. Sleep now, my dear sister. Xia Jie grinned wickedly as dark light shot forth, striking precisely at Xia Zhu's forehead. Her body went limp as he caught her in his arms. His slender fingers traced her cheek as he murmured softly, I had planned to make you my demonic servant and hold the grandest wedding ceremony, but you're too clever. I'll have to use force instead. With that, he leaned down to kiss her. Beast! A thunderous roar erupted. The void shattered as Long Outhian burst through with golden dragon claws, striking directly at Xia Jie's skull. Saint Realm? Xia Jie retreated in shock as Long Outhian seized Xia Zhu from his arms. Just as Long Outhian was about to deliver another strike, the void tore open and a pale hand casually dispersed his attack. Interesting. A hoarse voice echoed. A mere flood dragon dares to be so presumptuous? The aura was unfathomably deep. Long Outyan's pupils contracted sharply. Saint Realm peak. Power equal to his own. Let's go. He made an instant decision, transforming into golden light and fleeing with the unconscious Xia Zhu in his arms. 10 miles outside the imperial city, Long Outyan's golden light suddenly descended. As the dazzling radiance faded, he held the weakly breathing Xia Zhu in his arms. Yu Jian and Chonglu immediately rushed over, following the aura. The moment his boots touched the ground, Yu Jian cried out in alarm. Lord Long? What happened to my junior sister? He took Xia Zhu into his arms, his hands trembling slightly as his fingertips quickly checked her pulse points, his expression filled with anxiety. Long Outyan's face darkened as he spoke in a low, angry voice. Boy you, that brother-in-law of yours is nothing but a beast. He then recounted everything that had transpired in the memorial hall, how Xia Jie had harbored vile intentions toward his own sister in their father's memorial hall, even attempting to kill her. What? Yu Jian's eyes turned blood red, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Xia Jie, I will kill you. Chonglu pondered with cold eyes. It seems the saint-level expert behind Xia Jie is the true mastermind. But what purpose could they have in publicly killing the Xia Emperor? Before the doubts could be resolved, the sound of rushing wind suddenly filled the sky. Their target is obviously us core disciples. As Chonglu's words fell, both he and Yu Jian's eyes lit up simultaneously. The newcomers landed in a cloud of dust. It was Lin Xian, Tang Lu, and Duan Hong, who had rushed through the night from the northern frontier of Great Xia. As his feet touched the ground, Lin Xian spoke. Killing the Xia Emperor had only one purpose: to lure us core disciples into the imperial city and capture us all. Chonglu suddenly understood, adding coldly, the ultimate target is either the Lingxiao Sect or our master. Lin Xian cast him an appreciative glance, surprised that his junior brother had also seen through this scheme. At that moment, Xia Zhu's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Senior, brother? Senior sister. She then caught sight of Long Outyan and Duan Hong, and as if remembering the tragedy, suddenly sat up. My brother. Father's death. Yu Jian quickly pulled her into his embrace, gently stroking her back. Junior sister. Everyone knows what happened. Don't be afraid. We're all here. Lin Xian's gaze swept over everyone, his voice steady. The situation is more complex than anticipated. The enemy has at least one peak saint-level expert, plus the combat power of the Willow Leaf Legion not to be underestimated. Chonglu nodded, analyzing rationally. On our side, we openly have Senior Long and Peak Master Duan, both top-tier saint-level experts, but the enemy may not have just one person. Moreover, the Willow Leaf Legion once drove the northern demon clans back 10,000 miles. Their combat power cannot be ignored. Without adding several more saint-level experts, our chances of victory are insufficient. Lin Xian's lips curved slightly as he turned his gaze to Duan Hong. Duan Hong and Long Outyan exchanged glances, both showing affirmative expressions. Chu Xian had given clear instructions. The two of them only needed to ensure the safety of the 5 core disciples, with specific strategies to be determined by the disciples themselves. What was surprising was that these youngsters had already factored the 2 saint-level combatants into their calculations. Seeing Lin Xian's meaningful look, Duan Hong raised his hand and tossed out 3 golden orbs, saying casually, these contain 3 saint-level great demons. Adding Old Dragon and myself, the saint-level combat power should be sufficient. Long Outyan raised an eyebrow. 3 saint-level great demons? Lin Xian caught the 3 golden orbs and explained, These three were captured in the northern frontier. He pointed to two of the orbs. These two are the very culprits who killed the Xia Emperor. However, his brow furrowed. According to their testimony, there's something suspicious about the whole affair. They claim they only received word from their clan members that the Xia Emperor was planning to inspect the northern frontier. They had only intended to intimidate the Summer Emperor and vent their resentment against the great Xia dynasty. But when they clashed, the Summer Emperor neither dodged nor evaded, instead actively charging toward their attacks. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Chongluo's entire body suddenly trembled as his gaze fell back upon the wisp of undispersed, dark, demonic energy on the Summer Emperor's corpse, his voice low and grave. The Summer Emperor has most likely been controlled by demonic energy. If even someone of his saint-level cultivation has fallen, the Willow Leaf Legion would naturally be unable to escape the same fate. And the link binding everyone under the demon cultivator's control is Xia Jia. The situation became crystal clear in an instant, and all eyes turned to Xia Zhu in Yu Jian's arms. Xia Zhu pushed away from Yu Jian, the power of the yellow springs surging in her pupils as she wiped away her tears, her voice cold as ice. Tomorrow, when Father Emperor is laid to rest, both the royal family and the people will be present. At that moment, I will publicly expose Xia Jia's conspiracy and avenge Father Emperor. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Then tomorrow we fight. Duan Hong caressed the three fist-sized golden orbs in his palm, grinning. Perfect timing to let these three beasts redeem themselves through service. Long Outyin coughed nearby. Those three are beasts. Forget it, this old dragon is a beast too. Immediately after, Duan Hong ordered everyone to meditate and rest, quietly awaiting tomorrow's battle. The next morning, heavy dark clouds pressed low over the imperial city. The funeral procession stretched for miles, with tens of thousands of citizens spontaneously lining the streets to bid farewell to their diligent and benevolent ruler. Raise the coffin, the ceremonial official's long cry rang out, and over 100 strong men exerted their strength in unison, lifting the heavy casket and slowly proceeding toward the imperial mausoleum. Xiao Wu, dressed in mourning robes as the designated heir according to the imperial edict, walked at the front with a grief-stricken expression. The Empress and Xia Jia led the royal family members following behind. Each burial procedure proceeded in order, with wailing that shook heaven and earth. Surveying the surroundings, Xiao Wu inquired through voice transmission, "Big brother, will fifth sister and the others really come?" Xia Jia closed his eyes in meditation, his tone indifferent. "You just need to do your part. Don't worry, big brother. I've already set up an inescapable net all around, with the entire Willow Leaf Legion assembled." Xia Jia merely responded lightly, saying nothing more. Just as the coffin was about to disappear into the tomb. "Wait!" A clear, cold female voice pierced through the air. Xia Zhu, dressed in snow-white robes, descended from the sky with a group of Lingxiao Sect's personal disciples. "Fifth sister," Xiao Wu called out in surprised delight. Xia Zhu didn't even glance at this puppet brother, her gaze sharp as a sword pointing directly at Xia Jia. "Xia Jia, you conspired with demon cultivators to commit patricide, and today I will expose your true face before all the citizens of this city." The crowd erupted in chaos, stunned and bewildered by this sudden accusation. Xia Jia stood quietly at the head of the formation, gazing at the towering killing intent in Xia Zhu's eyes as the last trace of sibling affection in his heart completely transformed into cold, ruthless, murderous intent. "Expose me publicly? So what if you do? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." He calmly raised his hand, speaking to the void. "My lord, they have arrived." The void split open, and a pale giant hand emerged, striking directly at the Lingxiao Sect disciples. The personal disciples of Lingxiao Sect, this master claims them all. In the next moment, over 100 cultivators standing on giant leaves appeared above the mausoleum, their blade edges reflecting cold light that made the sky even more ominous. The great Xia's Willow Leaf Legion had also arrived. When the pale giant hand fully emerged from the void, Yu Jian's pupils contracted sharply. "Yi, Yi the Sword Saint." His throat tightened as he stared at that familiar face, seeing only confusion and shock in his own eyes. The newcomer was none other than Chu Xian's uncle Yi Shi, the former greatest sword master of the Eastern Wasteland and the Eastern Wasteland Sword Saint. "Impossible." Yu Jian's voice trembled. "Weren't you?" Yi Shi's lips curved into a sinister smile, purple light flickering in his eyes. "Little Yu Jian, long time no see." The smile was bone-chillingly cold, and Yu Jian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. 3 years ago, during the Beast Tide, Yi Shi had fought alongside Chu Xian's parents. Chu Xian's father and mother died in battle, and though Yi Shi survived by chance, he was severely injured and had been recuperating quietly at the Cloud Sky Sect ever since. Later, he completely disappeared from the sect, and the outside world assumed this Eastern Wasteland Sword Saint had quietly passed away. No one knew that after Chu Xian and Yu Jian left the sect, Yi Shi had stood at the entrance of the Cloud Sky Sect's main hall, furiously cursing sect leader Qin Mo, before being thrown into the cloud prison by the elders. Now he reappeared, surrounded by demonic energy. A terrifying thought flashed through Yu Jian's mind. Had Sword Saint Yi also been controlled by demonic cultivators? A chill ran straight up his spine to the crown of his head, leaving him nearly speechless. If his master learned of this. Xia Jia laughed maniacally as he raised his hand. Willow Leaf Legion attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 108 spirit realm cultivators soared through the air on giant green leaves, instantly forming their battle formation. Countless willow leaves transformed into cold blades, sweeping down with howling winds. Seeing this, Lingxiao waved her jade hand. Go! 3 Saint Realm great demons roared as they charged toward the sky, but they were steadily pushed back before the willow leaf formation. The Willow Leaf Legion was renowned. They had once driven the northern border demon clans back 10,000 li. These mere 3 great demons couldn't possibly stop them. From deep in the void, Long Outyin snorted coldly. A bunch of ants. He revealed his 1,000-zhong golden dragon form, his Saint Realm pressure distorting the very air. One claw covered the sky as he struck down at the military formation. Before the dragon claw could fall, Yishi drew his sword. Evil beast, your opponent is me. Purple sword light tore through the sky, instantly reducing the dragon claw's attack to nothing. 2 peak Saint Realm auras collided, causing the entire Imperial Mausoleum to emit deep rumbling sounds. Long Outyin's gaze turned fierce. Hee. None of these children will escape today. The 2 powerhouses battled fiercely in the air. Initially they seemed evenly matched, but as Yishi's sword momentum built continuously, the sword techniques that once awed the eastern wasteland revealed their edges. Wish. Purple light flashed past, dragon claw scales flew, and golden blood droplets scattered across the sky. The old dragon's losing. Below, Chong Lu frowned, seeing clearly. Suddenly, the void was torn open in a crack, and Duan Hong stepped out. Black and red patterns crawled across his body surface as he switched to a long sword radiating cold light, calling out loudly, Brother Yi, it's been a while. Yi Shi's sword momentum faltered, the purple light trembling slightly. Brother Duan, I never expected you'd become a guest under my grandnephew. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, there's more than one guardian. Duan Hong held his sword horizontally. Brother Yi, you've been corrupted by demonic energy. Wake up. Ha! Yishi threw back his head in wild laughter. Demonic energy? This is true power. As his words fell, he suddenly turned his sword to strike directly at Duan Hong's throat. What's this? Brother Duan, are you trying to compete with me in swordsmanship? Long Outyin seized the opportunity to withdraw, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness old Duan was here. Otherwise, he really couldn't have defeated that sword cultivator. After a brief respite, he looked up at the battlefield, still marveling at his master's profound background. That terrifyingly powerful sword cultivator was actually his master's uncle. As a mount, he suddenly felt a surge of pride. His thoughts shifted as the dragon's golden pupils locked onto the Willow Leaf Legion, his fury reigniting. He spread his dragon wings, whipping up a whirlwind of rocks and debris. His 1,000-zong dragon body doved down. Boom. One claw strike landed, and 18 Willow Leaf Legion cultivators were instantly vaporized into blood mist before they could even scream. Before the blood rain could hit the ground, Long Outyin was already preparing to continue his rampage when he suddenly sensed another terrifying presence emerging from the void. Vile beast, cease your madness. With a thunderous roar, the sky split open as a black-robed demonic cultivator stepped forth, his Saint Tier peak pressure descending like a tangible force. Long Outyin's eyes turned ice cold. Since his debut, he had been thoroughly beaten by every great Saint Realm opponent he encountered, and now it seemed the Xuanxiao Continent was crawling with experts everywhere. At this thought, rage surged within him. He swept his massive tail, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Screw you. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's shadow collided with the black-robed figure. Boom. Space shattered like fragile glass. Long Outyin spiraled upward, his golden scales reflecting blinding divine light as he opened his maw to unleash heaven-scorching dragon breath. The blazing flames transformed into a golden torrent, warping the very void with its heat as the violent waves swept toward the black-robed demonic cultivator with world-destroying force. Mere parlor tricks. The black-robed demonic cultivator sneered, rapidly forming hand seals as a Tintha Sans Hang demonic shadow materialized behind him. The shadow's 6 arms spread wide, forcibly tearing apart the dragon breath. The scattered flames fell like meteor rain, scorching the mountains and rivers within 100 li of the Imperial Mausoleum into charred wasteland. With a heaven-shaking roar, Long Outyin swept his tail with mountain-crushing force, but the black-robed demonic cultivator transformed into black mist to evade. The two exchanged thousands of blows in an instant, neither gaining the upper hand. On the ground, Yu Jian focused intently on the black-robed figure, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. That feeling was strangely familiar. Finally, when Long Outyin landed a direct punch to his opponent's face, The black robe was partially torn away. Yu Jian saw clearly and cried out in shock. The ninth elder of Cloud Sky Sect. He's been corrupted by demonic energy too. Hearing this, Lin Xian whispered. Could it be that the entire Cloud Sky Sect has been demonized? Yu Jian's heart raced with urgency as he immediately took out a communication jade slip, reporting the entire battlefield situation to Chu Xian. The other end remained silent for a long while before finally responding in a low voice. I'm coming right away. Turning attention back to the battlefield. High above, Duan Hong and Yi Shi fought with earth-shattering intensity. Duan Hong, armed with luxurious equipment, relied on external artifacts to match the sword cultivator Yi Shi blow for blow. Sky-splitting sword Qi crisscrossed through the air, sword intent churning the heavens. On another front, Long Outyin and the Cloud Sky Sect's ninth elder continued their life-and-death struggle. The Willow Leaf Legion had already lost over 10 members to the dragon's slaughter, allowing the 3 Saint-tier great demons, who had been suppressed for so long, to catch their breath and regain their fighting spirit. Now, only the lower-tier forces had yet to engage in combat. The gazes of all the personal disciples converged on Xia Jia, meeting his eyes directly. Yu Jian stepped forward, his voice stern. Xia Jia, His Majesty's Imperial Mausoleum has excellent feng shui, but burying His Majesty alone isn't enough. It's perfect to add you to it. Before his words finished, he shot forward like lightning, his fists thundering toward the Imperial faction. Kill! Xia Zhu shouted delicately, waving her jade hand, as everyone transformed into afterimages charging into the enemy formation. The great Xia Imperial family's experts, already corrupted by demonic energy, roared in response. In an instant, spiritual light exploded, sword chi crisscrossed, and battle cries shook the heavens. At the center of the battlefield, Xia Jie's eyes gleamed like blades, locking onto Xia Zhu alone as he said coldly, "Fifth sister, your big brother has come for you." Xia Jie had now reached the Dao-seeking realm, while among the core disciples, except for Chonglu who was at the Spirit Spring realm, the other 4 were all at the Mystic Core realm, with Yu Jian and Lin Xian at the peak of Mystic Core realm. The 5 could barely suppress the royal branch members, but once they faced Xia Jie, a Dao-seeking realm cultivator, the pressure instantly multiplied. Yu Jian was the first to charge towards Xia Jie. In the past, Chu Xian had been his only weakness, but now Xia Zhu was added to that list. Xia Jie's almost pathological obsession with Xia Zhu made Yu Jian's killing intent boil over, and his existence likewise made Xia Jie mark Yu Jian as someone who must die. The moment they faced each other, neither bothered with probing attacks, both unleashing their strongest offensive immediately. Xia Jie gripped a black short blade wreathed in demonic energy. Yu Jian fought barehanded, relying on his great-grade celestial body and great-grade celestial technique to clash heat-in with the Dao-seeking realm. Yu Jian threw a punch, golden fist light condensing into a roaring lion that tore through the air with its roar. Xia Jie grinned savagely as he swung his blade, dark blade light breaking through the lion and continuing straight toward Yu Jian's chest. Flash! Blood sprayed as a horrific gash was carved across Yu Jian's chest, but he used the momentum to leap through the air, driving his knee into Xia Jie's abdomen. Cough! Xia Jie spat black blood violently, demonic flames surging in his pupils, seeking death. 2 figures crossed rapidly in the sky above the Imperial Mausoleum, fist and blade colliding to shoot out blinding sparks. Yu Jian's golden light blazed brilliantly, each punch making the void tremble. Xia Jie's demonic energy churned, his short blade accompanied by piercing ghostly wails as it fell. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 brutal exchanges, Yu Jian's hand bones cracked inch by inch, yet he still roared skyward, spiritual powers surging wildly. Celestial Mountain Crusher. His twisted fists transformed into mountain-breaking hammers, smashing straight towards Xia Jie's face. Caught off guard, Xia Jie's nose bridge collapsed, blood flying everywhere as he roared in fury, releasing all his demonic energy. Kneel before this prince. The black short blade suddenly transformed into a 100-zhong demonic python, its fangs biting into Yu Jian's right shoulder. Flesh tore as Yu Jian's entire arm was brutally ripped off. Under the excruciating pain, he staggered and fell to his knees, yet still supported himself with his left hand, his gaze cold and resolute. Xia Jie stepped on his back, pressing the demonic blade to his heart, sneering, "Senior brother you, with just this little ability, you dare compete with this prince for a woman?" Bah! Yu Jian spat blood, a defiant smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "You will never be worthy to touch her." "Then go die," Xia Jie roared, thrusting the demonic blade forward. At the critical moment, a cold sword light descended from the 9 heavens. "Dare to touch a disciple of Lingxiao Sect. Have you asked this master's permission?" A figure arrived on the wind, lightly waving the long sword in hand. Golden sword energy slashing towards Xia Jie. Seeing who had come, Xia Jie's heart pounded. Chu Xian. He hastily raised his blade to block clang. In the dull thunderous sound, Xia Jia was sent flying dozens of zhang. Dense cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the black short blade. Then it shattered into powder with a crack. This spirit-grade height-year weapon personally bestowed by the Demon Lord, renowned for its hardness, was actually shattered by a single sword energy from Chu Xian. But Chu Xian had destroyed the short blade with merely one sword energy strike. Chu Xian gripped his sword and walked towards Xia Jia step by step. At the same time, Xuanxiao's figure suddenly appeared beside Yu Jian. He first precisely reattached Yu Jian's severed arm to its original position, then pulled out a porcelain bottle and thickly applied gray-white medicinal paste to the wound. Finally, he stuffed a pill carved with 9 patterns into Yu Jian's mouth. After completing this series of actions, he let out a long breath and reported loudly, "Sect Master, Yu Jian is safe. Since Jianer is fine, you can go crawl away now." Hearing this, Chu Xian felt a weight lift from his heart. He casually waved his hand and spoke dismissively, then flicked his long sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For streaks of cold light suddenly tore through the air, sword chi as solid as steel nailing towards Xia Jia. Xia Jia felt the world spinning, his vision slowly sinking, followed by a sensation of weightlessness spreading throughout his body. He instinctively tried to steady himself, but discovered with horror that his 4 limbs had somehow separated from his torso. "You severed Jianer's arm, so I cut off your 4 limbs. Quite reasonable, don't you think?" Chu Xian's voice was cold and indifferent. Thud. Xia Jia's torso crashed heavily into the dust, his eyes filled with nothing but endless terror. Chu Xian's sword was faster than any reaction he could muster. At this moment, Chu Xian had already turned towards several core disciples nearby, not even sparing Xia Jia another glance. He left him alive so that Xia Zhu and Yu Jian could finish him personally. On the other side of the battlefield, Chu Xian at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm seemed to enter an uninhabited territory. From several meters away, he casually swept his sword horizontally, leaving royal family members either dead or maimed. The lightly wounded spat blood and flew backward, while the severely injured were cut in half on the spot. With his participation, the pressure on the core disciples suddenly decreased, and they resolved the battle in an instant. Chu Xian pointed at Xia Jia on the ground and calmly instructed Xia Zhu, "Zhuer, Xia Jia is there. Handle it as you see fit." Before his words finished, he hurled his long sword forcefully toward the Willow Leaf Legion in the sky. The next moment, his feet exploded with power, the ground beneath him instantly collapsing as he used the recoil to shoot straight into the sky, landing on that massive willow leaf. Squelch! The long sword pierced through a soldier's chest, and at the same time, Chu Xian landed steadily on the emerald leaf and pulled out his sword. Having not yet reached the Saint Realm, he couldn't fly through the air and had to propel the giant leaf beneath his feet, rushing toward the nearest target. On the giant leaf, his white robes fluttered as sword light Flickeretta was like a god of slaughter. Swoosh! The sweeping sword light traced an arc, and 3 Willow Leaf Legion cultivators' heads flew off simultaneously, blood rain splattering the sky, full of willow leaves crimson. Only then did the commander below realize what was happening, roaring hoarsely, "There's an enemy here too." Form the array quickly. However, Chu Xian's figure was ghostly, each sword accurately piercing throats as he moved through the willow leaves, limbs scattering everywhere. Boom! His sword momentum suddenly changed, and 100 zhang sword chi tore down from above, ripping through the core of the military formation. 18 cultivators instantly turned to blood mist. The military array that could rival Saint Realm experts was like paper before him. Flee, flee. The formation collapsed, soldiers scattering in panic. Chu Xian sneered coldly. "Those who move against my Lingxiao Sect shall be killed without mercy." With his final sword strike, all the willow leaves in the sky were stained red. After eliminating the Willow Leaf Legion, he glanced from afar at Long Outyan's battle circle, then fixed his gaze on the black-robed elder who was fighting fiercely with Duan Hong. "Uncle." A single call of "uncle" made Yishi's body tremble as he battled Duan Hong. His sword paused momentarily before he thrust backward fiercely, forcing Duan Hong to retreat several steps. Then hastily looked toward the source of the voice not far away. His nephew Chu Xian was staggering toward them. "Xiener." The brief call brought a flicker of clarity to Yishi's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Duan Hong's attacks came like a tide, and he dared not be distracted for even a moment. Only now could he truly see Chu Xian's figure and cultivation level clearly. In that split second, demonic energy suddenly surged within Yishi. Purple-black mist flames burst wildly from his meridians, and twisted killing intent instantly shattered that moment of lucidity. "Kill Chu Xian." The roar tore through his throat as Yishi's face contorted like a demon's, and the area within 100 zhang around him turned pitch black in an instant. Boom! Violent, demonic flames shot skyward as he transformed into a demonic shadow, tearing through the air straight toward Chu Xian. Before his sword arrived, the saint-level pressure had already cracked the earth, sending stone fragments flying like waves. "Sect Master, be careful!" Duan Hong roared. black and red patterns blazing across his body as he became a blur, blocking Chu Xian's path. Clanked, two swords clashed with a thunderous metallic sound that echoed throughout, shaking the entire imperial mausoleum as tiles fell like rain. Uncle, Chu Xian's eyes turned red. Knowing full well he was no match for either Yi Shi or Duan Hong, and unwilling to see them harm each other, he crushed the emperor-grade spirit stone in his palm without hesitation. Crack! A golden pillar of light pierced the clouds as vast imperial might swept across like a tide. Bang! The explosive sound swept through the 9 heavens, and the 9th elder of Lingxiao Sect, who had been fighting fiercely with Long Outyin nearby, instantly exploded under this pressure, turning into a blood mist. Before the blood mist had fully dispersed, a tear mixed with demonic energy slid down from the corner of Yi Shi's eye, tracing a dark red arc in the wind before finally landing on Chu Xian's robes. Uncle, I will definitely restore you. Chu Xian growled as the spirit stone between his fingers completely shattered. Chi Yu, for Uncle's sake, you must endure the backlash again. A crimson phantom suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It slowly solidified from the air, and the moment it appeared, all surrounding noise ceased. Boom! Invisible imperial might pressed down like the sky collapsing, instantly causing the ground to sink 3 feet. Except for Xuanxiao, who barely remained standing, everyone else fell to their knees with foreheads touching the ground, even breathing becoming difficult. High above, Long Outyin's thousand-zhong dragon body trembled violently, his dragon head involuntarily lowering. Duan Hong's eyes widened, but he dared not look directly, his black and red patterns flickering frantically, yet unable to dispel the trembling deep in his soul. The crimson phantom stood with hands behind its back, its imperial might causing space and time to twist and collapse. This was a true great emperor. Words became law, and all paths submitted. Chu Xian looked up with complex emotions in his gaze. The phantom nodded slightly, raised its hand, and pointed gently. Yi Shi's churning demonic energy instantly froze, his fierce expression locked in place, his entire being like an insect trapped in amber, unable to even move his eyeballs. Imperial realm laws descended, firmly suppressing the boiling demonic seed within his body. Thud! As the phantom withdrew its finger, Yi Shi fell like a torn rag from the sky, crashing into the imperial mausoleum ruins and raising clouds of dust. Within the dust, the demonic energy around his body was flowing back into him at a visible rate. Chi Yu's phantom turned to look at Chu Xian, silent, yet clear divine thoughts flowed into Chu Xian's mind. Sect Master, the demonic seed in his body has been temporarily suppressed. You may bring him back to the sect for further treatment. With that, Chi Yu's phantom slowly dissipated. After the crimson feather phantom dissipated, the terrifying pressure that had filled heaven and earth finally receded. Air began to flow again, yet people's minds remained firmly gripped by what they had just witnessed. Yu Jian's knees had sunk into the rubble. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead, merely a projection, had made his soul tremble, like an ant gazing up at the vast sky. He stammered in a trembling voice. What realm is this? Emperor realm. Lin Xian's voice shook, his chest heaving. The ultimate goal he had pursued his entire life now struck before his eyes like thunder. Chongluo's heart also surged with emotion. This is my lifelong pursuit, as well. No wonder Master is so monstrously powerful. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled past events, and his heart roared with fury. That bastard Master. Half the territory of the 9 Nether Demon lands was once sunk by a mysterious palm strike, and this old man died at that time too. It must have been you who ordered Elder Chiyu to act. Ark, bastard Master, this old man is irreconcilably opposed to you. Meanwhile, Xuanxiao and Duan Hong's chests rose and fell violently. As peak masters of Lingxiao Sect, they had never detected that a great emperor powerhouse was hidden within their sect. Beyond their shock, both felt fortunate to have joined Lingxiao Sect, and their respect for Chu Xian deepened by another 3 degrees. Only Long Outyin held his dragon head high, his golden eyes full of smugness. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. I've known Elder Chiyu was a great emperor all along. And he's not the only one in the sect. Several old folks up and down the hierarchy have kicked this old dragon's butt. Thinking of this, he secretly touched his dragon rear with his claw and grinned mischievously. Chu Xian took in everyone's expressions, coughed lightly, and dispersed the heavy atmosphere. All right, stop standing around, clean up the battlefield. Old Duan, escort me, Old Sai, and my uncle back to the sect. Long Outyin, guard Jinner and the others. With the orders given, the crowd immediately sprang into action. The 3 saint-level great demons were summoned by Duan Hong with a wave of his hand, transforming back into golden orbs and disappearing into his sleeve. Duan Hong then tossed his long sword into the air. The blade hummed as he led Chu Xian, Xuanxiao, and Yi Shi onto the sword. A streak of light pierced the sky, heading straight back to Lingxiao Sect. In less than half a tea's time, the light had landed on the sect's main peak. To the back mountain, Chu Xian said without hesitation, carrying Yi Shi as he strode away. The demonic energy within Yishi ran too deep even Qiyu couldn't instantly remove it. Only the 8 desolations, 6 harmonies world-purifying, glazed formation could completely cleanse it. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, 8 towering jade pillars stood tall. Chu Xian carried Yishi into the formation's center, and the array patterns blazed to life. Brilliant glazed divine light shooting straight into the 9 heavens. Surging, pure purification power flooded into Yishi's body like a tide. Black mist roiled across his entire form, the vapor twisting into grotesque, ghostly faces that shrieked, tearing through the air. Not his is. Where the divine light passed, demonic energy crumbled inch by inch, the black mist crackling as it burned. Yishi convulsed in agony, black blood pouring from his 7 orifices. Chu Xian pressed down on him with both hands, watching as the last wisp of demonic energy was forced to his brow, condensing into a pitch-black seed. His heartstrings tightened. Boom. The divine light surged, and the demon seed let out a piercing shriek before crumbling to ash. Xuanxiao flashed forward, stuffing a pill radiating 9-colored divine light into Yishi's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, its rich medicinal power rushing through his meridians. Yishi's pale complexion visibly transformed to a healthy flush. Xuanxiao placed his hand on Yishi's pulse point, and after a brief examination, reported with delight. Sect Master, after taking this high-grade saint-level pill, his shattered meridians have begun to reconstruct. Hearing these words, the heavy stone in Chu Xian's heart finally settled. In the Great Xia Imperial City, the battlefield had been cleared, and all surviving members of the Great Xia royal family were suppressed by Long Outyan. Atop the golden pillar, a massive dragon coiled in rest, its whiskers swaying gently in the night breeze, while the air still carried the lingering scent of blood and fire. Just steps away lay Xia Jie's corpse, riddled with wounds like a honeycomb, his blood congealed into dark stains on the ground. Xia Zhu's heart felt as if pierced by knives as she stumbled into Yu Jian's embrace, her voice trembling. "Senior brother, what should I do?" Yu Jian surveyed their surroundings, where the demonized royal family member Xiao Wu, the empress, and others sat bound in chains with vacant expressions. These were Xia Zhu's only remaining blood relatives. Yu Jian tightened his arms around her and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid. Master will surely have a solution." He retrieved a communication jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. Before he could speak, Chu Xian's resolute voice came from the other end. "Bring them all back to the sect. I can help restore them." Upon receiving this response, tears streamed down Xia Zhu's face as she gripped Yu Jian's arm tightly. "Senior brother, mother can be saved." She immediately arranged for a Dao boat and ordered Yu Jian to escort all the demonized royal family members to the Lingxiao Sect. Yu Jian was startled. "Junior sister, aren't you coming back to the sect with us?" Xia Zhu shook her head with a gentle smile. "Father has yet to be buried, and I must clean up this royal mess myself." Yu Jian took a deep breath and caressed her cheek. "The Empress and I will wait for you at the sect." That night, torches flickered before the ruined imperial mausoleum. Xia Yanqiu's coffin slowly descended into the tomb chamber amid the glow of talisman arrays, while paper money fluttered through the sky. Xia Zhu knelt in plain white robes, her forehead repeatedly striking the stone floor. Behind her, the few remaining uncorrupted old ministers prostrated themselves in grief. The once glorious Great Xia royal family was reduced to ruins and rubble. As the final restriction fell into place, Xia Yanqiu's life was sealed away forever. In the depths of night, the imperial city stood empty and desolate. Xia Zhu sat alone in the pitch-black great hall, the lamplight extinguished, with no one daring to disturb her. At dawn the next day, she entered the court hall, her voice clear yet brooking no argument. "From this day forth, the Great Xia Empire abolishes imperial rule. The territory shall be renamed Lingxiao Province, and shall forever honor the Lingxiao Sect as supreme." These words struck like thunder, causing an uproar among the court officials. Some old ministers fainted on the spot as the 1,000-year imperial lineage came to an end, while many others knelt and cried out, "We obey the 5th princess's decree." The royal family, now a mere shell of its former self, had no possibility of restoration, making the abolition of imperial power the most rational choice. Atop the golden pillar in the hall, Long Outyan curled his whiskers and let out a low chuckle. "This little Zhu has quite the courage." The decree spread across the territory like a hurricane. The memory stones in city squares repeatedly broadcast the announcement, eliciting various reactions from the people. "The royal family is gone. We'll be governed by the Lingxiao Sect now. Excellent. No more oppression from royal relatives." Different voices rose and fell, but most people held hope for the future. 3 days later, the Lingxiao Sect responded. From atop Lingxiao Peak, a golden light shot skyward, and the sect master's decree transformed into a vast curtain of light covering the heavens. From this day forward, Lingxiao Province abolishes noble privileges, and all cultivators are equal. Lingxiao branch halls shall be established in every city, both to recruit disciples and to govern local affairs. The news spread outward from the Lingxiao sect in rippling waves. Countless Lingxiao sect disciples poured out from the sect, heading to major cities and towns to establish branch halls. The news sent shockwaves throughout Lingxiao province. Cultivators who had previously been barred entry due to their imperial affiliations now found themselves free from royal constraints, flooding toward trial sites across the land. Long queues formed before the Lingxiao branch halls in every major city, with banners fluttering and voices rising in excitement. At one spinning wheel, an elderly cultivator with white hair trembled as his fingertips left the disc, then collapsed to his knees with tears streaming down his face. Heaven has not forsaken me. This old fool can truly enter the Lingxiao sect. This batch of disciples possessed remarkable talent. Most came from generations of great Xia royal selections and already had solid foundations, achieving an astounding 70% trial pass rate. At the main peak of Lingxiao sect, Chu Xian stood upon the cloud platform, watching as sect flying vessels descended one after another, their decks filled with new disciples flushed with excitement. A smile played at his lips. Great Xia has fallen, and Lingxiao shall rise. Sect Master, Sword Saint Yi has awakened. Xuanxiao's voice suddenly rang out. Chu Xian's form flickered as his escape light carved an arc through the air, instantly arriving at the summit of Medicine Peak. Pushing open the door, medicinal fragrances wafted out on the breeze, revealing Yishi leaning against a jade couch, his face still pale, but his eyes bright once more. Uncle, Chu Xian's voice trembled slightly. Xianer. Yishi looked up, struggling to sit upright. The hand that had once diverted celestial rivers and slain countless enemies now felt bone-chillingly cold. Chu Xian quickly pressed him back down. Don't move. Yishi smiled bitterly. I never thought I'd live to see you again. Suddenly his expression grew stern. Xianer, something terrible has happened to the Yunxiao sect. As he recounted the events in broken fragments, Chu Xian's face grew increasingly dark. After Qin Mo's defeat by Chu Xian at the Spirit Spring realm and his return to the sect, he had become demonized. Within mere months, everyone in Yunxiao sect from elders to servants had been implanted with demon seeds. That demonic energy was purer and more powerful than any demon cultivator in the world. All 12 sect elders had reached the peak of the Great Saint realm, while Qin Mo himself had achieved the Semi-Emperor realm. Now, they had brought most of the Eastern Wasteland under their control. Qin Mo's demonization is likely connected to extraterrestrial demon clans, Yishi whispered. They came to Great Xia to capture your personal disciples. Qin Mo has already taken control of the Eastern Wasteland's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and the Master of Heavenly Secrets divined that there are 5 innate Tao bodies along the Eastern Sea coast that could help him break through to true Emperor realm. Boom. Sword energy erupted around Chu Xian, causing the entire Medicine Peak to tremble slightly as sword songs rang out like frost and snow being drawn from their sheaths. What audacity, Qin Mo! How dare you target my disciples? He suddenly restrained his power, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Qin Mo, oh Qin Mo, do you think being a semi-emperor means you can defeat me? Yi Shi, remembering everything before he lost consciousness, spoke hoarsely. Xianer, tell your uncle the truth. Does Lingxiao sect have a great emperor presiding over it? Chu Xian smiled faintly and nodded gently. Boom! Thunder crashed through Yishi's mind. A great emperor. He gripped Chu Xian's hand tightly, his heart surging with emotion. Sister, brother-in-law, can you see this? Not only has Xianer recovered his cultivation, but he's also gained the support of a great emperor. Yunxiao sect could be saved. Inside the secret chamber of Medicine Peak, Chu Xian sat beside Yishi's bed, his gaze calm as he asked, Uncle, how far has the Yunxiao sect's expansion reached by now? Yishi leaned against thick brocade cushions, his face still somewhat pale. Struggling to sit upright, his voice was hoarse but decisive. Of the 21 states in the Eastern Wasteland, 11 have already submitted to the Yunxiao sect. Except for these 10 eastern states, they control all the rest. 11 states. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Qin Mo had saved him considerable effort. Calculated silently, planning to use Qin Mo's hand to unify the Eastern Wasteland. When the time was ripe, he would only need to take Qin Mo's head, then use the 8 Desolations 6 Harmonies Pure World Glazed Grand Formation to rescue all the demon-corrupted cultivators. This vast Eastern Wasteland would then fall entirely into the Lingxiao sect's grasp. By then, the Lingxiao sect would surely become the foremost sect in the Eastern Wasteland, with over 100,000 disciples being no mere pipe dream. With this thought, Chu Xian gently patted Yishi's shoulder, his tone confident. Uncle, rest and recover. Once Qin Mo clears the obstacles for us, I'll naturally accept this grand gift. Yishi was stunned at first, then suddenly understood. Looking at his nephew, he seemed to see the high-spirited Chu Xian of years past. Ha! His hearty laughter aggravated his old chest wound, causing violent coughing, yet he couldn't hide his joy. Good, good. That fool Qin Mo probably won't realize until his death that everything he's done is merely preparing a wedding dress for Xianer. Leaving Medicine Peak, Chu Xian stood with hands clasped behind his back at the cliff edge of the main peak, gazing toward the Yunxiao Sect's direction and murmuring softly, "When the time comes, I must personally say to senior brother Qin thank you." By seniority, Qin Mo was Chu Xian's disciple, so Chu Xian truly should address him as senior brother. With a thought, he called up the system panel. Main quest. 1. Sect disciples reach 10,000. 2. 1,000 disciples reach Spirit Spring Realm. 3. 100 disciples reach Mystic Core Realm. Quest reward. Host cultivation advances to peak Sub-Saint Realm. Current progress. Sect disciples 7. 59,310,000. Spirit Spring Realm disciples 85,31,000. Mystic Core Realm disciples 66,100. Chu Xian frowned and muttered, "Even if I squeeze every last drop from the Great Xia's remaining resources, the numbers won't be enough." He thought of how Purple Cloud State was twice the size of Lingxiao State, yet the Purple Cloud Sacred Land had only 8,000 disciples. Completing the mission with Lingxiao State alone would clearly take more time. In that case, why not directly merge the Purple Cloud Sacred Land into the Lingxiao Sect? Moreover, with the Xuanxiao Sect's rapid expansion, they might have already set their sights on Purple Cloud State. Chu Xian quickly analyzed the intelligence. To the west of Lingxiao State lay the 9 nether demon lands where demonic cultivators gathered. The southern Purple Cloud State hadn't yet fallen to the Xuanxiao Sect. The northern demon state was full of demon beasts, and other states were too distant. To complete the mission fastest, only the Purple Cloud Sacred Land remained as an option. Rather than let Qin Mo take it, better to act first himself. Having made his decision, he summoned Duan Hong and Long Outyin. After contacting the Purple Cloud Sacred Land through communication jade slips, they immediately set off. 3 streaks of light shot into the sky, wind whistling past their ears. The flying artifacts forged by Duan Hong were truly impressive. The Lingxiao Sect and the Purple Cloud Sacred Land were separated by tens of thousands of miles. Yet in just half an hour, Chu Xian and his 2 companions had already arrived above the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Before the mountain gate, radiant light burst forth like cascading colorful mist rolling upward. Hundreds of disciples stood in formation as elders from all branches of Purple Cloud cupped their hands in unison. "We welcome the Sacred Lord." Chu Xian merely nodded slightly before entering the main hall, surrounded by the crowd. As soon as he took his seat, he asked directly, "How is Saintess Ziyan now?" The second elder sighed. Though the Saintess has awakened, she has locked herself in the Cold Moon Pavilion, remaining silent all day long. Chu Xian's eyes darkened with turbulent thoughts. Having been possessed by extraterrestrial demons and personally killing her father, she must be tormented by inner demons with her Tao heart severely damaged. "Take me to see her." Outside the Cold Moon Pavilion, he waved away the accompanying elders and disciples. The moment he pushed open the door, bone-chilling cold struck his face. On the ice bed inside, Ziyan sat hugging her knees. Half of her 3,000 strands of black hair now turned white. "Ziyan," Chu Xian called softly. The woman slowly raised her head, her dim eyes like stagnant water. "Has Sacred Lord Chu come to mock me?" Chu Xian didn't answer, only focused on examining her condition-fine black patterns wound around her soul, the very sign of inner demons taking root. Without swift purification, both her cultivation and sanity would collapse. He had already formed a plan. Only the 8 Desolations 6 Harmonies world-purifying glazed formation could save her. In the next instant, he reached out to grasp Ziyan's wrist, turned around, and called out, "Old Duan, Old Long, you and the elders discuss matters first. I'm taking Saintess Ziyan back to the sect to purify her inner demons." Duan Hong immediately presented the spirit sword. Chu Xian rode the sword through the sky, a streak of jade rainbow disappearing in an instant. Returning to the Lingxiao Sect, his steps never paused as he directly dragged Ziyan to the great formation behind the mountain. Within the array, several royal family members were still undergoing purification, glazed divine radiance surging. Chu Xian brought Ziyan into the formation's heart. Boom. The 8 Desolations 6 Harmonies world purifying, glazed formation suddenly blazed with light, crystalline radiance condensing into substance and pouring into Ziyan's brow. Her entire body convulsed violently as regret and demonic qi churned in her consciousness, heartrending screams echoing. "Oh!" Bloody memories melted like ice and snow, black patterns peeling away inch by inch. When the last trace of obsession was purified by the flames of light, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming. "Father, your daughter has wronged you." Chu Xian withdrew his power and stood with hands behind his back. "The patricide was not your true intention. Since you have repented, follow your father's dying wish first, take care of yourself, then protect the Purple Cloud's sacred land." Ziyan took a deep breath and solemnly bowed. "Sacred Lord Chu's life-saving grace, Ziyin will never forget for all eternity. From now on, the Purple Cloud Sacred Land is willing to follow the Lingxiao Sect's lead. Chu Xian responded indifferently. He accepted the courtesy with peace of mind. Then he personally led Ziyin on a tour of the Lingxiao Sect. Spirit veins like dragons, spirit fields like seas, the artifact refining tower, pill pavilion, and cultivation method pavilion standing in orderly rows. Throughout the journey, she exclaimed in amazement, light finally returning to her eyes. One day later, in the great hall of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, after hearing the elders' tense reports about the Eastern Wasteland situation, Ziyin immediately slammed the table. From this moment on, the Purple Cloud Sacred Land merges into the Lingxiao Sacred Land. She then turned to Chu Xian, kneeling on one knee. Please grant this request, Sacred Lord. With her inner demons eliminated and having personally witnessed the Lingxiao Sect's foundation, Ziyin had long understood the choice to make the Lingxiao Sect's cultivation environment, resources, and heritage far surpassed what Purple Cloud could offer. The crushing defeat by Lingxiao disciples in the second competition had been no accident. With the Eastern Wasteland's treacherous situation, this was the perfect time to submit. Though the name would cease to exist, the legacy would continue. Chu Xian pondered for a moment. The Purple Cloud Sacred Land may merge into the Lingxiao Sect. A peak can be established specifically for your former members, becoming the 10th peak of Lingxiao Purple Cloud Peak. Former Purple Cloud disciples may cultivate within the peak. Ziyan's eyes brightened as she bowed again. Thank you for granting this, Sacred Lord. As news of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land's merger into the Lingxiao Sect spread, the entire Purple Cloud Sacred Land immediately erupted in excitement. At Ziyan's command, everyone in the Purple Cloud Sacred Land sprang into action, from the elders down to the menial disciples. Under the cover of night, disciples carried spirit crystal lamps as they dismantled the core formation plates of the mountain protection array piece by piece. In the rear halls of the mountain gate, elders opened sealed vaults, packing away millennia of accumulated spirit medicines, ancient texts, and equipment. Meanwhile, Chu Xian sent urgent messages from Craftsman Peak, summoning the newly forged Dao vessels of the Soaring Heaven Sect to rush to Purple Cloud's Sacred Land and evacuate everyone. As dawn broke, 50 Soaring Heaven Dao vessels blotted out the sky, hovering above Purple Cloud Sacred Land. At the center, a golden Dao vessel as massive as a small mountain gleamed brilliantly, its hull covered in intricate runes with spiritual light flowing like water. Chu Xian introduced it to the Purple Cloud leadership. This vessel was personally crafted by Peak Master Duan Hongfeng's Quasi-Emperor Grade. A Quasi-Emperor Grade Dao vessel. The elders exchanged stunned glances, their minds reeling. The Eastern Wasteland had never possessed Quasi-Emperor Grade equipment, yet the Soaring Heaven Sect had already forged a mobile fortress? After the initial shock, their admiration for Ziyan's decision to merge the sects only grew. What an excellent choice. Board the vessels. Ziyan commanded once more. In the plaza, disciples formed orderly lines to transport supplies while the leadership supervised and took inventory. Ziyan personally went to the Ancestor Hall, sealing away the inheritance jade slips that represented their lineage one by one. When she removed the final plaque inscribed with Purple Cloud, her fingertips trembled slightly as she whispered a prayer. Honored ancestors above, today's merger with Soaring Heaven is to preserve our lineage. With the last chest of treasures pushed onto the deck, Purple Cloud's Sacred Land had been completely evacuated. Depart. Chu Xian's voice echoed through the valley. In an instant, the combined 100 Dao vessels of Purple Cloud Sacred Land and Soaring Heaven Sect lit up with dense formation patterns. 8,000 disciples and countless resources transformed into streams of light, majestically breaking through the sky. At the stern, Ziyan gazed at her homeland growing distant and whispered softly, Father, your daughter has found everyone a new home. 3 days later, the 100 massive vessels descended upon the Soaring Heaven Sect. Before the mountain gate, thousands of Soaring Heaven disciples stood in ceremonial formation. Welcome, Purple Cloud fellow disciples, to our sect. Their cheers shook heaven and earth, instantly dissolving old barriers. Soaring Heaven disciples voluntarily took over the cargo, working shoulder to shoulder with their new sect brothers and sisters in perfect harmony. Chi Yu had already completed the transformation of Purple Cloud Peak. Since the Purple Cloud members now outnumbered the combined total of the other 9 peaks, he simply used grand formations to double the sect's size, then reshaped blessed lands and cave heavens within the newly expanded territory. Though such work would be effortless for a great emperor, Chi Yu was constrained by system limitations and had previously given away an emperor-grade spirit stone containing an emperor's image, so this transformation completely exhausted his strength. Sect Master, this servant will need to rest in bed for several days, he said with a bitter smile as he handed over the completion jade slip. When the Purple Cloud disciples stepped onto their new peak, they found cultivation grounds twice the size of their old sacred land, with rolling spiritual energy condensing into mist, and blessed cave heavens everywhere. Everyone's eyes filled with amazement. A young disciple murmured, "This isn't a merger, it's clearly an ascension." The surrounding sect brothers nodded their heads vigorously like pecking chickens. Standing atop the main peak, Chu Xian watched the scene of the two sects' disciples rapidly integrating and nodded with satisfaction. The system interface appeared at the perfect moment. Sect disciples, 15, 75310, Spirit Spring Realm disciples, 1, 1321, Mystic Core Realm disciples, 104100. Main Quest 3. Reach 10,000 sect disciples, 1,000 disciples at Spirit Spring Realm, 100 disciples at Mystic Core Realm completed. Reward. Host cultivation elevated to peak Sub-Saint Realm. Immediately after, new text flickered into view. Main Quest 4. Reach 50,000 sect disciples, 1,000 disciples at Mystic Core Realm, 100 disciples at Divine Sea Realm. Quest reward. Host cultivation elevated to peak Great Saint Realm incomplete. In the next instant, boom. Heaven and earth churned as a brilliant beam of light, thick as a mountain pillar, cascaded from the ninth heaven, completely engulfing Chu Xian. Violent spiritual energy flooded his limbs and bones while true essence surged like a raging sea through his meridians. Crack, crack, crack. His bones thundered as flesh and blood reformed inch by inch. A warm jade-like radiance emerged on his skin's surface, with faint golden glimmers flickering through his blood, the mark of entering the Saint Realm. Saint Realm, I've returned. Chu Xian clenched his fist, and the air shrieked as if torn apart. His divine consciousness instantly expanded tenfold, allowing him to perceive every vein on a fallen leaf 100 miles away with perfect clarity. His dantian underwent earth-shaking changes. The deep fissure that once existed in his divine sea had now condensed into a stairway reaching toward the heavens. At the stairway's end, a magnificent golden palace loomed faintly, its overwhelming pressure radiating down each step, striking fear into hearts. Throughout Lingxiao Sect, everyone felt the Saint Realm aura emanating from the main peak, causing their bodies to tremble in unison. Someone cried out, "The sect master has broken through." The voice spread like wildfire, and countless disciples immediately knelt in excitement. In the sect's back mountains, the old golden dragon who had taken human form Long Ocean stroked his chin in utter amazement. "Master is absolutely monstrous. I've only been in the sect for half a year, and he's gone from mortal to peak sub-saint. Plus, every time disciples surge in numbers, he leaps multiple realms, and even his cultivation methods defy common sense." Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, starlight flowing within his pupils. Soon after, the sect returned to tranquility. The expanded Lingxiao Sect now boasted magnificent halls and pavilions with spiritual veins running throughout, presenting a completely renewed appearance. The newly admitted Xuanxiao disciples, under the guidance of Xuanxiao Peak elders, quickly adapted and began their secluded cultivation. Chu Xian spent his days studying ancient texts, refining his combat prowess, while keeping watch over the Eastern Wasteland situation. He completely entrusted sect affairs to Qi Yu and the upper and lower emperors. Yinxiao Sect's expansion remained fierce. In just half a month, they had devoured 2 more states, now covering 13 states with their demonic influence. However, Chu Xian felt no urgency. Lingxiao Sect had Qi Yu and 2 great emperors standing guard, each wielding extreme Dao imperial weapons. Even if Qin Mo became a great emperor, he would ultimately only be offering tribute to Lingxiao Sect. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Demon King Palace sent another envoy. The 1-month deadline agreed upon with the palace master had quietly arrived. Chu Xian immediately ordered Qi Yu to summon all peak masters for a peak master assembly. The 10 peak masters gathered in the council hall. The original NPC elder who served as Sword Peak's master had been replaced by Yi Shi. After Sai Xuanxiao's careful treatment and Chu Xian's lavish investment of heavenly treasures, Yi Shi had fully recovered from his old injuries sustained during the Beast Tide. His cultivation had advanced further, with 1 foot already stepping into the threshold of Semi-Emperor realm. Though still a step away, his aura was truly formidable. The master of Xuanxiao Peak was Ziyan, the former saintess of Xuanxiao Holy Land. In the Lingxiao Hall, the peak masters convened for their meeting. Chu Xian sat in the main seat, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest as his steady voice carried decisive authority. For this exploration of the ancient hall, we don't yet know if there are restrictions on numbers or what conditions await inside. To be safe, the Lingxiao Sect will initially send 500 disciples. If there's no limit, we'll deploy everyone. If there are restrictions, we'll select from these 500. Each peak has limited slots, so choose carefully. The main peak gets 5 direct disciples, and the remaining 9 peaks will allocate among themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hong, master of the crafting peak, immediately bowed. Sect master, the crafting peak can provide 10 sets of saint-grade armor and 100 sets of spirit-grade armor. Sai Xuanxiao was momentarily stunned, silently cursing, "Old Duan is cunning," then quickly stepped forward. "Sect Master, the medicine peak has prepared 3,000 healing pills and 1,000 spirit burst pills." Duan Hong shot a sideways glance at Xuanxiao, snorted, and turned his head away. The two peaks were clearly competing for the position of second peak within the Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian nodded approvingly, confident that with the crafting peak and medicine peak supporting them, the Lingxiao Sect would completely outclass their peers in equipment and pills. He also needed to finalize the peak master selections for the Talisman Peak and Formation Peak. Sun wanted his disciples to achieve total dominance in all aspects during their next expedition. Within half a day, the list of 500 disciples was finalized, all the sharpest young powerhouses from each peak. However, what truly stood out wasn't the disciples, but the protective escort formation. Chu Xian personally led the group, with Yi Shi and Duan Hong, two peak-level fighters, anchoring the formation, plus the Saint-Tier Dragon Long Outyin accompanying them. Though Ziyan's cultivation only reached the peak of the profound core realm, as master of the most populous Purple Cloud Peak, she was also included in the team, with 5 additional Saint-Tier elders from her peak providing protection. The Golden Dao vessel rose from Lingtai Plaza, instantly stirring the entire sect. The 99 Saint-grade spirit stones embedded in the vessel's hull lit up simultaneously, carving a brilliant streak of light through the sea of clouds. 3 great Saint Realm peaks, 1 sub-Saint Realm peak, plus a Saint-Tier dragon. If that Dao Integration Realm demonic cultivator from the Demon King Palace stood beside Chu Xian and his group, his heart would probably leap from his throat. This formation was powerful enough to sweep across half the eastern wasteland. While the Lingxiao Sect members rushed toward the 9 nether demon lands, the Dian Sword Sect in the central region of the Xuanxiao Continent was shrouded in fury. In the central region, atop sword-questioning peak of the Dian Sword Sect, a white-robed woman sat cross-legged on a lotus platform formed from Tintha Sanshang, Sword Chi. 9 substantial sword intents circled around her, each one pressing the void until cracks appeared. She was the Dian Sword Sect's master and semi-emperor powerhouse Luo Qingxuang. "Great Sect Master." The Grand Elder knelt in midair, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Overwhelming demonic qi has suddenly appeared in the eastern wasteland, confirmed to share the same origin as the extraterrestrial demon race. 13 provinces have already fallen. Luo Qingxuang's eyes snapped open, and the resonant sword cry shook the entire sect. A million spirit swords trembled in unison as invisible sword intent tore apart the clouds for thousands of miles. "Speak clearly." Her voice was cold as a frost blade. "It's the Xuanxiao Sect." The Grand Elder was drenched in cold sweat. "That demonic qi originates from there." "The Xuanxiao Sect?" Luo Qingxuang suddenly rose, her 9 sword intents shooting skyward. A memory flashed back. The Eastern Wasteland genius who had recently been expelled from the rankings was now the Xuanxiao Sect's master. She smiled coldly, raising her jade hand as the entire mountain protection formation roared to life. "Good. Very good." Luo Qingxuang spoke each word deliberately, her voice like frost and snow crushing mountains and rivers. "Transmit this Emperor's decree. The master of the first sword pavilion, accompanied by 9 great saint sword cultivators, shall depart immediately for the eastern wasteland. Upon encountering any member of the Cloud Sky Sect, she shall form her fingers into a sword. A towering mountain peak 1,000 li away instantly turned to dust, kill without mercy. As for Chu Xian, the sect master of Cloud Sky Sect, he must be captured alive and brought back for this emperor to personally execute." The Golden Dao vessel broke through the sea of clouds, with runic patterns flickering at its bow. On deck, the transmission jade slip at Chu Xian's chest suddenly vibrated, its light patterns swirling chaotically. Chu Xian raised his hand and grasped it, the jade slip leaving his palm and projecting a light screen in midair. In the image, 10 sword lights crashed thunderously to the ground, blazing bright as meteors. As the sword lights swept past, cultivators in various colored robes fell in droves, spiritual light and blood mist flying together. The leading white-robed sword cultivator raised his sword in a horizontal slash, and a hundredly mountain range collapsed with a tremendous roar. Countless cultivators across the mountains were instantly cut into blood mist, their remains not even having time to fall to the ground. Such powerful sword intent. Yishi's pupils contracted as he silently measured for a long while, finally shaking his head. "I am no match for him." Chu Xian's brow was equally furrowed. The light screen shook violently, making it impossible to clearly see what the 10 wore, much less determine their origins. Suddenly, the sky above the battlefield darkened abruptly. Rolling black fog surged from the horizon, instantly devouring both sword light and earth. The clash of metal rang out from within the fog as 10 sword lights charged left and right through the black curtain, their forms shifting between real and illusory. In the next moment, the black fog surged violently, and the entire light screen plunged into complete darkness. After a long while, the black fog dispersed, leaving nothing in the projection. Both sword cultivators, and sect disciples had vanished without a trace. Qi Nemo has made his move. Yi Shi's expression grew grave as he identified the true nature of the black fog with a single statement. Chu Xian put away the jade slip, his brow deeply furrowed. While Qi Nemo was indeed fearsome, what concerned him more was the mysterious origin of those 10-sword cultivators capable of directly confronting the current Cloud Sky sect. Aside from the Soaring Heaven sect, he couldn't think of a second possibility. Could they be from other territories? Before his thoughts could finish, Long Outyan's voice came from the cabin. Sectmaster, we've reached the 9 Nether Demon Land. Looking down, everyone saw that vast stretches of land had actually sunk as a whole, like an open palm with 5 fingers spread. The palm print, 1,000 zhang deep, glowed red-hot, with magma solidified into dark golden veins between the finger gaps. This. Ziyan covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. A palm that sank an entire province. Duan Hong's voice trembled. What level of cultivation must that require? Upon reflection, he understood he could never possibly leave such a mark. Yi Shi stared intently at the Tao essence remaining at the edges of the palm print, then suddenly turned to Chu Xian, transmitting in a low voice. Xianer, this aura. Why do I feel it's somewhat familiar? Chu Xian coughed lightly, touching his nose tip. Uncle, perhaps you're mistaken. Familiar? Of course it was familiar. This place was precisely the handiwork of the Soaring Heaven sect's elders, though it seemed they had indeed used excessive force. The Tao vessel continued descending, reaching the center of the palm print. There, an ancient bronze hall emanating eerie blue light stood quietly, its doors tightly shut, surrounded by a translucent barrier with spiritual patterns crawling like serpents. The Tao vessel docked steadily, where the master of the Demon King Hall had long been waiting with numerous demon cultivators. Seeing the Soaring Heaven sect's Tao vessel descend, he wore a fawning smile and cupped his hands, calling out loudly. Sect Master Chu has traveled far, you must be weary. However, the first to step off the gangway were not Chu Xian, but 2 large dogs. Woof, woof woof. Since the ground below had sunk, the Lingxiao Sect's Tao boat remained suspended in the air without landing. As the golden Tao boat's cabin door opened, 2 massive dog silhouettes burst out one after another, instantly turning the scene comical. Woof, woof, woof. Erbai bounded forward with wind beneath its paws, each step creating clear white ripples in the void, as if treading on invisible stone steps, charging straight toward the bronze ancient hall. Woof! Da Huang followed closely behind, but the moment it left the Tao boat's protective range, it found nothing beneath its paws. The entire dog froze midair before plummeting straight down like a stone. Woof whine. Erbai smugly looked back, its tail wagging like a high-speed propeller, clearly mocking its companion. Da Huang's expression turned to stone, shocked dog face. JPG. It cursed inwardly. Little Bai, are you hiding something from your big brother Da Huang? The Demon King Palace Master hovered in the sky, his eyes nearly popping out. This is impossible. That white dog doesn't have a trace of spiritual energy. Only saint-level beings can fly. How is it doing this? Chu Xian was equally stunned. He had originally brought Erbai along only for its treasure-hunting abilities, never expecting it to show off so dramatically in front of everyone. In the corner, Chongluo's gaze was complex. He knew better than anyone that this seemingly foolish white dog had once been a mighty half-emperor, even suppressing him in the Wuxiang spirit ruins for thousands of years. As for its true origins, even he had no idea. Chu Xian composed his surprise and suddenly chuckled softly. Interesting. Erbai is more mysterious than I thought. He leaped from the Tao boat, his robes billowing. Let's go. If Erbai is this excited, I'm curious to see what treasures are hidden in that ancient hall. Long Outyan raised his dragon claw, wrapping Da Huang in golden light, and tossing it back onto the Tao boat. Then, 500 Lingxiao Sect disciples formed an array in the sky under the protection of Yi Shi and several other saint-level cultivators, hovering neatly above the ancient hall. What a powerful barrier. Duan Hong reached out to touch the semi-transparent screen, only to have his saint-level spiritual energy instantly repelled, making his breath catch. While everyone marveled, Erbai had already wagged its tail and effortlessly passed through the barrier, squatting at the ancient hall's entrance as if it owned the place. Again, Yu Jian exclaimed. Back in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, it passed through the restrictions around Lin Xian the same way. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes flickered as her jade hand touched her chest. The mysterious bone fragment inside her body was something Erbai had given her years ago. Erbai, what exactly are you? Chu Xian's eyes lit up as he retrieved a handful of golden dog food from his system space. Erbai's eyes instantly blazed with excitement as it shot back to his feet, its tail moving so fast, it was just a blur. You recognize this place? Chu Xian waved the dog food. Woof woof. Erbai nodded frantically, using its paws to draw a circle in the air before making exaggerated chewing motions. Ziyin had a sudden inspiration. Could it be saying, there's something delicious in the ancient hall? Before she finished speaking, Erbai excitedly spun 3 circles on the spot, wolfed down all the dog food, then suddenly charged at Lin Xian, grabbing her robe's hem and dragging her toward the barrier with such urgency, as if the finest delicacies awaited inside. Chu Xian looked thoughtful. It seems this ancient hall has deep connections with her bai. He nodded to Lin Xian. Relax and follow its lead. The next moment, Lin Xian effortlessly passed through the barrier before everyone's eyes. Holy crap! What's happening? Wait, is this right? She just passed through that easily. This scene left everyone completely stunned. Duan Hong reacted the fastest, raising his palm toward the translucent barrier. The moment his fingertips touched it, ripples spread like water, and in the next instant, he was violently thrown back to his original position, stumbling backward in embarrassment once again. Chu Xian glanced at Duan Hong, then whispered his instructions. Xin'er, follow her by, and see what it wants to do. Lin Xian understood immediately, and quickly followed her by. The human figure and the dog's shadow moved one after the other, ascending to the vast platform in front of the main hall. The platform was as spacious as a martial arts training ground, yet only a single towering stone pillar stood alone upon it. Dragons and phoenixes spiraled around the pillar's surface, their scales and feathers clearly distinguishable, demonstrating craftsmanship of the highest order. Erbai approached the pillar, raised its front paw to press against the stone surface, and barked excitedly with its tongue hanging out. Woof! Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then placed his palm on the same spot. Rumble! Thunder-like roars surged up from beneath the ground, and the entire bronze ancient hall shook violently. Thousands upon thousands of ancient runes lit up across the pillar's surface, their light flowing like fire. Erbai ran wildly around the pillar, its tail wagging with loud, snapping sounds. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure burst forth from the main hall's entrance, causing Lin Xian to tremble and be forced to prostrate himself on the ground. The faces of those outside the barrier changed dramatically. This is bad. Yishi's sword intent surged as he half drew his blade. Quickly, break through the barrier. Wait! Chu Xian raised his hand to stop him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the barrier melted away like ice under scorching sun, revealing the bronze steps leading to the main hall. Even more astonishing was that the entire ancient hall suddenly radiated a solemn golden glow, like an awakened deity. Erbai proudly raised its head, its expression clearly saying, "See? You still need this dog." Chu Xian's eyes flashed. "Let's go." The Lingxiao Sect disciples followed him down to the plaza. The master of the Demon King Hall snorted coldly, raised his arm in signal, and the black-robed demon cultivators also descended in succession. Though the barrier was broken, the bronze giant doors of the great hall remained tightly shut, like a slumbering beast quietly watching over everyone. Chu Xian glanced toward the Demon King Hall's direction, and they were looking back as well, neither side willing to be the first to touch those unknown doors. After a moment's consideration, he picked up the still spinning Erbai and walked toward the main entrance alongside Lin Xian, thinking to himself, Xin'er and Erbai clearly have some unusual connection to this hall, and with Erbai being so active, it should be safe. Standing before the doors, the bronze plaque bore two golden characters, Song Song, written with vigorous strokes that carried subtle Dao essence. When Erbai's gaze fell upon these characters, it immediately restrained its joy, its ears drooping as an unmistakable sadness flickered through its canine eyes. Chu Xian gently stroked its back, channeling his spiritual power to envelop both himself and Erbai, then pushed against the doors with both hands. Creak squeak. The heavy door hinges groaned with metallic friction, sounding particularly harsh in the dead silence. The moment the door crack opened, an endless darkness instantly rushed toward the plaza. Alert! Yishi drew his sword, pouring spiritual power into it, yet no light appeared. Immediately after, everyone felt a weightless sensation as if heaven and earth had turned upside down, as though they were being dragged into an abyss. Chu Xian steadied himself and shouted over the commotion, "Don't panic. Hold on to your companions. We're entering the interior of the Great Hall." "Xin'er, it's so dark here," Lin Xian. Once the intense feeling of weightlessness passed, they were still surrounded by pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. Chu Xian was certain he had been transported inside the ancient hall, and looking around, only Lin Xian and Erbai were by his side. Obviously, at the moment they pushed open the hall doors, Chu Xian and Lin Xian had been closest to each other, so they were placed in the same location. The two groped their way forward, with only the sound of footsteps echoing in the vast silence. After walking for a long time, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, and Chu Xian and Lin Xian unconsciously quickened their pace. Chu Xian felt the grip on his hand growing stronger and couldn't help but grin. "Xin'er, are you very scared?" Lin Xian was startled. "Huh? I'm not scared. Not scared. You're about to crush Master's hand." Chu Xian teased. Only then did Lin Xian come to his senses since the darkness had descended. He had been gripping his master's hand tightly. Realizing this, he let go as if electrocuted. Chu Xian didn't mind and gestured to continue toward the light. Just as the exit seemed within reach, suddenly, screech, piercing shrieks exploded. Countless bats swept over their heads, their flapping wings stirring up cold currents as they rushed toward the darkness behind. At the same time, Chu Xian suddenly felt something grab onto a certain part of his body. Xianer, I understand you're afraid of Master, but this is definitely not Master's hand. Chu Xian held air by with one arm, while using his other hand to pry Lin Xian's pale fingers away from his waist more precisely. His hip hand sighed helplessly. Lin Xian. What? What on earth did this emperor mean? What did I just do? A dignified semi-emperor, and he had acted so inappropriately in the darkness? And where exactly had he just grabbed? At this thought, he wished he could disappear immediately, his face flushing red as he hurried ahead of Chu Xian with his head down. Before long, the two finally escaped the darkness and stepped out of the stone cave. Phew, that cave was really deep. Chu Xian took a deep breath of the sweet, plant-scented air and felt refreshed. The scene before them opened up dramatically. Surrounded by mountains, a spiritual spring was embedded like jade, with seven-colored mist rising from its surface. Ancient trees towered along the shore, their branches heavy with crystalline spiritual fruits, each leaf flowing with subtle Tao essence. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and said in surprise, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Though not quite matching Lingxiao Sect, it's still several times stronger than the outside world. Chu Xian spread his divine consciousness, instantly taking in the scenery. Within a 100-mile radius, all Lingxiao Sect disciples had entered this area and were divided into several groups. Fortunately, each group was protected by saint-level experts, which put his mind at ease. Let's go. First we'll meet up with everyone. Woof! Airby in Chu Xian's arms suddenly barked softly, broke free from his embrace, and bolted toward the deep forest. What did this dog discover? Chu Xian didn't stop him, but quickly called Lin Xian to follow while taking out a communication jade slip. Uncle, old Duan, notify all saint-level experts that protecting the disciples is the priority. Unless absolutely necessary, don't intervene. Airby ran ahead while Chu Xian and Lin Xian followed closely. The dense forest was crisscrossed with shadows, hanging vines, and air filled with the damp fragrance of vegetation. After passing through the last patch of shrubs, their view suddenly opened up. An ancient and magnificent mansion stood majestically before them, its vermilion gates wide open, with bright lights and bustling voices inside, forming a stark contrast to the silent forest. This, Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened. How can there be a mansion inside the ancient hall? And with people inside? Chu Xian frowned deeply. A sweep of his divine consciousness revealed that the people in the mansion were difficult to distinguish between living and dead, their auras ethereal and elusive. But Airby had already eagerly rushed through the threshold. Chu Xian and Lin Xian exchanged glances, adjusted their breathing, and stepped inside. The moment they crossed the mansion's threshold, clamorous sounds rushed toward them. Dozens of banquet tables filled the courtyard as cultivators raised their cups in celebration, their laughter echoing through the air. Strangely, no one seemed to notice Chu Xian, Lin Xian, and Airby, as if the three companions and the dog were merely invisible observers. Everyone! A clear shout rang out, instantly silencing all the commotion. A man in green robes leaped onto the high platform, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes radiating an imposing presence. As he appeared, the dancing girls below bowed and retreated, leaving the courtyard as still as calm water. This expedition against the demon clan will be fraught with danger. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze sharp and piercing. But if it allows us to establish our foothold here, I, Xuanxiao, would die without regret. He raised his wine bowl high, his voice booming. To fight alongside all of you in this life is Xuanxiao's greatest fortune. Brother Xuanxiao, a bearded giant among the guests, shot to his feet, overturning his table as he roared in response. We swear to follow you to the death. Xuanxiao threw back his head and laughed heartily. Excellent. If we don't return from this journey, then we won't return. Hundreds of cultivators roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Immediately after, crack, 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 wine bowls shattered in unison, porcelain fragments scattering everywhere. The crowd rose into the air, transforming into streams of light that shot into the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Chu Xian's pupils contracted. Those departing figures numbered at least 100, most emanating the aura of peak Great Saint realm, with the weakest being at least 5th-level Great Saint. Airby whimpered and prostrated himself on the ground, tears in his canine eyes as he gazed in the direction Xuanxiao had departed. Lin Xian pressed his hand against the slightly warm immortal bone in his chest, murmuring softly, Master, is this a memory fragment? Chu Xian stared at the empty banquet tables, wine still swaying gently in the bowls. No, this is an obsession. Xuanxiao's final night left in this world. The three companions and dog entered the inner hall of the mansion. In the center, a jade seal floated in midair, emanating a gentle spiritual glow like water. Chu Xian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Senior Xuanxiao, this junior Chu Xian humbly disturbs your rest. He then channeled his spiritual power into the seal. Instantly, The great seal trembled violently. A phantom figure slowly materialized, the same green-robed man from before. Woof woof. Airby excitedly rushed forward, wagging his tail affectionately. The phantom paused for a moment, then revealed a loving smile as he petted the dog's head. Little Tian, you're still alive. His voice was as gentle as if speaking to an old friend of many years. He turned toward Chu Xian and Lingxiao, his gaze lingering on the immortal bone in Lingxian's chest for a moment before nodding subtly. A half emperor's rebirth. Little Tian truly didn't follow the wrong person. Next, Xuanxiao carefully examined Chu Xian. In the following instant, his phantom trembled slightly, pupils contracting sharply. Upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Clear meridians, yet all vital points sealed naturally crippled meridians. Yet this young man had not only successfully cultivated but reached the peak of sub-saint realm. Xuanxiao was secretly shocked. Could it be he bears the mandate of heaven? What alarmed him even more was the faint golden light surrounding Chu Xian, such overwhelming fortune that even a trace of a great emperor's remnant soul felt unsettled. After 2 breaths of stunned silence, Chu Xian spoke up. Senior Xuanxiao, this junior has several questions and humbly requests your guidance. Xuanxiao snapped back to attention, smiling awkwardly. Please don't take offense, young friend. This emperor was fascinated by your unique constitution for a moment. Chu Xian asked, Senior, you died in battle against the demon clan during your lifetime. This junior wishes to ask, are these demons the extraterrestrial demon clan? A flicker of confusion crossed Xuanxiao's eyes. He hadn't expected a sub-saint realm cultivator to know about the outer demons. Could it be that the 3,000 Dao states had reached such dire straits that even sub-saint realm cultivators were needed to resist the outer demons? His thoughts raced as he smiled slightly. Indeed, this emperor perished in fierce battle against the outer demons. Chu Xian pressed on relentlessly. Senior, your obsession mentioned that fighting the demons was merely to find a foothold. What did you mean by that? Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. You're not a cultivator from the 3,000 Dao states. 3,000 Dao states. Both Chu Xian and Lingxiao were stunned simultaneously. This term was completely foreign to them. To be honest, we come from the Xuanxiao Continent and have never heard of the 3,000 Dao states. Oh, the Xuanxiao Continent. Xuanxiao recalled the bloody battles of the past, which had taken place beyond the Xuanxiao Continent. He waved his sleeve to stop further questioning. Young friend, you need only know that beyond the Xuanxiao Continent lie demons, and an even vaster world. What I meant by a foothold you'll understand when you set foot in the 3,000 Dao states. Before his words finished, his remnant soul suddenly twisted, the azure light tainted by wisps of demonic energy, his features becoming grotesque. Not good. My origin is being corroded by demonic energy. Go quickly. Before he could finish, the remnant soul transformed into a wisp of azure smoke that rushed out of the mansion and instantly dissipated. Boom. The jade seal, having lost its spiritual guidance, fell down, and Chu Xian caught it with his hand. The characters, Xuanxiao, were faintly visible on the seal's base, but it no longer contained any spiritual power. Master, Lingxiao urgently reminded. Senior Xuanxiao's origin was corroded by demonic energy. I fear demons have infiltrated the ancient hall. Chu Xian's expression grew grave as he immediately issued orders through his transmission jade slip. Everyone converge immediately. The ancient hall is suspected to harbor demons. Just as his words fell, an urgent report came through the jade slip from the third elder of Purple Cloud Peak. Sect Master, we're under ambush by the Demon King Hall. 3 disciples are severely injured and need immediate support. Then Duan Hong's furious roar exploded. Damn demon spawn. How dare they ambush my Craftsman Peak disciples? Chu Xian's eyes turned cold. An ambush by the Demon King Hall. How dare the Demon King Hall master? Recalling what Shi Yu and others had said, that though the Demon King Hall practiced demonic arts, they were still human. The true outer demons were an alien race. His heart sank. Not good. The Demon King Hall must have been implanted with demon seeds too. All peak elders provide nearby support and protect the disciples. After issuing the order, he took Lingxiao and Airby and transformed into streaming light, rushing toward the nearest battlefield. 3 breaths later, a chaotic forest clearing came into view. Over 10 Lingxiao Sect disciples were surrounded by more than 20 Demon King Hall cultivators, blood everywhere, several disciples unconscious. In midair, a saint-level cultivator from the Demon King Hall was locked in fierce combat with the Purple Cloud Peak Elder. Seeking death, Chu Xian struck down with a palm from above, his sub-saint pressure crushing down like a collapsing mountain. The group of demon cultivators on the ground hadn't even had time to cry out before being crushed into bloody mist. Sect Master, the injured disciples cheered excitedly. Without pause, Chu Xian drew his sword, sending a cold light straight toward the sky. The saint-level demon cultivator didn't even have time to feel pain before his head separated from his body and fell. He had Lingxiao treat the wounded, while he himself took Airby and became a fleeting shadow, leaving Lingxiao to heal the injured as he continued rushing toward the next battlefield. After receiving basic treatment, the disciples of Lingxiao Sect hurriedly regrouped with nearby teams. However, just after they departed, a bizarre scene unfolded. The corpses of the Demon King Palace cultivators melted into the ground like snow, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. Half an hour later, Chu Xian had already rushed to aid 7 battlefields in succession. As disciples from various peaks gradually assembled and the last team merged with the main force, a terrifying truth emerged. Report. We've lost contact with Senior Brother Yu Jian and Senior Sister Xiaozhu. Senior Brother Tang Lu's communication jade slip cannot be reached. Senior Brother Chong Lu has also disappeared. Chu Xian's expression darkened like storm clouds. For personal disciples were missing. Had Qin Mo already entered the ancient palace? Chu Xian immediately extended his divine consciousness, only to discover that certain areas within the ancient palace could block perception. Airby suddenly became agitated, pawing at the ground and barking frantically toward the northwest. What was there? Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. After a moment's consideration, he instructed several saint-level experts to lead the disciples to Xuanxiao's residence, while he headed northwest with Airby. In a hidden cavern, Yu Jian, Tang Lu, Xiaozhu, and Chong Lu were trapped. A blood pool churned violently, its viscous crimson liquid rising past their necks. All 4 were now lost in illusions. Senior brother, our child. Xiaozhu wept, cradling a pitch-black infant in her arms. The baby's eyes glowed red, and fangs protruded from its mouth. Yu Jian's hands trembled uncontrollably as Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a cruel smile playing on his lips. What an excellent demon seed, perfect for forging the 10,000 souls banner. Master, why? Yu Jian roared hysterically. Chu Xian's smile grew more sinister. Because you are all merely pawns in my game. The scene shifted as the infant was thrown into roaring flames, letting out piercing cries. No! Yu Jian suddenly spat blood and staggered to the ground. The next second, the sound of tearing flesh filled the air. Yu Jian frantically rushed toward the flames, only to see the infant tear open its own belly as a blood-soaked demon crawled out. Traitor! Hand over the war, god bloodline. Tang Lu stumbled backward, his back hitting the cold mountain wall. Before him stood countless familiar faces: Chu Xian, Yu Jian, Lin Xian, Xiaozhu. Lu. Yu Jian smiled wickedly, raising a dagger. Master said if I take your heart's blood, he'll grant me the position of sect leader. Suddenly, a memory exploded in his mind. It was the same in the Tang family ancestral hall, his uncles holding bone-scraping knives, saying his bloodline should be sacrificed for the family. So you're all the same. Tang Lu slowly knelt as his war god bloodline hissed and sizzled. He watched his shadow twist in the moonlight, gradually sprouting demon horns. Under the blood moon, Xiaozhu collapsed in the ruins of the imperial tomb. Senior brother, Father Emperor. She trembled as 2 figures approached. Yu Jian's eyes blazed red, his fists dripping blood. Xuanxiao was wreathed in demonic energy. The dagger piercing his chest was the very one Father Emperor had given her when she was 5. Why betray me? Xuanxiao's throat produced a hoarse voice as his rotting fingers gripped her neck. Yu Jian's fist pressed against her heart. Zhuer, fall into the demonic path with us. Behind them, Chu Xian's figure flickered in and out of the demonic mist. A sinister smile curved his lips as chains in his hands were fastened around Yu Jian's and Xiaozhu's necks. Good disciple. Chu Xian's voice carried an enchanting quality. You should have realized long ago that so-called redemption. The chains suddenly tightened, twisting Yu Jian's and Father Emperor's faces into those of malevolent spirits. Was always a deception I personally wove. Xiaozhu's scream caught in her throat as she discovered black, demonic armor growing from her own hands. In the illusion, Chonglu raised his head to see a familiar, yet terrifying figure looming above in the heavens, gazing down upon all living beings. Chu Xian's black robes billowed as his right palm slowly pressed downward, unleashing a crushing pressure that penetrated to the very bone. Chonglu's entire body was immobilized, his breathing constricted as if bound by iron hoops. No, he tried to roar, but only felt warm blood flooding his mouth and nose. The sky-covering palm print crashed down with thunderous force, causing the 9 nether demon realm to collapse amid deafening roars. Behind him, countless demon cultivators' faces twisted in terror within the waves of blood. Ancestor, save me. Hands reached out from the bloody surface, but before they could grasp hope, they were swallowed by the vortex. Do you hate? A hoarse whisper pressed against his ear as cold, demonic energy crept up his spine, causing all the demon markings carved into his bones to instantly blaze with light. He destroyed the demon realm you built with your own hands. Chonglu trembled all over, his nails digging into his palms as blood reflected his twisted visage's pupils turning an eerie shade of purple. Accept this power. A bone blade wrapped in demonic markings floated before his eyes, with Chu Xian's figure materializing behind it. Take it up, and with one gentle strike, you can sever his head. Dark purple light flashed in Chonglu's pupils as his hand slowly grasped the blade's handle. The moment the bone blade touched his palm, he suddenly threw back his head and roared, "I am demon ancestor Chonglu. Though I am a demon cultivator, if I seek revenge, it shall be with honor and dignity." As his words fell, the bone blade suddenly reversed, its cold gleam pointing directly at his own neck. Boom, the illusion shattered. Chonglu knelt by the edge of the blood pool, sweat dripping from his hair as his chest heaved violently. He looked down at his trembling hands, his eyes clearer than ever before. Seeing the three others still trapped in illusions within the blood pool, he growled in fury. Huh! That bastard master. When I grow strong, I will suppress you for 10,000 ages. Splash! The blood water exploded as Yu Jian leaped from the pool, shaking off droplets. Junior brother, what did you say? Suppress whom for 10,000 ages? Chonglu's face stiffened. All under heaven knew that Yu Jian could not tolerate anyone cursing their bastard master. He immediately waved his hands. I said I would suppress that mutt De Huang. Last night that beast barked outside my quarters all night, giving me nightmares. Yu Jian's spirits lifted upon hearing this. De Huang indeed deserves suppression. Just the day before, it stole the spiritual fruit I prepared as an offering from Master. Before the two finished speaking, the blood pool churned again. Splash Xiaozhu and Tang Lu burst from the water almost simultaneously, their faces pale. Senior brother, Xiaozhu had barely parted her lips when the blood pool beneath their feet suddenly contracted. Junior sister, be careful. Yu Jian shouted angrily, pulling her behind him. The viscous blood rapidly condensed into a dark red heart, suspended in midair, beating rhythmically as its bloody stench filled the entire cavern. Chonglu's pupils contracted sharply as he roared inwardly. This is the great law of reincarnation and rebirth? He remembered when he escaped from the formless spirit ruins, the Demon King's palace had used this technique to revive him. Looking more carefully, his brow furrowed like twisted rope. Similar, yet more complex worry being used as nourishment to reshape a physical body. His tone remained calm, yet chilling. You were all trapped in illusions just now, weren't you? If you hadn't broken free, you would have already dissolved into blood water for this heart. Yu Jian exclaimed in shock. What? Who could be so vicious? Tang Lu said nothing, his war god bloodline erupting as he thrust his trident fiercely at the heart. Boom. The harpoon was blocked by an invisible barrier. It's useless. Chonglu's expression instantly darkened. Unless we find the remnant soul of the one about to be resurrected. Woof, woof. Familiar barking echoed from the cave entrance. Everyone turned to see Erbai running frantically on all fours, with Chu Xian following closely behind, his expression grim. Master, master. The four disciples struggled to cup their fists in greeting. Chu Xian's gaze swept from their ashen faces and chaotic auras to the beating heart in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Xuanxiao's aura? Body reconstruction? He deduced most of the situation in an instant. Suddenly, a deep voice exploded in Chu Xian's ear. Use that ancient seal to shatter this heart. It can help restore their vitality. Chu Xian's divine consciousness surged out like a tide, but found nothing. The voice appeared again. Stop looking. I'm at your feet. Chu Xian looked down. Erbai? Erbai sat on his haunches, looked up and barked once, his canine eyes gleaming with pride. Xuanxiao's blood essence is rich here. This dog absorbed some. As he breathed greedily, the remaining blood chi in the air was being drawn toward him. Setting aside his confusion for now, Chu Xian flipped his left palm, causing a blue ancient seal to float in the air, while gripping a long sword in his right hand. You four, step back. The seal's light blazed as four sword chi shot out almost simultaneously, causing the heart to burst into 5 pieces with a pop. Refine them, Erbai reminded. Flames rose from Chu Xian's fingertips as the 5 pieces of heart rapidly contracted in the spiritual fire, finally condensing into 5 translucent crimson pearls. Chonglu watched with eyes nearly popping out. That was a heart, and he just chopped it up like that? And that blue ancient seal at least saint level. Just how strong is this scoundrel master? When will this old man ever be able to suppress him? Take these. Chu Xian handed 4 blood pearls to his disciples and casually tossed the last one to Erbai. Erbai's dog eyes lit up. Good sect master. As the 4 pearls were consumed, blood chi exploded instantly. Dense spiderweb cracks appeared on the cave walls. Debris on the ground was pulverized by the fierce wind, and even Chu Xian was pushed back slightly by the impact. The air filled with thick, bloody mist and a strong metallic scent. Erbai's transformation was most remarkable. His snow-white fur glowed with golden light, and mysterious runes appeared faintly on his forehead. Boom, boom. Several sounds resonated from within the 4 disciples' dantians. Yu Jian advanced to the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm. Tang Lu reached the 2nd level, and Xiaozhu broke through to the 1st level. Due to his dual cultivation of immortal and demonic arts, Chonglu's righteous path cultivation reached the 3rd level of the profound core realm, while his demonic path remained at the peak of the spirit spring realm. Deliberately slowed his progress to avoid exposure. Once everyone's aura is stabilized, Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Everyone's waiting for you. He swept his sleeves, leading the group out of the secret cave. Before leaving, he struck backward with his palm, unleashing violent spiritual power that caused the entire blood pool cavern to collapse with a thunderous roar. Amid the swirling dust, no one noticed a black shadow quietly emerging from the cracks in the ruins. The master of the Demon King Palace gripped a transmission jade slip tightly, his voice hoarse. "My lord, the demonic body has failed." Just as I was about to act, Chu Xian arrived. A cold voice came from the other end of the jade slip. "Chu Xian? The man with the white dog?" "Exactly. Ruining this emperor's plans. Damn him." Chu Xian led Yu Jian and the others straight back to the Xuanxiao residence. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they spotted several demonic cultivators from the Demon King Palace lurking suspiciously around the perimeter. The demonic cultivators whispered among themselves, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances with some cultivators dressed in unfamiliar robes clearly up to no good. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Xian's eyes as he growled, seeking death. He raised his hand and summoned the ancient Xuanxiao seal. The stone seal crashed down with thunderous force. Bang, bang, bang. Blood mist exploded, and in an instant, those demonic cultivators and their accomplices were reduced to fragments. Chonglu stood nearby, grimacing with distress. "You damned master, those were my demon spawn. I, Chonglu, can kill them, but when you kill them..." "Humph, I'm keeping score of this debt." After clearing out the peripheral enemies, the group filed into the residence. The main courtyard was brightly lit, with over 500 disciples of the Lingxiao Sect already assembled. Seeing Chu Xian appear, Yishi hurried forward. "The number of demonic cultivators in the ancient hall has surged dramatically. Should we retreat first?" Chu Xian nodded, then swept his gaze over the crowd. "Indeed, besides the Demon King Palace, other forces have infiltrated as well. But we don't know where the exit is." Duan Hong frowned and added, "The path was clear when we came, but now it's like being trapped in a cage you can't get back." Chu Xian looked toward her Bai in Yu Jian's arms. The snow-white spirit dog had been sleeping soundly ever since leaving the secret cave, but he was certain her Bai held the key to their escape. Suppressing his thoughts, he declared loudly, "Senior Xuanxiao fell in ancient times while suppressing the extraterrestrial demon race, leaving behind a trace of his origin essence that has now been corrupted by demonic energy. Unless we eliminate it, the origin lock formation won't activate, and none of us can leave." Yishi's long sword trembled slightly, radiating killing intent. "If that's the case, then we'll fight our way out and destroy that trace of origin essence." "Uncle." Chu Xian raised his hand to stop him. "Demonic cultivators are roaming everywhere. Moving as a large group would be too conspicuous. You and the other saint-level elders should guard the residence and protect the disciples. I'll go search for the origin essence alone." "Master." Yu Jian stepped forward urgently, cupping his fists in request. "This disciple wishes to accompany you." Tang Lu remained silent, but had already shouldered his harpoon and moved to Chu Xian's side. The other three personal disciples also stepped out from the ranks, requesting battle in unison. Chu Xian was about to refuse when he heard her Bai's extremely weak voice transmission. Bring them. They'll be useful." He turned back to see her Bai still sleeping with closed eyes, as if merely talking in his sleep, but he no longer hesitated. "Very well, you five will come with me. Everyone else, hold your positions and don't act rashly." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes to concentrate, recalling the direction where Xuanxiao's remnant soul had fled. Just as the image formed in his mind, Lin Xian suddenly clutched his chest and pointed southwest. "Master, he went that way." Chu Xian's eyes lit up. "Let's go." He immediately departed with his 5 personal disciples, soaring through the air. No sooner had they left than earth-shaking battle cries erupted outside the residence. Hundreds of demonized cultivators with blood-red eyes and disheveled robes surged forward like a tide. Yishi's gaze was sharp. "Form the array." At his command, the sword-peaked disciples drew their swords, instantly forming a sword formation. The purple cloud peak elders joined forces to create a barrier of rosy light, defending all 4 directions as the siege of the residence began in earnest amid the bloody glow. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and his group followed their sensing, passing through winding corridors and broken stone steps until they reached an isolated palace. Looking at the magnificent palace before them, Chu Xian's expression remained impassive as he took the lead, pushing open the palace doors and striding inside. Lin Xian followed closely behind Chu Xian, sensing that something lurked within this palace. As Chu Xian and his 5 companions stepped into the great hall, an overwhelmingly decadent atmosphere, thick as syrup, assaulted their senses, making them involuntarily frown. The hall blazed with light golden dragon pillars soared upward, massive luminous pearls hung from the domed ceiling, their radiance making the golden bricks shimmer brilliantly. Nearby, spiritual wine pooled into crystal-clear ponds, its fragrance rising like mist, while spiritual fruits piled high like mountains, their colors vibrant and spiritual energy overflowing, a living scene of wine pools and forests of meat. Over 100 female cultivators in half-undone robes reclined beside low tables, their delicate hands holding wine vessels as they laughed softly, pouring drinks for the male cultivators in the hall. Those who were drinking and feasting were immediately recognized by Chu Xian and Lingxiao. They were the great saints under Senior Xuanxiao's command, who should have died in battle. Lingxiao gasped softly, while Chu Xian's gaze sharpened. These cultivators, whose souls should have been scattered to the winds, were here indulging in pleasure? The intrusion of Chu Xian's group instantly drew everyone's attention. A male cultivator slightly raised his chin in signal, and several women dressed in gossamer veils approached with swaying steps and gentle smiles. Beneath the thin fabric, expanses of snow-white skin flickered in and out of view under the lamplight, almost instantly heating the surrounding air. Then, a bearded giant staggered over, one hand raising a wine vessel high, the other arm wrapped around a woman's fragrant shoulders and slender waist. His drunken eyes half open, he heartily slapped Chu Xian's shoulder. "Young friend, you look familiar. Come drink with me." Chu Xian's gaze swept between the giant and the woman beside him, then smoothly seized the wine vessel and drank deeply, the divine nectar trickling down his chin. He immediately pulled the gauze-clad woman to his side and laughed loudly. "Excellent wine. You seniors certainly know how to enjoy yourselves." "Master." Yu Jian's eyes widened in shock, and the others were equally stunned. The situation was clearly strange, yet their master had directly joined in. Yu Jian immediately transmitted through divine consciousness. "Junior brothers and sisters, we must save master, we can't let him go astray." Chong Lu nodded frantically in agreement. "Exactly. At least we can't let master become addicted to wine and women. I'm willing to take his place." Lin Xian glanced up at the two with a withering look and replied coolly, "Stop worrying needlessly. Master has his own considerations." Almost simultaneously, Chu Xian's voice quietly entered the five disciples' consciousness. "These are all great saint remnant souls. If we fight directly, we have no chance of winning. Stay calm first and assess the situation." Hearing this, the personal disciples obediently remained motionless at the threshold. Their cultivation was relatively low, and they had thought this was merely an illusion, not knowing these were actual remnant souls. Over 100 great saint realm remnant souls. If a real fight broke out, even a semi-emperor would lose a layer of skin. The bearded giant remained completely unaware of this secret communication, only finding Chu Xian refreshing, and threw back his head in laughter. "Young friend is straightforward. Someone, arrange seats for these little ones too." Chu Xian quickly waved his hand. "Senior, their cultivation is shallow, and they're already exhausted from traveling here. Let them rest first." "Very well." The giant didn't mind and waved to the side. "Take these youngsters down and serve them well." A stunning beauty approached with lotus steps, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke in a voice soft as water. "Young masters, please follow this humble servant." Chong Lu's gaze was locked onto the woman's half-revealed jade skin, his Adam's apple bobbing as he cursed inwardly. In this old man's eyes, women are nothing but painted skeletons. Why has my willpower completely failed today? This place must hold great mysteries. In contrast, Yu Jian's Dao heart remained clear, with only Xia Zhu's image in his eyes. Looking at Tang Lu, his eyes were tightly shut, muttering continuously. Only when Chong Lu leaned closer could he hear what Tang Lu was repeating. "With no women in the heart, the sword naturally becomes divine." Chong Lu thought. "Lu, you're amazing." Inside the palace, Chu Xian raised his crystal glass cup, toasting and drinking with the bearded giant and other cultivators. The amber liquid sparkled with rippling halos under the candlelight, and he soon found himself chatting and laughing with everyone. After 3 rounds of drinks, he feigned intoxication, half squinting as he surveyed his surroundings, his voice drawn out. "You seniors who once followed Lord Songtsung into battle must all be earth-shaking figures." The bearded giant slammed the table and laughed heartily. "Of course. Back in the day, with my mountain-splitting axe, I slayed 18 demon generals in a row." Before he finished speaking, a sarcastic voice drifted from the corner. "Too bad you fell for the demon's trap in the end and were torn apart by them. What nonsense are you spouting?" The giant shot to his feet, veins bulging on the back of his hands. "I'm standing right here, aren't I? How could I be dead?" Chu Xian followed his gaze to the corner, where in the lamplight's shadow, a disheveled old man sat drinking alone. Unlike the ghostly apparitions filling the hall, he was surrounded by a faint but unmistakable aura of life. Chu Xian whispered, "That senior is." "Bah, what senior?" The bearded giant spat dismissively. "By seniority, he's several generations younger than us. When we fought the demon clan, his cultivation was too low, so we didn't let him join the battle. Yet this brat keeps insisting we're all dead." At these words, Chu Xian's spirits suddenly lifted. That old man hadn't participated in the final battle, and he was indeed still alive. Perhaps he was the key to breaking this deadlock. Pretending to be drunk, he swayed. "Allow this junior to go meet him." With that, he grabbed a wine pot and staggered over. Along the way, remnant souls raised their cups in invitation, and ghostly winds brushed against him. Reaching the corner, Chu Xian slammed the wine pot down on the low table with a clang, deliberately opening his robes to reveal a corner of the ancient Xuanxiao seal. Senior, drinking alone is so boring. The old man slowly raised his eyes, his cloudy pupils suddenly brightening when they caught sight of that glimpse of the ancient seal. Boy, you have the scent of pine on you. Chu Xian's smile widened. Senior jests, this junior toasts you. As their cups clinked with a crisp sound, the old man's withered fingers suddenly traced across Chu Xian's palm. Listen to Uncle's advice. The waters here run deep, and you can't handle it. The touch was warm, without any corpse chi, confirming to Chu Xian that this person was indeed alive. His fingertips trembling slightly, he transmitted through divine consciousness. Senior, I've seen the remnant soul of Senior Tsongtsong, and his essence is being corroded by demonic chi. Crack. The old man's wine cup shattered, his cloudy eyes instantly clearing as he grabbed Chu Xian's wrist, his voice trembling. What did you say? Great-grandfather's remnant soul still exists. Great-grandfather. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, then sat down and quietly exchanged information over drinks. The beating heart in the blood pool, the account of demonized cultivators breaking into the ancient health told everything. Senior Tsongtsong is planning to resurrect himself. Chu Xian concluded gravely. The old man's face grew increasingly ashen. He suddenly bit his finger and drew a blood talisman on the table surface. As the talisman glowed, dense black threads suddenly appeared throughout the palace's beams and pillars, drawing wisps of blue smoke from the crown chakras of the cultivator's remnant souls. The soul-draining, spirit-mending technique. The old man murmured, his face turning gray. Great-grandfather would rather die than turn to demonism back then, yet now he wants to use such evil arts for resurrection. It seems what you say is true. He looked again at the remnant souls engaged in animated discussion throughout the hall, clenching his fists for a long moment before finally steeling his resolve. Enough! The old man suddenly roared and slammed his palm toward the wine table. Boom! Violent spiritual energy swept through the grand hall, shattering the luxurious scene like a mirror. In the next instant, the golden splendor transformed into decaying ruins. Pillars riddled with wormholes, walls covered in thick cobwebs. The exquisite delicacies turned into writhing, rotting flesh, while the fine wine and jade liquor became foul-smelling blood, dripping into pools. You little brat, you're asking for death. The bearded giant flew into a rage, raising his mountain-cleaving axe and striking down from above. The cold gleam fell like a waterfall, only to be interrupted by a calm voice. The elder neither dodged nor evaded, lifting his sleeve with a shake as a memory stone cut through the air. The stone glowed, projecting a tragic battlefield. The bearded giant surrounded by 3 demon generals, roaring as he was hacked into pieces. A purple-robed elder burning his life essence to seal the demon cave, his body turning to ash in the wind. Emperor Songtsong wielding the azure pine sword, battling the demon lord to his final breath, and as his sword light faded, he perished together with his enemy. Look clearly. This is the truth. The elder's face was already streaked with tears. You all died in battle thousands of years ago. The remnant souls stood frozen. The bearded giant's massive axe crashed to the ground with a clang as he reached out to touch his own shattered image in the light, murmuring, "So, I really died." The elder choked back tears. Master's essence is being corroded by demonic energy. I originally wanted to help you live carefree here, but now I must extract your soul power to extend his life. The purple-robed soul suddenly let out a bitter laugh. So those demon bastards won't leave us alone, even in death. The elder suddenly knelt and kowtowed. Honored elders, please rest in peace. He crushed the blood talisman in his hand. Bang! Purifying flames simultaneously climbed over every wisp of remnant soul. There were no screams, no struggles. Those heroic souls who had fought their entire lives showed peaceful smiles in the flames, transforming into countless points of light. Chu Xian stood solemnly and bowed deeply. The points of light swept past the ancient Xuanxiao seal in his palm, causing it to glow with warm azure light, as if bidding a final farewell to its most trusted companion. The 5 personal disciples, hearing the commotion, hurried back. Amidst the devastation, Chu Xian stood shoulder to shoulder with an unfamiliar elder. Master! They all called out in unison. The elder's gaze swept over the disciples, pausing briefly on Lingxiao before settling on the white dog in Yu Jianwei's arms. In a flash, his withered fingers were already touching the white dog's spine, spiritual energy probing within. Xiaotian, you're still alive. Erbai drowsily opened his eyes, and upon seeing the elder, whimpered once and affectionately nuzzled his palm with his head. The elder took a deep breath and turned to Chu Xian. Young friend, since you've gained recognition from Master's ancient seal, this old man should naturally assist you. However, his fists clenched with audible cracks for the sake of the world. He had to personally destroy the essence left behind by the person he once most revered. Lin Xian seemed to see through his anguish and spoke. Senior, if Lord Songtsong has a spirit in heaven, he surely wouldn't want to become a puppet of the demon race. This old man knows. The fierce shout fell, and the elder's gaze turned cold as he suddenly waved his hand. Boom. The entire palace instantly turned to dust. As the dust settled, the outside scene was revealed. The area beyond the hall was already filled with demonized cultivators, led by none other than the master of the Demon King Palace. Dark clouds pressed down, demonic flames soared to the sky. Looking at those pairs of sinister eyes, the elder smiled and said lightly, "These bastards really are persistent ghosts." Chu Xian frowned slightly as he surveyed the cultivators who had already surrounded his group. Dense demonic energy churned through the night, with dozens of black-robed cultivators forming an encirclement, their spiritual power sealing off all escape routes like an iron wall. At that moment, a white-robed young man slowly emerged from behind the Demon King Palace Master, a jade flute hanging at his waist. The youth appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, older than Chu Xian, yet he possessed a tall, slender figure with pristine robes, and every gesture carried an unmistakable aura of sharp intensity. Xiao Tu. Chu Xian whispered to himself, speaking the name that had shaken the eastern wasteland. The white-robed youth lightly caressed his flute with his fingertips, and the overwhelming pressure of a peak great saint surged forth like a tidal wave. Chu Xian, it's been a while. He gazed at Chu Xian, his voice calm, yet carrying undeniable confidence. It seems the rumors are true. Your cultivation has indeed recovered. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, then felt a sense of understanding. Previously, when Xia Jie and Yi Shi had been demonized, they retained their consciousness but simply switched their loyalty to the demon race. It appeared Xiao Tu was in the same situation. What concerned him more was the change in his opponent's realm when he left the Cloud Heaven sect. Intelligence indicated that Xiao Tu was still a sub-saint, yet now he had stepped into the peak of Great Saint. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu Xian couldn't help but recall the past when he had burst onto the scene. Xiao Tu was already recognized as the peerless prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland. Though the two had never fought, they were constantly compared by the world, even sparking heated debates throughout the Eastern Wasteland about who would be stronger if they lived in the same era. Chu Xian let out a cold laugh. Even someone as mighty as Saint Sun Xiao has fallen to become a pawn of the demon race. As his words fell, dozens of followers from the heavenly music holy land behind Xiao Tu all changed color. Insolent. An elder angrily pointed at Chu Xian. What right does a waste like you have to comment on our Saint Sun? You once called yourself the Eastern Wasteland's greatest genius, yet were so arrogant as to charge into the beast tide alone. You deserve to be crippled. Yu Jian's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists. How dare you insult my master? Chu Xian pressed his hand on his disciple's shoulder and secretly transmitted his voice to all five. Jinner, don't be impulsive. All of you remember, no matter what happens next, prioritize your own safety. Before he finished speaking, a female cultivator from the heavenly music holy land shrilly mocked. What's this? The once high-spirited Chu Xian doesn't even dare to speak now. Xiao Tu lightly stroked his jade flute, suppressing the cacophony of voices, and stepped forward. Chu Xian, do you dare fight me? Let the world see who is truly the Eastern Wasteland's greatest prodigy. The surrounding demonized cultivators burst into laughter. Why should our Saint Sun bully a waste? Exactly, is he even worthy? However, fighting spirit had already ignited in Chu Xian's heart. 3 years ago, he had missed the chance to compete with the previous generation's prodigies due to unexpected circumstances. Now that he encountered Xiao Tu again, he would never retreat. He continued instructing his disciples. Observing a saint-level battle will greatly benefit your cultivation. Be sure to watch carefully. Xiao Tu sneered, lightly tapping his jade flute against his palm. What's this? The Chu Saint Sun who once dared to charge into the beast tide alone now doesn't even dare to accept a challenge. The crowd from the heavenly music holy land laughed even more boisterously. A waste is just a waste. Enough noise. Chu Xian stepped forward, his peak sub-saint pressure sweeping out like a violent storm. You want to fight? Then let's fight. With a thunderous roar, the azure pine ancient seal suspended above his head, and he gripped the air with his right hand as a blue glowing longsword condensed from the void. Xiao Tu's eyes blazed with purple light as he raised the jade flute to his lips. Clang, the first musical note exploded, and both figures vanished simultaneously. Blinding light erupted in midair, and the resulting shockwave sent the cultivators on the ground flying several zhang away. Boom. Sword energy clashed violently with sound waves, sending ripples of spiritual power spreading in all directions. Though Chu Xian remained at the peak of sub-saint, each of his sword strikes precisely hit the nodes of the musical rhythm, allowing him to fight evenly against Xiao Tu, who was at the peak of Great Saint. Somewhat interesting. Xiao Tu sneered coldly, and his flute music suddenly turned murderous a melody that could break one's heart. Where in this vast world could one find a true companion? The sound waves instantly transformed into countless gray-black, ghostly soldiers with menacing fangs. lunging toward Chu Xian. Chu Xian's sword technique suddenly reversed, his sword energy rising like ancient pines uprooted from the earth, layer upon layer, endlessly regenerating. The shrieking spectral sound waves crashed against the sword barrier, melting away like snow under scorching sun, dissipating into ash. The cultivators watching from the ground gaped in amazement. This was clearly a clash spanning an entire major realm. Saint Xuanxiao was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and should theoretically crush Chu Xian with a single move, yet the two were fighting as equals. Everyone instantly understood if both were from the same era, Chu Xian would surely be superior. While the battle raged fiercely in midair, the atmosphere on the ground was equally tense. Chonglu didn't even bother looking up. His face was ashen as he glared at the Demon King Palace Master. His gaze seemed ready to ignite his opponent. His prized demon disciple had become a lackey of the so-called Outer Realm Demon Clan. This demon ancestor is very angry right now. Chonglu gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his heart. The Demon King Palace Master also stared at Chonglu, raising his hand to transmit his voice. Ancestor, when the fighting begins, please step aside first. This subordinate will protect you. After the battle, I'll take you to meet Lord Demon General. With your abilities, you surely can. Bullshit. Chonglu interrupted directly, cursing loudly. I may be a demon cultivator, but I'm a demon cultivator of the Xuanxiao Continent. How dare those pieces of trash from the Outer Realm Demon Clan call themselves demons? The Demon King Palace Master's expression darkened, his voice turning cold. I advise you not to refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. What? You little brat, want to get rough with this old man? Chonglu scoffed. If Ancestor remains stubborn, I'll have to capture you first, then request Lord Demon General to bestow demonic power. The Palace Master flicked his sleeve, and 3 black chains shot through the air toward Chonglu. Get lost. The Grand Elder of Xuanxiao stepped forward, his sleeves billowing as azure light exploded. Dozens of demonized cultivators charging forward were struck by thunder and sent flying back. Imperial blood ignite. The white-haired elder's sleeves swelled, his hair dancing wildly as 9 golden Dao patterns appeared around his body. He struck out with one palm, forcing over 10 saint-level demon cultivators to retreat continuously. The elder roared word by word. Doi Inoue tight me and Stobiof Imperial bloodline. With each word he spoke, the ground beneath his feet cracked several zhang deep. The Demon King Palace Master was terrified and roared, attack together. Over 20 saint-level experts instantly surrounded the elder, trapping him firmly in their formation. With the elder held back, the remaining demonized cultivators grinned wickedly as they pounced on the 5 direct disciples. Yu Jian and the others played all their trump cards, lights interweaving, but the demon cultivators held an absolute numerical advantage. Chonglu, trying to hide his true demon cultivation realm, instead became a burden, facing constant danger. This won't work. A fierce glint flashed in Chonglu's eyes as he secretly transmitted. Senior brothers and sisters, I'll draw them away. You find a chance to break through. Before his words faded, he leaped onto a boulder and pulled out a bronze gong from somewhere in his sleeve. Clang. The tremendous sound made everyone's eardrums ache. Everyone look at me. I have something to say. The killing sounds were torn apart by the gong's resonance, leaving everyone stunned. The battlefield that had been filled with flashing blades, sword lights, and thunderous roars suddenly came to a halt because of Chonglu's shout, completely changing the atmosphere. With this move, Chonglu caught the attention of the demonized cultivators, who instinctively turned their heads. They saw him holding up a wooden sign that read, Demonic Cultivation Training Class, Enrollment Open. Guaranteed results, fellow Taoists. The demon cultivators were stunned. He shouted loudly. You've all been demonized, making you half demon cultivators already, but you're way too unprofessional. Look at those dark circles, those pale faces, you can't even make children cry. He suddenly pointed at a pot-bellied fat cultivator in the crowd. Especially you. Being a demon cultivator while that fat? Where's your basic villain aesthetic? You look like a pig that learned to stand up. The fat demon cultivator's face turned purple with rage, his fingers trembling. You. Before he could finish, Chonglu pulled out a bright red carrot from his sleeve, waved it in front of everyone, and began chanting in a textbook-like tone. Come on, repeat after me, eat carrots, lose weight fast. Even demons will call you handsome munch cucumbers, get stick thin. Even demon lords will say wow. He even wiggled his hips deliberately, performing a few seductive dance moves before shoving the carrot into the fat demon cultivator's arms. Take it. You little trash. Consider it a welcome gift for joining the demon cultivation training class. You call me trash? The carrot exploded with a crack in the fat demon cultivator's palm as he roared. I'm going to kill you. The other demonized cultivators erupted in chaos. What the hell is this supposed to be? You're way too arrogant. I've never seen anyone like this in my entire life. The air instantly filled with murderous intent. Chonglu took off running, turning back to taunt them as he fled. Well, today's your lucky day. If you're really your father's son, then come chase me. Nearly half the demonized cultivators howled like beasts and gave chase, chaos erupting everywhere. The other four core disciples watching from afar exchanged bewildered glances. Yu Jian forced a dry laugh. Junior brother Chonglu. What exactly does he study in his spare time? Tang Lu was the first to snap back to reality, his expression grave. Quick battle, quick victory. The three responded in unison. Chonglu couldn't hold out much longer. They needed to finish their current fight quickly and go support him. Meanwhile, Chonglu ran wildly, having long since left his companion's aura behind. Deep in the dense forest, he suddenly skidded to a halt and turned around, his eyes now pitch black as ink. Running? Why'd you stop running? The fat demon cultivator approached, gasping for breath, his fat jiggling as he sneered. Weren't you quite the talker just now? Chonglu's grin stretched from ear to ear, his voice low like cold wind scraping across a blade. Because we've reached the slaughterhouse. Boom. Black gold demonic chi shot skyward as a square-bladed halberd wreathed in black gold, flames materialized from thin air. Simultaneously, the phantom of a three-headed, six-armed demon lord appeared behind him, its terrifying pressure crushing everything in its path. This is... A cultivator from the Demon King Palace staggered backward, screaming in terror. An ancient demon lord's manifestation? Isn't this kid from the righteous path? Why does he know our demonic cultivation techniques? The fat demon cultivator swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. What's there to fear? He's just a profound core realm brat. Is that so? Chonglu licked his lips, his cold smile sharp as a blade. The next instant, blazing golden light erupted from within him, intertwining with the demonic chi to form black gold flames that enveloped his entire body. The aura of dual righteous demonic cultivation suddenly spread, withering all vegetation within 100 zhang radius. Attack together. The fat demon cultivator roared, leading the charge. Chonglu swept his great halberd horizontally, black gold flames condensing into a ferocious dragon head. Demon halberds swallow heaven. Splurt. The three cultivators charging at the front were instantly cut in half at the waist. Through the blood mist, the fat demon cultivator looked down to see his torso severed in two. Before he could even scream, the black flames had already burned him to ash. Chonglu raised his halberd, black gold flames surging as his cold gaze swept over the remaining crowd. Weren't you all supposed to be demonized? Today I'll show you what a real demon cultivator looks like. Chonglu crushed the charred bones beneath his feet, and immediately, the ashes of the three burned corpses transformed into wisps of demonic energy that drilled into his body. How refreshing. The demonic energy surged wildly through his meridians, and his demonic cultivation broke through to the profound core realm with a thunderous roar. Chonglu raised his hand, pointing his halberd directly at the remaining group of cultivators, his lips curling into a cold arc. You lot are only fit to be my fodder. Black gold demonic flames rolled along the great halberd, writhing like living creatures. With each strike, the air was torn apart with deep, resonant humming. A demonized cultivator's arm was grazed by a spark, and his entire limb instantly turned to ash. The flames then devoured him through the wound, refining his whole body into pure, demonic energy in the blink of an eye, which Chonglu swallowed in one gulp. Delicious. He licked his lips, and the black gleam in his pupils surged violently. In the next instant, the black gold flames on his halberd suddenly transformed into blazing golden fire. A flash of golden light swept across in a horizontal line, instantly igniting the opposing cultivator's entire body. A nearby companion rushed over to pat out the flames, but the moment he made contact, he was consumed by the same golden fire. Both bodies quickly burned into white spiritual energy, which Chonglu absorbed, causing his righteous cultivation to break through as well. Initially, facing the siege of dozens of demonic cultivators, Chonglu appeared somewhat strained, but he gave no opportunity for those at the Dao-seeking realm to get close, specifically targeting those at the profound core realm for brutal kills. The more he devoured, the more his aura surged. Boom. With one sweeping strike, the barrier jointly erected by three divine sea realm cultivators shattered like paper. Black gold flames engulfed them, refining all three into pure, demonic energy that poured entirely into his body. Kakik. This old man has finally reached the peak of the profound core realm in both righteous and demonic paths. Chonglu felt the surging power within his body and laughed maniacally. Bring me more. At this moment, the advantages of his dual cultivation in righteous and demonic paths were fully displayed. Righteous spiritual power for protection, demonic techniques for offense, supplemented by the combat experience and trump cards accumulated from his previous life, allowing him to fight with such ferocity despite being only at the profound core realm. A Dao-seeking realm demonic cultivator looked around and was horrified to discover that only 7 Dao-seeking realm and 9 divine sea realm cultivators remained on their side from the 50+ who had given chase to merely 16 now, while Chonglu's cultivation continued to grow stronger with each battle. Monster! This is a monster! He cried out in alarm. turning to flee frantically. "Wanna run now?" Chonglu pointed his great halberd. Too late. The 16 demonic cultivators scattered in all directions as he dragged his halberd in relentless pursuit. "Split up and run," before the words could leave his mouth. A Tao-seeking realm cultivator was ensnared by black gold flames around his legs and instantly became nourishment. Just as Chonglu was getting carried away with the slaughter, he suddenly detected 4 familiar auras ahead and quickly restrained his demonic energy, reverting to his usual obedient righteous cultivator appearance. "Stop right there." Yu Jian and his 3 companions appeared, intercepting the fleeing demonic cultivators, but they were stunned speechless by the scene before them. The 15 demonic cultivators showed no external injuries, yet their faces were deathly pale, and some had even wet themselves where was even half a trace of their former murderous demeanor. "Senior, senior brother, senior sister." Chonglu ran toward them, feigning weakness as he wailed. "They chased me so relentlessly." The demonized cultivators immediately widened their eyes. "Huh, are you even speaking human words?" Yu Jian and his 3 companions struck swiftly, and in an instant, 15 demonized cultivators lay dead. Chonglu stood to the side, clicking his tongue and gasping in distress. "Tisk, such fine nourishment, wasted just like that. If this old man had absorbed them all, I could have easily reached the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm." After clearing out the enemies, the 4 strode over to Chonglu. Lin Xian was the first to notice something amiss, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "Little Chonglu, you've reached the peak of the profound core realm?" At her exclamation, Yu Jian, Tang Lu, and Shi Jingyun finally realized what had happened. In just this brief time since they'd separated, their junior brother's aura had soared to the peak of the profound core realm. Even more outrageous was that initially over 50 people had been chasing him, yet just now they'd witnessed him single-handedly counter-killing more than 10 enemy cultivators. Under everyone's scrutinizing gazes, Chonglu cleared his throat lightly, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed skyward with feigned profundity. "I'm ashamed to say, your junior brother was pursued by enemies, fell off a cliff, survived against all odds, learned divine techniques, and finally achieved great revenge. Speak plainly." Tang Lu planted his harpoon firmly on the ground. Well, I was running and fell down, encountered some fortuitous opportunities, broke through in cultivation, which is how I'm able to see you all again." The 4 rolled their eyes in unison, but temporarily suppressed their doubts and followed Chonglu back toward the main battlefield. When the 5 core disciples returned to the main battlefield, the situation had already become clear. Grand Elder Xuanxiao held Airbai in one arm, while keeping the other behind his back, quietly gazing up at the sky. The several saint-level cultivators who had previously surrounded him had fled at some unknown point, leaving only rubble and debris scattered around the empty area. High above, the duel between Chu Xian and Xiao Tu was nearing its end. The ancient Xuanxiao seal hovered and slowly rotated above Chu Xian's head, golden radiance flowing as it merged with the endless spiritual power provided by the system, giving him complete dominance. Xiao Tu's arms trembled as he could barely manage to defend himself, with no power to counterattack. A cold gleam flashed as the long sword pressed against Xiao Tu's throat, the blade's reflection showing his deathly pale face. "Surrender," Chu Xian said in a deep voice. "Come back to Lingxiao Sect with me, and I can purify the demon seed within you." "Purify? And then let the whole world mock me?" Xiao Tu smiled bitterly. The former #1 genius of the Eastern Wasteland had always been the one to kill enemies across realms, yet now he was being completely suppressed by someone an entire major realm above him. This defeat had nearly destroyed his pride. Before his words finished, his forehead suddenly split open, and a sinister purple sprout burst through his skin, blood trickling down. Xiao Tu's mouth twisted into a crazed arc, his voice sharp and hoarse. "Chu Xian, if you were the one defeated, what would you do?" Chu Xian's heart shook. "The demon seed has sprouted? Be careful." Grand Elder Xuanxiao teleported over while holding Airbai. Thud. Palm wind exploded as the elder forcibly shattered half of Xiao Tu's skull before the demon seed could fully form, completely eradicating the purple sprout. The corpse tumbled downward, and Chu Xian reached out to catch the jade flute, casually storing it in his system space. A generation's prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland had thus fallen. As the aftermath settled, the elder and Chu Xian descended to the ground. "This old man needs a moment to search for that strand of origin essence. Please do not disturb me, young friend." With that, he bit his tongue tip and used his life essence to guide the Xuanxiao bloodline, his divine consciousness spreading like a fine net over the entire ancient hall. Chu Xian sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing while Yu Jian and the others stood guard around them, ready to detect any approaching killing intent immediately. After an unknown amount of time, the elder's eyes suddenly snapped open, brilliant light shining in his gaze while blood still lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Found it." He raised his hand pointing westward, his voice low but certain. "Great ancestors' origin essence is in that direction." Chu Xian immediately circulated his spiritual power, lifting all the core disciples as they transformed into a rainbow streaking across the sky. After about half an hour, a pine forest shrouded in demonic energy appeared in their field of vision. The pine needles that should have been verdant green now gleamed with an eerie purplish-black luster. Chu Xian focused his gaze and saw a half-formed body, suspended in the center of the pine forest, pristine, white bones assembled completely, with flesh and blood gradually wrapping around them like creeping vines. Song's physical body is still reconstructing, he muttered with a frown. In the next moment, blood essence and soul power scattered from all directions converged into a massive net, rushing madly into that body like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. He's devouring the flesh and souls of the dead. Xiaozhu gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Within the blood essence, the distinct auras of Xiao Tu and the others who had just been killed clearly floated. Obviously, Song had prepared 2 contingency plans for his resurrection. Even though Yu Jian and the others had destroyed the blood pool and the palace where the offering elder resided, he still had a backup route. Perhaps drawn by that demonic body, Airbai and Yu Jian's arms suddenly struggled and turned over. Woof! The dog's bark pierced the silence as Airbai opened his tear-filled eyes, full of grief and urgency. His physical form is half complete, and his divine soul is mostly restored. If you want to survive, refining the ancient hall is the only path left. Moreover, this is the only chance. It paced anxiously in circles, its gaze sweeping over Lingxiao before finally settling on Chu Xian. Song gave you the ancient Seelery, the best candidate to refine the ancient hall. The elder sighed deeply. Alas, this is indeed the only way. If the Grand Master fully resurrects with his imperial realm cultivation, blood will surely flow like rivers. Chu Xian, always decisive, immediately asked, how do I refine it? Airbai spoke rapidly. Use the ancient seal to sense the hall's core, and I'll teach you the incantation. Before it could finish, Chu Xian sat cross-legged with Song's ancient seal hovering above his head. Airbai chanted the ancient spell in a low voice. As the syllables fell, the entire ancient hall suddenly trembled, dust cascading down. At the same time, the demonic energy in the pine forest churned like boiling water, and the half-formed body suddenly opened its eyes. Insects. How dare you interfere with this emperor's grand design? Boom. Song's demonic form raised his hand and struck with a palm, imperial might sweeping forth as space directly twisted and collapsed. I'll hold him off. Quickly complete the refinement. The elder gritted his teeth and charged forward, 9 golden patterns instantly appearing on his body as he roared. Grand Master, forgive me. Palm shadows clashed, and the elder flew backward like a kite with a broken string, blood spraying through the air. As merely a great saint, he couldn't possibly withstand the might of a half-emperor. Airbai stamped the ground anxiously, looking at the translucent phantom of the ancient hall above Chu Xian's head. Too slow. It suddenly turned around. Transfer the power you absorbed in the blood pool to Chu Xian. Yu Jian was the first to react, pressing his palm against Chu Xian's back as vast blood essence flowed in like a great river, immediately solidifying the hall's phantom by several degrees. We'll help too. Tang Lu, Xiaozhu, and Chong Lu joined in succession, simultaneously channeling blood essence, spiritual power, and soul force. Airbai finally leaped onto Chu Xian's shoulder, its fur standing on end as golden light radiated forth. The ancient hall's phantom became increasingly clear, but the elder was nearly overwhelmed under Song's demonic form's frenzied assault. Airbai turned its gaze to Lingxiao, saying gravely, Lingxiao, I'll also give my blood essence to Chu Xian. If we still can't complete the refinement in time, it will be up to you. With that, it directly transferred all the blood essence power it had recently absorbed to Chu Xian. After Airbai transferred his vital energy to Chu Xian, he once again fell into deep slumber. Lingxiao stood frozen in place, the words still echoing in her ears. Yet she grew increasingly bewildered. She hadn't absorbed any of Song's vital energy at all, so why were all eyes turning toward her? The moment confusion arose, the golden bone in her chest suddenly blazed with heat. Could it be that I must give this immortal bone to Master? She murmured, her fingertips instinctively pressing against her heart. The scorching heat penetrated through her robes, reaching straight to her heart meridian, reminding her that the immortal bone had already fused with her flesh and blood. Forcibly extracting it would be tantamount to immediate death. Trembling spread to her fingertips. In her mind, scenes from the past flashed by her betrayal in her previous life, the opportunity to live again, the moments of glory at Lingxiao Sect. In her past life, she had died despite reaching semi-emperor cultivation. Now she had finally glimpsed hope of breaking through to the emperor realm, or even higher. But if Master couldn't refine the ancient hall in time, the Xuanxiao Continent would fall to demonic power. Where would she go then? Crack! The sound of shattering bones in the distance interrupted her thoughts. Across from them, the elderly Songkong had both arms severed, dodging with only his remaining leg strength. likely to be torn apart by the demonic form in the next breath. Lingxiao looked up. The phantom of the ancient hall above Chu Xian's head was still nearly half ethereal, clearly unable to fully solidify in time. She smiled bitterly, suddenly recalling that meaningful glance Erbai had given before falling unconscious from the very beginning. Erbai had foreseen this moment. Master, everyone, take care. Lingxiao took a deep breath and rapidly formed hand seals. His blinding golden light exploded from her chest. She bit through her tongue tip, using her life essence as catalyst, her seal techniques cascading like a waterfall of stars. The scorching immortal bone trembled within her body as invisible force gradually extracted it. The sound of flesh being torn was clearly audible. With each inch removed, her complexion grew paler, and the golden spiritual channels shattered accordingly. Blood seeped from her 7 orifices, her body convulsed violently, yet she showed no hesitation. Finally, as the last spiritual channel snapped, the immortal bone released a clear dragon's cry and transformed into streaming light, shooting toward Chu Xian. Lingxiao collapsed like a puppet with severed strings. Through her blurring vision, she saw the ancient hall fully solidify, and Chu Xian's eyes suddenly snap open. At the same moment, Xuanxiao's demonic form drove a palm through the elderly Xuanxiao's chest. Blood gushed forth as the demonic form sneered. Xuanxiao, you truly deserve to be this emperor's most valued descendant. How dare you defy this emperor? Before the words finished, the demonic form's flesh rapidly regenerated, while Xuanxiao's life force visibly withered away. Boom! The thunderous sound startled the demonic form. Golden light blazed from Chu Xian's eyes as the Xuanxiao ancient hall above his head rumbled, thousands of chains of law descending from the void, pointing directly at Xuanxiao. All heavenly authority fell under Chu Xian's control. The blood web in the sky crumbled inch by inch, and the demonic form's regenerating flesh was forcibly halted. No! Amid the piercing shriek, the demonic form hurled the dying Xuanxiao aside and lunged frantically toward Chu Xian. But it was too late. Chu Xian raised his hand with a gentle wave, and the chains of law reappeared, instantly binding Xuanxiao tightly. Lingxiao's originally falling body immediately suspended in midair. Chu Xian whispered softly, "Xianer." Before his words faded, countless streams of light shot out from all directions of the ancient hall, and all the heavenly treasures within the hall roared out from their secret chambers, spinning rapidly around Lingxiao. "Xianer gifted me an immortal bone." Chu Xian's fingertips burst with Dao patterns, and those treasures were drawn into a long river in the air, melted and forged into crystalline bones. Wrapped in golden light, Lingxiao's broken body began to reconstruct, with each newly born bone inscribed with profound runes. "This master shall reforge all the bones in your body." Witnessing this scene, Xuanxiao's eyes nearly split with rage. "How dare you? Those are all this emperor's treasures." Unfortunately, his furious roars were useless, as his 3-pronged resurrection plan had been completely dismantled. First move, the blood pool and palace that Yu Jian and others encountered. Second move, the cultivators who entered the secret realm, becoming nourishment for resurrection after death. Third move, the countless heavenly treasures now being refined by Chu Xian to forge immortal bones for Lingxiao. With his demonic body only half-formed and all 3 preparations nullified, Xuanxiao's origin was furious to the extreme. His original body was dead, making the ancient hall masterless. He had planned to refine it again after resurrection, but Chu Xian had beaten him to it. Now that Chu Xian controlled the hall's authority, he was heaven itself in this space. Even though Xuanxiao's origin possessed great emperor foundations, he could do nothing against the current Chu Xian, let alone with only half-emperor strength. "Boy, face your death." Xuanxiao refused to accept defeat and suddenly erupted with force. Crack! The demonic body forcibly snapped the chains, extending withered claws that reached within inches of Chu Xian. "Suppress!" Chu Xian shouted coldly, and the entire hall's power crashed down. The demonic body was firmly restrained again, able only to watch helplessly as Lingxiao transformed. In the darkness, Lingxiao's consciousness drifted, with past events flashing like a revolving lantern, the bloody light of her previous life's fall, the moments at Lingxiao Sect in this life. She thought her life was about to end, but suddenly felt a warm current flowing into her limbs and bones, with some power surging through her shattered meridians. In the outside world, Chu Xian used his finger as a brush, sketching Dao patterns in the void. Heavenly treasures transformed into flowing light and drilled into Lingxiao's body. 10th Sandier cold marrow condensed into her spine. 9 revolutions soul-returning grass completed her divine soul. The newly born bones revealed jade luster, naturally bearing Dao patterns on their surface. Lingxiao groaned softly as her reforged heart suddenly pounded violently. Thump! Surging vitality instantly swept through her entire body. She suddenly opened her eyes, golden light churning in their depths, directly breaking through the divine sea realm and stepping into the Dao inquiry realm. "This is impossible." an immortal body. Xuanxiao's demonic form shrieked, both furious and terrified. Chu Xian's face was pale, the massive consumption of true essence leaving his entire body as if washed by water, but his lips still curved upward. Xianer, how do you feel? Lingxiao stood suspended in air, pure Tao essence swirling around her. She raised her hand and clenched her fist, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Master, I seem to be. She looked at her own jade-white palm, having become something different. Chu Xian raised his hand to heal Song Kong, but the old man weakly waved him away. There's no need. Song Kong lay sprawled among the broken stone steps, his gaze piercing through the cracks in the ancient hall's dome to rest upon the gray-white sky. I am but a remnant soul from a bygone era. Everyone's souls have scattered, and even Master has become like this. What meaning is there left in my existence? He struggled to lift his arm, grasping Chu Xian's sleeve with fingers that turned white from the effort. I only ask that you put an end to all of this. Chu Xian met those clouded yet resolute eyes and nodded silently. Golden light blazed from his palm like the dawn breaking through endless darkness. The imprisoned demonic body of Xuanxiao immediately let out a shriek as the thick demonic markings crumbled inch by inch under the golden radiance. In moments, the demonic form collapsed, leaving only a strand of pure essence, cleansed of all demonic energy, floating in the air. The essence trembled slightly, and an aged voice emerged. Young friend, you deliberately held back? After a pause, as if understanding something, the voice grew somber. I nearly caused great disaster this time. Thank you for saving me. I know you have questions, and while I still remain, I can answer them. Chu Xian asked in a deep voice. Where do you come from, senior? Why were you at war with the demon race? The pure orb of light flickered and manifested the phantom of Xuanxiao's former self. We come from the lower realm, the Xuanxiao Continent. His voice carried the hoarseness of memory. Years ago, I achieved the imperial realm in Tianhua and accidentally discovered the existence of the 3,000 Tao states. Seeking higher cultivation, I led 108 great Saint Realm experts to break through the boundary and ascend. But the native cultivators of the 3,000 Tao states, to limit lower realm cultivators from competing for resources, established an iron law: who ascend from lower realms must slay sufficient numbers of extraterrestrial demons before they can establish themselves in the Tao states. Song smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with regret. To battle extraterrestrial demons requires at least the Great Saint Realm. Song Kong, having not yet reached that level, was forced to remain at the reception platform while the rest of us charged into the demon domain without hesitation. The spiritual energy density in the 3,000 Tao states is 100 times that of Tianhua Continent. Who would willingly return? Yet in the end, we were completely annihilated. The phantom raised his hand toward the ancient hall's rubble beneath their feet. I intended to use this hall to gather everyone's remnant souls, granting them peace in death. But unexpectedly, the hall shook violently some time ago, and demonic energy poured in through the cracks. Chu Xian's brow furrowed as realization struck. Song had hidden the ancient hall in the 9 nether demon lands of Xuanxiao Continent, and his own previous assault on 9 nether had caused the earth veins to fracture, damaging the hall and allowing demonic energy to seep in. A series of demonic disturbances: Xia, Xiajia, Qinemo, and now Song all seemed connected to him. As he pondered, Song's essence spoke softly. Young friend, I can see your extraordinary potential. This small Xuanxiao cannot contain you. But remember, never attempt ascension without complete preparation. Then, gazing at the dying Song Kong on the ground, he said, Song Kong, it's time for us to go. As his words faded, Song's essence dissolved into stardust in the air. A smile of relief crossed Song Kong's lips as he slowly closed his eyes, his body losing all signs of life. Chu Xian stood in place, emotions churning within him. He swept his sleeve to gather Song Kong's remains, burying them deep in the earth, then summoned mountain stones to construct a simple tomb. Having completed this task, he gazed at the freshly raised mound, his eyes profound as he murmured softly. It seems the waters of the 3,000 Tao states run very deep. Turning to Lingxiao, he said, the matter of ascension must not be disclosed. I will remember, master, replied the disciple. With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Xian awakened Yu Jian and the others, along with Erbai. Without the power of Song's blood and energy, Erbai reverted to a cute little beast, shaking its head dazedly. With a thought, he and his 5 disciples instantly appeared before the ruins of Song's residence, faced with a battlefield strewn with debris, blood, and fire. Stop, Chu Xian commanded softly. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth halted, freezing the entire space. Blades hung in midair, spells paused at fingertips, and falling blood droplets froze. Scanning with his divine sense, his expression darkened. Of the original 500 disciples of Lingxiao Sect, over 100 had perished. Less than 400 remained standing. Familiar faces lay forever in pools of blood, and a murderous intent boiled within him. Courting death, With a grip of his fingers, an invisible force descended upon the world. Instantly, the bones of all the corrupted cultivators cracked, their bodies twisted. Boom, boom, boom. In successive muffled bursts, hundreds of corrupted cultivators turned into blood mist, a metallic wind sweeping across the field. The remaining Lingxiao Sect disciples were stunned, unable to even track their leader's movements. The most advanced disciples, Yi Shi and Duan Hong, felt their hair stand on end. Had the sect master ascended to the emperor realm? Long Outyan, bound by a pact with Chu Xian, knew Chu Xian had not yet attained enlightenment. Shocked, he could only shout inwardly, "Master is incredible." As everyone steadied their spirits, Chu Xian locked onto the remaining presences. With a cold glance at the void, he raised his hand. Hundreds of corrupted cultivators were forcibly torn through space, landing before the ruins. Upon closer inspection, most were disciples of the Demon King's Hall, including the severely injured Hall Master. Zhong Lu's pupils shook, his body trembling like a leaf. Master has murderous intent. But they are all my demon children. I can die for Master, but how can I watch him slay them before my eyes? The forcibly transported demon cultivators looked around in confusion, barely regaining their senses when a cold voice pierced the air. You dare touch my Lingxiao Sect disciples? Chu Xian's palm struck again, the pressure of heaven and earth surging. Master, wait. Zhong Lu rushed forward, dropping to one knee. Master, these demon cultivators must not be killed. The crowd was in uproar. He had been indifferent as righteous disciples spilled blood in the sky, yet now he blocked the blade for the Demon King's Hall traitors. Everyone cursed inwardly. Whose side are you on? Chu Xian narrowed his eyes, smirking. Boy still hiding? His tone was calm. Oh, why must they not be killed? Zhong Lu pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice trembling. Master, they are good people. Struggling for a moment, he could only offer this absurd excuse. Good people? Chu Xian sneered. Demon cultivators, worthy of being called good people? Zhong Lu's mind shook, finally resolving himself. He suddenly raised his head, black light exploding from his eyes. Disciple, before he could finish, overwhelming demonic energy enveloped him, revealing the demon lord's three-headed, six-armed form behind him. Yet beneath this terrifying manifestation, he remained on one knee, loudly declaring, Zhong Lu, founding ancestor of the Demon King's Hall, pays respects to Master. Boom. Zhong Lu's words struck like a thunderbolt from clear skies, piercing straight into everyone's hearts. The mountain wind ceased abruptly, as if all air had been instantly sucked away. Long Outyan's copperbell eyes widened in shock, his entire body frozen in place. Duan Hong's grip on his sword suddenly loosened, the blade clanging to the ground. Yi Shi stumbled, barely managing to steady herself after a faltering step. The captured demonic cultivators wore blank expressions, their minds completely empty. What had that young man just said? He was their ancestor, yet also someone else's disciple? Chu Xian's gaze was cold as winter stars, his voice dropping even lower. So tell me, what was your true purpose in infiltrating the Lingxiao sect? This disciple was not infiltrating. Zhong Lu met his master's eyes directly. After my rebirth, I was merely a mortal who would have starved to death on the streets. The Lingxiao sect took me in and gave me new life. With these words, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed deeply. Though the Demon King Palace follows the demonic path, in our 1,000 years of establishment, we have never killed innocents indiscriminately. Zhong Lu raised his head, speaking urgently. Those who lost their sanity were all executed. The current demonic cultivators are being controlled by extraterrestrial demons. Please, Master, see the truth. Then explain this. Did the Demon King Palace truly launch a massive invasion of the Daxia Empire's western frontier? Chu Xian pressed. Tears welled in Zhong Lu's eyes. The Demon King Palace only sought to resurrect this disciple, and had no choice but to enter the western frontier. They never killed the people of Daxiathi, only hunted demonic beasts in the west to restore this disciple's vital energy. At these words, all the demonic cultivators covered their faces and sighed in unison. Someone choked back tears and muttered quietly, Sigh, we demonic cultivators have had it rough. Other sects massacre cities and destroy nations at will, yet we rely entirely on demonic beasts for cultivation. The beasts in the 9 nether demon lands died out long ago, so we had no choice but to hunt demons in Daxia to extend our ancestors' life. Duan Hong recalled passing through the western frontier years ago, his brow twitching. Indeed, he hadn't seen demonic cultivators slaughtering civilians. When he had slain that saint-level demonic cultivator, from the corner of his eye he seemed to have glimpsed a large bird-type demonic beast. Could that cultivator's target have been the beast? Chu Xian also recalled Xia Yanqiu's original report. It only mentioned demonic cultivators appearing in the western frontier, with no mention of civilian massacres. If they had truly wronged the Demon King Palace, this misunderstanding was enormous. Half of the 9 nether demon lands had already been destroyed. Seeing the Demon King Palace disciples weeping like children, Zhong Lu's heart ached unbearably. He pointed toward the captured demonic cultivators. This disciple humbly begs Master to activate the world-purifying formation to save them. If Master insists on killing. Before he could finish, he tore open his robes, baring his chest. Then kill this disciple first. A cold gleam flashed as Chu Xian materialized a sword in his palm, its tip pressed against Chonglu's throat. Do you think I wouldn't dare? The blade pierced 3 inches into flesh, blood trickling down his neck. Yet Chonglu remained perfectly still. Master. Lingxiao suddenly fell to his knees. Since junior brother Chonglu entered our sect, he has never harmed a fellow disciple and has repeatedly distinguished himself. Please spare his life. Yes, Master. Xiaozhu knelt as well. During our last mission to the imperial capital, without junior brother's help, senior brother Yu Jian and I would surely have perished. Yu Jian also prostrated himself. In the recent fierce battle, junior brother risked his life to draw away most of the demonized cultivators, enabling our victory. His merit cannot be denied. Just as Tang Lu was about to speak, Chu Xian raised his hand to stop him. Enough. All of you rise. The sword vanished back into its sheath in an instant. Bring them all back to the sect. We'll discuss further after purification. Hearing these words, Chonglu could no longer contain himself and wept openly. Looking at his senior brothers and sisters kneeling in a row, his heart burned with warmth. To have such senior brothers and sisters in this life, what fear could I have of death? Chu Xian slowly turned around, but no one caught the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. From the moment Chonglu was accepted as his personal disciple, he had seen through the young man's secret. That carefully hidden demonic nature, which he thought was perfectly concealed, was completely exposed under the watchful eyes of Qi Yu and the 2 great emperors above and below. Today, he had deliberately saved the Demon King Palace cultivators for last execution, giving Chonglu a chance to reveal himself. Chu Xian had never harbored prejudice against the demonic path, but if Chonglu had stood by and done nothing, it would have inevitably created a rift between them. His subsequent feint of raising his sword to kill was merely to ensure Chonglu would forever remember the bond with his fellow disciples. For the sake of these personal disciples, he had truly schemed with great care. What caught Chu Xian completely off guard was that the Demon King Palace's conduct was actually more principled than that of the righteous path, instantly shaking his stereotypical impression of demonic cultivators as bloodthirsty and cruel. With this, the ancient palace expedition had finally come to an end. With a thought, Chu Xian led the Lingxiao Sect disciples out of the Xuanxiao ancient palace, leaving the temporarily detained demonic cultivators inside the hall to be dealt with through purification rituals after returning to the sect. Above the 9 nether demon lands, Chu Xian raised his hand, and the azure light filling the sky converged as he absorbed the entire bronze ancient palace into his body. Looking inward at his dantian, he was delighted to discover that the phantom temple at the end of the heaven-ascending stairs had completely transformed into the appearance of the bronze ancient palace, solid, imposing, like mountains anchoring the sea. The golden Dao vessel soared through the sky, carrying everyone on their journey home. The wind howled across the deck, yet it couldn't mask the disciples' silence. This expedition had cost them over 100 fellow sect members, casting a dark shadow over any joy. The ordinary disciples returned almost empty-handed, while several personal disciples had gained tremendously. 1. Lin Xian's immortal bones were reforged, his physique completely renewed. 2. Chong Lu's inner conflicts were resolved, advancing further in his dual cultivation of righteous and demonic paths. 3. Chu Xian refined the bronze ancient palace and obtained the Xuanxiao ancient seal. Though still at the peak of sub-saint realm, he was now confident he could suppress the eastern wasteland sword Saint Yi Shi even in direct combat. Xianer, what comes next? Yi Shi stood at the bow, gazing at the receding 9 nether demon lands, his voice tinged with subtle unease. Chu Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze pointing toward the direction of Lingxiao Sect. Prepare for war. 2 simple words, yet they rang out like war drums. The Dao vessel immediately accelerated, the setting sun stretching its shadow infinitely long the calm before the storm was being torn apart. Outside the Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate, the golden Dao vessel slowly descended. In the plaza, 100,000 disciples cheered in unison, colorful clouds filled the sky, spiritual birds circled overhead, and the enthusiastic atmosphere ignited instantly. Welcome back, Sect Master, in triumph. Chu Xian raised his hand slightly. Those with merit shall receive 3 months of cultivation resources. For fallen sect members, compensation shall be tenfold. As his words fell, mountain-shaking cheers erupted once more. The next moment, a system notification exploded in Chu Xian's mind. Sect cohesion improvement detected. Reward: all sect disciples comprehension 30, cultivation speed 50, lasting 1 month. Before the voice faded, auspicious clouds gathered above Lingxiao Sect, and countless golden rays descended from heaven. The disciples felt their minds become crystal clear, and cultivation techniques that were once obscure and difficult to understand suddenly became as easy as reading a book. Heaven-bestowed fortune. Ah, I can feel it coming. I need to go into seclusion for a breakthrough. Chu Xian watched the disciples' thunderous cheers with a smile on his face, then led his personal disciples toward the main peak. At the main peak of Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian stood upon the jade steps of the main hall, methodically issuing instructions for the purification process of the remaining Demon King Palace forces. Spiritual light flickered within the hall as Qiyu and the two great emperor elders, Xuanxiao, stood silently to the side, taking notes. After finishing his orders, Chu Xian raised his eyes and asked, "What stage has Yunxiao Sect reached now?" Qiyu stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "Sect Master, you witnessed firsthand that great battle in the western part of the eastern wasteland half a month ago. After the battle, Yunxiao Sect remained quiet for several days, then suddenly accelerated their expansion. Of the 21 states in the eastern wasteland, 18 have already fallen, leaving only the 9 Nether Demon Territory, Xixiao State, and Lingxiao State." Chu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly and corrected, "The 9 Nether Demon Territory is gone too. The Demon King Palace cultivators there have been completely demonized by the extraterrestrial demon race." "Oh, did the sect master encounter any attacks from demonized cultivators on your return journey?" Xuanxiao inquired. Chu Xian shook his head. "No. The entire 9 Nether Demon Territory has completely sunk, and even the demonized cultivators are nowhere to be seen." Qiyu and Xuanxiao exchanged glances, both growing secretly grave. Xuanxiao said in a low voice, "With 19 of 21 states occupied, Yunxiao Sect could press against our borders at any moment. How does the sect master plan to respond? We should prepare our arrangements in advance." Chu Xian's gaze shifted between the two great emperors, and he suddenly revealed a cunning smile. "You too. Are there any restrictions or constraints on fighting within the sect grounds?" Qiyu and Xuanxiao understood immediately and shook their heads in unison. "None. In fact, with the sect's barrier enhancement, we can unleash our full combat power." The answer matched his expectations, and Chu Xian's smile grew broader. Lingxiao Sect had a total of 228 elders. Besides the two great emperors Qiyu and Xuanxia, the rest were all saint level, and adding core disciples like Long Outyin and Duan Hong, their saint level combat power exceeded 240. As long as they locked the battlefield within the sect grounds, Qin Mo would have no chance of victory. With this thought, Chu Xian decisively ordered, "Immediately close all Lingxiao halls. All dispatched elders and disciples throughout the two states, regardless of their positions, must return to the sect. We'll wait quietly for the decisive battle with Yunxiao Sect. When the time comes, I'll need both elders to hold the fort." "A strategy of closing the door to beat the dog." Qiyu nodded with a smile. Xuanxiao also stroked his beard in agreement. "With two great emperors here, we'll destroy however many come." Outside Lingxiao Sect's mountain gate, the night wind was bitter. 3 staggering figures tumbled down before the bluestone steps, raising clouds of dust. Their clothes were tattered, their hair disheveled. Blood and grime mixed together, they looked hardly better than beggars. The leading sword cultivator raised his head, saw the golden plaque bearing the 3 characters Lingxiao Sect hanging from the eaves, and whispered hoarsely, "Finally made it." The other 2 showed expressions of having survived a catastrophe. "Crossing the eastern wasteland while being hunted all the way, we've finally found a sect that hasn't been demonized." These 3 were disciples of the Great Yin Sword Sect from the Central Domain. Originally a 10-person team investigating demonic chi anomalies in the Eastern Wasteland, they were ambushed by Qin Mo along the way. 7 died, and their communication jade slips were destroyed. The remaining 3 could only flee desperately along mountain ranges and ruined states. Every sect they encountered had either been slaughtered or had already submitted to Yunxiao Sect. Now standing before Lingxiao Sect's gates, though their clothes were torn, they couldn't hide the unique pride of Central Domain cultivators. The leading sword cultivator surveyed the surroundings, noting the simple and understated mountain gate, and sighed softly. "This is still a remote corner of the eastern wasteland after all. It seems Yunxiao Sect hasn't expanded here yet, so they've managed to survive by luck." He turned to look at his companions, his eyes gradually brightening. "That's fine. We'll first borrow Lingxiao Sect's resources to set up a spatial formation and contact our sect master. When we return to our sect, we can save this Lingxiao Sect along the way." Another person nodded and said, "Yes, the eastern wasteland has basically fallen now. This should be the only remaining sect. If we want to return to the central domain, this is our only option." After a brief discussion, the leader raised his head, his voice amplified by true essence thundering across the mountains. "Listen well, people of Lingxiao Sect. Your doom is at hand. We 3 are cultivators from the Great Yin Sword Sect of the Central Domain. Come out immediately to receive us. If you know what's good for you, we might spare your lives." The furious roar echoed like rolling thunder through the mountains, causing several Lingxiao Sect disciples patrolling the mountain paths to stop and look. These disciples exchanged glances, showing not a trace of fear, but rather a strange sympathy. Central Domain cultivators? Are they idiots? So rude. And they dare say our Lingxiao sect is doomed? Screw that. In the main hall of the peak, Chu Xian was discussing matters with Chi Yu and another subordinate. After a disciple reported the situation, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. Great Yin Sword Sect? Isn't that the old hag's sect? As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingertip, sending a transmission talisman shooting out. Please invite the 3 distinguished guests up the mountain for a chat. Treat them well. Chi Yu covered her mouth and giggled. Sect Master, your smile looks so wicked. Since they've come from afar to enlighten us about survival, naturally, we should humbly seek their guidance. Chu Xian adjusted his sleeves, a trace of memory flickering in his eyes. That old hag had treated him fairly well back in the day, but unfortunately, she eventually struck his name from the disciple roster. Since they'd crossed paths now, it would be good to probe the current situation of the Great Yin Sword Sect. You two withdraw for now. We can't let our saviors discover you. Outside the mountain gate, Yi Shi went down to meet the 3 sword cultivators, leading them into the mountain protection formation. As the formation patterns flashed, all 3 men trembled simultaneously. This spiritual energy density. The lead sword cultivator's voice quavered as he clearly sensed that the spiritual energy here was several times more concentrated than at the Great Yin Sword Sect. The other 2 flushed red, unable to resist taking several deep breaths as their depleted spiritual power visibly surged back. Such a blessed paradise, occupied by a minor Eastern Wasteland sect, it's simply a waste of heaven's gifts. Absolutely. The third man ground his teeth in agreement, jealousy practically materializing in his eyes. Yi Shi walked at the front, deliberately slowing his pace to let the 3 fully savor their shock. Passing through corridors and stone paths, they reached the main hall of the peak. The hall doors stood wide open, with Chu Xian already seated in the sect master's position, wearing a gentle smile. Seeing the 3 enter, he rose to greet them. For 3 distinguished guests from the central domain to come from so far away is truly an honor for our Lingxiao sect. The 3 sword cultivators struggled to contain their amazement. The leader proudly announced his name. Great Yin Sword Sect, Zhao Wuchen. These 2 are my junior brothers. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. I am the Lingxiao sect master, little Xuanxiao. At these words, not only was Yi Shi stunned, but even the 3 from Zhao Wuchen were dumbfounded. Little Xuanxiao? What decent person calls themselves little Xuanxiao? Chu Xian ignored everyone's stares and continued his enthusiastic hospitality. Please, have a seat. He personally poured tea for the 3 visitors. I've long heard that the central domain is blessed with outstanding people, and the Great Yin Sword Sect is a sacred place of the sword path. Meeting you 3 today, you truly live up to your reputation. Since you've come from afar, why not first try our Lingxiao Sect's special spiritual tea? Zhao Wuchen frowned slightly. Why was this sect master only making irrelevant small talk? What time was it to be drinking tea? He suppressed his impatience and cleared his throat. Well, sect master little Xuanxiao, now is not the time for pleasantries. 19 of the Eastern Wasteland's 21 states have already fallen, and your Lingxiao sect. Oh my! Chu Xian raised his hand to interrupt. You 3 distinguished guests have traveled far and haven't rested yet. Let's not discuss such unpleasant matters for now. His smile was enigmatic. I've heard that the Great Yin Sword Sect has 18 sword pavilions. May I ask which pavilion you 3 are from? At these words, Chu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he waited for their response. Zhao Wuchen was visibly stunned. Damn, this remote place really underestimates our Great Yin Sword Sect. Our Great Yin Sword Sect clearly has 36 pavilions. How can you say there are only 18? Your sect master's information is inaccurate. Our Great Yin Sword Sect has a total of 36 sword pavilions, and we 3 brothers are all elders of the first sword pavilion. Boy, since you know of our Great Yin Sword Sect, you should understand the prestige of the first sword pavilion. Why don't you prostrate yourself and worship immediately? Then hand over all of your Lingxiao Sect's resources to help us restore our spiritual power. Chu Xian had been listening quietly, nodding inwardly. Of course he knew the Great Yin Sword Sect had 36 pavilions. Mentioning 18 pavilions was merely to test these 3 men's true background. Seeing that Chu Xian showed no sign of reverence and remained silent in a daze, Zhao Wuchen finally lost his patience and slammed the table. Little Sect Master Xian, do you realize that Lingxiao Sect is in mortal danger? Demonic energy ravages the Eastern Wasteland, and a million cultivators from Yunxiao Sect could attack at any moment. The hall suddenly fell silent. Chu Xian's smile faded as he leisurely sipped his tea. Oh? Then what do you 3 suggest? Immediately open all your sect's resources for our use. Zhao Wuchen interrupted. We need to construct spatial formations and craft communication jade slips to contact the Great Yin Sword Sect. This might preserve a thread of hope for your Lingxiao Sect. Chu Xian chuckled softly and turned to give instructions. Uncle, take our 3 distinguished guests to the warehouse to select materials. Yi Shi accepted the order and gestured respectfully. 3 gentlemen, please follow me. The group arrived at Lingxiao Sect's warehouse. The moment the wooden doors were pushed open, the 3 sword cultivators were struck as if by lightning. their steps frozen at the threshold. Inside the warehouse, spiritual light soared skyward. Sacred-grade medicinal herbs were piled like mountains, their fragrance rich and intoxicating. Various rare ores sparkled with seven-colored radiance, while countless magical treasures were neatly arranged, their cold gleam flowing endlessly. This. Zhao Wuchen's voice trembled. The wealth before his eyes completely overturned his understanding of remote sects in the eastern wasteland compared to this. The great Yin Sword Sect's warehouse could only be described as impoverished. Amidst this shocking scene, the sudden sound of crunching and chewing rang out. The three men followed the sound and saw two dogs, one white and one yellow, lying atop a pile of sacred medicines, happily gnawing on 100 fragrant sacred fruit. Such waste of heavenly treasures. One sword cultivator's eyes bulged with rage as he pointed at the dogs, his finger trembling uncontrollably. That's a sacred medicine that can bring the dead back to life and mend bones. Another clutched his chest, his face deathly pale. Our first sword pavilion doesn't even get 100 fragrant sacred fruit in 10 years, and yet it's being eaten by dogs. Before he finished speaking, all three men's vision went black. Thud, 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 they collapsed one after another, fainting from sheer outrage. Yishi shook his head helplessly and addressed the two dogs. Dahuang, Airby, how did you scare our guests unconscious? He casually packed up more than 10 sacred herbs and tossed them over. Here, take all of these and go eat over there. The two dogs looked up, blinked innocently, grabbed the bundle in their mouths, and scampered out of the warehouse. Just then, Zhao Wuchen, who had just regained consciousness, witnessed this scene and promptly collapsed again with another thud. Yishi scratched his head and muttered, "Sigh, are all cultivators from the central region this poor? Dressed in rags and acting like they've never seen anything before, fainting just because dogs ate some sacred medicine." Fortunately, the Dian Sword Sect expelled Xian back. Then what future could there be following such a sect? The three sword cultivators slowly regained consciousness, opening their eyes to meet Chu Xian's half-smiling gaze. Zhao Wuchen's weathered face flushed red as he immediately steadied his mind, forcing composure. Just now, my spiritual energy was momentarily disrupted. I've made a fool of myself before Sect Master Xuanxiao. No matter. Chu Xian's tone was gentle as he personally placed 3 cups of spirit tea before them. You three have traveled far and endured a long journey. Please drink some tea to calm your nerves. Zhao Wuchen accepted the teacup, the cool sensation penetrating through his fingers, which trembled uncontrollably in Thousand cold jade. The fragrance from within the cup rushed straight to his consciousness, as if the next breath would drag him into enlightenment. Dao comprehension tea. Gulfi swallowed hard, suppressing his heartache as he placed the teacup back on the table. Sect Master, we are indeed weary. How about this? We'll list the materials we need, and your sect's disciples can gather them for us. The other 2 fellow disciples nodded frantically. They had no desire to be chased around the courtyard again by those 2 fierce earth dogs. Dignified central domain sword cultivators, reduced to being inferior to a guard dog of an eastern wasteland sect, they just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chu Xian readily agreed, clapping his hands. Jinner, Shinner, or Xiaochonglu, help our 3 honored guests collect materials. 5 figures stepped into the great hall in unison. Just as Zhao Wuchen was about to speak, his entire body suddenly trembled. The junior brother beside him hurriedly transmitted through spiritual communication. Senior brother, that white-robed young lady seems to be covered in supreme bones. The 3 men looked carefully. Golden radiance flickered around the girl's entire body, each step trailing pale golden Dao essence. The other 4 also possessed equally profound and mighty auras, as if they could tear through the void at any moment. Is this reasonable? Zhao Wuchen's tongue tied in knots. Peerless geniuses that might not appear once in 10,000 years in the central domain were sprouting like roadside mushrooms in an eastern wasteland sect? Was there no justice? No law? While the 3 were still dazed, Chu Xian gently reminded them. Fellow Taoists, didn't you want to write a materials list? Zhao Wuchen snapped back to reality, stammering out the first item. We need 3 void stones. Void stones. Yu Jian raised his hand, his storage ring flashing. No need to go to the warehouse. Here. 5 black crystal stones clattered to the ground. Also need celestial star sand. Easy enough. Tang Lu bent down, pulling out half a sack of silver gleaming sand from his cosmos bag. In the blink of an eye, rare materials piled into a small mountain. The 3 from Zhao Wuchen's group were dumbstruck. These years at the Dian Sword Sect had been like begging for scraps. Even worse, these materials were things they could only afford to use by emptying their own pockets. Yet in the eyes of Lingxiao Sect disciples, they seemed no different from cabbages at a market. Zhao Wuchen's fingers trembled, left with only one thought. What exactly was the background of this Lingxiao Sect? He took a deep breath, selected several fine-quality jade stones, arranged formations, and inscribed patterns, beginning to craft a transmission jade slip. Light patterns flowed across the jade slip as he activated his spiritual energy, and a stern female voice emerged from within. Dian Sword Sect Executive Hall. What do you report? First Sword Pavilion Elder Zhao Wuchen requests connection to the Sect Master. There are earth-shaking developments in the Eastern Wasteland. The communication jade slip suddenly fell silent. After a full cup of tea's time, the jade surface flickered again, and Luo Qingxuang's cold voice drifted out. Are you three certain that Xiao Long is dead? Zhao Wuchen immediately prostrated himself and reported with absolute certainty. Sect Master, it is absolutely true. This subordinate witnessed with my own eyes as the Pavilion Master's head was severed. We three had no choice but to survive temporarily in order to report on the situation in the Eastern Wasteland. We humbly request the Sect Master's punishment. He paused, then added in a low voice. However, Xiaolong's soul tablet remains intact. These words struck like muffled thunder. Even Zhao Wuchen himself was stunned, his eyes suddenly widening, yet he could not utter a single sound. After a moment of silence, Chu Xian raised his hand and said, perhaps Pavilion Master Zhao was corrupted by the demonic energy of the extraterrestrial demon clan before his death, which would explain why his soul tablet did not shatter. Luo Qingxuang frowned slightly through the jade slip. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall who it was. Without dwelling on it further, she directly ordered, if that is the case, immediately construct a spatial teleportation array at Lingxiao Sect. Once the array is complete, notify this emperor at once. This emperor will personally travel to the Eastern Wasteland. Discovering that Luo Qingxuang did not blame them for their survival, Zhao Wuchen breathed a great sigh of relief and responded excitedly. This subordinate obeys. He then swiftly departed with his companions. Learning that their sect master would come in person, the three were overjoyed. They secretly speculated. Once Luo Qingxuang set foot in Lingxiao Sect and witnessed that this place's spiritual energy far surpassed that of Dian Sword Sect, Lingxiao Sect would have only two paths. First, voluntarily merge with Dian Sword Sect. Second, be completely eradicated and replaced by Dian Sword Sect. If this came to pass, they who discovered this treasure land would surely be rewarded. With benefits at stake, Zhao Wuchen and the others' attitude toward Chu Xian changed drastically. Previously they had addressed him as Sect Master Xian, but now they called him Little Xian. Chu Xian sighed inwardly what characters they were, yet he could not be bothered to argue. After ending communication with Luo Qingxuang, the three completely assumed the airs of masters. Zhao Wuchen crossed his legs, casually tossed aside a half-eaten 9 revolutions profound ginseng, and gestured with his chin. Little Xian, bring those spatial crystals over here. Chu Xian approached with a smile, carrying the stones. Fellow Taoist Zhao, the materials you requested. Stop dawdling. Another sword cultivator pointed his sword at Yu Jian and coldly shouted. If you delay our sect master's arrival, can you bear the responsibility? The 5 personal disciples' gazes turned ice cold. If not for their master's transmitted warning, they would have already gathered forces to take down these 3 fellows. Taking advantage of Lingxiao Sect's abundant stores, Zhao Wuchen's trio finally experienced the pleasure of consuming sacred medicines without restraint. 5 days later, as the final array pattern glowed with silver light, Zhao Wuchen immediately reported through the jade slip. Sect Master, the great array is complete. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. In an instant, the formation blazed to life, a blinding pillar of light shot skyward, and a graceful silhouette rapidly solidified within the radiance. The newcomer wore moon-white flowing cloud sword robes that fluttered in the wind, with a pale blue celestial silk sash binding her slender waist, accentuating her exquisite curves. 3,000 strands of dark hair were casually arranged in a bun, with several loose strands falling along her jade neck. A cinnabar mark between her brows was vivid as fresh blood, complementing her snow-white skin. Her phoenix eyes held dew and frost, naturally commanding and imposing. Her toes lightly touched the void, while the bronze ancient sword at her waist emitted a clear dragon's cry. We respectfully welcome the sect master. Zhao Wuchen and his 2 companions prostrated themselves and shouted, though from the corners of their eyes they noticed Chu Xian still standing dazed in place. How dare you? Seeing the sect master of our Dian Sword Sect, why do you not kneel? Zhao Wuchen, who was about to stand up and teach Chu Xian a lesson, suddenly felt a pair of icy eyes watching him. He instinctively turned his head and saw Luo Qingxuang standing with her hands behind her back, her lips set in a cold, hard line, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. A chill ran down Zhao Wuchen's spine. What was wrong with the sect master? When had he offended her? Chu Xian. Luo Qingxuang's voice was like a cold blade. It seems you're not quite the powerless waste that rumors claim you to be. As soon as she spoke, Zhao Wuchen and his 2 fellow disciples immediately understood. Half a year ago, when leaving the central region, the sect master had repeatedly instructed them to bring back someone named Chu Xian to the Dian Sword Sect at all costs, even leaving behind a portrait. But they had only glanced at it casually before forgetting all about it. Now they realized that the person their sect master sought had been right under their noses all along. Chu Xian smiled slightly, his expression calm. Senior Luo jests. I was indeed crippled 3 whole years as a waste. Senior. This form of address made Luo Qingxuang frown, detecting a hint of dissatisfaction in Chu Xian's tone. She composed herself and surveyed the surroundings as if she owned the place, then sat directly in the reclining chair that Chu Xian habitually used, her robes spreading out as if the chair had always belonged to her. Tell me about the situation in the eastern wasteland. The 3 disciples hurried forward, talking over each other as they reported everything they had observed along the way. The more Luo Qingxuang listened, the deeper her frown became. She raised her hand to interrupt them. When exactly is this intelligence from? Zhao Wuchen was stunned. Reporting to the sect master, it's from 5 days ago when we first arrived at Lingxiao Sect. Useless. Luo Qingxuang snapped coldly. This emperor wants today's situation. The 3 disciples' faces turned ashen as they dropped to their knees, their robes trembling. Chu Xian spoke up at this moment. Senior Luo need not be angry. According to our sect's latest intelligence, Xuanxiao Sect has captured Zhixiao province. Of the 21 provinces in the eastern wasteland, only our Lingxiao province remains unconquered. A flash of surprise crossed Luo Qingxuang's phoenix eyes. You can access real-time intelligence. Chu Xian didn't answer directly, merely raised his hand and traced through the air. A 3-dimensional map appeared before everyone. Black demonic energy had almost completely engulfed the entire eastern wasteland, with only a corner of Lingxiao province remaining blue. Luo Qingxuang stared at that patch of blue and snorted softly. Interesting. It seems you've made considerable progress. Her tone shifted. However, do you think a single Lingxiao sect can withstand the demonized Yunxiao sect? Chu Xian still smiled. How fortunate that Senior Luo has arrived. What is Yunxiao sect's combat strength? Luo Qingxuang continued her questioning. Chu Xian spoke leisurely. The eastern wasteland originally had roughly 200 saint-level experts. After demonization, cultivators generally see their cultivation improved. Yunxiao sect now controls a conservative estimate of 600 saint-level experts. And their sect master, Qin Mo, broke through to the semi-emperor realm 2 months ago. 600 saint-level experts, plus 1 semi-emperor. Luo Qingxuang pondered briefly, her heart also growing solemn. Such power could rank among the major forces even in the central region. In terms of numbers, even Sword Sect would fall short. She smiled faintly. Weren't you the sect master of Yunxiao Sect? Chu Xian merely smiled without explanation. Luo Qingxuang frowned again. Then, do you have a counter-strategy? Chu Xian continued smiling warmly, spreading his hands as he said he would follow Senior Luo's instructions entirely. Looking at her former disciple's nonchalant demeanor, Luo Qingxuang took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation rising in her chest. Golden wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the great hall swayed gently, while sharp sword intent drifted through the air like an invisible current. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Chu Xian. Years ago, swayed by others' provocations, she had struck Chu Xian's name from the disciple registry. At that time, the Yunxiao sect had already ceased paying tribute to the Sword Sect for 3 consecutive years, and Chu Xian had only stayed within the sect for a mere 6 months. Their master-disciple bond was thin, easily severed with a single expulsion notice. Now, with the Yunxiao sect under new leadership and Chu Xian having become the sect master of Lingxiao sect, Luo Qingxuang had already discerned some of the underlying schemes, which stirred a trace of sympathy within her. Chu Xian. She softened her voice, her eyes growing gentler by half. The expulsion back then was this emperor's mistake, but now is not the time for assigning blame. I suggest you relocate Lingxiao sect to the central domain. Sword Sect can help you. Senior Luo, that won't be necessary. Chu Xian smiled slightly, raising his hand to interrupt. Lingxiao sect is rooted in Lingxiao province and won't abandon our homeland over a mere demonic calamity. A mere demonic calamity? Luo Qingxuang's brow furrowed slightly. 600 saint-level cultivators and 1 semi-emperor, and you call it mere? Do you know that Sword Sect only has just over 300 saint-level cultivators? At that moment, Zhao Wuchen and his 2 companions seized the opportunity, stepping forward to block Chu Xian's front. Chu Xian, don't be so ungrateful. Zhao Wuchen shouted sternly. The sect master is offering you a way out, and yet you refuse the toast only to drink the penalty wine. Another pointed at Chu Xian's nose, his tone sharp with mockery. What is Lingxiao sect anyway? Can mere words block so many demonized cultivators? If you know what's good for you, hand over Lingxiao sect's resources quickly. Buying your way to survival isn't a bad deal. The third man sneered in agreement. Chu Xian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, looking toward Luo Qingxuang with a half-smile. Senior Luo, during my half-year of cultivation at Sword Sect, I never saw sword cultivators of such character within the sect. Won't you do something about this? As his words fell, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Luo Qingxuang flicked her sleeves, and 3 streams of sword qi shot out like cold lightning. instantly sealing the cultivation of Zhao Wuchen and his companions before hurling them directly into the spatial teleportation array nearby. The array patterns flashed once, and the three men vanished without a trace. Return to the Sword Sect and be confined in the Sword Tomb. Her voice was ice cold. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned. The Sword Tomb was Dian Sword Sect's place of punishment, where 9 out of 10 never returned alive. He naturally understood what that meant. Senior Luo, this is enough chatter. Luo Qingxuang raised her hand to stop his words. I only ask this. Why do you insist on not leaving? Are you afraid I'll steal Lingxiao Sect's resources? Chu Xian adjusted his sleeves, his expression gradually growing solemn. Lingxiao Province is where our sect's foundation lies. Lingxiao Sect protects the people of this province and guards the peace of this land. With demonic calamity imminent, how can we abandon them? He walked to the entrance of the Great Hall and raised his hand toward the mountain's base. Within 3,000 li below this mountain live countless millions of common folk. If I leave, what will become of them? The evening sun's afterglow fell upon his silhouette, and Luo Qingxuang suddenly felt that this former disciple's bearing had become remarkably upright. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for the common people? She sighed inwardly. Chu Xian turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who says we're destined to lose? This single sentence struck like a sword piercing the sky, hitting straight to Luo Qingxuang's heart. From her understanding of Chu Xian, he was never one to boast or seek empty glory, yet from beginning to end, he had never truly taken this crisis to heart. What trump card was he holding? Before her thoughts could settle, the spatial teleportation array at the side of the Great Hall suddenly blazed with light, white radiance surging forth with wild, unbridled aura. Ha! Let me see who dares to be so arrogant, daring to claim invincibility against 600 saint-level cultivators? On the main peak plaza, the teleportation array blazed with sudden brilliance as a tall figure stepped forth. The newcomer's dark brocade robes billowed in the wind, his handsome features carrying a hint of wickedness. It was Qinghe. Qinghe. Luo Qingxuang's delicate brows furrowed slightly. How did you emerge from the grand formation? Qinghe flicked his sleeves with an arrogant laugh. Xuange, aside from you, who else in the Dian Sword Sect could possibly stop this emperor? I come and go as I please. Before his words had fully settled, he surveyed his surroundings, his expression changing drastically. The spiritual energy density of Lingxiao Sect was several times that of Qinghe's sect. In that instant, greed surged in his eyes. What a blessed sanctuary. Qinghe moved to Luo Qingxuang's side, his voice rising. Xuange, why don't we join forces to slaughter all the demons, then split this spiritual vein between us afterward? You and I could become Dao companions, jointly establish our sect, and dominating the Xuanxiao Continent wouldn't be impossible. Luo Qingxuang stepped back half a pace in disgust. Get back to your Qinghe sect. Qinghe paid no heed, already pointing here and there across the main peak. A stargazing platform could be built here. That area would suit an herb garden. As for Chu Xian, the Lingxiao sect master standing nearby, he treated him like thin air. Chu Xian's expression remained calm. Senior Luo, my Lingxiao sect scenery is passable. Perhaps we should find another place for detailed discussion? Luo Qingxuang had originally wanted to probe Chu Xian's depths further, but Qinghe's interference gave her the perfect excuse to nod, and she was curious to see how Chu Xian would handle this half-emperor. My thoughts exactly. Qinghe announced on his own. Prepare a quiet place for this emperor. I intend to stay temporarily. When their conversation reached Qinghe's ears, jealousy flared suddenly. Had invited Luo Qingxuang to Qinghe's sect only to be ignored, yet now she was actively suggesting a stay. Wench, one day, I'll have you kneeling before this emperor. Chu Xian caught the expression on Qinghe's face that looked like he'd swallowed a fly, smiled faintly, and gestured invitingly. Senior Luo, please follow me. There's a listening terrain pavilion in the back mountains, quiet and suitable for cultivation. Stop! Qinghe suddenly roared, releasing his half-emperor's pressure as the entire main peak trembled. Ant, die for this emperor. Sword light flashed as Luo Qingxuang had already moved to shield Chu Xian behind her, cold radiance pointing directly at Qinghe. Qinghe, don't force me to slap you. The next moment, she acted as if she couldn't see Qinghe at all, leading Chu Xian away directly. Qinghe was about to strike down at Chu Xian when he discovered in horror that he was pinned in place by some invisible force, unable to move, only able to watch their retreating figures. How can this be? Why can't this emperor move an inch? When did Xuange become so powerful? No, it's not her, it's this Lingxiao sect. In his shock and suspicion, a low voice exploded right by his ear. What wild dog dares cause trouble in Lingxiao sect? Trying to harm my sect master? Seems you don't know how to write the word death. The speaker's face bore a smile, but his eyes danced with man-eating flames. Qinghe's pupils contracted sharply. This Oreo. Xuanxiao, don't frighten our guest. Chu Xian didn't turn back, merely raised his hand and waved. After all, he's Senior Luo Sutter? Ahead, Luo Qingxuang appeared focused on the path, but kept her divine sense locked firmly on Qinghe. She was secretly puzzled. When had Qinghe become so pathetic? Shouldn't he charge forward directly to strike down Chu Xian? That would be perfect for me to see Chu Xian's trump cards. However, even after she and Chu Xian reached the back mountains, Qinghe still hadn't pursued them. This strange turn of events was naturally the result of Qiyu and Xuanxiao working together. Qiyu had isolated Luo Qingxuang's divine sense separately, allowing her to only see Qinghe standing rigidly in place, while Xuanxiao had already begun giving Qinghe some loving education. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.